Chapter 1, Getting Out of Prison. Master, I'm getting out of prison. In Hwadu prison. In cell 0. Under the dim light. A young man wearing a blue prison uniform with a thin, medium build. He knelt in front of an old man. Isn't there still half a year before you complete your sentence? The old man's white hair was gray and pudgy. He was calm and relaxed. He was sitting cross-legged on an iron bed. I cured a big shot and reduced my sentence by half a year, the youth said calmly. The old man nodded his head. His sunken eyes fluttered open, shooting out 2 sharp rays of light as he looked at kneeling in front of him, this honorable disciple of his. Wan Yun Ting, good thing too. You go out and find a piece of feng shui land for your master first, and then come back to collect my corpse for me after a month. Wan Yun Ting looked up, his eyes bleak. He knew that his master's time was coming. Speaking of this old man, he was definitely a special presence within this prison. In the 60s, on the field of Chinese medicine in China, there was a world-unrivaled great healer. He relied on a hand of ghostly 13 needles, claiming to be able to rob people with the king of hell. The gods came to have to step aside in the acupuncture medical skills, dominating the Chinese medicine industry at that time. No one can match, known as the ghostly hands of the medical saint. Unfortunately, he was a comet overnight, like a comet flash, mysteriously disappeared in the public eye, but also become a prisoner in this prison. He thought that he, with a lifetime of learning, regret into the dust, but did not expect 7 years ago, Wan Yunting was framed into prison. The ghost hand Dr. Saint saw hope in this young man. Take this. A dark green, beautifully carved jade plate appeared on ghost-handed Dr. Sage's dry, old hand. Although you have inherited my medical skills, in the field of martial arts, my master cannot instruct you in more profound martial arts techniques. After you go out, look for a person named Chang Wudi. He should be a great martial artist now. If he sees this jade tablet, he will know that you are my personal disciple, and will teach you martial arts. Also, remember what my master has entrusted to you. Don't forget it. Then Wan Yunting, who held the jade tablet in his hands, immediately gave him 3 heavy kowtows. His eyes were firm, saying, "Don't worry, master. I will fulfill your wish. Go." The ghost hand medical sage waved his hand, and then closed his old eyes, waiting for the big day to come. Wan Yunting got up, his deep eyes blazing, and after taking a deep look at his master, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the cell. A prison guard led him out, and when he passed by the prison cafeteria, he only saw a group of reformed laborers standing neatly at the entrance. Most of them were bigwigs in some field of society. Congratulations on Boss Wan's release from prison. These people looked at Wan Yunting with awe and shouted in unison. Facing this group of cellmates and remembering his 7 years of living here, Wan Yunting grinned. You guys have to behave yourselves, reform yourselves and strive to get out of prison earlier. Yes, respectfully send off Boss Wan. These cellmates knocked their iron lunchboxes as they cheered to send Wan Yunting off. Soon after, Wan Yunting, wearing a new outfit and carrying a duffel bag, walked out of the prison gates accompanied by the prison warden Ma Jindong himself. 7 years, I'm finally out. He looked back at the prison gates filled with majesty. Wan Yunting couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Third brother. At this moment, a man in a designer suit ran over and looked at Wan Yunting excitedly. You've finally come out. Second brother. The person who came was none other than Wan Yunting's second brother, Wan Dongming. The two of them hugged together in excitement. Second brother, thank you for coming to pick me up. Where's big sister? Didn't she come? Big sister. Mentioning big sister, Wan Dongming paused, letting go of Wan Yunting before smiling. Big sister had a temporary matter and couldn't come over. She asked me to say sorry to you. It's fine. Wan Yunting waved his hand and smiled unconcernedly. I'll go see big sister later. Good. Go. I'll take you home. Wan Dongming took the duffel bag in Wan Yunting's hands and happily patted him on the shoulder. Together they walked towards the Mercedes sedan that was parked at the intersection. Second brother, take me to see mom and dad first. Wan Yunting, who was sitting in the passenger seat, calmly said. Good. Wan Dongming nodded his head and drove towards the outskirts of the city. 40 minutes later, at the cemetery on the outskirts of the city, Wan Yunting held a bouquet of flowers and came to his parents' grave under the leadership of his second brother. He looked at the names of his parents Wan Tailin and Pang Jelly on the tombstone, and was so emotional that he flung himself down on his knees, no longer able to suppress his excited and sad emotions. Dad, Mom, my son is ungrateful. I've only come to see you now. Looking at his third brother kneeling in front of his parents' tombstone bawling, Wan Dongming stood by his side, tears in the corners of his eyes as well, knowing that these 7 years, he had a bad time in prison. 7 years ago, Wan Yunting was framed and sentenced to 7 years in prison for the crime of forced J. He was already suffering from a blow, and then he received the news of his parents' death in a car accident, which was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that struck Wan Yunting's heart heavily. Since then, he was devastated, like a living dead, in prison, despair, Decadence. It wasn't until he met his master, the ghost hand medical sage, that he saw the light of day. Dad. Mom, I will definitely find the murderer and avenge you. Wan Yunting, who raised his head, his forehead knocked blood marks, Lingly eyes with tears, resolutely looked at his parents' tombstone. He knew that the car accident of his parents back then was definitely not an accident, but man-made. It was in the afternoon that the two brothers left the cemetery. Third brother, when you get to my house later, treat it as your own home. Don't have any psychological burdens. Wan Dongming, who was driving the car, twisted his face and smiled at Wan Yunting. And your sister-in-law, she's very welcome to have you stay at her home. Well, I've caused trouble for you and your sister-in-law. Wan Yunting nodded and smiled. He knew that by now. His eldest sister and second brother had already started a new family a long time ago. Soon, Wan Dongming drove into a villa neighborhood. The sedan slowly came to stop in front of the entrance of a luxurious-looking villa. Here it is, third brother. Get off the car. Good. Wan Yunting picked up the worn-out luggage bag and got off with his second brother. Wan Dongming pushed open the gate of the villa and walked in, and also introduced Wan Yunting to the layout of the villa's courtyard. At this time, a woman wearing a long printed dress and a small jacket walked out. She was thin and weak and seemed to be suffering from a disease. She was Wang Chulin, Wan Dongming's wife. You are second sister-in-law, right? Seeing his second brother's wife for the first time, Wan Yunming looked unnatural. Perhaps it was because he had been in jail for 7 years, and now that he suddenly came out to meet other people, his heart was more or less nervous and uncomfortable. Third brother, welcome home. Wang Chulin smiled gently and took the initiative to extend her delicate white jade hand to shake hands with Wan Yunting. What an icy hand. Wan Yunting's heart was shocked. Holding Wang Chulin's small hand was as if he was holding a block of ice. Obviously, second sister-in-law had a medical condition in her body. This is the Wan Yunting who was, back then, a sensational forced J criminal of the entire Huadu. Suddenly, a yin and yang voice came out. A middle-aged woman dressed in a black cheongsam, dressed in a graceful and luxurious manner came out. She saw that Wan Yunting was still holding his daughter's small hand. Zheng Peihui went up and ripped them apart. Chulin, don't shake hands with this kind of criminal. Be careful of getting bad luck. Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows, not knowing who this woman was. Wan Dongming walked up and blocked in front of his third brother. Mom, my third brother is not a forced J criminal. He was framed. Rubbish. You've grown in ability, haven't you? Dare to yell at me. Zheng Peihui had a fierce face, a typical shrew image, and opened her mouth to scold. Don't forget that you're just a door-to-door son-in-law recruited by our Wang family. Only, a son-in-law? Wan Yunting was shocked, incredulously looking at his second brother. Wan Dongming. Chapter 2, showing medical skills. Second brother. Aren't you marrying second sister-in-law? How do you become a door-to-door son-in-law? Wan Yunting asked in surprise. Wan Dongming was filled with embarrassment. After all, being a door-to-door son-in-law was not something honorable. But where a man had dignity, he wouldn't choose to give a woman the door. That's why he hid it from Wan Yunting before. What? Being our Wang family's door-to-door son-in-law, you still feel ashamed? Zheng Peihui's acerbic and mean-spirited face glared at the two brothers, Wan Yunting and Wan Dongming, in disgust. Back when your Wan family went bankrupt, if it wasn't for my daughter taking him in, this second brother of yours would have died off the streets long ago. For him to join our Wang family is a blessing he cultivated in his past life. You guys don't know any better. Wan Yunting frowned, looking at his second brother whose face was red with embarrassment. His heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. If it wasn't because of himself in the beginning, his parents wouldn't have been victimized, and his second brother wouldn't have been reduced to being a door-to-door son-in-law for someone else. Mom, stop it. Today third brother is released from prison. I'll let Auntie Chin go and cook a meal to give him a welcome. Wang Chulin tugged at her mother, not wanting her husband to lose face in front of his third brother. Catch what wind? Jail wind? Zheng Peihui shook off her daughter's hand and chided. Her big finger pointed at Wan Yunting and warned Wan Dongming. Waste, I'm telling you. Don't even think about letting him live in this house. Our family doesn't welcome this kind of criminal. If the neighbors know, they'll still think that we're harboring criminals. Mom, that's too much. Wan Dongming couldn't listen to this and gasped. You cannot treat me as a human being, but you can't talk about my third brother like this. He's not a forcible J criminal. He's been wrongly accused. Don't you say that to me. Zheng Peihui waved her hand and put on a condescending, don't listen to anything attitude. Anyway, I'll put my words here. He can't live in my house. If you have a problem with that, then you roll with him and don't ever come back to our Wang family. You, Wan Dongming glared, shivering, momentarily at a loss as to how to refute this unruly mother-in-law. Standing beside him, Wan Yunting's expression was bland, no waves in his heart. Since his second brother's mother-in-law didn't welcome him, there was no need to stay with a thick skin. Hubby, I'm dizzy. Suddenly, Wang Chulin held her forehead with an agonized expression. Her delicate body swayed and was actually about to fall down. Careful! Wan Yunting reacted extremely quickly, going up to hold Wang Chulin as she fell. Wife, what's wrong with you? Wan Dongming was shocked, not knowing how Wang Chulin could have fainted. Zheng Peihui was also shocked, seeing Wan Yunting holding his daughter's body. She went up and yanked hard. Forced J criminal, you get out of here. Don't touch my daughter. Wan Yunting, who was yanked away, raised an eyebrow, but he couldn't pay attention to Zheng Peihui in time and said to second brother, second sister-in-law should have fainted caused by a cold attack. She has to be resuscitated immediately. Third brother, then you quickly show her. Wan Dongming, who was holding Wang Chulin, was filled with nervousness. He knew that Wan Yunting had learned Chinese medicine from a senior person in prison. Your second sister-in-law's health has always been bad. She even had leukemia a few years ago, and was cured only after a bone marrow transplant. But in the past 2 years her health has been getting worse and worse, and the doctor said that it was the aftereffects caused by the leukemia. Wan Yunting has squatted down, picked up his second sister-in-law's hand, 3 fingers on her wrist to take her pulse. His brows wrinkled, said in a moment, it's the cold evil that invades the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, resulting in weak qi and blood, affecting the normal frequency of the heart. It must be rescued immediately. It can be said that Wang Chulin's cold evil disease has reached a very dangerous point. It's like when we see the exterior of a plant in winter, wrapped in a layer of frosty ice. Right now, Wang Chulin's heart and 6 internal organs were wrapped in a cold evil qi. If she was not resuscitated urgently now, she would be in danger of cardiac arrest at any time. Said Wan Yunting opened the duffel bag, took out a set of silver needles passed on to him by his master, opened the bag, which was filled with densely packed with silver needles of different lengths. He twisted out a 7-inch long silver needles, ready to give his second sister-in-law a shot to save her life. What are you doing? Zheng Peihui, who just went back to the villa's living room and called for an ambulance with her cell phone, came out. As soon as she saw Wan Yunting holding a long silver needle to stab his daughter's chest, she rushed over and lifted her foot towards Wan Yunting's shoulder and kicked him fiercely. Get out of the way. Who asked you to stab my daughter with a needle? Mom, what are you doing? My third brother is treating Chulin. Wan Dongming was anxious and pulled Wan Yun, who had fallen and sat on the ground, up. What's wrong with me hitting him? You don't see him making a move on Chulin? Zheng Peihui glared, pointing at Wan Dongming and shouting in a stern voice. You take him out now. I don't want to see this person again. I've already called for an ambulance. The doctor will be here soon. Wan Yunting, however, twisted his face to his second brother and asked, how long will it take for the ambulance to come here? It will take 15 minutes. It's too late. In another 5 minutes, second sister-in-law's heart will stop. Wan Yunting looked grave. Then what to do? Wan Dongming was anxious. Try touching my daughter again. Zheng Peihui came up and opened her hands, like an old mother hen protecting her chicks, blocking in front of Wan Yunting and the others. Wan Yunting's face was expressionless. This mother-in-law of his second brother was too brutal. Mom, my third brother learned Chinese medicine from a senior person in prison. He can definitely save Chulin. Wan Dongming was anxious and explained in kind words. Rubbish. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Zheng Peihui glared, pointing at Wan Yunting and cursing. What good medical skills could he have learned in prison? And you dare to let him treat Chulin? Oh, I know. You want him to get my daughter killed so that you can inherit my Wang family's property, right? Mom, what are you babbling about? Wan Dongming was exasperated and annoyed. This mother-in-law has too much imagination. It's a pity that she doesn't go to write novels. Wan Yunting saw Wang Chulin lying on the grass, her face gradually turning purple. It's too late, second brother. Quickly carry second sister-in-law into the house. Good. Wan Dongming was so anxious that he no longer paid attention to Zheng Peihui, picked up Wang Chulin and ran towards the living room. Zheng Peihui still wanted to obstruct, but Wan Yunting suddenly turned around, his stern eyes looking coldly straight at her, saying, if you don't want your daughter to die, keep on spilling your guts. In an instant, Zheng Peihui's body shook. This pair of Wan Yunting's cold to the extreme eyes, as if he could kill someone, so scared that his whole body stiffened where he was, opened his mouth, but couldn't say half a word. Wan Yunting no longer cared about her, turned around and went inside the villa to go upstairs. Wang Chulin had already been carried back to her room by Wan Dongming and was lying flat on the big bed. Second brother, is there an alcohol lamp at home? Wan Yunting asked as he entered. There is, said Wan Dongming as he went out and came in with an alcohol lamp in a short while, placing it on the bed cabinet and lighting it, only to see Wan Yunting twisting a 7-inch long silver needle in 4 fingers, sizzling and sterilizing it on the flame of the alcohol lamp. Second brother, undo second sister-in-law's clothes. I'm going to administer the needle to her. Wan Dongming was stunned for a moment before he reacted with an "oh" and went to bed to unbutton his wife's shirt. Wan Yunting twisted the silver needle in the air and paused for 5 seconds before turning to look at his second wife.
Wang Yunting's eyes were solemn. There was not a trace of evil in his eyes. He attached himself to the past.
The silver needle in his hand steadily pierced into Wang Chulin's danjong point. You goddamned criminal. If anything happens to my daughter, I'll make sure that you two brothers sit in jail for the rest of your lives. Zhang Pei Hui, who had come back to her senses, also came in, and when she saw the scene, she was so scared that she screamed in fear. Wang Yunting was fully concentrated. Ignoring the bystanders, he continued twisting the second silver needle to sterilize it, and steadily stabbed it into his second sister-in-law's Hatsuo point. The third silver needle. The fourth. Extending all the way to Wang Chulin's abdomen. A dozen silver needles were coiled in the various acupoints of her internal organs and bowels. Standing by the bedside, Wan Dongming was nervous. This was the first time he had seen his third brother use Chinese medicine techniques, so he was also very apprehensive. Wan Yunting continued to stick silver needles into Wang Chulin's major acupoints on the brain such as Yin Tang, head dimension, left and right sun, Tong Tian, 100 clubs and so on. Ouch! What are you doing? Zheng Peihui saw Wan Yunting twisting such a long silver needle and sticking it into his daughter's head, frightening her and trying to stop it. Shut up! As a result, Wan Dongming turned around and barked at her. Mom, can you be quiet? Seeing that this son-in-law dared to yell at himself, Zheng Peihui was so angry that she glared. Fine. If Chulin has a problem, I definitely won't be able to get around you guys. Cough. As soon as her words fell, Wang Chulin, whose body was covered in silver needles, woke up with 2 light coughs. Second sister-in-law, don't move yet. Wan Yunting, who was behind her head, said, I'm giving you acupuncture treatment. If you move around, the qi will dissipate. Wang Chulin heard that it was Wan Yunting's voice and weakly answered, Wife, listen, third brother is treating you. Seeing his wife wake up, Wan Dongming was excited. Zheng Peihui also froze, looking at her daughter who woke up. Seeing Wan Yunting's big hand, still twisting the silver needle that was stuck on Wang Chulin's head's 100 club point. A stream of qi that could not be seen by the naked eye was following Wan Yunting's large hand, using the silver needle as a guide, injecting it into Wang Chulin's 100 points, as well as all the points throughout her body that had been pierced by the silver needle. Third brother, you are too good. Wan Dongming was happy. It seemed that third brother had really learned great medical skills from a high-ranking person in prison. Humph, it's just a blind cat bumping into it. My daughter's illness wasn't serious in the first place. Zheng Peihui wrapped her hands around her chest and snorted coldly. For a rich woman like her who was used to being arrogant, would she bow down to others so easily? Not to mention that the other party was also a jail juggernaut. Chapter 3, Working as a cleaner at the hospital. Second sister-in-law, how do you feel now? Wan Yunting's big hand was still twisting the silver needle, filling Wang Chulin with internal qi. Well, I feel warm all over. Much better. Wang Chulin was now speaking with more strength than before, and she clearly felt a magical hot qi that was flowing through her body at the points where her body was pierced by the silver needles. Very comfortable. Being comfortable was good. Due to the excessive consumption of internal energy, Wan Yunting's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he wiped it with his left hand, also relieved. Although the one he used this time was not the Ghost Gate 13 needles passed down from his master. The physical exertion would be very high as the internal energy transformed the qi and stimulated the acupuncture efficacy. Third brother, are you alright now? Wan Dongming asked. It's fine. Wan Yunming nodded his head. Next to him, Zheng Peihui pulled a face and grunted. Later, the ambulance will come over and send Chulin to the hospital for treatment. As a result, Wan Yunting and Wan Dongming ignored her. This made Zheng Peihui so angry that she crossed her arms. Also, you can't live in this house. Mom, Chulin and I have discussed it so that third brother can stay at home for a while. No discussion. Zheng Peihui shouted angrily at Wan Dongming. This villa is the wedding house that my Wang family paid for you guys. It's not up to you to make the decision yet. Mom, you're too. It's alright, second brother. Wan Yunting gave his second brother a big hand pull and shook his head and laughed. I'll go up to my big sister's side later. Hearing this, Wan Dongming was discouraged and felt even more guilty in his heart, feeling sorry for his third brother. Not long after, Wan Yunting loosened the silver needle that was stuck on Wang Chulin's 100 club point on top of her head and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Seeing his second sister-in-law's face recovering a few moments of blood, second sister-in-law, the cold and evil qi in your body is very serious. It should be adjusted best with traditional Chinese medicine. In the future, you should not take those Western medicines, otherwise your body will not be able to withstand it. Good, thank you third brother. Wang Chulin nodded slightly in thanks. Then I'll collect your needles later. Half an hour later, Wan Yunting pulled out all the silver needles from Wang Chulin's body. Then the ambulance came, and Zheng Peihui asked the doctors and nurses to take her daughter to the hospital for treatment. It was useless for Wan Dongming to oppose even if he wanted to, because in this family, his mother-in-law's words were the holy orders. Third brother, I'm sorry.
Wan Dongming was filled with shame, not knowing how to face third brother.
Second brother.
I see that second sister-in-law treats you quite well. You don't need to pay attention to her mom.
Wan Yunming laughed.
In fact, the person who should say sorry is himself. If he hadn't offended Chen Tao, the villain, in the first place, the family would not have had an accident, and the second brother would not be living under a fence, living this aggravated, undignified life.
I've already called Big Sister. You take this cell phone, and that car at the door is mine. You drive it to find Big Sister.
I have to go to the hospital to take care of your sister-in-law. Wan Dongming took out a new cell phone and a car key and gave it to him.
Wan Yunming then nodded and instructed. Second sister-in-law's illness.
It would be better to use Chinese medicine to treat her.
Good.
I'll hire an old Chinese doctor for your second sister-in-law when I turn around.
After saying this, Wan Dongming drove the Mercedes-Benz sedan under his mother-in-law's urging and took Zheng Peihui to follow the ambulance to the hospital.
Wan Yunting shook his head inside before turning his head to look at the parked over there.
An old Toyota silver minivan.
It can be imagined that the second brother's this door-to-door son-in-law is not as good as he would like.
After 7 years of not driving and finding the feeling,
Wan Yunting drove his car away from the Bai Guiyuan Villa community. The cell phone placed next to the armrest rang,
showing that the caller is the eldest sister, Wan Manyu.
Wan Yunting immediately picked up, but pressed the screen a few times.
But how can not press open?
Now the cell phone is really difficult.
Finally he managed to answer and said excitedly, Sister, where are you? I'm going over to find you now.
Third brother,
I won't be able to go out until later. Like this. You find a place to eat lunch first. I'll go over to find you later, okay?
Big sister's nice voice came from the cell phone.
Okay sis, you get busy first. I'll tell you the location later. After Wan Yunting finished speaking, his sibling hung up the call. He drove his car around the high-rise, bustling commercial streets, turning around twice without a clue.
The changes in Huadu made his eyes show bewilderment and helplessness.
Finally, he came to the original when he went to college, opposite the school gate of the snack street, into a small restaurant that he used to eat often. After telling the address to the elder sister, Wan Yunting ate the familiar flavor, only to let him finally find the feeling of regaining freedom. The emotion is inexplicably excited, the corner of his eyes full of tears. Soon, a woman wearing a long dress walked in. She wore sunglasses and a mask, looked around and saw Wan Yunting sitting in the innermost part before walking in. Looking at the tightly wrapped woman, when she took off her glasses, Wan Yunting recognized that it was his elder sister, Wan Manyu, and excitedly got up. Sister, you're here. Third brother. Seeing her third brother who was finally released from prison, Wan Manyu was also very happy. Although she and her second brother would visit him every 3 months, but now that she was looking at Wan Yunting standing freely in front of her, Wan Manyu was happy to hug him. You're finally out. Wan Yunting excitedly embraced his big sister, smelling the faint perfume odor of her body, still so affectionate and familiar. Sister, sit down. Wan Yunting pulled her to sit down and greeted the waiter to order some food, but Wan Manyu waved her hand. No need, I ate at home before I came. Seeing this, Wan Yunting asked the waiter to serve her a drink. Seeing Wan Manyu wearing a mask, he asked suspiciously, Sister, why are you wearing a mask? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? No. Wan Manyu shook her head, her gaze unnatural. It's better to wear a mask when you're out and about. Wan Yunting nodded his head, not dwelling on this issue, and then asked, Is brother-in-law good to you? Wan Manyu was stunned, pausing for a few seconds before nodding. It's okay. That's good. Wan Yunting nodded his head. Suddenly, he didn't know what to talk to his big sister about. Perhaps it was because they didn't see each other often and felt unfamiliar with each other. Still, Wan Yunting carefully noticed that under his big sister's neck, there were faint marks left by being pinched. Your second brother told me that his mother-in-law won't let you stay in their house. Wan Manyu said, Let's do this third brother. You did not study medicine in prison. I previously worked in the Southern Hospital, and Zhang vice president of a bit of friendship. I told him about your situation. He promised to let you go to the hospital to work. Are you willing to go? Good. Wan Yunting was happy, but worried, but I studied Chinese medicine. I'm afraid I won't be able to work in the hospital. Right? It's fine. You go run errands for now. I'll introduce you to a good job later. Wan Manyu laughed. You just came out. First adapt to the current social changes. Take your time. Don't be anxious. Okay? Thanks sis. Wan Yunting nodded with a smile. Then I'll take you to the hospital now. Wan Manyu obviously didn't want to chat much, taking her bag and getting up to pay the bill. Wan Yunting followed behind her. For some reason, he felt in his heart that his big sister seemed to be intentionally keeping a distance from himself. Southern Hospital. Manyu, long time no see. A middle-aged man in a white coat was none other than Southern Hospital's vice president, Zhang Jianlin. Dean Zhang, I'll treat you to dinner later.
Manhwa shook Zhang Jianlin's hand before pointing at Wan Yunting beside her. He is my third brother. I hope Dean Zhang will take care of him in the future. Hello. Wan Yunting stretched out his big hand, but Zhang Jianlin just lightly glanced at him and did not mean to shake his hand. He turned his face to Wan Manhwa and smiled colorfully. Just rest assured, Manhwa, I will arrange a good position for your brother. Good. Thank you, Dean Zhang. Manhwa nodded her head. She didn't know what kind of job Jianlin would arrange for her third brother. Twisting her face, she said to Wan Yunting, "Third brother, there is a dormitory on this side of the hospital. You stay for now, work well and contact me if there's anything. I have to go back now." "Okay sis, trouble you." Wan Yunting nodded his head and then smiled. "When I'm free later, I'll go see my niece." Wan Manhwa nodded in response, and Zhang Jianlin shouted with a lewd face, "Manhwa, don't forget to treat me to dinner later." With an expressionless nod, Manhwa turned around and left. "Come with me." Zhang Jianlin, who had instantly changed his face, glanced at Wan Yunting with his eyes and turned around to go in towards the hospital. Wan Yunting rubbed his nose, although Zhang Jianlin looked like he was looking down on himself, but after all, it was the job that his big sister had begged for him, so he didn't say anything. "From now on, you'll be responsible for the hygiene of the first floor, mopping it every morning and night, and the general ward's hygiene should be cleaned as well." Walking inside the hospital hall, Zhang Jianlin commanded the work along the way, and, spinning around, Zhang Jianlin turned back and gave a stern warning to Wan Yunting. "I know you just got out of prison. According to the rules, the hospital won't take in people who have been in prison to come in and work, and if it wasn't for your sister begging me, I wouldn't have kept you either. So, you'd better not fight and cause trouble in the hospital. Got it?" Looking at Zhang Jianlin's gaze and face full of dislike and contempt for himself, Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows, his heart heavy. Sure enough, it was just like what he thought before. It was hard for people who had been in jail to survive in this society after they were released from prison. Chapter 4, The Emergency Department. Head nurse, take him to the back dormitory. After Zhang Jianlin handed Wan Yunting over to the head nurse in charge of the front hall, he hurriedly headed back upstairs to the advanced ward. This was because there was still an important patient waiting for him to go back to get the treatment plan. "This is your accommodation room. It's a bit messy, clean it up yourself." Bringing Wan Yunting to the first floor of the staff accommodation at the back, he opened a simple. Inside there was a double-decker broken iron bed, and a tattered, covered with a layer of gray table and chairs, and there were many waste cardboard boxes piled up in the corners. At a glance, it is a room specialized in piling up useless items. "The aunt in the emergency department is on vacation today, so I'll give you an hour to clean up the room. Then you go to the emergency department and ask Uncle Zhang for a set of overalls, and work as soon as possible." The head nurse gave Wan Yunting a disgusted glance, skimmed off a sentence and turned around to go out. She also said loudly under her breath, "I really don't know what old Zhang was thinking, letting a forced J criminal come into the hospital to work as a cleaner." Obviously, her words were intentionally said to Wan Yunting. Society was realistic, but it was almost impossible for anyone who had spent time in prison to find a decent job when they came out. Although Wan Yunting was uncomfortable in his heart, he didn't care about the head nurse's sneering sarcasm. He came here just because he didn't want to worry his big sister and the others. An hour later, Wan Yunting cleaned up his room, but there were still no quilts and pillows and coolers and daily necessities, so it seemed that he could only wait for the evening after work and then go out to buy them. Emergency Department. Dr. Sue, bed 23 needs you to take a look. Okay da. A girl with short hair with floppy ears, tender little face with a bit of baby fat, a pair of oily almond eyes bright crystal, as if hiding a few stars, agar nose upright, cherry mouth. Pink and moist, like jelly, people want to bite. She is about 1.6 meters like, wearing a white coat, but still can't cover her petite and exquisite good figure. Both feet stepped on a pair of small white shoes. Also don't know where she ran to play today. The edges of the shoes are muddy stains. The patient's condition is basically stable. Can be transferred to the general ward. Sue Kaur is an intern doctor who just came into the emergency department. 23 years old, sweet and cute looking. After checking the patient who was just brought in, she let the nurse transfer him to the general ward area. After signing, she continued to check the next patient. Wow, that little brother is so handsome. At this time, Sue Kaur saw a man wearing a cleaner's clothing, 1 meter 8 sons, plate-inch hair type, face mask, but could not hide his handsome face, sword eyebrow heroic, a pair of deep eyes containing stars, blooming light. It is in the mopping of the floor of the Wan Yunting. Dr. Sue, that man is a forced J criminal. A nurse pointed at Wan Yunting and said, "A forced J criminal?" Sue Kaur looked incredulous. The nurse nodded and said, "I also heard from the head nurse in the front hall. He was just released from prison, and it was Vice President Zhang who secretly took him in as a cleaner in our hospital." That's so. Sue Kaur's little expression was cute. Feeling unbelievable,
looking at Wan Yunting over there, her little mouth deflated. He's so handsome, he doesn't look like a perverted forcible J criminal. Could it be that he was hard on by someone else? A few nurses stunned, then collectively rolled their eyes. I really don't know what Sukor's little brain is loaded with. Thinking about the problem are so strange and different, it is speechless. All of you don't freeze. At this time, a doctor ran over and shouted. There was a gas explosion in the small restaurant on East 2nd Street. Many people have been burned. The injured are now being sent to our emergency department. You guys make preparations right away? Be quick. Yes. Sukor couldn't care about looking at the handsome man. She hurriedly went to get ready with the other doctors and nurses. All of them ran to the emergency department's gate, ready to greet the injured. What's wrong? Wan Yunting, who was learning to mop the floor with old Zhang, the cleaner, watched as a group of doctors and nurses pushed a stretcher cart to the main entrance and waited in an orderly manner. Not knowing what was going on, something should have happened. Old Zhang was used to this battle and said calmly. Not long after, several ambulances came whistling. Many doctors and nurses rushed to take the injured down from the ambulance. Ah, it hurts. One by one, the injured wailed and screamed. Some of their necks, chests, backs, or arms and other skin was burned by fire, a burning smell, stimulating the nerves of Sukor and their doctors and nurses. Some panicked. Don't all panic. At this time, a tall woman wearing a white lab coat came striding in. She had long dark brown hair tied up. Her face was masked, revealing a clean white forehead, a standard goose egg face, a pair of long willow eyebrows, and a pair of stern eyes. Quite an aura. Sister Jiang, why did you just come? Sukor saw that this one was named Zhang Tongxin, precisely the director of the emergency department. Quickly, arrange for the injured to go in an orderly manner, and resuscitate the seriously injured as soon as possible. Zhang Tongxin did things in a swift manner, and immediately arranged for Sukor and the others to send the injured to the emergency room in an orderly manner, and prioritize the rescue of the serious ones. Director Jiang, there's a seriously injured person here. Come over and take a look. Sukor and a nurse picked up an injured person from a private car. The person was already unconscious. His face and below the neck were scorched and charred, shocking to the eyes. Very scary. Zhang Tongxin went over to the gloved hand, pressed the seriously injured person's neck aorta. The pulse is very weak. Cardiac arrest phenomenon. She immediately shouted, quickly pushed into the rescue. Said she turned over and climbed onto the cart, riding on the patient's abdomen. Gesture is a little ambiguous, but Zhang Tongxin looks serious. Do not care how indecent posture. Her eyes only patience. Began to do CPR to the injured. Said, the injured inhaled a large amount of smoke, resulting in lung obstruction, respiratory difficulties, cardiac arrest. Kur, 1 mg epinephrine static push. Yes, Sukor was precisely her assistant, and immediately executed. Zhang Tongxin frowned, seeing that CPR didn't work, and immediately shouted, intubate. Yes, the emergency situation made the hearts of the doctors and nurses present tense. However, they proceeded in an orderly manner under Zhang Tongxin's command, and she personally intubated the seriously injured person, trying to pull out the mouthful of turbid air that was blocking the airway from the injured person's lungs. At some point, Wan Yunting stood outside, mop in hand, his eyes filled with curiosity. This was his first time seeing the emergency department doctors resuscitating a patient, so he watched with a learning mindset. Director Jiang, the injured person's heart stopped. A few minutes later, the bedside instrument showed that the injured person's heart showed flat. Sukor's pretty face went white, frozen there. Zhang Tongxin's eyes were grave, and a family member outside was crying, save my husband. Zhang Tongxin removed her hands from the patient. She was used to seeing life and death, so her eyes were indifferent and she was ready to declare the injured dead. He can still be resuscitated. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her, and it was none other than Wan Yunting who was at the door. Before Zhang Tongxin and Sukir they reacted, he directly walked in. His upper hand was on the injured person's abdomen, his chest in a straight line, only to see Wan Yunting's big hand very methodically slap on the patient's abdomen. Finger ruled acupuncture points, and in the chest of the injured Danzhong point forcefully pressed, is standing in the head position of the injured Zhang Tongxin. Immediately see the mouth pipeline. Appeared a thick smoke turbid gas. The turbid gas came out. A nurse exclaimed. Zhang Tongxin and the other doctors and nurses were filled with shock, only to see that Wan Yunting's hand hadn't stopped yet, and he pressed slightly harder on a few points of the injured man's heart mouth. Drip. Immediately afterward, the heart line on the instrument instantly fluctuated and undulated. The injured person's heartbeat recovered. Heartbeat restored. Sukor shouted excitedly. Zhang Tongxin and the other doctors and nurses also just came back to their senses, looking at the front of their eyes with disbelief. This man who suddenly came in, who was still wearing a cleaner's uniform. Just now, everyone had been trying for 10 minutes, but they hadn't been able to bring the injured back. As a result, it is now good. By this cleaner, in the injured person's stomach and chest simply shoot a few. The original powerless injured person, hard from the hands of Hades to rescue back. Jiang Tongshin looked up at this man. His eyes have changed. Chapter 5, Social Indifference and Prejudice. This, seeing Su Kor and Jiang Tongshin and the girls looking at themselves in astonishment, and strangely, made Wan Yunting a little embarrassed. After sitting in prison for 7 years, other than spending time with those male cellmates who were full of stench, he hadn't come into contact with anyone from the outside, especially women. Because he inhaled a large amount of turbid air that coalesced on his lungs and chest, unusual CPR, and intubation is unable to expel the turbid air from his chest. Wan Yunting tried to make himself speak naturally, pointing at the injured man on the hospital bed, gesturing the technique he just used, trying to explain, so I just used the push technique to push out the turbid chi from his chest cavity. Well, that's it. However, the scene was still dead silent. Everyone's eyes stared blankly at him. The atmosphere was not to mention how awkward. Wan Yunting scratched his head, thinking that he hadn't explained himself clearly, and wanted to open his mouth to say something. Little brother, you are awesome. Suddenly Su Kor clapped her hands and exclaimed. Her big, dark eyes looked at Wan Yunting adoringly. The other doctors and nurses only reacted and looked at each other. Everyone didn't blindly worship like Su Kor, but looked at Wan Yunting in confusion. Who is he? I don't know. Look at his clothes. A new cleaner. Humph. A cleaner who dares to come in and meddle in our salvage work. That's right. A blind cat ran into a dead mouse, and he was lucky to save the injured. Look at Director John's face. Let's see how he ends up. The doctors and nurses who stood on the side gloated, seemingly seeing the image of Jiang Tongshin, who would severely reprimand Wan Yunting next. However, Jiang Tongshin didn't go into a rage like they thought. Instead she was surprised and asked, "You use Chinese massage techniques?" "Yes," Wan Yunting responded unnaturally. Jiang Tongshin nodded her head and stopped talking, which made the other doctors and nurses look at each other, knowing that she was from a Chinese medicine family. Little Wan, what are you doing in there? Come out quickly. Don't disturb the doctors from saving people. Old Zhang outside shouted. Coming. So Wan Yunting embarrassedly nodded his head to Jiang Tongshin and the girls and turned around to go out with the mop that was placed beside him. As a result, a young doctor in a white coat suddenly came in, and the two of them suddenly bumped into each other, almost not kissing. The young doctor took a look at the cleaner and cursed, walking without eyes. Reckless, you don't want to do it. Sorry. Seeing that it was the doctor, Wan Yunting bowed his head and said, wanting to turn around and go out, saying sorry and wanting to leave. Can't you see you've soiled my leather shoes? Jiani pointed at his feet, the pair of brand new shiny brand name leather shoes, soiled by the dirty water of the mop, pointing at Wan Yunting and chided. This is an Armani brand. A pair of shoes can top 2 months of your salary. Still not quick to kneel down and wipe it clean for me. Looking at this flamboyant, bossy, snout-turning young doctor, far from the image of the so-called healer's benevolence, it made Wan Yunting raise his eyebrows. What's more, he was the one who walked without his eyes and bumped into himself hard. Seeing that he was a doctor before taking the initiative to apologize, he didn't expect him to be unforgiving anymore. Jiani, what's the matter with you? At this time, Jiang Tongshin walked out with an indifferent expression. Tongshin, there's a heavy patient in bed 36 who needs you to go over and assist in treatment. Facing Jiang Tongshin, Jiani changed his face in a second and smiled curtly. Seeing this, Wan Yunting took the opportunity to leave, but was yanked by Jiani. Kid, go mop up my office. I'll clean you up later. Sorry director At this time, old Zhang came up and hurriedly dragged Wan Yunting to one side, and smiled at Jiani. Xiao Wan, he just came here. He doesn't know what he's doing and offended you. I'll go to your office later, and I promise to mop the floor as bright as a mirror. Old Zhang is a good person. Know that Wan Yunting is sitting in jail, afraid of his impulse to hit Jiani. Then it will be trouble. Kid, I'll sell old Zhang a face. Don't let me see you in the future. Jiani fiercely warned Wan Yunting before he turned his head to Jiang Tongshin and smiled heatedly. Tongshin, let's go. Jiang Tongshin glanced at Wan Yunting, letting Su Kor take care of the injured inside and leaving with Jiani. Everyone could see that this one liked the other director Jiang. Old Zhang pulled Wan Yunting away while saying, Wan, this Dr. He is the director of another group in the emergency department. His father is the hospital's director. So in the emergency department, no one dares to mess with him. You pay more attention in the future. And go around when you see him. Got it. Thanks old Zhang. Wan Yunting nodded with a smile. For Jiani, he didn't put it on his mind. You mop this corridor. I have to go and mop up his office, lest he comes back and curses again, said old Zhang and left, leaving Wan Yunting shaking his head. It seems like this hospital is not a good place to hang out either. Dr. Zhang, I'll leave the patient's trauma to you. Sukor greeted a doctor specializing in burns and couldn't wait to go out. Looking around, she immediately saw Wan Yunting mopping the floor in the corridor. She raised her eyebrows in joy and happily flew over. Little brother. The clear and melodious voice made Wan Yunting turn back and looked at the girl who almost jumped into his arms. It was one of the female doctors who had just been in there to rescue the injured. Her big bright eyes impressed him and he recognized her at a glance. Sukor took off her mask, revealing her pretty pink face, with 2 dimples when she smiled, and took the initiative to reach out to Wan Yunting. Hello, I'm the intern doctor here. My name is Sukor. Facing the lively, cute, and enthusiastic female doctor, Wan Yunting looked at his dirty hand before waving it shyly. Hello, Wan Yunting. As a result, Sukor took the initiative to grab his big hand and shake it before letting go, smiling cheekily. Nice to meet you. You were really great just now. Sukor carried her small hand behind her back and smiled at Wan Yunting. Sister Jiang and I both thought that person couldn't make it, but in the end, by you gently pressing down and pushing, you let him recover his heartbeat. It's really amazing. Looking at Sukor gesticulating after her own model, her voice was as clear and nice as a yellow bird, and her big watery eyes looked at herself adoringly, which made Wan Yunting, who hadn't talked to a girl for a long time, a little bit constrained, and would only smile awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Brother Yunting, can you teach me Chinese medicine? As a result, Sukor directly called him Brother Yunting. In fact, I wanted to learn Chinese medicine in the beginning, but was forced by my big brother to learn Western medicine. Now every day I face those traumatized and terrible patients. I can't even eat well. Look at me. My face is all skinny, said this girl holding her own pink tender face, small mouth up like a goldfish as cute. Those women who shout to lose weight every day, if they come to the emergency department as a doctor, I guarantee that a month can let them lose 20 pounds. Put. These words managed to make Wan Yunting laugh, thinking that this female doctor was too cute, giving off a very affectionate feeling, like a neighborhood sister. Brother Yunting, don't you like to talk? Sukor tilted her little head and looked at him with big, dark eyes. Wan Yunting smiled awkwardly. I don't know what to say. Fine. Sukor deflated her small mouth, and whirled out her cell phone. Then can I add you a WeChat? WeChat? Wan Yunting was filled with doubt. Sukor thought of something and smiled to clear up his confusion. WeChat is a chatting software, the same as QQ, but now we are popular to use WeChat. If you don't have one, I'll register one for you now. Wan Yunting pulled out the new cell phone given by his second brother. Sukor grabbed it. I'll help you download it first. A few minutes later, Sukor successfully registered Wan Yunting's micro signal and added herself as his first friend. Dr. Su, come over here. The nurse over there shouted. Sukor answered before returning her cell phone to Wan Yunting. Brother Yunting, then I'll go and get busy first. Chat on WeChat later. Good. Wan Yunting nodded his head and watched Sukor run away like a happy bunny, making him smile and warming his heart. In front of Zhang Jianlin and other doctors and nurses in the hospital, knowing that he was a rapist, they showed contempt and mocking faces, making Wan Yunting realize the social indifference and prejudice. On the contrary, the lively and enthusiastic Sukir, but also let him heart. There are people care of human warmth. Without realizing it, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Returning to the back of the dormitory, Wan Yunting greeted old Zhang and prepared to go out to eat dinner outside, buying household items on the way. As a result, he had just walked out of the hospital when he welcomed a BMW sedan slowly coming. A youth dressed in casual attire got out of the car and greeted Wan Yunting up. Ha ha, brother, I came to see you, Shouwen. Seeing his good brother Jin Shouwen, Wan Yunting went up and gave him a bear hug. Jin Shouwen patted him on the back and sighed with emotion. It's been 7 years. I can finally hug you again. Get lost. Don't make up these meaty words. Wan Yunting pushed him away and rolled his eyes. Ha ha. Jin Shouwen gave him a punch on his sturdy chest. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. Let's get drunk tonight. Wan Yunting smiled and nodded. So he got into Jin Shouwen's car and left. At this time, Zhang Tongxin came out from the emergency department, looked around at the door, saw the old Zhang who took out the garbage and came back, and hurriedly called out, Old Zhang, that new one today, is he off duty? Director Jiang, you mean Shaowen, he just went out to buy daily necessities, old Zhang said. Hearing this, Jiang Tongxin nodded her head before signaling to old Zhang that it was fine. As for that cleaner who had used Chinese massage techniques to save someone's life in the afternoon, Jiang Tongxin felt that he was not simple. Chapter 6, The word love is hard to understand. Lingwei Clubhouse, belonging to Huadu's upscale clubhouse. This place was different from that kind of lively DJ bar. Most of the people who come here to play are urban white-collar women, so it has also become a hunting ground for those who are rich, or young rich second generation. Although Jin Shouwen is not a rich second generation, but he mixed well in these years. Open a small company to earn a little money.
Some time ago to recognize two nice beautiful women. So he brought Wan Yunting over for a drink tonight.
By the way, let him open the meat. The girl hasn't arrived yet. Let's drink first.
Sitting in a private seat in the corner of the clubhouse,
Jin Showon ordered a few bottles of foreign wine and snacks to come over and have a drink with Wan Yunting and asked, "How did you go to work in the hospital?"
Wan Yunting was surveying the surroundings of the clubhouse and turned his head to smile at him.
My sister introduced me to it. It's just a temporary stopover. Jin Showon was Wan Yunting's high school and good brother from his college days. In these 7 years,
Jin Showon often visited him in prison,
and the two had a very strong relationship.
Jin Showon also knew that Wan Yunting was framed by Chen Tao before he was imprisoned.
Had I known that, you might as well have gone to my place.
Wan Yunting looked at him and laughed.
Looks like you've done well these past few years. Average. Jin Showon waved his hand and put his arm around Wan Yunting's shoulder again. I've opened the hotel room next door for you. Wait for the girl to come over. Perform well.
Wan Yunting breathlessly gave him a blank stare. At this time the resident singer of the clubhouse was singing Brother You Song, Still Think You're the Best,
making Wan Yunting think a lot. Thinking about Fong Yenshur?
Jin Showon seemed to be able to read his mind.
I have news for you. Fong Yenshur has returned to China.
Oh. Wan Yunting's expression was stunned as he lowered his head to take a drag on his cigarette, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
His mind couldn't help but return to 7 years ago. On the university campus, the girl wearing a white dress, long dark hair, liked to wear a delicate orchid hairpin girl, her fair face, curved willow eyebrows, a pair of gentle eyes moving, smiling to give a quiet and beautiful feeling. Back then, the two on campus became a section of the school grass school flower,
a match made in heaven reputation.
But the good times didn't last long. The rich second-generation Chen Tao, who also liked Fong Yenshur, also pursued her. As a result, Wan Yunting and Chen Tao are usually tit-for-tat, but he is still subjected to Chen Tao's underhanded tricks behind the scenes. He bribed his roommate, Huang Dawei, to secretly give Wan Yunting a special drug with herbal ingredients, and was arranged by Chen Tao to be jailed on the charge of forced J. He was arrested by the police from the school dormitory. At that time. And Fong Yenshur was at the scene.
Wan Yunting couldn't forget. The girl's sad and disappointed gaze was still vivid in his mind.
After that, Fong Yenshur disappeared from Wan Yunting's world.
It was only afterward when Jin Showon visited him in prison that he told Fong Yenshur about studying abroad.
Don't think about it, drink.
Jin Showon patted him on the shoulder. The two of them clinked their wine cups. Wan Yunting drained it in one go, but his eyes suddenly turned cold and said in a deep voice, "Showon, I want to bring down Chen Tao and overturn the case to clear my name." Jin Showon froze, turned his head to look at him, and put his wine glass on the table.
Dude, the current Chen Tao is not the same dude from back then.
He is now inheriting his father, the chairman of the Chen Group, and has become a well-known figure in the Huadu business community.
With your current situation, not that I'm hitting you, wanting to get rid of him is by no means easy.
Jin Showon knew that he wanted to clear his name of being a forced J offender, but now Chen Tao was too strong. It could be said that people were in the sky and Wan Yunting was on the ground.
So what was he going to fight with them? Zhangli and Huang Dawei, where are they?
Wan Yunting understood Jin Showon's meaning, but he had his own certainty. Zhangli was the female college student who, at that time, was arranged by Chen Tao, and Huang Dawei was the roommate who drugged Wan Yunting behind his back.
Both of them now
are working in Chen Tao's company,
Jin Showon said.
When he visited the prison in the past few years, he would tell Wan Yunting about Chen Tao's affairs in recent years.
Take my advice. You just got out now.
Don't rush to settle the score with him.
Jin Showon put his arm around Wan Yunting's shoulder. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Let's think of a good countermeasure first. And with a 10% certainty, then it's not too late to go find him to take revenge.
He was mainly worried that if Wan Yunting stayed in prison with those social gangsters for a long time, he was afraid that he would have an impulsive temper and directly carry a knife to cut Chen Tao.
If Wan Yunting was caught in prison again, then his life would be over. Don't worry, I'm not an impulsive person. Wan Yunting lifted his wine glass, smiled and clinked it with Jin Showon, knowing that he was doing it for his own good. Ooh, if it isn't Jin Showon. At this time,
a few young men passed by with their arms around a few hot women.
Among them,
the young man wearing a blue suit with a rather arrogant look.
His name was Ma Xin, the assistant to the chairman of Chen Group. Ma Xin.
Upon seeing that it was him, Jin Showon's face changed drastically.
Ha ha, you kid, it's really been a long time. Ma Xin smiled as he walked up,
but when he saw the person sitting beside Jin Showon,
his expression froze. So familiar. Ma Xin.
Wan Yunting looked up,
looked at Ma Xin,
and the corner of his mouth lifted.
Long time no see.
This person was none other than Chen Tao's little follower,
and he had also participated in the incident back then. You're Wan Yunting. Recognizing him, Ma Xian's face suddenly changed in disbelief,
not expecting him to be released from prison.
But soon, Ma Xian settled down.
He straightened his waist, condescending gaze, looking down at the seated Wan Yunting. The corner of his mouth coldly smiled. I can't believe that the forced J criminal of that year
is now out of prison. Forced J criminal?
The few young men and women who followed Ma Xian's side looked at Wan Yunting in confusion.
You guys forgot. Ma Xian pointed at Wan Yunting. Back then, that forced J criminal who stirred up Huadu University, Wan Yunting, the third son of the Wanshur group, is him. I go. So it's him. Now many men and women in the surroundings, immediately remembering that incident back then, exclaimed in shock. Ma Xian's face was full of dejection, looking at Wan Yunting with a wicked smile. When did you get out of prison? How come you didn't greet me in advance so that I can go pick you up with Mr. Chun? Ma Xian, shut up.
Jin Xiuwen got up and angrily pointed at Ma Xian.
What was going on back then? You know it by heart. Hey Jin Xiuwen, don't talk nonsense. I don't know anything.
Ma Xinbai Jin Xiuwen glanced at him. Then he attached himself and whispered a sinister smile to Wan Yunting.
Back then, if you didn't fight with Mr. Chen for Fang Yanshur,
how would you suffer these 7 years in prison?
Bang!
The sound of a wineglass shattering scared Ma Xian's expression and took 2 steps back, only to see the foreign wineglass in Wan Yunting's hand being crushed by him.
Glass dregs and wine scattered on the table. The men and women on the sidelines exclaimed in shock.
How much finger strength did this guy have to crush the foreign wineglass?
Yunting, don't be impulsive.
Jin Xiuwen's complexion changed, and his large hand pressed down on Wan Yunting's shoulder.
Ma Xian fixed his mind,
his face showing his high and arrogant posture again.
He disdainfully gave Wan Yunting a glance, flirting and ridiculing.
It seems like you didn't fight and play with the chrysanthemums with those labor prisoners in prison for these 7 years.
Right, ha ha.
These words caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter.
Chapter 7, just say I'm back. What kind of skill is pinching a wineglass? You have the guts to try hitting me, arrogant and over the top. Ma Xian.
He pointed at his head and smiled grimly at Wan Yunting.
As long as you dare to come at me a bit, I promise to be as clear as I was back then, and send you back to prison. Looking at Ma Xian's beaten look,
Wan Yunting's gaze was cold and stern, but his shoulder was pressed by Jin Xiuwen, who kept advising him not to be impulsive. I thought how powerful you are. It seems that sitting in jail for 7 years,
you are getting more and more wimpy. Ha ha.
Seeing that Wan Yunting didn't dare to hit himself,
Ma Xian became even more arrogant and cocky because he knew that Jin Xiuwen didn't dare to let Wan Yunting cause trouble at Lingwei Clubhouse. After all, this clubhouse was opened by big sister Lingwei, who was a big name in the society. Even if it was Qin Tao, he wouldn't dare to make trouble here easily. Right, you guys don't know it yet. Spinning around, Ma Xian turned back and shouted to the surrounding men and women. His second brother, Wan Dongming, is our Huadu's famous soft rice king, the Wang family's son-in-law. Ooh, so the soft rice king is his second brother, a youth chimed in loudly, but everyone in this circle almost knew the name of Wan Dongming's soft rice king. To say that back then, his father, Wan Tailin, was also a famous figure in our Huadu business world. It's just a pity that, his second son's bones were soft, and he became the Wang family's door-to-door son-in-law. And he, Ma Xian, continued to play dead,
pointing his big finger at Wan Yunting, who was sitting in front of him,
scoffing unscrupulously. Now he has become a notorious forcible J criminal. If I were Wan Tailin, I would definitely be so furious with them that they couldn't crawl out of their graves. Ha ha.
These words again made the men and women onlookers burst into laughter.
Oh yeah,
there's also his big sister,
Wan Manyu,
married to that super big scum Chang Kai.
No way.
It's his big sister who married Chang Kai. A woman exclaimed in shock.
For Chang Kai, this person.
I'm afraid that no one in the entire Huadu business circle knows about the big philandering scumbag, because he often goes in and out of various hotel venues with those 18-line starlets and young models. He is known as the super big scumbag of Huadu, and has been boycotted by the famous women and beauties in the business circle. No wonder. Last year there was also news about Chang Kai's domestic violence. It seems that her big sister is also a pitiful person,
a woman said sympathetically. How could it be? However,
these words caused Wan Yunting's complexion to change slightly in disbelief. Although he had known that his big sister had started a family, she and her second brother had told him that she had married a good man and was living happily. But now, learning from Ma Xian and the others that the person big sister had married was a super scummy man, this made Wan Yunting unable to believe it, and twisted his head to look at Jin Xiuwen, seeing that he had a helpless look on his face.
Obviously, this was true. What's there to sympathize with?
Seeing that Wan Yunting didn't dare to move himself,
Ma Xian continued to arrogantly smile badly. If he doesn't offend Mr. Chun,
Bang! Ah! The wine bottle smashed on his head, accompanied by the shattering sound and screams.
Ma Xin fell down in response,
covering his bleeding forehead, his eyes rounded open in disbelief, looking at Won Yun-ting who stood up, holding the mouth of the broken glass wine bottle in his hand, his face full of cloudy clouds, his pair of cold eyes as if there were two flames jumping, which could be seen how angry he was.
It doesn't matter what you say about me,
but not if you talk about my big sister and second brother. Won Yun-ting glared coldly at Ma Xin and said coldly,
one word at a time. A domineering aura erupted from his body, frightening the men and women around him.
Their faces changed in shock, and they were silent,
not daring to speak any more nonsense.
Who is causing trouble? At this time, the security of the clubhouse squeezed through the crowd and came over.
It's him. Ma Xin covered his bleeding forehead, and with a jolt, he climbed up and ran to the security, pointing his big finger at Won Yun-ting. He's the one who hit me. You guys quickly arrest him. Misunderstanding. Jin Xiuwen, who reacted,
hurriedly took down the mouth of the broken wine bottle in Won Yun-ting's hand,
and said repeatedly to the security of the clubhouse,
my brother drank too much wine before he mistakenly injured him with his wrong hand.
We'll leave right now. Want to leave? No way. Seeing Jin Xiuwen trying to pull Won Yun-ting away, Ma Xin shouted.
His forehead wound was bleeding, staining half of his face red. His appearance was scary. With the clubhouse security present,
Ma Xin was no longer afraid,
and screamed even more arrogantly,
Won Yun-ting, this time you'll be dead. I will definitely send you back to prison.
These words made Won Yun-ting raise his eyebrows, but then a rough voice came.
That ungrateful thing, dare to make trouble here?
The faces of the surrounding men and women changed in shock,
knowing who was coming, and they backed away to make a path. Then, a tall man, under a compact suit, couldn't hide his explosive muscles, especially a scar at the corner of his left eye, making him look even more fierce and vicious. Brother Long.
As soon as these security guards saw him, they bowed their heads and shouted respectfully,
Mad Dragon, the right-hand man of Lingwei Club's owner's wife.
It was rumored that one night 6 years ago,
he was alone,
surrounded by dozens of punks in an alley, and was able to retreat in one piece.
Rubbish, can't even handle this.
Mad Dragon gave the security leader a slap on the face, and waved his hand and shouted,
what are you waiting for? Blow out all the troublemakers. Now a dozen security guards came over, ready to drive Ma Xin, and Won Yun-ting and Jin Xiuwen in the corner, all out of the clubhouse. Brother Long, he was the one who hit me first. Ma Xin was unwilling. He wanted to ask Mad Dragon to teach Won Yun-ting a lesson. I don't care who hit you, all of you get out.
Mad Dragon glared back at Ma Xin and cursed impatiently, but when he turned back his sight flickered. He suddenly felt that the person sitting in the corner looked a bit familiar. Mad Dragon fixed his eyes and was shocked after confirming.
Boss Won, why are you here? Boss Won? With such a name, the people present froze. Won Yun-ting,
who had long recognized Mad Dragon,
deliberately didn't call him,
but he didn't expect to be recognized by him and laughed.
Mad Dragon, haven't seen you in a year, you're still so grumpy and impatient. Ha ha. Mad Dragon laughed excitedly and pushed Ma Xin, who was blocking in front of him, but when he came in front of Won Yun-ting, he suddenly thought of the time when he was in the prison, when he was abused by this demonic man. He was so scared that he hastily stopped and laughed innocently at Won Yun-ting. Don't mind me, Boss Won, this is how my temper is, I can't change it.
The surrounding crowd were all stunned, looking in disbelief at the berserk dragon who was a Tyrannosaurus Rex 1 second, but turned into a well-behaved cat the next, unexpectedly treating Won Yun-ting with such respect. Won Yun-ting smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Berserk Dragon was released from prison last year. Before that, in prison, this kid was a prick. Then after being cleaned up by him a few times, he obediently submitted. Now Ma Xin, who was standing at the back, was full of shock and his heart was beating wildly. How could he not expect that Won Yun-ting would know Mad Dragon? And by the looks of it, they were still friends. Boss Won, was it this kid who messed with you? Mad Dragon's gaze turned. He was the one who screamed the loudest just now. He went up and grabbed Ma Xin by the collar. Kid, do you want to die? No, no brother dragon. This is a misunderstanding. Facing the infamous Mad Dragon, Ma Xin wimped out in seconds, no longer as arrogant and domineering as he was to Won Yun-ting before. Snap! Mad Dragon gave him a slap, sending Ma Xin flying out and falling on the sofa, dazed and starry-eyed, unable to get up. Those male and female guests around him exclaimed in shock and backed out. No one dared to plead for Ma Xin. Little dragon, this has nothing to do with you. Won Yun-ting waved his hand at Mad Dragon, knowing that he wanted to take the heat for himself, but he didn't want to owe a favor, let alone something he could solve himself. Mad Dragon was obedient. For Won Yun-ting's strength, 10 of himself wouldn't be a match for him. Won Yun-ting, what do you want? Watching Won Yun-ting walk over, Ma Xion's face was filled with panic. Now he finally knew fear.
Go back and tell Chen Tao. Wan Yunting's deep eyes blazed as he said faintly to Ma Xin. Just say that I'm back. A simple sentence,
revealing the hatred and anger that Wan Yunting had suppressed for many years within his heart.
After saying that,
Wan Yunting no longer cared about him,
called Jin Xiuwen,
and was led directly to the third floor of the clubhouse by Mad Dragon.
Ma Xin,
who came back to his senses, hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Chen Tao.
Mr. Chen, Wan Yunting, he's out of jail. Chapter 8, An Old Friend.
In the Huadu Business District,
in the Chun Group building,
the lights were as bright as day, and looking through the bright windows, one could vaguely still see the white-collar workers who were shuttling back and forth,
busy non-stop.
This was a fast-paced metropolis.
In the chairman's office, a white shirt, suit pants, right wrist wearing a multi-million level of Patek Philippe wristwatch,
forced extraordinary sitting in the boss chair of the youth, holding a cell phone. Chen Tao expression of consternation.
You mean, jailed Wan Yunting out of jail? Yes, that's him. Ma Xin covered his still bleeding forehead and was helped out of the clubhouse by his two companions,
and said in shock,
Mr. Chen,
I saw him at the Lingwei clubhouse and couldn't help but curse him a few times before he popped a bottle on his head.
Ha ha, Chen Tao laughed out loud, leaning on the back of his chair,
placing his brand new shiny designer shoes on top of his desk,
taking off his golden glasses,
revealing his shadowy eyes,
and laughed. If you don't say it, I'll almost forget about him. Mr. Chen.
He also knows the Mad Dragon of Lingwei Club.
Ma Xin glared in exasperation. He wasn't afraid of Wan Yunting,
but he was afraid of the kind of ruthless people like Mad Dragon. Chen Tao smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and said disdainfully, a social mixer. All of them have squatted in prison.
What's so rare about them knowing each other? For Wan Yunting, back then,
he himself could play him to death.
Not to mention now, he a person out of prison. Chen Tao even more will not put him in his eyes. Alright, turn around and find yourself a few people to teach him a lesson out of anger. I don't care to play with a small person like him now. Chen Tao hung up the phone after saying that. Then a shapely, well-presented secretary walked in. Mr. Chen,
it's time for your appointment with the president of Fong Group to talk about cooperation.
Good, let's go. Chen Tao put down his legs and got up, picked up his glasses and put them on.
The secretary took his suit jacket and put it on for him,
and left the office with the pretty secretary. Huadu W Western Restaurant. Chen Tao in a handsome suit, oil shiny head, is standing in front of the restaurant. Then, a Mercedes-Benz sedan slowly came. Chen Tao took a look at the license plate and knew it was the person he was waiting for. So fast step up. He personally hit the car door,
very gentlemanly to welcome a tall woman out of the car.
Coffee-colored hair, elegantly draped over the shoulder. The woman's pretty face is exquisite. Icy skin, a pair of watery autumn eyes, transmitting a cold light. People do not dare to look directly. Slim professional dress, dignified and elegant demeanor. Under the white shirt, is a slender waist, professional bust skirt, a pair of white long legs, like carved ivory is beautiful and moving. This is a figure, beauty, temperament, gathered all in one woman. Her body cold temperament. Let a person can only be seen from afar, not close to profane. Yen sure, you're here. Chen Tao, like an English gentleman, stretched out his big hand and smiled politely at the woman. After so many years of not seeing you, you're really getting prettier and prettier. It had been 7 whole years since Fong Yenshi had transferred to a foreign country to study. It wasn't until 3 months ago that she returned home and took over the position of president of the Fong Group. Mr. Chen, I'm here to talk about work. You'd better call me Mr. Fong. Fong Yenshi's expression was clear and cold, shaking hands with him slightly, displaying a high cool attitude. Chen Tao was stunned and laughed. Yenshi, we are also old classmates. Why be like this? I'll only give you 1 hour. Fong Yenshi looked at her left-hand wristwatch and said expressionlessly, if you want to catch up with your classmates, then we can talk about it some other time. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Don't, Mr. Fong, I'll call you Mr. Fong alright. Chen Tao stops her, his heart slanders, but his face hangs a smile. Let's go in. Let's talk while we eat. Fong Yenshi's eyes faintly looked at him and led her secretary to take the first step towards the restaurant. Chen Tao's index finger lifted his golden eyes. His eyes were gloomy. Fong Yenshi's high and cold attitude made him very unhappy in his heart. Come on Mr. Fong, I'll toast you first, and also celebrate the fact that our old classmates have finally met after so many years. On the second floor restaurant, Chen Tao poured red wine, but Fong Yenshi, who was sitting in front of him, directly said, I don't drink, and also, let's get straight to the business of work. Chen Tao was stunned, seeing Fong Yenshi so not giving himself face. His heart was angry, but he still put down the half-poured red wine. Okay, then let's talk about the cooperation first, and then we'll eat afterward. Recently,
There was a project that Chen's group had been trying to climb the big tree of Shang's group, so Chen Tao tried to find ways and means, and finally borrowed the relationship of old classmates to ask Fang Yanshi for more than a month, and only tonight she was willing to agree to come out for dinner, but the result was to talk about cooperation. 30 minutes later, the two of them finished talking about the cooperation project. Mr. Feng, after the work talk, now you can have a drink with me. Chen Tao once again raised his wine glass and smiled at Fang Yanshi, years of old classmates. It's not easy to come out tonight to see each other. You give me face. Fang Yanshi pondered for a moment before picking up her juice and clinking her glass with his, but she didn't drink. Chen Tao couldn't do anything about her. He finished the red wine in one mouthful, took off his suit jacket and started to eat the cold steak on the plate. Then he smiled and said, "By the way, I have a piece of news to tell you." Fang Yanshi's expression was clear and cold, looking down at the time on her cell phone, ready to leave at any time. Wan Yunting is out of prison. At these words, Fang Yanshi's pretty face changed slightly and did not raise her head. Chen Tao raised his head to look at her, and seeing that Fang Yanshi did not show any color, he continued to laugh. That guy has been in jail for 7 years, and just after he got out, he fights with other people. It seems that he was not successful in reforming himself in prison. But it's also true. Back then, his family Wanshi group went bankrupt. His parents died in a car accident. His elder sister married the infamous scum Chang Kai. His second brother Wan Dongming even gave the Wang family as a door-to-door son-in-law, and became the famous soft rice king of Huadu. As for Wan Yunting, Chen Tao paused for a moment with his hands, looking up at Fang Yanshi who was still bowing her head. Not saying a word, a regretful smile appeared on his face. Back then, if he didn't forcefully jay his female classmates, he wouldn't have been caught and jailed in prison. Nothing else, I'll leave first. At that moment, Fang Yanshi got up, picked up her bag and coldly skipped a sentence, turned around and walked away without looking at Chen Tao. Snap! Hands, knife and fork ruthlessly thrown in the cold plate. Face instantly gloomy. Chen Tao, pick up paper towel to the mouth of cold steak, spit out. Looking at Fang Yanshi leaving figure. Stinking, tugging, what tugging? I sooner or later to get you to bed. Lin Xiaoqi, the secretary who drove the car, through the rearview mirror, saw Fang Yanshi sitting in the back, looking out of the car window. She couldn't help but be curious. Mr. Feng, just now that Mr. Chen said Wan Yunting, what kind of person is he? At this moment, Fang Yanshi's mind recalled that year, that boy full of sunshine and handsome. His smile was still so gentle and sunny. This couldn't help but make her pretty face gloomy and said with emotion, a deceased person. Lingwei Clubhouse, 3rd floor VIP place. Dude, Mad Dragon is a notoriously ruthless person. Why is he still calling you Boss Wan? Jin Xiuwen was shocked and surprised, completely unaware of what was going on. Wan Yunting smiled and waved his hand. We sat in jail together for a few years. Our relationship is still good, just blowing each other off and shouting nonsense. Big sister, take care. Over there, only to see Mad Dragon respectfully welcoming a woman walking out from the office. She was tall, in a gorgeous burgundy-colored dress with slimming design, perfectly showing off her devilish figure. Slit skirt, a pair of long and slender like a work of art legs, stepping on the elegant pace, all the body through the kind of noble temperament, and a strong aura, a walk out, so that the entire clubhouse and the female eclipsed. Even Wan Yunting couldn't help but turn back to look at her. As a result, the woman also turned her face. It was a goose egg face type, set with a pair of exquisite willow eyebrows, and a pair of fox eyes full of wisdom. Very seductive, high-strung agaric nose, fiery red lips, cold, flirtatious smile, like a vixen, seducing people's heartstrings. Pretty, isn't it? Seeing Wan Yunting's blank expression, Jin Xiuwen pointed at the woman who had already descended the stairs. She is the boss lady of this club, Ling Wei, the famous Red Rose of Huadu. Well, pretty. Wan Yunting smiled and nodded, continuing to drink. Sorry, Boss Wan. Mad Dragon came back and sat on his butt beside Wan Yunting. My big sister had to go out on an urgent matter. Otherwise I would have recommended you to her. With your skills, you will definitely be able to achieve something great. Wan Yunting smiled and waved his hand. He didn't want to go with Mad Dragon to mix with the society. Chapter 9, Special Patience. 11 o'clock at night. Since they still had to get up early for work tomorrow, Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen got up to say goodbye to Mad Dragon and called a chauffeur to go back, stopping by the supermarket again on the way to buy daily necessities. Returning to Southern Hospital, sending Jin Xiuwen away, Wan Yunting hugged the pillows, quilts and mats, carrying shampoo, towels, toothbrushes and other daily necessities, bypassing the emergency department building and returning to the back of the staff dormitory building. From afar, he saw at the door of his room, standing in a pretty figure wearing a loose body shirt and ultra-short pants. It was Su Kur. She was carrying a packed food bag. A pair of large Kazran eyes were looking left and right, and her cherry mouth muttered, "Why haven't you come back yet?"
But immediately after,
when she saw Won Yunting come back, Soo Kier's bun face showed delight.
Immediately greeted him, "Brother Yunting, you're back. I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Look at the fried noodles are waiting for the cold." "Nah, you'll just eat it."
Won Yunting smiled bitterly, not expecting this girl to buy herself a midnight snack.
Seeing that both his hands are holding something,
Soo Kier stuffed the snack in her hand to his left hand to carry, before waving her little hand and smiling adorably. "Then I'll go upstairs to rest.
See you tomorrow."
Looking at Soo Kier twisting up the stairs,
Won Yunting didn't even have time to say thank you before she ran away. In response,
he had to carry the fried noodles,
put down the other things, took out the key and opened the door, put the fried noodles on the table first, and then came out to take the mat and quilt in.
And when the bed was made up and organized,
Won Yunting sat on the worn-out stool,
lowered his head to eat the fried noodles in silence,
and thought about things in his head. This evening,
he learned about Chen Tao's recent news from Jin Xiuwen. It seemed like it was not easy for him to bring him down in the short term and clear himself of the charge of force J, but Won Yunting was not in a hurry.
The matter had to find enough evidence to overturn the case. There was one more thing. Big sister Won Manhwa. It seems like we have to find second brother and ask what's going on.
Won Yunting's eyes were gloomy as he muttered as he ate the fried noodles. He could never let anyone bully his big sister,
not even his brother-in-law. The next morning,
Won Yunting woke up at 6 o'clock to wash up,
changed into a cleaner's clothes, and put on a mask before heading to the emergency department. When he came to the cleaning and sanitation room, old Zhang and an auntie had long been preparing the water and mop for mopping the floor, and after Won Yunting greeted them politely, he carried the mop and water and started working. "Brother Yunting, good morning." In the emergency department, Soo Kier, wearing a white coat, smiled sweetly and greeted Won Yunting.
The other doctors and nurses still looked at Won Yunting with the same disgust,
loathing and contempt, much less like Soo Kier,
who took the initiative to greet and speak to a forced J criminal like him.
But Won Yunting didn't care,
taking the mop and continuing to mop the entrance of the building. At this time Jiang Tongxin walked down. She looked at Won Yunting with her flat eyes.
He nodded and smiled, stepping back to let Jiang Tongxin come down first. However, Jiang Tongxin asked him, "Have you ever cured anyone?"
Won Yunting gave a start. Seeing Jiang Tongxin without a mask, she was very pretty, but she had a high and cold temperament,
giving off a feeling that she was not easy to get along with. "I was in prison and treated other cellmates."
Won Yunting nodded his head and smiled.
In this way,
Jiang Tongxin stopped talking and went downstairs to work. Won Yunting did not know what she intended, but also thought more about it and continued to mop the floor and work,
mopping the entire first floor of the emergency department. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Rarely idle Won Yunting out of the emergency department to the door.
Take down the mask to spit out a mouthful of cloudy air. Take out a pack of cigarettes ready to take out a smoke in the mouth.
The results look into the hospital hall at the entrance.
Is gathered a group of doctors and nurses.
Among them, Vice President Zhang Jinlin, and other doctors in the hospital were there, and they seemed to be greeting some big shot. "Aren't you the kid who soiled my shoes yesterday?" At this time, He Jianyi walked out.
Seeing Won Yunting who was leaning against the wall of the doorway and smoking,
he coldly grunted, "During working hours, you hide here and smoke.
Believe it or not, I'll ask the old king in the personnel department to deduct your salary." Seeing that it was the doctor who bumped into him yesterday, he heard from old Zhang that his father was the dean and usually walked sideways in the hospital.
Seeing this,
Won Yunting threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out,
carrying a mop and turned to go in, not even looking at He Jianyi. "Stop."
Seeing this kid see himself,
not a word.
His eyes seemed to provoke himself,
let He Jianyi very upset.
Big finger pointing to the hospital building side, "Go."
The hospital building mopping again. "Today you do not mop up. Not allowed to get off work." "No, there is no."
Won Yunting raised his eyebrows, knowing that this bastard was doing it on purpose,
saying, "That side is old Zhang and the others are in charge. Today I'm only in charge of the emergency department's floor." "Hey, you still dare to talk back? Don't want to do it, do you?" He Jianyi scolded in exasperation, but as a result, Won Yunting gave him a blank stare and went into the emergency department carrying a mop. "You, Jianyi, what are you still standing there for? The professor from the capital will be here soon." Suddenly a doctor over there shouted at him. He Jianyi answered before turning his head and shouting angrily at Won Yunting who had gone into the emergency department. "Kid, I'll clean you up later." Won Yunting was indifferent, but looking at them hurrying over to the hospital building, he didn't know what professor they were greeting. "Brother Yunting." Soo Kier suddenly jumped out from behind him and said with a smile, "You're also looking at the professor from the capital?" Won Yunting smiled. He was just curious. "I heard that it's a very authoritative professor. Let's go over there together to take a look," said Soo Kier as she tugged on his arm and headed over towards the hospital building. Looking at the front of the crowd, the vice dean, Zhang Jinlin,
was talking to another middle-aged man, while He Jianyi was standing beside him.
He is our dean He Tianxiang. Director he is his son. Su Kor naturally took Wan Yunting's arm and introduced him.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and asked curiously, a professor from the capital.
Is he going to treat anyone? Su Kor smiled mysteriously.
It's for our Huadu's richest man.
His mother, the richest man in the Huadu business world.
Wan Yunting was stunned and laughed.
That is indeed a big shot. I heard that the richest man, his mother, is an inflammation of the intestinal tract, has been fever and diarrhea.
So far it has not improved,
which makes President He anxious.
And finally he invited a professor from the capital,
specializing in intestinal treatment. Su Kor explained.
Wan Yunting nodded his head as he listened. He also wanted to see what the professor from the capital was like.
At this time,
a Rolls-Royce slowly drove over.
Dean He Tianxiang was in the lead.
Vice Dean Zhang Jianlin was right behind him, and the directors and other ranked doctors swarmed around. On both sides of the main entrance, there were 2 rows of tall, beautiful nurse sisters standing as welcome guests. Mrs. Zhou, Secretary Lin, you're here. The people who came were not professors from the capital, but the Huadu Five Lakes group, the chairman's wife, Zhou Kaihong, and the secretary, Lin Gaofeng. He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin, the 2 presidents and vice presidents, greeted them with pinching winks on their faces. Luxurious Zhou Kaihong, full of aura. The professor from the capital has not yet arrived? Fast. He Tianxiang groveled and replied. Secretary Lin, you wait for the professor with President He and the others. I'll go up and take care of the old lady first. Zhou Kaihong said. Okay ma'am. Secretary Lin nodded, and He Tianxiang immediately said to Zhang Jianlin, you quickly send Mrs. Zhou up first. Mrs. Zhou please. Zhang Jianlin didn't miss a single opportunity to flatter, respectfully inviting Zhou Kaihong inside the main hospital building. He Tianxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't the richest man, Kong Hongwen, who arrived in person. Mr. Kong will come over later. As a result, Secretary Lin, who was next to him, seemed to have read He Tianxiang's mind. This made He Tianxiang's face smile even harder than crying. Next to him, He Jianyi made a mistake and whispered, just come, what's the big deal? It's just a richest man. Secretary Lin glanced coldly. He Tianxiang scared, turned his head to He Jianyi whispered, shut up, get out of the way. He Jianyi was unimpressed, holding his head high and proud, his face full of disdain. Don't know the heights of heaven. Secretary Lin grunted lightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. He Tianxiang could only smile awkwardly. After all, to be the richest man in Huadu, not only did he possess wealth, but also connections and power. Therefore, it wasn't something that ordinary people could offend. Chapter 10, The Professor from the Capital. Not long after, a black sedan slowly drove over. This time the real professor came. He Tianxiang once again took the lead and went up to open the back door of the car. Secretary Lin and the other chief doctors followed closely, while the 2 rows of nurse ladies applauded and cheered in welcome. Brother Yun Ting, let's go over and take a look. Su Kor tugged on Wan Yunting's arm and hurriedly went down to squeeze the crowd, wanting to see who the professor from the capital was. Zhang Shu, I can finally expect you to come. He Tianxiang greeted a woman in her 40s, with short sharp hair and a somewhat serious-looking face. Old He, long time no see. Huang Zhongshu shook hands with He Tianxiang. The 2 were classmates. Right. He Tianxiang pointed at Lin Fomong and introduced Huang Zhongshu. This is Mr. Kang's secretary, and his wife has already gone upstairs to take care of the old lady. Professor Huang, thank you for coming over from the capital in your busy schedule. I thank you on behalf of General Manager Kong. Secretary Lin said politely. Huang Zhongshu smiled, without the slightest look of being flattered. Let me introduce everyone. He Tianxiang took advantage of the fact that everyone was there. Professor Huang Zhongshu is an authority on the field of intestinal diseases in China, and serves as the head of the expert team at the People's Hospital in the capital. She once wrote a paper on intestinal section, which was recognized by the whole country, and even the whole World Health Organization. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm an old classmate of hers, I wouldn't have been able to invite her as a great god. Professor Huang, welcome, with you on board, we are relieved. Vice President Zhang Jianlin, who had already run down, took the lead, and those chief doctors, applauding and welcoming, his face so enthusiastic that he couldn't wait to go up and lick his feet. Hearing that Professor Huang was so powerful, Su Kor, who was squeezed outside the crowd, kept jumping like a bunny, but due to her height, she couldn't see Huang Zhongshu, who was surrounded by the crowd inside. Brother Yun Ting, I can't see, pick me up. I want to see what Professor Huang looks like. Su Kor twisted her head and said. Wan Yunting froze. This is not good. Hurry up. As a result, Su-kur had no qualms about grabbing his hands and placing them on her waist, allowing Wan Yunting to pick her up,
lest he miss it.
Wan Yunting smiled bitterly,
Embarrassed to get down,
but could not resist Su-kuer's urging. He had to hold her thin waist and lift it high.
She rejoiced. I saw it. Facing everyone's politeness,
Huang Zhongshu smiled politely.
Old he, let's not talk about these polite words. First introduce me to the patient's current situation. Good. He Tianxiang nodded his head,
and then Zhang Jianlin shouted,
Jianlin,
hurry up and introduce the patient's condition to Prof.
Huang, Zhongshu, let's talk as we walk.
So Huang Zhongshu brought her assistant,
and together with He Tianxiang, they went in towards the main hospital building. Zhang Jianlin,
who was none other than the head of the intestinal department and the one in charge of the richest man's his mother's illness,
bleeped alongside,
passing by Wan Yunting without even seeing him.
A group of people bustled in after him. Brother Yunting, you quickly put me down. Let's go take a look too.
Su-kur patted Wan Yunting's big hand that was holding his waist, and he oh so responsibly retracted his hand in a hurry. Both of them were embarrassed. Seeing that they had all gone inside the main building, she tugged on Wan Yunting's arm again.
Brother Yunting, let's quickly follow. They've all gone. Good.
Wan Yunting was helpless,
and was again dragged by this girl to follow everyone in. In the main building of the hospital,
below the 8th floor were the outpatient clinics of various departments, as well as the hematology, laboratory,
and imaging departments.
Above the 8th floor,
there are the management departments, and the high-level wards on the top floor.
Those who can stay in the advanced wards are not ordinary patients.
With He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin leading the way, Huang Zhongshu and his entourage walked into a high-grade ward,
which was more than 100 square feet,
with all kinds of medical equipment and facilities.
In addition to the patient's ward, there was also a relative's room and a living room. The decorations were luxurious and extravagant, all of which were made of the highest quality materials.
Mrs. Zhou, the professor from the capital is here. He Tianxiang walked in and called out softly to Mrs. Zhou inside, who was sitting next to the hospital bed.
Then hurry up and invite him in to see my mother, said Huang Zhongshu as she walked in.
Mrs. Zhou nodded to her and got up to get out of the way.
Since there were more doctors coming in,
people didn't pay much attention to them. Plus the fact that Wan Yunting was wearing janitorial clothes, everyone assumed that he was coming in to clean up. So he and Su-kur successfully mixed into the spacious ward. On the hospital bed,
there was an old lady of more than 70 years of age. Her hair was dyed black, but her face was white,
weak and poor in spirit.
It was the mother of the richest man.
Kong Hongwen. Huang Zhongshu, no nonsense. Go up to confirm what fluids the patient transfused. Then bend down,
carefully observe the old man's color, then shake the old man's hand,
and softly ask, Old lady, what are you uncomfortable now? Dizziness, stomach ache, and tiredness, and no energy.
The old lady said breathlessly. She had been suffering from diarrhea for the past few days, coupled with a low fever that wouldn't go away. The fever made her dizzy and very uncomfortable.
I know, you rest well.
Huang Zhongshu smiled faintly and seemed to have a judgment. Seeing that the old man didn't even have the strength to speak, he couldn't ask more questions and turned back to He Tianxiang and the others.
Let's go out and talk.
Don't disturb the patient's rest.
Next to Zhou Kaihong said to them, you guys come up with a treatment plan as soon as possible. Don't let my mom suffer anymore.
Yes, yes. Zhang Jianlin and the others were sweating profusely and nodded their heads repeatedly before following He Tianxiang, Huang Zhongshu and the others out to the living room.
Taking advantage of everyone heading out,
Wan Yunting leaned over to take a closer look at the old man's face. Secretary Lin frowned and said coldly to him,
this place doesn't need to be cleaned. Get out.
Seeing this, Wan Yunting nodded and smiled,
turning around to go out. Professor Huang, do you have a solution? Zhang Jianlin wiped his sweat and couldn't wait to ask.
The other doctors present were also waiting.
Initially, the patient should have multiple bacterial infections.
Huang Zhongshu frowned and said to Zhang Jianlin,
didn't you guys do the examination? Show me the statement. Saying this,
Zhang Jianlin immediately gave her all those examination statements that were done before the mother of Mr.
Kong.
Huang Zhongshu carefully looked at them, and determined that his judgment would not be wrong.
This is a typical intestinal flora imbalance, resulting in complication symptoms. He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin, along with the many doctors present, revealed surprise. Worthy of being a professor from the capital. The level is not the same. Wan Yunting, who was standing outside the crowd with Su-kur, frowned slightly. He seemed to be analyzing the old lady's condition as well. Since the condition has been determined, He Tianxiang was happy and smiled at Huang Zhongshu. Then give us a treatment plan. We'll implement it right away. Huang Zhongshu looked at the report and paced back and forth. Antibiotics have been used. None of them are effective. If that's the case, we can only use a quick-acting program. What program? The crowd stared. Huang Zhongshu nodded and said, use a flora agent, and try it together with an antibiotic booster. Oops, why didn't I think of that?
Zhang Jianlin clapped his hands and got excited.
He Tianxiang glanced at him. If you could think of it, you would still be able to stay in this small hospital of mine. Ha ha. The others laughed, and the atmosphere eased up quite a bit.
Huang Zhongshu enjoyed this kind of horse's ass, waving his hand. Then hurry up and use it. I still have to go back to the capital in the afternoon. Time is short.
Good. Jianlin, immediately use this solution for Mr. Kang's mother. He Tianxiang was happy. This time he could finally put his heart down. Mrs.
Zhou and Secretary Lin inside were also happy once they heard that there was a treatment plan. Huang Zhongshu personally gave the old lady
an injection of fluoride and antibiotics. Next, everyone could only wait and see if the program took effect.
He Tianxiang pulled Huang Zhongshu
outside on the living room, pointing at He Jiani. Zhongshu, this is my son He Jiani, who is the director over at the emergency department. Good day, Auntie Zhongshu. Facing Huang Zhongshu, He Jiani smiled happily. We even met in the capital a few years ago. Well, not bad. You've become a director.
Huang Zhongshu smiled perfunctorily and continued to listen to their flattering and fawning words.
This Professor Huang is really powerful, solving the old lady's disease as soon as he came. Su Kor pulled Wan Yunting outside the entrance of the hospital room and looked on,
her eyes full of admiration. But Wan Yunting smiled. Su Kor noticed that his smile was not right.
Brother Yunting, are you feeling something wrong? Well, wait and see.
The corners of Wan Yunting's mouth rose as he sold the story.
Chapter 11, The Richest Man, Hong Wan Kong. An hour later. Why are you still pulling? The door to the ward opened. Mrs. Zhou, her face full of gloom, said angrily to Huang Zhongshu, who was gathered in the living room chatting about family matters. And He Tianxiang, didn't you say this solution would work? Why is the old lady still pulling? Now she has an even worse headache. Do you guys know how to treat the disease or not? What? Still pulling.
Huang Zhongshu was the first to get up and go in to take a look at the old lady's defecation. She frowned in disbelief.
How is it possible? He Tianxiang Zhang Jianlin, they are full of color. Is this professor from the capital? Also cannot. If you guys don't know how to cure, don't toss the old lady here. Look at how uncomfortable she is now. Mrs. Zhou was furious, and gave He Tianxiang and the others an angry rebuke. He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin were sweating profusely, like grandchildren, and didn't dare to return a fart. If I had known this, I shouldn't have brought the old lady to your place for treatment. A bunch of useless quacks. Mrs. Zhou was annoyed and cursed nonchalantly. Secretary Lin was also cold. He took out his cell phone and went out to make a call. Who he called was predictable. I'll try again. Huang Zhongshu was undeterred. But Mrs. Zhou was already disappointed in her. It wasn't against her, but she was disappointed in all the doctors at the hospital. It was also true that the old lady had been admitted to the hospital for 3 days. She had been suffering from diarrhea and a low fever. Being tossed around, it was hard for anyone to watch. Are you treating my old lady as a test subject? Mrs. Zhou was completely furious, pointing at Huang Zhongshu and cursing, but she wasn't comfortable with the gas. That's how healing is supposed to be. If one solution doesn't work, implement the second solution. Then what do you say? What is the second program? Huang Zhongshu hesitated. You give me some time. I've given you enough time, but you're incompetent. Madame Zhou glared, sweeping Huang Zhongshu and He Tianxiang over everyone present. The words were heavily spoken, but the entire room was silent. No one responded. Madam, Mr. Kong will be coming over soon. Secretary Lin came back and said. Once He Tianxiang Zhang Jianlin and the others heard that the richest man, Kong Hongwen, had personally come over, this time their hearts were like falling into an ice cave, and their bodies were cold. Less than 10 minutes, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit, not tall, walked in, his Chinese character face, wearing a pair of glasses, sharp eyes, aura is very strong. It is the Huadu richest Kong Hongwen. At the same time with his companion, there is also a man dressed in a neutral dress, temperament gentle. He is carrying a wooden box. A closer look, there is a copper piece engraved with He Tang 3 big words. He Tang, traditional Chinese medicine. Wan Yunting's eyes narrowed. It was the first time he was outside and saw a real Chinese medicine practitioner. It's actually He Tang. Su Kor was surprised, although she didn't know about Chinese medicine, but He Tang reputation. She had heard about it, and introduced to Wan Yunting. This He Tang is very famous. I heard that it's a Chinese medicine practitioner that specializes in treating the rich. Oh, only then did Wan Yunting take a look. This tall and thin middle-aged man, who disdainfully swept a glance at the doctors present, with a rather haughty look. Mr. Kong. He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin saw that Kong Hongwen came in with a dark face, causing their two deans to be filled with nervousness. Poof. Kong Hongwen snorted coldly, ignoring He Tianxiang and the others, and brought He Tang's herbalist into the ward.
He Tianxiang Zhang Jianlin and the others looked at each other and carefully followed them in.
Not daring to get close to the hospital bed, they could only stand 2 meters away and watch silently.
Wan Yunting was again pulled in by Su Kuer. He also wanted to see this He Rentang's Chinese medicine practitioner.
What level he was at. The Chinese medicine practitioner named He Chang. He took out his pulse pillow and took the old lady's pulse first. Kang Hongwen and Zhou Kaihong stood by the side,
and waited until He Chang had finished taking the pulse of both the old man's hands, before he nodded and smiled. The old lady is suffering from diarrhea due to the evil qi entering her body, resulting in a cold and stagnant intestines, and ineffective transportation and digestion, which is what caused the diarrhea to be more than just diarrhea. Doctor, he has a method to cure it? Kang Hongwen looked at him and asked. Simple. He Chang smiled confidently. Use acupuncture to first regulate the cold body in the body, then use medicine to assist. It will definitely be cured.
Well, then doctor, he will treat my mother as soon as possible. Kang Hongwen nodded and made a pleased gesture. The onlookers,
He Tianxiang Huang Zhongshu and the others frowned.
Everyone was a Western medicine practitioner. Naturally they didn't understand this set of Chinese medicine, especially in the crowd. He Jiani made another fool of himself and mumbled, old-fashioned Chinese medicine, it's only strange if it can be cured. Shut up.
He Tianxiang twisted his head and glared fiercely at him.
Is this brat trying to get himself killed? Luckily, Kang Hongwen and the others didn't hear.
He only saw He Chang lifting up the old lady's clothes,
revealing her abdomen.
Then he pressed a few times and inquired before he took out a set of silver needles from the medical box to come out with an alcohol lamp. He twisted out a long 7-inch silver needle,
shook in the flame, sizzling disinfection.
His left hand pressed the old man's abdomen in the middle of the epigastric point.
Skillful, quite sophisticated. It seems to be a very experienced Chinese medicine practitioner.
Wan Yunting in the distance
saw his needle handling techniques, also nodded and secretly praised. But then,
so He Chang 2 silver needles, respectively in the old lady's moisture point, and the left and right sides of the slippery meat door.
Wan Yunting frowned, murmured, criminal fire needle. Su Kuer beside him was surprised. What is the criminal fire needle? Wan Yunting explained.
Criminal fire needle is a kind of door method of acupuncture, specializing in treating uterine cold diseases.
Su Kuer knew that he was studying Chinese medicine.
Visible Wan Yunting frowned as he watched He Chang continue to give the old lady acupuncture, but the old lady's body is weak, and her own intestinal and stomach cold qi condenses and clogs, coupled with the heat condensing outside the body,
forming a kind of internal cold and external heat.
Now using the torture fire needles to attack fiercely.
I'm afraid that the old lady's body will not be able to cope with it. Ah, what then? Su Kuer was shocked.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and said his own treatment method. First use the push and go method to disperse the cold qi condensed in the intestines. Then use the criminal fire needle for acupuncture.
The effect will be a little better. Su Kuer nodded her head, seemingly understanding. She did not know much about Chinese medicine. It hurts. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the old lady to be unable to stand it. Kang Hongwen and Zhou Kaihong were anxious, but He Chang calmly laughed. Don't worry, Mr. Kong.
It's normal for pain to be caused by using the penal fire needle to drive away the cold.
As a result, 2 minutes later,
the old lady was already in pain and cold sweat was coming out.
Zhou Kaihong was anxious. Kang Hongwen glared and asked him, Doctor, the old lady can't even stand it. Are you sure this treatment will work?
He Chang also realized that something was wrong. His face was a little alarmed. He hurriedly pulled out all the silver needles on the old lady's abdomen.
As a result,
the old lady had already fainted from the pain.
The onlookers He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin, Huang Zhongshu, all the doctors present froze. I didn't realize that Chinese medicine wouldn't work either. Doctor, you must give me an explanation. Kang Hongwen's face completely darkened,
thinking that he had brought a Chinese medicine practitioner to cure the old lady's illness so that he could show it to this group of doctors at the hospital.
As a result, now it was so bad that this He Chang was so incompetent. Mr. Kang, don't be anxious. Your mother just fainted. It's not life-threatening.
He Chang was full of panic and hurriedly explained.
God damn it. But Mrs. Zhou was furious, scolding angrily. Western medicine doesn't work. Chinese medicine doesn't work either. Mom, why is your life so bitter?
Being tossed around by them like this.
Standing outside the crowd,
Wan Yunting shook his head inside secretly. This Chinese medicine practitioner is too undisciplined,
rashly using torture fire needle, the old lady's body cohesion intestines in the cold, and in the body surface of the heat, all of a sudden stimulate out. If it was a young man who could still stand it, but this 70-something-year-old woman, coupled with being sick for so long, diarrhea had long since made her body weak to the extreme, and how could she stand this level of pain? I have a way to heal. Suddenly, Su Kuer raised her small hand and shouted a loud voice. Before Wan Yunting could react, she tugged her way through the crowd and walked in, saying to Kang Hongwen,
Brother Yunting is a student of Chinese medicine. He has a way to cure your mom's illness. The sudden scene shocked He Tianxiang and the others who were there. A doctor recognized Wan Yunting. Isn't he the cleaner from our emergency department? Chapter 12, You're missing a thing. Wan Yunting. Zhang Jianlin stared, immediately recognizing him. It's really him. I heard from the head nurse that he's a forced J-convict who just got out of prison yesterday. A doctor in the back said. What? A forced J criminal? He Tianxiang was shocked at hearing this. He Jiani also pointed at Wan Yunting. Dad, he's really a forced J criminal. It was Vice President Zhang who arranged for him to work as a cleaner in our hospital. There's still this. He Tianxiang immediately twisted his face to look at Zhang Jianlin. Vice President Zhang, don't you know that our hospital's recruiting rules do not accept people with criminal records? Not to mention that he is also a forced J criminal. Zhang Jianlin stuttered. He had taken the liberty of keeping Wan Yunting working at the hospital because of Wan Manhwa. As a result, Su Kor pulled Wan Yunting out at this time, which was tantamount to making it public. Hasty. Su Kor saw Dean his face full of anger, and the other doctor's cold and sarcastic faces. She knew she was reckless. Brother Yunting, why don't you cover your face and go out? Wan Yunting was so speechless that he rolled his eyes. Forced J offender. Kong Hongwen looked at Wan Yunting coldly, twisted his face and grunted coldly at He Tianxiang and the others. Is there no one left in your hospital? Kong Hongwen didn't care about Wan Yunting's identity. He was just completely disappointed in He Tianxiang and them doctors. Finally reacting, Zhang Jianlin pointed at Wan Yunting and shouted angrily. What are you still standing for? Don't get out yet. Ha! He Jiani laughed badly. This cleaner really doesn't know how to die. Jumping out as a clown at this time. Is he trying to regulate the tense atmosphere and act as a funny man? The other doctors pointed and looked at Wan Yunting with contempt and dislike. Wan Yunting's face was expressionless. He looked calm, but inwardly he was eager to change all this, because he himself had been carrying the name of the crime of forced J for long enough. You still don't roll. Do you want to wait for the security guards to come up and blow you out? Seeing Wan Yunting's indifference, He Jianyi's mouth smiled coldly. Just take this opportunity to teach this kid a good lesson. Let's go. Just in time to settle yesterday's score. So he went up to tug on Wan Yunting's arm to pull him out of the ward. But it turned out that Wan Yunting's eyes turned cold. His big hand grabbed He Jianyi's wrist, took it away from his arm, and violently threw it with force, and then pulled it again, directly dislocating his arm. He Jiani hobbled back and withdrew. Looking at his right shoulder hanging down powerlessly, he was filled with panic and screamed miserably. Jiani. He Tianxiang was shocked. He hurriedly went up to support him. Looking at his son's dislocated arm, he twisted his head and roared at Wan Yunting. How dare you hurt someone? Security guards, quickly call the security guards to come up here. Grab him and send him to the police station. Everyone present lost color on their faces frequently, looking at Wan Yunting in shock. Su Kor was also wide-eyed and round, covering her small mouth. She didn't expect Brother Yunting to directly take action against He Jiani. Wan Yunting's face was expressionless. He ignored the crowd and turned his head to Kong Hongwen. I can cure your mother's disease. When these words came out, the people present froze and the air was still. Kong Hongwen raised an eyebrow. He was unperturbed by Wan Yunting's beating. Mr. Kong. Secretary Lin Gaofeng seemed to recognize Wan Yunting. Do you still remember 7 years ago? Wansher Group. Oh, Kong Hongwen was a bit impressed, sizing up Wan Yunting squarely and said, back then, I was very impressed with Wan Tailin. It's just a pity that he died early. Otherwise, with his business acumen, my false name as the richest man in Huadu would have been his. Wan Yunting was surprised, but once he remembered his father Wan Tailin, he started from nothing back then, and he was also a famous figure in the business world. It was normal for Kong Hongwen to recognize him. You are so confident that you can cure my mother's illness? Kong Hongwen looked at Wan Yunting with interest, as he appreciated Wan Tailin back then. He could see a kind of vigor from this young man. As for his imprisonment for the crime of forcible J, as well as a series of accidents at that time in the Wansher Group. In fact, when industry insiders think about it carefully, it is not difficult to guess that it is someone who intentionally framed their Wan family. I am fully certain. Wan Yunting had a confident smile on his face, because he wanted to use Chinese medicine to seal the mouths of the people present. Humph. It's only strange that a juggernaut would cure a disease. That's right. Isn't this openly provoking us? The doctors on the sidelines were filled with anger. Seeing him, a janitor, running out to intervene, and confidently saying that he could cure the old lady's illness. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? All be quiet. Seeing them bickering, Secretary Lin scolded. The doctors present were displeased. Some couldn't stand to watch and turned to leave, but Kong Hongwen ignored these people. He looked at Wan Yunting and laughed. But why should I trust you? You are also the son of a businessman. As a businessman, investments must be made with complete certainty.
Can't I trust you on the basis of your words? Not to mention that you are also the one who has been in jail for 7 years. You shouldn't have studied medicine before, right? Indeed. 7 years ago when Wan Yunting was arrested, he was just an ordinary college student. But who would have thought that he would run into a high-ranking person in prison and learn the art of Chinese medicine? Wan Yunting understood what he meant. To take down a project, one must always have a battle plan to convince the boss. At once he smiled at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Kong, there's something I don't know if I should tell you or not. This aroused the interest of Kong Hongwon. Tell me about it. Wan Yunting went up. The secretary next to him reached out to stop. Kong Hongwon waved his hand. Before the secretary backed away, his eyes staring at him warily. Since it is inappropriate to speak words, it is natural to speak quietly. This also makes the onlookers Su Kier and that he Rentangs He Chang, as well as Zhang Jianlin and Huang Zhongshu and many other doctors curious. Wan Yunting went up and said to Kong Hongwon with his ear, "You're missing a testicle." At these words, Kong Hongwon shuddered and his face changed in shock. "How do you know I'm missing one?" Zhou Kai-hong, who was next to him, knew what Wan Yunting had said as soon as she saw her husband's sudden agitation. But Secretary Lin, Su Kor and the crowd present were baffled. Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, sniffing, and asking questions. Wan Yunting looked at Kong Hongwon and smiled calmly. "I naturally saw it." Now Kong Hongwon looked at him with surprised eyes. His own matter, only his wife Zhou Kai-hong knew. Even her mother she did not know. Back then, when Kong Hongwon was still struggling at the bottom, due to the issue of stores, he fought with the community and was accidentally kicked out of a contraption. It was also fortunate that he had a son and a daughter in his early years, or else he would have had to break his back. "You do have skills, at least better than this quack." Kong Hongwon, who had instantly switched his demeanor back, expressed his appreciation for Wan Yunting. Being able to see his own physical problems at a glance showed that he had a superior skill in the art of medicine. Next to him, He Chang froze. He obviously didn't see Kong Hongwon's secret coming, but as soon as he heard him say that he was inferior to Wan Yunting, He Chang was unconvinced. "Mr. Kong, it was my carelessness just now. If you give me another chance, I will definitely cure the old lady's illness. Get lost, I don't need you now." Kong Hongwon twisted his face and glared at him. Secretary Lin went up and pushed him aside. This made He Chang anxious, but he didn't dare to contradict the richest man in the world. He could only glare at Wan Yunting with eyes full of disbelief. He wanted to see what this kid was capable of. Kong Hongwon smiled at Wan Yunting. "Young man, don't let me down." Wan Yunting nodded his head and turned around to sit on the stool next to the old lady's bed. Zhou Kai-hong was a little worried, but Kong Hongwon shook his head and said to let him try. "Mr. Kong, he's a forced J criminal. How can we let him treat the old lady?" He Tianxiong came back. He had just sent his son out to pick up his dislocated arm. As a result, he now saw Wan Yunting taking the old lady's pulse. He advised Kong Hongwon, "It's better to let our Professor Huang try again. The new treatment plan." Kong Hongwon twisted his face and gave him a cold snort. "From the time my mother stayed in your hospital, not only did her illness not get better, but instead, she was tossed around by you every day. Look at how weakened she has become." This, He Tianxiong was so disliked that he couldn't refute, but he pointed at Wan Yunting and said, "Mr. Kong, if he treats your mother for any good or bad, there's no need for you guys to be responsible." Kong Hongwon coldly grunted. This made Huang Zhongshu feel uncomfortable, saying, "He's not just the richest man in Huadu, he still thinks he's the mayor, and has such a big temper." "Mr. Kong, mayor who called, asking how the old lady's condition is." As a result, Secretary Lin, who was next to him, immediately handed his cell phone to Kong Hongwon. "Mayor who?" At that moment, Huang Zhongshu and He Tianxiong were completely out of temper. Knowing that Kong Hongwon was the richest man in Huadu and the chairman of the Five Lakes Group, there were too many connections involved, and he and Mayor who are old classmates. Chapter 13, A Punch in the Face. Kuor, Jiang Tongxin, who was busy in the emergency department, rushed over. "Sister Jiang, look, Brother Yunting is treating General Manager Kang's mother." Jiang Tongxin was surprised when Su Kier pulled her and pointed inside, at Wan Yunting who was taking the old lady's pulse. Wasn't it Professor Huang who came specially to treat the old lady? How did it become him? So Su Kier explained to her what had just happened. "Young man, are you?" The old lady woke up. She had a poor complexion and her old eyes looked at Wan Yunting suspiciously. "Grandma, I am treating you." A gentle smile appeared on Wan Yunting's face as he smiled at the old lady. "Don't worry, your illness isn't serious. You'll be fine soon." The old lady nodded and Kong Hongwon and Mrs. Zhou went up to calm her down. Wan Yunting let go of the old lady's hand. He got up and bowed his waist, his big hand placed on the old lady's abdomen and gently pressed twice. The old lady immediately cried out in pain. Mrs. Zhou wanted to stop it, but she was stopped by Kong Hongwon lifting his hand.
and twisted her head to look at Wan Yunting.
Next to the physician He Chang, as well as Su Kor and Jiang Tongxin are curious to watch. 2 meters away, He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin, Huang Zhongshu and other doctors also stretched their heads. In the large ward, no one dared to speak and watched quietly. Grandma, how do you feel now? After giving the old lady a 5-minute abdominal massage, Wan Yunting asked cordially. Yeah, it doesn't seem to hurt very much anymore. The old lady revealed a look of surprise. Kong Hongwen and Mrs. Zhou were overjoyed, not expecting Wan Yunting's few presses to really have an effect. He Chang on the side fixed his eyes and said in surprise, 2A na technique. Wan Yunting nodded and glanced at him, continuing to press the old lady. This cold evil and cold heat, one is coiled in the intestines and the other is hot and gathered on the surface of the body, so it causes external heat and internal cold, which is what makes the old man have more than just a low-grade fever. He Chang was shocked and instantly understood. No wonder. It was only when I treated her with the penetrating fire needle that the old lady was in pain. It was because there was still a stream of cold heat gathering on the body surface, while I just thought of it as a small cold. So, I used qi to dispel the cold stagnant qi in her body first, and then assisted with acupuncture. In this way, it can be relieved. And finally, a prescription and 2 pairs of medicines will be enough to cure it. Wan Yunting laughed, but He Chang was shocked. You know how to move qi? Wan Yunting looked up at him and smiled without saying anything. He only saw an invisible qi between his hands, causing the old lady to feel warm in her abdomen. She couldn't help but feel comfortable. Young man, your hands are really warm. Pressing me is so comfortable. Comfortable is good. Mrs. Zhou and Kong Hongwen were pleasantly surprised, and next to them, He Chang was even more dumbfounded. The so-called qi was only practiced and lucked out by national martial arts practitioners. So that meant that Wan Yunting was a national martial arts practitioner who practiced internal martial arts. Sister Jiang, look, Brother Yunting is so powerful. Seeing the old lady's face filled with a comfortable look and her qi gradually getting better, Su Kor was excited and Jiang Tongxin's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Wan Yunting's back. Although the patient who was burned by the fire yesterday was saved by him with his massage technique, and heard him say that he had only treated prisoners in prison, so Jiang Tongxin did not feel anything. However, at this moment, she looked at Wan Yunting's skillful technique. Just a few sets of simple 2A na massage can make the old lady's condition get better? Such an amazing technique. It seems that he was not wrong. He is not an ordinary person. This kid, he really knows Chinese medicine. Zhang Jianlin was shocked. When Wan Manhwa contacted him, he had said that Wan Yunting had learned medicine in prison, but where did he care? But now, this old lady's illness that had left all the doctors in the hospital at their wits' end, but under Wan Yunting's hands, it had a favorable effect, which was not a clear slap in the face of the doctors present. After 5 minutes, Wan Yunting straightened up. Seeing the old lady's complexion recovered quite a bit, he smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll give you a needle now to dispel the cold and evil qi in your intestines." The old lady's heart palpitated when she heard about the needle application. Will it hurt? No, you can rest assured. Wan Yunting smiled gently before he said to He Chang, Dr. He, can I borrow your silver needle? Oh, okay, He Chang reacted. At this moment, he didn't dare to belittle Wan Yunting anymore. He hurriedly opened the medical box and took out his own special silver needle. He also gave Wan Yunting an underhanded hand and lit the alcohol lamp. Wan Yunting did not speak. 3 fingers twisted out a 7-inch long silver needle. This is the use of long needle technique. This is a long needle technique. If you use a short needle, 2 fingers will do. The silver needle shook on the flame of the alcohol lamp, and then dropped the needle on the moisture point of the old lady's abdomen. Precise, decisive, and steady. This made He Chang, who was also a physician, couldn't help but praise. The technique is fast, accurate and stable. This is the scattered stabbing method, and the same goes for the criminal fire needle, the cold expelling needle method. Wan Yunting looked up at him and smiled as he continued to twist out the second silver needle. This time the technique was not fast and not slow, but the most important thing was the word stable. Soon, several points on the old lady's abdomen were filled with silver needles. Not only that, he also used a short needle, using the method of lifting and pinching, in the old lady's brow acupoints, and then both eyebrows. People and other acupoints are tied with silver needles. Wan Yunting said, the old lady's low fever does not subside. Tie a few needles later will be good. Kong Hongwen nodded his head and asked the old lady, Mom, you're feeling. Don't talk to the old person first. Let her sleep for a while and collect the needles in 20 minutes. Wan Yunting stopped Kong Hongwen. Next to him, Secretary Lin raised an eyebrow, but Kong Hongwen smiled and nodded his head without saying anything. Then with a wave of his hand, he signaled Secretary Lin to drive out the useless people who had surrounded him. He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin looked at each other in dismay. They could only leave the ward hopelessly and go outside to the living room. Dr. He, please run. Borrowing He Chang's pen and paper, Wan Yunting wrote a prescription for medicine and asked him to go and grab it. Let me take you to the Chinese medicine department to grab some medicine. There are medicine pots over there to decoct. The warm-hearted Su Kor immediately took He Chang out and went next door to the Chinese medicine department to grab some medicine. 20 minutes later, Wan Yunting collected the needles for the old lady. She also woke up. Her blood qi recovered a lot, which made Zhou Kaihong very happy. Wan Yunting asked the old lady carefully before saying to Kong Hongwen, the old lady's illness is almost over. After drinking 2 more pairs of medicine, she can be discharged tomorrow. Good. Kong Hongwen was happy, patting him on the shoulder and laughing. Wan Yunting, you're very good. Yes, Mrs. Zhou. Also Wan Yunting smiled. Thanks to you, or else the old lady would still not know how many sins she suffered here. If He Tianxiang and the others were still here, they would definitely find a hole in the ground in shame. An hour later, He Chang and Su Kor came back with thermos cups, the very same medicinal soup that was decocted over at the Chinese medicine department. And Mrs. Zhou gave the old lady a spoonful to drink down. After another hour, the old lady didn't pull again. The low fever also subsided. The body temperature returned to normal. And now the old lady has fallen asleep. Because she had stayed in the hospital for the past few days, due to her unbearable illness, she hadn't been able to sleep a peaceful sleep, and was still being tossed back and forth by those doctors. It was no wonder that Zhou Kaihong was angry. This is too. Outside, He Tianxiang and Zhang Jianlin were wide-eyed and could only sigh, especially Huang Zhongshu from the capital, who was also an authoritative expert on intestines. Now it's good. She feels like her face is being held up, snapped wildly, dry and panicky. Poof. Huang Zhongshu, who really had no face to stay, twisted her head and left. He Tianxiang hurriedly chased after her to pacify her. Ward door opened. Kong Hongwen and Wan Yunting, Lin's secretary He Chang and Su Kier also followed out. Mrs. Zhou inside to take care of the old lady. Mr. Kong, He Tianxiang was not there. Zhang Jianlin bumbled up and groveled. Chapter 14, Physician's License. You bunch of doctors. Kong Hongwen pointed at He Tianxiang, Zhang Jianlin and all the other doctors present and grunted coldly. You can't even compare to someone else. A cleaner. This was said in such a way that the doctors present were red in the face and ashamed, but were unable to refute it. What Mr. Kong said is true. It's our hospital that's bad. I apologize. Zhang Jianlin groveled. Although he knew that Kong Hongwen said this on purpose, he was full of smiles, like a grandson. Wan Yunting shook his head and laughed lightly, only to see all the doctors present, now looking at themselves one by one with sour eyes. Little one, I still need to trouble you in the hospital. Take more care of the old lady. I will definitely thank you heavily when I turn around. Kong Hongwen twisted his face and said to Wan Yunting, good. Wan Yunting nodded his head. Since the company still had a meeting, Kong Hongwen and Secretary Lin went back first. The doctors present at the meeting, all straightened up. Wan Yunting looked at them, shook his head and smiled, turning around and preparing to go back to the ward. As a result, Zhang Jianlin let out a stern cry. Stop! Wan Yunting turned around, looking at his face full of gloom, as well as the unkind gazes of each of the doctors present, calm and collected. You're good. Take good care of Mr. Kang's mother. Zhang Jianlin pointed at Wan Yunting, gritted his teeth and finished, then twisted his head and went out with a grunt. The other doctors also gave him a hard scrape and all left. Wan Yunting shook his head and laughed lightly, knowing that Kong Hongwen's mother was still in the hospital and had to rely on him to take care of her. So Zhang Jianlin didn't dare to do anything to him now. But when the old lady was discharged from the hospital, it would be hard to say, Kor, go back. Zhang Tongxin didn't say anything and called on Su Kor to leave with everyone. Su Kor waved her little hand to Wan Yunting. He smiled and nodded, went into the ward to take a look at the old lady, saw that she was in stable condition, and instructed Mrs. Zhou for a couple of sentences before she came out, only to see He Chang, the physician of He Rin Tang, still seated on the sofa in the living room. Dr. Wan's medical skills are excellent. Little brother admires them. When He Chang saw him come out, he hurriedly got up to welcome him, clearly older than Wan Yunting, yet he said that he had become a little brother. Don't dare to be. Wan Yunting smiled and waved his hand. He Chang nodded. Dr. Wan is being modest, just the way you pushed and held the old lady just now. It's enough for me to study and learn for the rest of my life. Wan Yunting smiled and shook his head. He Chang hurriedly pulled him to sit down and asked, I don't know which master did Dr. Wan learn from? To be able to teach a young man like you who has exceptional medical skills, can you introduce me to him? Wan Yunting seemed to have read his mind and laughed. I am not talented. My medical skills are not yet up to scratch. My master had warned me that when practicing medicine outside, I should not mention his name, lest I lose him. Due to his master's special ghost-handed healer saint, Wan Yunting could not report his master's name yet, as it was not yet time, worthy of being a master. He Chang sked twice and shook his head in admiration.
Adopting a disciple is so strict. No wonder he can produce a high-level disciple. Admire, admire, admire. Wan Yunting smiled. He could tell that this Yi-chang was smooth. But Dr. 1. Your medical skills are so great. Why are you working as a cleaner in a hospital? Yi-chang asked with difficulty in understanding. I just got out of prison. It's not easy to find a job, so I can only work as a cleaner. Wan Yunting smiled calmly. That's true. Yi-chang slanted a glance at him. With your medical skills, you can open your own medical center to treat the sick and make money. It's more than enough. This was said in Wan Yunting's heart, and he asked, to open a medical center, you have to have a physician's license, and business and other documents, right? Yes. Yi-chang nodded and asked, doesn't Dr. 1 have a physician's license? Wan Yunting shook his head. Yi-chang froze. Your master didn't give you a master apprentice certificate to get a physician's qualification certificate? Special reasons? Can't. Wan Yunting shook his head. I see. Hermit masters. Yi-chang understood. Knowing that Wan Yunting must have learned medicine from a certain hermit master, that's why he didn't have any master-disciple documents. That's a bit difficult to do. Yi-chang mused. Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows. He did want to open a Chinese medicine clinic to fulfill his master's wish. Without a master-disciple proof document issued by your master, and you're not from a formal Chinese medicine university, there's only one way you can go if you want to get a physician's license. Yi-chang raised his index finger, and Wan Yunting narrowed his eyes in curiosity. Worship the master, Yi-chang said. Wan Yunting was stunned. Yi-chang said, worship a new master. Have him give you a master-disciple certificate, and then you can go to the health administration department to apply for a physician's qualification certificate. That way, Wan Yunting understood, not realizing that there were so many twists and turns in this physician's qualification certificate. Yi-chang still wanted to say something, but Wan Yunting's cell phone rang. It was his second brother, Wan Dongming. Gesturing to Yi-chang to pick up the phone, Wan Yunting got up and took 2 steps to press connect. Second brother, looking for me? Third brother, are you in the hospital? Wan Dongming, who was at the main entrance of the hospital at this time, smiled. I didn't have time to give you a reception yesterday. Today second brother took you out for a good meal. Come out quickly. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the hospital. Good, I'll go out now. It just so happened that he also had something to ask second brother. Wan Yunting hung up the phone and smiled at Yi-chang. Dr. He, I have something I have to go out for. Okay, you're busy. Yi-chang got up and took out a business card and handed it over. Dr. 1, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Wan Yunting nodded as he followed the business card, then went to the ward to greet Mrs. Zhou before he left. Yi-chang's eyes narrowed as he watched him leave, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Talent, it would be great if I could use it for me. Wan Yunting, who had changed into a new set of clothes and came out, was sure enough to see his second brother, Wan Dongming, at the main entrance. Third brother, Wan Dongming went up and patted Wan Yunting's shoulder. Go, second brother will take you to lunch and have a good drink. Good. Wan Yunting smiled. The 2 brothers drove out to a nice restaurant for lunch. Wan Dongming orders a table of good food, and 2 bottles of good wine. The 2 brothers clink glasses, a mouthful of white wine. How's the hospital job? What position is it? Still used to it? Wan Dongming asked. It's medical care, just running errands. Not bad. Wan Yunting ate his food and didn't tell the truth. Wan Dongming sighed guiltily. Originally I wanted to arrange for you to work at the company, but I had thought, second brother, I'm doing well in the hospital, so you don't have to worry about me. Wan Yunting waved his hand and laughed. When it came to guilt, it should be himself, so he didn't want to trouble Wan Dongming and his elder sister. How is second sister-in-law now? Is she better? Wan Yunting changed the topic. Her mom hired a Chinese medicine practitioner named Zhou Fingnian to look at your second sister-in-law and take 2 pairs of Chinese medicines. The effect is not bad. Wan Dongming laughed. That's good. Wan Yunting nodded. He didn't know any physician named Zhou Fingnian. As long as his second sister-in-law was fine, it was good. Second brother, what's going on with big sister? Immediately, Wan Yunting's words changed again. This was the purpose of him coming to this meal. Wan Dongming froze. His chopsticks clenching vegetables gave a start and looked up at him. Wan Yunting put down his chopsticks. I heard that big sister's husband, Chang Kai, he often domestically abuses big sister. Is there such a thing? Wan Dongming also put down his chopsticks and lifted his wineglass to smother a mouthful before sighing. Don't worry about big sister's affairs. Why? Wan Yunting glared. His voice raised a few points. Very puzzled. Wan Dongming put down his wineglass. When big sister married Cheng Kai, it was for the sake of our Wanshur group. These words caused Wan Yunting's heart to tremble violently. It was still because of himself. I also advised big sister. It's just that. Wan Dongming's face was full of hard feelings. It was difficult to speak, because he was only the son-in-law of the Wang family's home, the waste in his mother-in-law's mouth, and the soft rice king in the mouths of outsiders. Why would Wan Dongming not want to stand up for his big sister? However, Cheng Kai is the chairman of Cheng Quan Group. In the Huadu business world is considered a second-rate group. Even Wang's group can't compare to him. What can he, Wan Dongming, take to fight with others? All in all, this matter you don't care. The most important thing for you now is to take care of yourself first. The things behind. Let's take our time. Wan Dongming waved his hand, holding his wine glass and smothering another cup of wine alone, his heart suffocating. Wan Yunting could also see that the bitterness in his second brother's heart, and knew that those thoughts of his own were too simplistic. The two brothers drank for more than an hour until Wan Dongming couldn't drink anymore before calling a chauffeur for him. By the way, third brother, your second sister-in-law's sister's birthday tomorrow, to hold a birthday party at their home, when I come to pick you up to attend. And by the way, introduce you to know. Now those bigwigs in the business world. Drunk Wan Dongming vaguely said. Good, get in the car first. Wan Yunting helped him to sit in the car, instructed the chauffeur, and watched his second brother's sedan slowly leave. Phew, lighting a cigarette. Wan Yunting exhaled smoke drearily, his brows slightly furrowed as he stood on the side of the road, his heart heavy as he watched the vehicles and passers-by coming and going on the street. Only after the cigarette was finished did he stop a cab to go back to the hospital. If he wanted to change things, he could only start with himself first. Chapter 15, Birthday Party. On the way back, remembering that he forgot to buy toothpaste last night, Wan Yunting asked the cabmaster to stop the car on the street opposite the Southern Hospital and get off, ready to go over to the small supermarket across the street to buy toothpaste. Suddenly, a red Ferrari sports car, with deafening sound waves whistling. As a result, on the pedestrian crosswalk, an old man wearing a tang suit was strolling through. The car could not slow down the brakes in time, and was about to hit the old man. In the flash of lightning, Wan Yunting arrow shot away, like a sturdy cheetah. A hand to hold the old man quickly rolled over to the side of the road. His hands firmly protect the old man's head, and the front wheel of the sports car brushed. If another step slower, Wan Yunting's feet will be crushed by the wheel. Brake! The Ferrari sports car braked urgently. The tires cut out a long trail, causing passers-by to gasp and gather around. Old man, are you alright? Wan Yunting helped the old man stand up and checked if he was injured. It's fine. Jiang Yichuan was scared out of his wits. His old face turned white. Luckily he was saved by this young man, otherwise his old life would have been accounted for here. Sports car door opened. A tall figure, wearing a pink body t-shirt, the lower body denim short skirt woman, head also clamp-toed sunglasses, melon face type, big eyes, agar nose, moist lips, beautiful looks. At first glance is a rich family lady. Hey, old man. As expected, this woman opened her mouth on the old rich young lady. A lack of upbringing face. Seeing Wan Yunting help up the old man, hummed, it's good that you didn't die. You, how do you talk? Jiang Yichuan, who came back to his senses, was so angry by her words that he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. You girl, it's obvious that it was you who drove and almost hit me. Not only did you not even apologize, you also cursed me to death. I poo. Wang Mangyao didn't feel it was her fault in the slightest. She was still high and mighty. Obviously it's you who walk slow. I'm driving at normal speed. It's not bad if I didn't run you over. You. Jiang Yichuan was so angry that he was shivering. His old face was red and white. This is a crosswalk. You should slow down and pass. Looking at this woman who had no respect for the elderly and was bratty and rude, Wan Yunting couldn't help but say something. Who are you? Wang Mangyao twisted her face and glared at Wan Yunting. Is there a place for you to talk here? I need you to teach me how to drive. Wan Yunting frowned and pointed at Jiang Yichuan beside him. You should apologize to the old man. Apologize? Wang Mengyao's big eyes glared, nodded and hummed condescendingly. I, Wang Mengyao, have never apologized to others since I grew up. Besides, I didn't bump into him, so why should I apologize? Little brother. Jiang Yichuan pulled Wan Yunting and shook his head. I don't need this uneducated girl to apologize. Let's go. Who are you calling uneducated? Wang Mangyao in turn didn't know the error of her ways, and scolded angrily without relenting. You're the one who's uneducated. You're the one who's old and undeveloped. It's your fault that you can't afford to drive. And you're impeding us from driving by walking on the main road. You this person how to talk. That's right. Is it wrong for us to walk? Asterisk. Driving a sports car is terrific. This kind of person should call the police and ask them to deal with it. As a result, Wang Mengyao's words angered the surrounding passers-by, who spat at her. Fight have the guts to call the police But Wang Mengyao was even more arrogant, pointing at these passers-by and cursing at them. What kind of people are these? Jiang Yichuan shook his head inside. Wan Yunting was also speechless, looking at this arrogant, insolent and bossy woman. It was as if he saw the shadow of his second brother's mother-in-law. Zheng Pei Hui, stinking puffer,
Dead old man, don't let my mother meet you next time,
or I'll just run you over. Finally Wang Mangyao pointed at Wan Yunting and Jiang Yichuan and cursed before she turned around and got into the sports car,
racing away with a bang. These girls nowadays, they're really spoiled. Jiang Yichuan shook his head inside, not wanting to say anything else,
twisting his face to smile at Wan Yunting. Little brother,
thank you,
or else this old bone of mine would have died horizontally on this road. Wan Yunting smiled and waved his hand.
Jiang Yichuan took out his elderly cell phone. You leave me a phone number. I'll thank you later. No master, let's meet again sometime. He helped out of kindness, not seeking a favor in return. Watching Wan Yunting run away, Jiang Yichuan shook his head and smiled. This son is extraordinary. Wan Yunting, who bought toothpaste, went back to the hospital. Just entering the main building, he saw He Tianxiang bringing his son He Jianning out, looking at his right hand hanging with a strap. It was estimated that he would have to recuperate for a few days. Forced J criminal, I'll kill you. As soon as he saw Wan Yunting, He Jianning grimaced and rushed up with his teeth and claws open. Fortunately He Tianxiang pulled him back. Stop, you can't beat him. Dad, look at my hands. Go back first. He Tianxiang chided. He Jianning glared in anger, clenching his teeth at Wan Yunting and said angrily, Kid, wait for me. He Tianxiang sighed helplessly before looking back at Wan Yunting and said, take good care of Mr. Kang's mother for our hospital. We'll talk later. Wan Yunting rubbed his nose and watched He Tianxiang leave, knowing that he meant to settle scores in the fall. It didn't matter. Anyway, he was only temporarily landing in the hospital and didn't care about being fired. If Big Sister asked, he would just tell the truth and believe that she wouldn't blame himself too much, because Wan Manu also didn't even know that Zhang Jinlin would arrange for his third brother to work as a cleaner at the hospital. After going upstairs to visit the old lady for a bit, by 6 in the evening, and after drinking the medicinal soup for a second time, the old lady was in high spirits and was mostly better. The next afternoon, making sure the old lady was well, Kang Hongwen personally came over to pick up his old mother from the hospital. Little Wan, come to my company. Kang Hongwen went downstairs with Wan Yunting. Seeing this richest man pulling himself together, he smiled and said, thank you Mr. Kang for lifting me up, but I have my own plans. Kang Hongwen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect him to refuse, but from Wan Yunting's eyes, he seemed to read that he was a man of purpose. Alright, but I owe you a favor. If you need anything, come find me anytime. Kang Hongwen laughed. Wan Yunting smiled and nodded. Then Kang Hongwen took a bank card from Secretary Lin and handed it to him. Don't refuse. It's just $1 million. It's a little bit of my heart. You also need money now. Wan Yunting was not polite and took the bank card. Thank you Mr. Kang. This is the first payment for his own release from prison. But compared to the favor owed by Kang Hongwen, this amount of money is nothing. After sending Kang Hongwen away, Wan Yunting went back to his dormitory and thought for a long time, and then carefully planned the things to come. In the car, Lin Gaofeng took the itinerary and asked, Mr. Kang, the chairman of Wang's group invited you to his daughter's birthday party. Do you want to go? Kang Hongwen raised his eyebrows and asked, Wan Yunting's second brother, is he that door-to-door son-in-law of the Wang family? Yes, then you can go for me. Kang Hongwen waved his hand. For a third-rate company like the Wang Group, he couldn't look at it. Lin Fengfeng nodded and continued to report on other matters. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Wan Yunting in the dormitory violently got up from his bed, realizing that he had overslept. At this time the cell phone rang. It was the second brother Wan Dongming who called. Third brother, are you in the hospital? I've come to pick you up for the party. Second brother, wait a moment, I'm going out now. Wan Yunming answered and cleaned himself up before going out. Third brother, don't you have any other clothes? Seeing Wan Yunting come out, Wan Dongming greeted him. Seeing that he was in old clothes, Wan Dongming slapped his forehead. I forgot. It's second brother, I'm bad. Go, I'll take you to buy some clothes. Without giving Wan Yunting a chance to refuse, he pulled him into the car and went straight to a big shopping center, giving him a whole 2 sets of designer suits. Only then Wan Dongming nodded his head in satisfaction and bragged to the shopper. Just these 2 sets. Check out. Chapter 16, Meeting Each Other. Second brother. I'll do it, said Wan Yunting, wanting to pay for it himself. Are you kidding? You just came out. What money do you have? Wan Dong understood him with a glance, took his cell phone and grabbed the payment first, then carried another set of packed clothes and wrapped his arm around Wan Yunting's shoulder. You suffered so much inside. Don't be polite to second brother me for a few sets of clothes. Got it. Good. Wan Yunting nodded with a smile, knowing that second brother and big sister felt that they suffered in jail, so they hated to take care of themselves more. Go to Songhui West Lake Villa area. Tonight that sister-in-law of mine held a birthday party in their family villa. Wan Dongming drove the car, taking Wan Yunting with him as he said, actually,
It's my father-in-law who is using the birthday party as an excuse to invite the big bosses who have a reputation in the Hwadu business community to come over to socialize and talk about business. So this time when you go over there, second brother will take you to see those bigwigs. Good. Won Yun-ting smiled and nodded. He knew that second brother was being kind and wanted to plan a good future for himself. Half an hour. Driving into the Songhui West Lake Villa area. To the west is the scenic West Lake Scenic area. So the people who can live here are either rich or noble. Wang family villa courtyard. Brightly lit. In the entrance parking lot, and two main road has long been full of all kinds of luxury cars. Even tens of millions of levels of sports cars have. It seems that the Wang family took advantage of their daughter's birthday to invite many bigwigs in the business world to come over to participate in the party. Third brother, get off the car. Wan Dongming, who had parked the car, brought Wan Yunting over towards the villa gate. Later I will take you to meet my father-in-law. He is not bad, at least he is not as mean as my mother-in-law. Good. Wan Yunting nodded his head, thinking of second brother's spiteful and mean mother-in-law. His heart slandered. Actually, everyone else in the Wang family is fine. It's just that my mother-in-law and sister-in-law are a bit. Yelp. This car. Wan Yunting, who had reached the door, suddenly stared at the license plate of a Ferrari sports car, immediately recognizing it as the one that almost, yesterday, hit the old man. It's my sister-in-law's car. She drives this sports car around every day. Wild as hell. Wan Dongming shook his head and laughed. Wang Mengyao. No wonder. Yo, this isn't the soft rice king. At the doorway, there stood two young men in designer suits, Wang's group executives. One of them, named Zhanghua, was the marketing manager, and pointed directly at Wan Yunting. This can't be. Is that your brother who just got out of prison as a forced J offender, right? Forcible J offender? Many of the guests beside him were attracted by Gua Zhang's words. Zhanghua, full of grim smiles, shouted, "You guys still don't know, right? Our soft rice king's younger brother is the Wan Yunting, who stirred up the Hwadu University 7 years ago, and forcibly J-convicted his female classmates. Ooh, I remember. There is such a person. This kind of scum is a rapist. How can we let this kind of person attend the party? That's right. What a bad luck." The other guests, each and every one of them looked at Wan Yunting with eyes full of disgust and contempt, itching to stay far away. Zhanghua, shut up. Wan Dongming's face was full of anger. In the company, this Zhanghua was targeting himself at every turn, but he was the company's marketing manager, and he was also valued by his father-in-law, so he could only tolerate his anger. But this grandson now, in front of the crowd, so insulting ridicule their third brother, Wan Dongming can no longer tolerate. Zhanghua had a disdainful bad smile on his face. Wan Dongming, you brought a forced J criminal to the party. Aren't you afraid that the chairman will reprimand you? Oh, I almost forgot. You are the waste son-in-law of the Wang family, so I guess the chairman will just scold you twice and won't dismiss you as the personnel department manager. Ha! These words, full of sarcasm and provocation. You, second brother. Wan Yunting pulled his second brother back, telling him not to be impulsive. Zhanghua, on the contrary, looked high at Wan Yunting and said coldly to Wan Dongming, "Learn from your brother, pig brain." After saying that, he and his companions left laughing. It turned out that Zhanghua was deliberately trying to provoke Wan Dongming and make a scene at the party so that Chairman Wang Onrong would come out to clean him up. Looking at his second brother's face full of anger, Wan Yunting frowned. It was obvious that he hadn't suffered from this kind of villainous schemes in the wine group. Third brother, let you see the joke. Wan Dongming's face flushed red, feeling that he had lost face in front of his third brother. Second brother, there's no need to get angry with this kind of villain. It's not worth it, Wan Yunming said with a smile. However, he had already secretly memorized Zhanghua's appearance, and turned back to find an opportunity to properly knock him out. One family. This villa is very large. The party is held in the courtyard lawn. Come to participate in the people are all suits and dresses. Completely is a socialization party. Each end of the wine glass back and forth. Guessed each other's vanity. Mr. Zhao is here. Over there. Wan Dongming's mother-in-law Zhang Peihui was dressed in a dark blue gown, graceful and luxurious. She was holding a middle-aged man. It was none other than the second brother's father-in-law Wang Onrong. The couple was entertaining the bigwigs. My mother-in-law is here. Third brother, let's not go over there first. Wan Dongming knew that if he brought his third brother over at this time, he would definitely be accused by his mother-in-law and would even be insulted in public. Second brother, take me to see second sister-in-law first. Wan Yunming didn't care about this. He came tonight just to show his second sister-in-law her illness. He didn't think about getting acquainted with any bigwigs in the business world. Your second sister-in-law should be on the roof. I'll take you up. Saying this, he led Wan Yunting, avoiding his mother-in-law and the girls. He quickly walked in the villa and went straight to the second floor. Wan Dongming smiled mysteriously.
your second sister-in-law seems to have prepared a surprise for you as well. Won Yunting let out a cry, not understanding what surprise his second wife could give him. The villa had 3 floors, and the roof was a terrace and a party venue. The frail and sickly Wang Chulin was receiving those young women of her age who were invited here, all dressed up very beautifully and in full celebrity style, only to see a woman wearing a white one-shoulder, mid-length evening dress skirt sitting on one side of the sofa, a head of coffee-colored slightly curly long hair, elegantly draped over the white charming shoulders, exquisite collarbone, beautiful swan neck, wearing a necklace that seems to be very ordinary, does not match her status and temperament, her pair of wise eyes, transmitting a faint sense of coldness, giving a feeling of a green lotus flower loneliness. Looking at the west direction of the West Lake scenery, sitting alone she, with the rest of the party, seemingly out of place. Chulin, how come you still invited her? Tonight, Wang Chulin was dressed in a pale yellow evening dress skirt, giving off a watery and soft beauty. Her best friend Zhao Wenli looked confusedly at Fang Yanshi sitting alone over there, as she said jealously, it's said that she's now known as the Iceberg Beauty President on our Huadu business community. Humph, I don't know who came up with such a boring title. Oh, who let people just come back from abroad, just sit on the top of the group president position? A little arrogance is normal. It's said that the men chasing after her are all lined up in the capital. Wang Chulin looked at these sisters, all pointing at Fang Yanshi like lemonade, making her can't help but smile. If it wasn't for her husband's third brother, Won Yunting, she wouldn't have gone to the trouble of inviting this iceberg female president to the party. Wife, I brought my third brother here. Won Dongming ran up, instantly causing the gazes of the many beauties present to brush on Won Yunting. A decent suit, straight, tall, developed pectoral muscles, set off the suit more full, coupled with his short-inch hair clean and sharp, diamond-cornered face, sword eyebrow heroic, deep eyes containing stars, flashing as if there were a star explosion, instantly captured the hearts of the beautiful women present. Wow, so handsome, isn't it? He is my third brother, called Won Yunting. Won Dongming immediately introduced Won Yunting to the beauties present, but when he turned around, he realized that his third brother's gaze was already firmly fixed on Fang Yanshi, who was sitting on the distant sofa, facing west. Yen, sure. Won Yunting's expression was frozen, his eyes staring dead at the woman over there. His mind was blank, his heart shook, and it was even more impossible to describe his agitated mood at this moment. 7 years, 7 whole years, he finally saw her. Fang Yanshi sitting over there, seemed to also feel something. She slightly turned her head, the moment she saw Won Yunting. Her originally cool pretty face, instantly solidified, her inner waves surging. Fang Yanshi, if her eyes were stunned, and Won Yunting looked at each other. For a moment, it was as if everything around them was silent, only the two of them had their gazes melded tightly against each other. Long goodbye reunion, joy, excitement, complexity, and so on emotions surged on the two hearts. A long time cannot be calmed. Chapter 17, Haters meeting haters. How do they see eye to eye? I don't know. The bystanders were full of doubts, watching Won Yunming and Fang Yanshi over their locking eyes, and from their eyes, they could read a lot of stories. Won Dongming twisted his head to look at his wife. Wang Chulin smiled and nodded her head, signaling that she had arranged it. So the beauties are all up here. No wonder I couldn't find them even after looking around down there. A voice suddenly interrupted everyone, only to see Chen Tao, who was wearing a white suit, combing his big back hair, wearing gold glasses, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, come up, and he was followed by Zhang Guo and the others. Chen Tao. Won Dongming's face changed drastically once he saw him. I was the one who invited Mr. Chen, Zhang Guo said condescendingly. Chen Tao ignored Won Dongming, the soft rice king. The reason he came up was naturally because he heard that Fang Yanshi had also come. Who is this person? Suddenly he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar back that made Chen Tao puzzled. Chen Tao. Won Yunting turned around, his stern eyes looking straight at him as he gritted his teeth and uttered the name. When enemies met, their eyes were red. Won Yunting. Chen Tao was filled with shock and incredulity. You still recognize me? Won Yunting's expression was gloomy, his eyes looked at him coldly, and his tone was even so cold that it made the bystanders feel that the air temperature had dropped a few degrees. Third brother, don't be impulsive. The reactive Won Dongming hurriedly pulled Won Yunting back. Ha ha. Chen Tao laughed maniacally a few times, his expression arrogant, his gloomy eyes under the golden glasses, disdainfully glancing at Won Yunting. Bad smile. Of course I remember you. Back then you forced a female classmate to jail in school. I was the one who reported you. When these words came out, the people present exclaimed, not knowing what the situation was. Suddenly a noblewoman shouted, I remember. No wonder I find the name Won Yunting familiar. He is the rapist who raped my female classmate. Oh, so it's him.
Back then that rape case was a sensation throughout Huadu. This time the celebrities and noble women present exclaimed in shock, not expecting such a big handsome guy to be a criminal.
Wang Chulin and Wan Dongming were anxious and hurriedly explained to the crowd. Sitting over there, Fang Yenshi's willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled.
If her eyes were cold, she looked at Wan Yunting and Chen Tao in them. Chen Tao glanced at Fang Yenshi over there and sneered contemptuously at Wan Yunting.
How about it? How does it feel for you to sit in jail for 7 years? Isn't it hard? Ha ha. Zhang Guo and the others laughed. The gazes of the other noble women and celebrities, as they looked at Wan Yunting, were also filled with dislike, contempt, and ridicule. Chen Tao, shut up, you are not welcome here.
Wan Dongming stepped forward to block in front of Wan Yunting and shouted angrily at Chen Tao, the famous soft rice king, the wasteful son-in-law of the Wang family.
Just with you can you kick me out?
Chen Tao disdainfully blanked Wan Dongming and pointed at him,
smiling grimly at Wan Yunting. Look at your second brother, how unproductive. If it was me, I would rather be a beggar by the side of the road, picking up garbage to eat, rather than throw away my dignity and be a door-to-door son-in-law to someone else. Soft bones chanting. Zhang Guo matched the laugh.
The others looked at the two brothers,
Wan Yunting and Wan Dongming, as if they were watching a joke.
You. Wan Dongming was so angry that his face turned red as he angrily stared at Chen Tao in front of him.
On the contrary, Wan Yunting beside him was not happy or angry.
His gaze kept looking at Fang Yenshi who was sitting over there,
her pretty face cool.
She felt the man's complicated gaze, but she did not turn around.
Mr. Chen. Wang Chulin yanked away Wan Dongming and said coldly to Chen Tao, I won't allow you to talk about my husband like that.
This is my Wang family.
Chen Tao laughed.
Seeing that the host of the family opened his mouth, he couldn't afford to continue. Turning to Wan Yunting provocatively,
Wan Yunting, there's still a long time to go. We'll play slowly later. Wan Yunting was expressionless, watching Chen Tao walk towards Fang Yenshi.
He was deadened with anger inside. He never thought he would see him here tonight.
Dongming, first take third brother downstairs. Wang Chulin didn't want them to continue to stay and be laughed at by everyone. Third brother, let's go.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and twisted his head to look at Fang Yenshi over there before he went downstairs with his second brother.
Fang Yenshi turned back slightly. If her eyes looked at his downstairs figure, she did not know what she was thinking inside. Yenshi, I thought you didn't like attending this kind of party. Chen Tao walked over and sat next to Fang Yenshi, holding a wine glass and smiling. Come on, you couldn't drink last time. Can you drink with me this time? Fang Yenshi was indifferent,
twisting her face away and directly ignoring him.
He. Seeing this, Chen Tao laughed,
muffled the wine in his cup in one gulp, and under his golden glasses, his eyes shady down.
Third brother, I didn't expect Chen Tao to come as well. Wan Dongming regretted.
Had he known that Chen Tao would also come to the party, he would not have brought Wan Yunting over.
Second brother, why don't I go back first? I'll come over to see second sister-in-law another day. Wan Yunting didn't feel the need to stay. Don't third brother, you haven't even eaten anything yet. You sit here for a while.
I'll go downstairs and bring something up for you to eat before leaving,
said Wan Dongming and went downstairs.
Wan Yunting was helpless and surveyed the luxurious living room on the third floor,
then walked outside to the balcony, took out a cigarette and took out one to light it and smoke it. Just now in the upstairs hurriedly see Fang Yenshi one side. He inner excitement. This is the two people since 7 years, the first time to meet. At this time, a man in a blue suit appeared in the living room. He was drenched in alcohol, confused, carrying a bottle in his hand pointing to the door of a room, staggeringly pushed the door and walked in. It was a girl's room, decorated in pink and full of girlishness. On a large bed,
a woman in a nightgown was sleeping with her head tilted.
It was none other than tonight's female lead, Wang Mengyao. Since she was out celebrating her birthday with her friends in the afternoon and got drunk, she came back and fell asleep. No wonder everyone didn't see her appear at the party. Ah, a scream. Wan Yunting, who was smoking on the balcony, was stunned and turned his head to look at a room in the living room, only to hear a woman screaming, "Hooligans, get lost!" Determining that it was a cry for help, Wan Yunting dropped his cigarette and quickly rushed into the living room to the door of the room, only to see inside, on the big bed, a woman was pressed by a man. She was terrified and shouted, "Help!" Forced J.A. Wan Yunting glared. Without saying anything, he rushed in. His big hand grabbed the man by the collar at the back of his neck and threw him out with a force, like throwing a sandbag. Boom! With a loud bang, the man slammed hard on the door of the room. Shanghai fell hard on the ground again. The pain made him wake up a few minutes, holding the back of his waist and wailing. Wan Yunting coldly glanced at him before turning back to look at the woman on the bed, who was scared to the point that her little face was fearful, pulling the quilt over her body. "It's really you." Wan Yunting looked at her. Wang Mingyao's wide eyes froze, and after fixing her eyes, she immediately recognized the person in front of her.
The guy who saved that old man from under her car yesterday.
It's you!
Wang Mengyao excitedly jumped up.
As a result, her pajama halter slipped down.
The snow-white spring light leaked out, and it was all in Wan Yunting's eyes, which shocked her to let out a shriek again, and she hurriedly sat down and pulled the sheet to cover it,
and roared with shame and annoyance, "Get out of here!"
Wan Yunting shook his head breathlessly,
turned around and prepared to go out. As a result, the next second, a group of people rushed in,
led by Zhang Peihui and Wang Enrong. They heard the cries for help upstairs and everyone rushed up in a hurry.
Looking at Wan Yunting in the room, coupled with Wang Mengyao's face full of shame and indignation, everyone instantly understood what was going on. "Good, you forced J criminal, how dare you bully my daughter?"
Zhang Peihui's face was full of anger and stormed out,
coming up and accusing herself,
causing Wan Yunting to frown.
Wang Enrong's face was also full of iron. How could he not know that his son-in-law,
Wan Dongming's third brother,
was a forced J criminal? Chapter 18, Overbearing.
He is Wan Dongming's third brother. I heard that he was even arrested and sent to jail for 7 years back then for committing the crime of forced J.
So it's him, TSK, daring to do such a thing in someone's home. He's really colorful. The guests present, some of whom recognized Wan Yunting, were blocking the doorway of the room, pointing and buzzing. "God damn it, come out here."
Zhang Peihui was furious,
went up and grabbed Wan Yunting's suit and tie, not giving him any chance to explain,
and dragged him out of the room ruthlessly.
The crowd backed away.
Only then did someone spot Zhang Kai, seeing him holding his waist with one hand, his face full of pain. "Look,
Mr. Chang, what happened to you? Did you fall?" "Nothing, I drank too much and fell." Chang Kai was embarrassed, waving his hands repeatedly. At this moment his alcohol had all woken up. "So it's you, kid."
Seeing Wan Yunting being dragged out by Zhang Peihui,
Chang Kai's eyes were grim.
It turned out to be himself, the brother-in-law of the forced J offender that he had never met. Now he also remembered that he had mistakenly entered someone's second Miss Wang family's room because he was drunk.
If this matter is exposed, he will be pursued by the Wang family to ask for a crime.
So Chang Kai took advantage of everyone's attention, all of which was on Wan Yunting, and he quickly left downstairs around the crowd, still cursing. "Brat, I'll clean you up later."
"What's wrong?" Wang Chulin and the girls went downstairs,
and Wan Dongming also came up with pastries, and saw that everyone was surrounding the doorway of his sister-in-law's room, and that his mother-in-law was furious,
and tugging at Wan Yunting's tie,
and was heading downstairs.
"Chulin, go in and watch Mengyao." Wang Enrong blackened his face and said to his eldest daughter. At this moment, in the room, Wang Mengyao was confused. She didn't know what was going on right now. Looking at the guy who was dragged out by her mother, he wasn't a smelly hooligan who climbed into her bed either. How come the moment mom and dad came in, they said he was a forced J criminal? "Dad, what happened?" Wang Chulin and Wan Dongming didn't know what happened. At this time, Chen Tao and Fang Yanshi also came down, just in time to see the scene of Wan Yunting being dragged downstairs by Zhang Peihui, causing them to be confused as well. "What is it?"
Wang Enrong angrily pointed at Wan Dongming.
"That younger brother of yours, just now he almost forced Mengyao to J." "What?" Wang Chulin and Wan Dongming were shocked. Next to them,
Chen Tao was also shocked, and Fang Yanshi's pretty face stared.
"Impossible, my third brother."
"You shut up."
Wang Enrong pointed at Wan Dongming and said angrily, "You brought him over to the party without authorization. I'll get back to you on this." Saying this, he went downstairs.
Wan Dongming was anxious and also hurriedly chased him down.
Wang Chulin turned around and went into her sister's room, wanting to ask what had happened. Yan Shi, look at him, he's still really dead."
Chen Tao twisted his face to look at Fang Yanshi and laughed lightly.
Fang Yanshi's pretty face was clear and cold.
Ignoring him and turning around to go downstairs,
Chen Tao smiled grimly at the corner of his mouth and followed along downstairs. "Come here for me," being dragged by his tie, all the way from upstairs, down to the villa courtyard, not even giving Wan Yunting a chance to explain.
Zhang Peihui raised her hand to slap him.
"Let you bully my daughter."
The result of the slap has not yet touched Wan Yunting's face. Was his big hand directly grabbed Zhang Peihui's wrist?
Eyes cold and stern,
looking directly at the second brother. "This you savage mother-in-law, auntie,
you neither ask what's going on, just hit me. Reasonable? Mom,
you first listen to my third brother explain."
"He will not."
Wan Dongming went up and broke Wan Yunting's grip on his mother-in-law's wrist.
As a result, she backhanded Wan Dongming and slapped him with a loud voice, causing the crowd of onlookers to gasp in shock. "Who are you to hit my second brother?" Wan Yunming was furious. "What's wrong with me hitting him? He's my Wang family's son-in-law."
"It's my freedom to hit him." Zhang Peihui pointed at Wan Dongming, who was beaten but didn't dare to say anything, and scolded Wan Yunting. "Forcible J criminal, you're still sophomoric even now. Fine. Then tell me, what were you doing in my daughter's room just now? What else can I do? Commit a crime." Chen Tao, who came down,
laughed badly and said loudly. The guests present also laughed as if they were watching a play.
Wan Yunting turned his head and coldly glared at Chen Tao.
However, he met the cold eyes of Yen Shi, who was staring at him. The scene reappeared. It was as if he had gone back to that night 7 years ago, when Wan Yunting was escorted out by the police.
And Fang Yanshi at that time had such disappointment and indifference in her eyes.
Wan Yunting's heart was secretly hateful. Turning back to Zhang Peihui, he said, bullying your daughter, it's someone else. Someone else. Who?
Zhang Peihui didn't believe it at all and pointed at all the guests present.
Everyone is here. Point him out.
Wan Yunting looked around and realized that the man who had gone into Wang Mangyao's room had long since disappeared.
Making his face gloomy. Sure enough, a dog can't change its ways. Chen Tao smiled grimly. Next to her, Fang Yenshi's pretty face was expressionless and didn't say anything as she turned around and headed out the front door. Yen Shi.
Wan Yunting wanted to go up and explain to her, but was yanked by Zhang Peihui's suit.
You want to run, Mr. Chen, quickly, help me call the police. I want to send him to jail. Enough.
Wan Yunting was furious. His big hand shook off Zhang Peihui. His eyes were as cold as winter.
The temperature plummeted, so cold that all the people around him could feel their backs chilling and their hearts trembling. You don't ask questions. Open your mouth and slander me.
Wan Yunting angrily looked at Zhang Peihui and Wang Enrong as they gritted their teeth and said angrily, yes, I'm a forced J criminal in your eyes, but I'm going to tell you, as he pointed his big finger at all the people around him, finally stopping at Chen Tao. Wan Yunting's gaze was like a vicious wolf gazing at him in death, frightening Chen Tao so much that his expression froze, as if he was being stared at by the god of death. Fearful trembling arose within him. One day, I will clear my name of the crime of strong J. He said these words to Chen Tao, and, immediately, Wan Yunting turned back and said coldly to Zhang Peihui, although my second brother has joined your Wang family, he is not a servant who can be beaten and scolded by you. He also has dignity. The voice was like thunder, rumbling in the ears of Zhang Peihui and Wang Enrong, and everyone present. Third brother, stop it. Wan Dongming, who had reacted, was filled with shame, thinking about how he endured his mother-in-law's humiliation and beatings in the Wang family. He didn't even have the courage to fight back, and now these words of his third brother spoke to the depths of his heart. Second brother. Wan Yunting turned back to Wan Dongming and said, say thank you to second sister-in-law for me. I'll go back first. You can't leave. Quickly stop him. Who dares to stop me? Wan Yunting swung his fist, breaking a nearby bull-sized tree directly, glaring angrily at Zhang Peihui, and everyone present. The whole place was dead silent with his domineering aura. Everyone on the spot was shocked and dumbfounded as they looked at the fallen Hainan flowering pear tree. This guy. Chen Tao's shadowy eyes were rounded, incredulously looking at Wan Yunting and saying, what did he go through in prison? Now, Zhang Peihui and Wang Enrong, how dare they stop him? Wan Yunting's eyes coldly scanned the crowd and nodded to his second brother before turning around and leaving in large strides. He knew that no matter how he explained himself, it wouldn't change these people's misunderstanding of himself. Therefore, he simply didn't explain himself and let them think whatever they wanted. So what if you can fight again? I could play you to death back then, and I can do the same now. Looking at Wan Yunting's departure figure, Chen Tao smiled grimly in his heart, but when he saw that Fang Yanshi had also left, he felt uninterested, and greeted Zhanghua before leaving as well. As a result, just before he left, a Lamborghini sports car slowly came. Lin Feng in a black suit walked in. It was Kong Hongwen's secretary, but he looked at the tree that had fallen in front of the door. What are you guys doing? Secretary Lin. It was only when they saw Lin Feng that all the people present were pulled back from the midst of Wan Yunting's emotions. Wang Enrong walked over at that moment, and he instantly revealed a smile on his originally dark face. Secretary Lin, welcome, welcome, I've finally managed to get you here. Mr. Wang, Lin Feng said flatly. Mr. Kong has been busy lately, I came here for him. Understand. As the leader of our Huadu business community, Mr. Kong has a lot of work to do. For him to have you come over, Secretary Lin, is already a great honor for me. Mr. Wang Enrong groveled and smiled in a low voice. After all, Five Lakes Group is the leading top group in Huadu. Not a third-rate company like Wang's group can be compared. Wang Enrong sent an invitation to Kong Hongwen. He naturally didn't have the luxury of expecting someone else's richest man to personally come over. Lin Feng's appearance had already made him overjoyed. Lin Gaofeng had a businesslike smile on his face, and then he looked at the side, at Wan Dongming, who had a sad face, and he took the initiative to go up and ask, "You're Wan Dongming, aren't you?" This move startled everyone present. Secretary Lin, hello. Wan Dongming looked back. Of course he recognized Lin Feng. Zhang Peihui and Wang Enrong were bewildered. How come Lin Gaofeng even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with this waste of a son-in-law of his? Didn't you invite your brother? Dr.
Over? Lin Feng asked. My brother, Dr. Wan Dongming was stunned. The bystanders were also stunned and even more puzzled. Looks like you don't know yet. Lin Gaofeng smiled at Wan Dongming and said, the illness of Mr. Kang's mother was precisely cured by your brother, Dr. Wan. What? These words shocked everyone present. Chapter 19, Riverside Encounter. What? How can he cure a disease when he's a forced J criminal? These words were in the minds of everyone present, unable to comprehend how Wan Yunting could cure a disease. The most crucial thing was that he cured the richest man's mother. Wan Dongming was stunned. Zheng Peihui Wang Anrong was shocked. They didn't know about this at all. In a few days, when the old lady is fully recovered, the Kong General Association will invite Dr. Wan to a separate banquet for dinner as a token of appreciation. Hearing the people around, still calling Wan Yunting a forced J criminal, Lin Feng could not help but say one more sentence. Sure enough, everyone's face was surprised. To be able to let the richest man, Kong Hongwen, feast alone for dinner. Not many people in Huadu could do it. This time Wang Anrong and Zhang Peihui's expressions were cloudy, looking at each other with a bitter heart. They themselves wanted to climb onto Kong Hongwen's thigh by all means. As a result, the rapist they despised the most, Wan Yunting, had made it easy and was even invited to a separate dinner by the richest man. It was so infuriating. Dad, Mom, you guys misunderstood Yunting. At this time, Wang Chulin ran down and shouted, the one who bullied Mangyao just now wasn't third brother. It was someone else. What? It wasn't him? Zheng Peihui raised her voice a few points and also looked at Wang Mangyao, who followed her down. She nodded her head. It wasn't him. The one who climbed into my bed was a smelly man who smelled of alcohol. This time Wang Anrong and Zheng Peihui froze, and everyone around them was also full of astonishment. Next to Lin Gaofeng, after listening to Wan Dongming recounting what just happened, he said to Wang Anrong with a displeased face, Mr. Wang, how can you treat Dr. Wan like this? Wang Anrong was anxious. Lin Feng coldly glared at him and said nonchalantly, if it wasn't for the fact that Dr. Wan is your son-in-law's third brother, Mr. Kong wouldn't have asked me to come over for him to attend this evening party of yours, and now that you're acting like this, it's really disappointing to me. Farewell, Secretary Lin. Seeing Lin Feng turn to leave, Wang Anrong hurriedly chased after him to retain him. All the surrounding guests looked at each other in disbelief. It turned out that People's Secretary Lin came over because of Wan Yunting. Mom, you guys are going too far. Wan Dongming, who knew the truth, was filled with anger. This mother-in-law had falsely accused his third brother without asking, making him too angry. Wang Chulin by his side was also furious. As a result, she didn't take a breath and directly fainted. Chulin, quick, call an ambulance. This time, the party cannot be opened. Zhu Riverside, a street lamp under the leisure chair, sitting in a suit youth. Set up the legs, collar buttons undone, left hand on the chair backrest, mouth with a cigarette swallowing clouds, deep eyes, looking at the river back and forth of the ship. This is a familiar scene. In the past, every time he and Fang Yanshi got out of school, they would come together at night to walk along the Zhu River, sit on this chair, and count the boats coming and going. Tonight, Wan Yunting didn't expect to see, at the Wang family party, the woman he wanted to see the most in 7 years. However, the scene reappeared. Remembering Fang Yanshi showing disappointment to himself, Wan Yunting exhaled a mouthful of smoke and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the time it took for one cigarette, Wan Yunting thought about many things. Not only did he see Fang Yanshi tonight, he also saw his enemy Chen Tao. That kid, still so arrogant and domineering. It's time to clean him up. Wan Yunting threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out with his brand new shiny leather shoes. Immediately he sensed something, turned around to look over there under the streetlight. Was standing a woman wearing a one-shoulder bustier dress. Her tall figure, in the streetlight under the reflection, the silhouette stretched out a long time. Yan Shi. Wan Yunting was excited inwardly, standing up in a flash, looking at Fang Yanshi in surprise. You, why did you come? Fang Yanshi's pretty face was cool, if her eyes were very calm looking at him. Walking, obviously she had just left the Wang family and didn't want to go home for a while, so she turned around and came to this place. After Wan Yunting gave an "oh" sound, the two of them fell into silence. The evening breeze of autumn was cool, blowing Fang Yanshi's skirt, and the shadows were dancing, mapping out the two men's complicated moods at this moment. Up and down. Let's go. After a full 2 minutes, Fang Yanshi faintly said one sentence and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Wan Yunting quickly stepped up, took off his suit jacket and draped it over her icy, snow-white shoulders. It's fall, don't catch a cold. Fang Yanshi gave a start, trembling inwardly, but she didn't turn around to look at Wan Yunting behind her. She continued to walk towards the front, her shadows lengthening one after another under the street lamps, until they disappeared. Ugh! Wan Yunting, who calmed down, sighed.
lit a cigarette again and smoked it. Looking at Fong Yensher's fading shadow, he never knew what to say to her. It was only after another cigarette that Wan Yunting left Zhu Jiangbian Garden and came to the main road ready to take a taxi back, only to find that the time was very late, plus this side was a bit remote, so there were very few cars on the road. Wan Yunting had no choice but to use tic-tac on his cell phone. Suddenly, a strong far-light car shone over. Wan Yunting frowned and raised his hand to block the light. The next second, an out-of-control Mercedes sedan was rushing towards him. Wan Yunting reacted quickly and quickly dodged and jumped back to the road teeth. Boom! With a loud bang, the Mercedes sedan rushed out of the road and crashed into the distant street light pole. Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows, followed by two more Audi sedans flying past him and coming to an emergency stop on the side of the road. The doors opened, only to see 6 youths coming down from the two Audi cars. They were still carrying baseball bats in their hands, each with flower-armed tattoos. At a glance, they were socialites, especially the bald youth in the lead. Tall, wearing a black undershirt, back tattooed with a downhill tiger. People send nickname Tiger. The Mercedes sedan that crashed into the street light pole. The door pushed open, only to see the driver's seat on the Mad Dragon climbed out from inside, bleeding from his forehead, flowing down the corner of his left eye scar, making him look even more vicious. Oh, Mad Dragon, it's not worth it to sell your life for a pussy. Mighty Tiger held a baseball bat, looking at the wretched Mad Dragon in front of him, sneering, we came out of the same cage. On account of the old love and the Jianghu, I, Mighty Tiger, took the liberty of letting you have a way out. Don't stop me from getting that pussy killed. Crazy Dragon holding the car climbed up, looked at the Mercedes-Benz sedan sitting behind the sister Lingwei. In the face of life and death, her colorful face, still calm and relaxed, did not show a trace of panic expression. On the contrary, her secretary was so scared that she lost her color and trembled. Tiger, we are all on the road and like to talk about righteousness. Berserk Dragon straightened his body and blocked in front of the rear door of the Mercedes-Benz, facing Mighty Tiger and the others. He hardened his voice and droned. Sister owes me a favor. If you want to kill her, you'll have to step over my Berserk Dragon's corpse first. Worthy of being Mad Dragon, I respect you as a man. Mighty Tiger was holding a baseball bat and pointing at Mad Dragon, knowing that if he wanted to kill the pussy in the car, he would have to take care of Mad Dragon first. The car door pushed open. Ling Wei walked down. Tonight she was wearing a black skeletonized shirt on top, and a red leather hip skirt underneath, revealing a section of icy, snow-white legs that were moving and incomparable. But at this moment, Ling Wei, foxy eyes gloomy, the queen's domineering aura on her body released, pushed away the Mad Dragon that blocked in front of her, and smiled coldly at Mighty Tiger. He's really ruthless. Even I, his own daughter, want to kill. Chapter 20, he's a strange man. As long as Missy agrees to cooperate, I believe Brother Ling will never disregard your father-daughter love. In the face of a natural beauty, the magnificent Ling Wei, but do not be confused by her charming appearance. Mighty Tiger knows that she is ruthless. Even her own father can be killed. Father-daughter love. Ling Wei flaming red lips cold smile. Fox charming eyes harsh. Remembered that scum father. She could not wait to kill him personally. He degraded himself and still wants to drag me down. There's no door. Ling Wei's condescending queenly stance. Her aura was full and her attitude was very clear. Surprisingly, then don't blame me, Mighty Tiger. Mighty Tiger's eyes went cold, and the little brother behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to strike. Do or take sister away. Berserk Dragon protected in front of Ling Wei and her assistant Han Duor. He pulled out a machete from under the footrest of the Mercedes sedan, pointing at Mighty Tiger and roaring, if you want to kill my sister, you have to go through me first. Mad Dragon, originally I wanted to let you off the hook, but since you're willing to work for her, don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. Seeing that Mad Dragon was so protective of Ling Wei, Mighty Tiger no longer bothered with more words, and each of the 6 men around him rushed up with baseball bats in hand. Stop! But right at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Originally, Wan Yun Ting, who was on the road over there, didn't want to care about this kind of thing, but once he saw that it was Mad Dragon and the others, then this matter would have to be managed. After all, Mad Dragon was his own cellmate, and he also knew Mighty Tiger. Who the hell is looking for death and dares to meddle? Manticore turned around and looked at the figure that was strolling towards the side, not realizing that there were people around. Tiger, you're still the same. You like to fight and kill. A suit straight Wan Yun Ting. The streetlight finally irradiated his handsome face. Smoking a cigarette, he slowly spit out smoke rings. To Mighty Tiger laugh evil smile. Brother Wan, how are you? Manticore stared, unable to believe that the person in front of him was Wan Yunting. Mad Dragon, who was protecting Ling Wei and the girls, was filled with ecstasy the moment he saw Wan Yunting appear. Saved. Ling Wei was puzzled. Looking at the man standing under the streetlight smoking a cigarette, he felt a bit familiar.
Sis, he's the brother one I recommended to you last time. Mad Dragon was excited.
Oh, Ling Wei's foxy eyes narrowed slightly. She had heard Maniacal Dragon tell her the day before yesterday that this man was a forced J-convict.
Brother one, when did you get out of jail? Reacting to this, Fierce Tiger ran his ass over to Wan Yun-ting, who was now like a well-behaved kitten. Why didn't you tell me when you came out?
So that I could bring my brethren to greet you. This scene made Ling Wei's pretty face astonished. She knew well that Mighty Tiger was the most ruthless fighter beside her father, and on the basis of his ability to fight, he didn't put anyone in his eyes, even his oldest brother, Ling Xianzong, and Mighty Tiger's attitude wouldn't be like this, groveling and fawning over Wan Yunting. Wan Yunting pulled out cigarettes from his pocket, drew one out and handed it to Mighty Tiger, gesturing to Berserk Dragon and the others over there.
Give me face, let Berserk Dragon go.
Mighty Tiger respectfully took the cigarette with both hands,
and without hesitation, he hemmed and hawed. Brother one,
I didn't want to get Berserker's dragon killed in the first place. Wan Yunting nodded his head and smiled.
Glancing at Ling Wei beside Berserk Dragon, he said to Mighty Tiger, as for the affairs of your Dao, I'm too lazy to care, but Tiger, there are a few cameras over there. I'm afraid it's inconvenient if you guys do something bad here. Tiger's expression was dumbfounded. How could he not hear what Wan Yunting meant?
And immediately said with a bit of difficulty,
Brother one, you also know that I'm out to be a gangster. I'll do whatever the boss tells me to do. What? You still want to go back to prison to continue scrubbing toilets?
Wan Yunting looked at him and laughed lightly.
Mighty Tiger's brows were furrowed.
His heart was torn.
A moment later, his big eyes glared and he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, brother one, you saved me in prison. This time it's as if I'm returning the favor. Let them go.
Now Ling Wei, who was over there, had a pretty face of surprise. Her heart was completely shocked.
Her foxy eyes looked at Wan Yunting in amazement.
She didn't think that with a single word, he could make the Mighty Tiger withdraw his hand.
This person, not simple. Brother one, some other day I'll be the host and receive you. Mighty Tiger sincerely invited. Let's talk about it when we have time. Wan Yunting waved his hand with a smile. Good. Mighty Tiger was excited. If he could bring Wan Yunting together, not to mention dealing with Ling Wei, no one in the entire flower capital would be his match. Missy, you're lucky to run into Brother Wan tonight. I hope you'll be so lucky next time. Let's go. Mighty Tiger turned around and shouted at Ling Wei.
Then he stopped talking nonsense,
waved his hand and took his men to the car and left.
Ling Wei's charming phoenix eyes narrowed slightly,
not showing any emotion, but inwardly,
she was very surprised.
Brother Wan, why are you here? Mad Dragon's face was full of exhilaration as he ran over to Wan Yunting. Put the knife down. Saving you once doesn't mean you can be saved a second time.
Wan Yunting waved his hand to interrupt him, giving Mad Dragon a blank stare.
As he turned around, the rest of his eyes glanced at Ling Wei, dropping a sentence, take care of yourself, and he left. Brother Wan, take care. Mad Dragon didn't dare to say anything. They were very lucky to run into Wan Yunting tonight.
Ling Wei Fox's charming eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Wan Yunting's leading figure, feeling that there was a special charm and mystery about this man.
Mad Dragon, what exactly is he?
Ling Wei became interested in this man.
Brother Wan, ah.
Mad Dragon turned his head and grinned at Ling Wei.
He's a strange man. Strange man? Ling Wei was stunned,
momentarily unable to understand what he meant by this strange man.
Thanks.
Wan Yunting got down from the dripping sedan and headed back towards the main entrance of the Southern Hospital.
But the next moment, 8 youths emerged from a corner and surrounded towards Wan Yunting in diameter.
A youth with a tattooed flower arm and dark skin arrogantly said to Wan Yunting, Kid, someone paid to buy you an arm and leg.
Go! This group of people didn't give Wan Yunting a chance to speak. They came up and directly made their move.
In this kind of public place, they wanted to have a quick fight, but one look at them, they were social gangsters, waving steel rods and pouncing over without hesitation.
Wan Yunting was calm.
His gaze was cold. It was too late to guess who they were sent by. A dodge to avoid. The steel rod swung down from in front of him, fell short. Wan Yunting raised his fist to the young man's face. Nose blood soared out. Crouching wail. Then he dodged again.
Punched another youth in the abdo. Men. And then a back kick,
sending a youth behind him flying out.
Crackling. Without a minute's time, the dark-skinned youth, nicknamed Blackie, flopped down on his knees in front of Wan Yunting, his eyes full of fear, looking at his 7 brothers lying on the ground wailing and screaming a scene, knowing that tonight he had run into a tough opponent. At that moment, the black boy's big finger pointed to the roadside behind him, parked a black BMW sedan. This old brother, is the boss of the horse asked us to come? Please be magnanimous. Let us off. Wan Yunting was speechless. He didn't even ask. This guy confessed. To no Jung who rules. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment is sitting on the BMW sedan Ma Xin. Once he saw the black boy big finger pointing at himself,
he screamed bad.
Allow him to consider.
Immediately start the sedan drive out of the parking space to run. Wan Yunting eyes narrowed. Arrow step rushed out.
Extremely fast, like a robust cheetah. Bang sound. His feet landed on the front cover of Ma Xian's sedan. Immediately appeared two clear footprints. Bang.
Immediately after the front windshield shattered.
Wan Yunting's big hand reached in and grabbed Ma Xian's neck. Looking at his face full of panic,
Wan Yunting's big hand closed,
and yanked Ma Xian's entire body out of the car,
threw it in the air and drew a perfect arc,
and finally flopped,
before he fell hard on the road.
Ah! Ma Xian screamed miserably.
His face was covered in glass slag,
blood dripping, miserable.
Wan Yunting went up and stomped on his chest. His expression was indifferent as he calmly said,
"Go back and tell Chen Tao that it will be his turn soon." After saying this,
Wan Yunting kicked him to the side of the road, lest the vehicles coming back and forth run him over. He knew that Ma Xian was paying these punks to come over to teach him a lesson because of what happened last time at the Lingwei clubhouse. It was just a pity that these road gangsters were too sub.
Chapter 21, The Only Human Witness. Brother Yunting, you're back. Wan Yunting just came back under the hospital accommodation building.
A figure flew over.
It was Su Kor, who was wearing cartoon pajamas.
She was still carrying the packed fried noodles in her hand. She waited in front of Wan Yunting and hastily braked the car. Her big eyes rounded and exclaimed,
"Brother Yunting, you're so handsome in this body."
Wan Yunting laughed, pointing at the late-night snack in her hand.
"Don't bring me late-night snacks in the future." Only then did Su Kor react, handing the fried noodles up.
"Hee, I'll bring it to you every night in the future." Wan Yunting had no choice but to continue.
"Thank you," taking out the key and opening the door to her room. Su Kor drilled in with a carp swimming technique, surveying the room in amazement. "Brother Yunting, your room is so clean, better than me at tidying up. It seems like me coming in was redundant."
Wan Yunting placed the fried noodles on the table and laughed.
"You're a girl, coming into my room like this, aren't you afraid of people gossiping?" "I'm not afraid."
Su Kor nonchalantly sat on Wan Yunting's bed and smiled cheekily.
"Compared to you, Brother Yunting, what am I?"
Wan Yunting laughed and shook his head, opening the fried noodles and eating them because he was hungry and hadn't even had a sip of wine in the Wang family.
"Brother Yunting, the dean might expel you." Su Kor got up and went over, adorably squatting on the floor, her hands holding the table,
her chin resting on the back of her hands, her big watery eyes looking at Wan Yunting, who was eating fried rice,
pouting her little mouth. "What should you do next?"
Wan Yunting looked at her.
"Find another way out." Su Kor's eyes rolled and she excitedly said, "Brother Yunting, why don't you go to the Chinese medicine department?" Chinese medicine department? Wan Yunting was stunned. He knew that next door was the Chinese medicine department, also known as Southern Chinese Medicine Hospital. "Yes, you're so good at Chinese medicine.
You can go to the Chinese medicine department and become a physician directly."
Su Kor laughed. In this way, he can work in the same hospital with him again. When you are a Chinese medicine practitioner,
you have to have a medical practitioner's license,
which I don't have right now.
Wan Yunting shook his head and continued to eat his fried noodles.
"That's so." Su Kor frowned. Then she said excitedly, "Then I can find Sister Jiang to help. Her grandfather is the dean of the Chinese medicine department. If he can give you a certificate,
you can go for a physician's qualification certificate."
"The director of your emergency department, Jiang." Wan Yunting was surprised,
but when he thought of Jiang Tongxin's serious look, he shook his head and laughed.
"I'm not related to her. Why would people help me?" "Me." Su Kor patted her proud breasts and assured, "This matter will be wrapped up in me. I'll go find Sister Jiang now."
Watching her hurriedly run out the door caused Wan Yunting to shake his head and laugh.
"Not caring much. See Domain Bay Villa area." "Stupid." Looking at Ma Xian with a face full of bandages, Chen Tao was furious. His hand gestured a bull-sized circle and scolded, "Tonight at Wang's house, that kid broke such a big tree with a single punch. Just by calling a few punks, you can beat him." Ma Xian's face was full of bitterness and aggravation.
"I didn't know he was that capable of fighting."
Chen Tao sat down, completely speechless. "Mr. Chen, you have to help me this revenge." Ma Xian was aggrieved. "What? You also want me to go and get beaten up by him and then call the police to arrest him to go to jail?" Chen Tao was holding his wine glass, and was infuriated by Ma Xian to the point of being speechless. "To deal with Wan Yunting, you have to use your brain, not rely on brute force. Do you understand?" Ma Xian understood what he meant and asked, "Then what do we do now?"
"Wan Yunting will definitely not let us off the hook this time when he gets out of jail."
Chen Tao took a sip of wine. His eyes narrowed and said, "During this period of time, you give me a good eye on Wan Yunting. Every move he makes, report to me." I could play him to death back then. I can do the same now." Ma Xian nodded. Then Chen Tao added, "You call now. Call Zhang Li and Huang Daowei over." Ma Xian froze and said urgently, "Mr. Chen, you don't think they, humph, give them a few guts, they wouldn't dare to betray me. Chen Tao coldly snorted. His gloomy eyes were gloomy. But the only thing I'm worried about right now is that Feng Lin kid. Ma Xin nodded his head. Back then, when he framed Wan Yunting for the incident, Feng Luan was the only slip-up. Since graduation, that kid has disappeared. So far no news of him. Any news? Ma Xin said. Find him. Chen Tao glared at Ma Xin and said, I can give him a sum of money, but this matter, he must be allowed to rot in his stomach. Otherwise if Wan Yunting finds out, then he will likely become the only witness to this matter. I understand. Ma Xin nodded. I'll go inquire where Feng Lin is right now tomorrow. The next morning, Wan Yunting woke up at 6 o'clock sharp, changed into cleaner's clothes, washed up and went straight to work at the emergency department. Old Zhang and Auntie were surprised, but didn't ask him anything more. Wan Yunting carried a bucket and mop, so he started mopping the floor in the hall of the emergency department. Look, why is he still there? Yeah, the dean surprisingly didn't fire him? Perhaps it's because the notice hasn't come down yet. The doctors in the emergency department, looking at Wan Yunting who was mopping the floor, pointed and discussed. After all, the events of the day before yesterday had spread early in the hospital. He had publicly punched the dean and vice dean, with Professor Huang from the capital, and all the doctors in the face once, and had also dislocated He Jian's right hand, which was considered to have completely offended the entire hospital. Wan Yunting, you should stop. The personnel department steward came over and directly said to Wan Yunting, our hospital rules state that people who commit J offenses can't work in the hospital, so you're fired. Ha! He Jian, who was dressed in a white lab coat with his right hand tied with a bandage around his neck, walked in, arrogantly triumphant. Kid, don't think that if you heal Kong Hongwen's mother, the hospital will be able to keep you. Hurry up and pack up and get the hell out of here. Wan Yunting stopped the work in his hand and looked at He Jian expressionlessly. This result was expected. Director He, you're bullying people too much. Su Kor huffed and walked over. He Jian glared, pointing at his right hand and gasped. I'm bullying people. It's clearly him bullying me, okay? Not to mention that our hospital clearly states that people who have been in jail can't be hired. Not to mention that he's also a forced J criminal. You're the one. Su Kor, if you dare to talk back again, believe it or not I'll let you get out with him too? He Jian pointed at Su Kor. If it wasn't for the fact that she was Jiang Tongxin's person, he would have fired this girl long ago. Kor, Jiang Tongxin came over. And Wan Yunting also pulled Su Kor. It's fine. I'll just leave. Then hurry up and get lost. He Jian was full of arrogance and glanced at him. Haven't paid my salary yet. Suddenly Wan Yunting reached out and smiled at He Jian. This caused He Jian's face to twitch, and he gasped. After beating me up like this, you still want a paycheck? These are two different things. Wan Yunting looked at him and smiled amiably. I can help you heal your hand. These words infuriated He Jian to the point where he was shivering, pointing his left hand at him angrily. Kid, just wait for me. I'll definitely clean you up when I turn around. Wan Yunting shook his head not caring. Eventually the person in charge of personnel settled his salary for the past few days. Wan Yunting took it and prepared to leave. Immediately Jiang Tongxin said to him, you want to take the physician's license? Wan Yunting was stunned and turned his head to look at her. Su Kor said excitedly, Sister Jiang promised to recommend you to work in the Chinese medicine department. Kor, you go back to work first. I'll take him to the Chinese medicine department for a walk. Good. Su Kor was happy, gave Wan Yunting a wink and went into the emergency department to continue working. Wan Yunting didn't expect Su Kor to really persuade Jiang Tongxin. Director Jiang, thank you, go. Jiang Tongxin looked indifferent, turned around and walked toward the next door Chinese medicine department. Chapter 22, Fang Shoshan. The Chinese medicine department, just across the eastern wall, an old 4-story building was. Looking at the Chinese medicine department, it was cold and unattended, making Wan Yunting a little surprised. But think about it, now the whole Chinese medicine, like a falling dynasty, gradually eliminated. The reason for such a scene is not that there are no really great physicians in Chinese medicine, but because with the modern fast-paced society, people rely more on the treatment of colds that can be solved with a few bottles of water. Of course, it's not all society's fault, but TCM itself has been fractured or outright disinherited during those turbulent times. So in the entire TCM department of the Southern Hospital, there were a total of 5 TCM physicians, which also included the president, and a director, and 3 young physicians who had just graduated, as well as 2 old pharmacists in charge of the pharmacy, and 6 nurses. And the ones who come over to see the doctor every day are nothing but the old ladies in the neighborhood, the old men and theirs, the generation that only believes in Chinese medicine. Another boring day. On the second floor of the Chinese medicine department, 3 young physicians gathered in the consultation room to play cards. They had already gotten used to this kind of leisurely, wasted days. Cough. a middle-aged man walked in,
and the three young physicians hurriedly put away their poker cards.
Director Lee, you're here. What a shame. Don't you guys know that the dean will be back later? This one was named Lee Chengda, the director of the traditional Chinese medicine department, and his official accent was guilty of being very full. Yes, 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 we read, study, and wait for patients. These three young physicians nodded their heads honestly in response. Obviously they had suffered the loss of this Director Lee wearing small shoes before they were so scornful of him. Director Lee, Elder Fong is here. An older nurse came in and shouted a voice. Lee Chengda looked at Sister Yen, the head nurse who was high on melon seeds, and also grunted. But when he heard that it was Elder Fong, he hurriedly went out and jogged downstairs. On the first floor hall, an old man sitting in a wheelchair, gray tang suit, half-white hair, rosy face, looks young, but he is 68 years old. Master, I'll just pick up the medicine myself. Why bother following me on a trip? Pushing the wheelchair was a man in his 50s, the old butler Lin Si. This old master, named Fang Shoshan, patted his leg that was covered with a small blanket. I haven't been over here for a long time as well, so I wanted to let President Jiang take a look at the leg. Lin Si nodded his head inside. If it wasn't for that car accident back then. This leg of yours, master. Fang Shoshan shook his head and waved his hand. I've already looked away. Not to mention I'm a big old man. A limp is a limp. Although he said this, Lin Si knew deep down that Fang Shoshan's heart longed for him to stand up and walk like a normal person. Or even run. Master Fang, why did you come in person? Lee Chengda jogged all the way down from the upper floors to welcome him. You sent someone to squeak me out. I'll just send the medicine to your residence. Looking at a groveling, flattering Lee Chengda, Fang Shoshan laughed. I haven't been here for a long time, and I came by the way to give your President Jiang a look at this leg. Lee Chengda nodded and smiled. Dean Jiang will be back in a while. Why don't you go up to my office first? I'll help you take a look at your leg. Good. Fang Shoshan nodded. Lee Chengda happy, personally for Lin Si, pushed Fang Shoshan upstairs to go. Not a moment later, Zhang Tongxin with Wan Yunting walked in from the door of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Inside, the two small nurses are also high on melon seeds. Saw her greetings. Director Jiang is here. Has my grandfather come yet? Zhang Tongxin asked. Not yet. Where's Director Lee? He's in the office, treating that Elder Fong. Nurse Miss said. Zhang Tongxin nodded and took Wan Yunting up to the second floor, turning a little way to Lee Chengda's office. Sure enough, he saw that he was squatting, checking the legs of Fang Shoshan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Then he shook his head inside. Elder Fong, the muscle atrophy in your legs has worsened, and you've completely lost consciousness. If you want to cure it, I'm afraid, no need to be jealous. I'm used to it. Fang Shoshan smiled affably, but the words still irritated his heart. 3 years ago, Fang Shoshan was participating in a senior running marathon when suddenly a small car lost control, knocking him down on the spot and running over his legs, causing serious injuries. Although Fang Shoshan's legs were restored through surgery, he has lost consciousness in his legs since then, and many specialists and doctors have passed judgment, declaring that his legs are disabled for life, and that he will never be able to stand up. This is a huge blow to Fang Shoshan, who was a runner when he was young and still loves running today, and he could not accept it in his heart. Over the past 3 years, he has seen every Western and Chinese doctor in China and abroad, but no one has been able to make his legs stand up again. Could it be that I, Fang Shoshan, was destined to spend the rest of my life sitting in this wheelchair and growing old? Tongxin, why are you here? Lee Chengda saw Zhang Tongxin at the door. She brought Wan Yunting in. I came to look for Grandpa. He hasn't come yet, so I came over to see Director Lee. In that case, then you guys sit down first. I'll look at Elder Fang's leg first. Lee Chengda continued to check Fang Shoshan's legs. Zhang Tongxin nodded her head and wanted Wan Yunting to sit, but he could be seen looking at Fang Shoshan. Fang Shoshan felt his gaze and looked up at him, resulting in Wan Yunting speaking. These legs of yours should have been damaged by a sedan running over them, right? Fang Shoshan's old face froze, and Lee Chengda also immediately turned his head to look at Wan Yunting, seemingly a little displeased that he spoke out, interrupting himself to show Master Fang's legs. He's the one who treated General Manager Kang's mother. Zhang Tongxin said. Oh, that's you. The matter of the richest man. Kang Hongwen's mother's illness had naturally spread to the Chinese medicine department's side. Seeing him in cleaner's clothes, Lee Chengda was filled with disdain. Still really a cleaner. But Wan Yunting's attention was already on Fang Shoshan's legs. Blocked meridians, muscle atrophy, hardening of blood vessels, loss of consciousness. If another year passes, your legs will be ruined. What do you mean? Fang Shoshan didn't know who he was, but from the meaning in Wan Yunting's mouth, he read that there was still hope for his legs. If these legs of yours can be effectively treated in time now, they can still stand up, Wan Yunting said gently. Really? Fang Shoshan's old eyes rounded and stared at Wan Yunting, his heart excited.
like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. Big talk. Li Chengde stood up and glared at Wan Yunting and grunted. Elder Fang's legs are disabled. Even Dean Jiang has no way to cure them. What are you talking big words here? Do you really think that you think you're great just because you cured Chief Kang's mother's intestinal disease? This is an orthopedic disease. Do you understand? These words, however, made Wan Yunting shake his head and laugh. Could it be that if he couldn't cure a disease, it meant that others couldn't? Not to mention, you're still a forced J offender. Li Chengde gave Wan Yunting a contemptuous glance. Then he turned to Jiang Tongxin and said, Tongxin, what did you bring him for? Do you still want to recommend him to our TCM department? I can tell you that our traditional Chinese medicine department doesn't need someone like him, who has a history of committing adultery. As a physician, these words made Jiang Tongxin frown and didn't say anything. Once Fang Shoshan heard that this youth was a forcible J offender, the hope that had been ignited was instantly extinguished again. What if I can cure his legs? Wan Yunting pointed at Fang Shoshan's legs and said calmly to this Li Chengde, whose eyes were full of dislike for himself. You really don't know the heights of heaven. Li Chengde sneered. Don't say that you can cure Master Fang's legs. If you can make him move his toes right now, I, Li Chengde, will personally go and beg Dean Jiang to keep you in the Chinese medicine department and give you my position as director. These words made Fang Shoshan raise his eyebrows. So many doctors ruled that his legs were disabled for life, but in his heart, he had always longed to be able to stand up again. Chapter 23, Yin Yang Taihan Needle Technique. Good. I don't want this director position of yours either. Wan Yunting glanced at Li Chengde and then stopped paying attention to him. Coming to Fang Shoshan and squatting down in front of him, he smiled and said, Master, why don't you let me take a look at this leg of yours? Good. Seeing Wan Yunting's confident gaze, Fang Shoshan looked forward. For some reason, he always felt that this young man in front of him gave people a sense of unconditional credibility. Wan Yunting lifted Fang Shoshan's legs and placed them on his knees. His hands pinched on his already shriveled calf bellies. Looking at Fang Shoshan's lack of self-consciousness, he knew that his legs had completely lost consciousness. Can I borrow a silver needle? Wan Yunting twisted his head to look at Li Chengde. He grunted before he went to the table and opened the drawer. Taking out a set of silver needles he used and an alcohol lamp over. I want to see you. How to make Master Fang move his toes. Wan Yunting didn't care about him. Took out a lighter to light the alcohol lamp. Looked at the set of silver needles spread out on the table. 4 fingers twisted up a 7-inch long silver needle. Shook it on the flame of the alcohol lamp, and then stabbed it steadily into Liang Qiu acupoint on Fang Shoshan's left knee with the scattered stabbing method. Scattered stabbing method, skillful and old-fashioned. It's a bit of a skill. Li Chengde looked slightly shocked. This was what he said in his heart. Jiang Tongxin, who was standing at the side, watched. Although she studied Western medicine, she was from a Chinese medicine family, so she naturally knew some Chinese medicine. In a few moments of work, Wan Yunting had silver needles all over the Yin Lingquan, Yang Lingquan, Foot Sanli, Sea of Blood, Crane's Peak, Knee Sunshine, and all the acupoints on the soles of Fang Shoshan's feet, and 48 of them were used. But Fang Shoshan was still unconscious, just looking curiously at his legs full of silver needles, the most he had ever stuck. What kind of needle technique are you doing? Zapping all the acupuncture points once. Isn't it just a mess? Li Chengde hummed disdainfully. He saw that Fang Shoshan's feet remained unresponsive and thought that Wan Yunting was clamoring for attention. Ignoring him, Wan Yunting bent down and kneaded Fang Shoshan's left upper thigh with both hands and said, Your calves' meridians are clogged, your muscles are atrophied, and your blood vessels are not flowing smoothly, but your thighs are fine. So as long as you open up your meridians and blood vessels at all points with acupuncture, you'll be fine. Do you feel now a little numbness in your knee? Well, it really does. Suddenly Fang Shoshan was surprised. As Wan Yunting's hands kept kneading on his left thigh, he did clearly feel that a fine numbness appeared on his left knee. Then you feel again. Calf belly muscle. Swelling pain? Wan Yunting continued to press his left thigh, stimulating the tendons and blood vessels of his calf with qi energy, and then connecting the silver needle points to stimulate his calf muscles. I feel it. I feel it. At once Fang Shoshan was filled with excitement and screamed in excitement. This made Li Chengde and Jiang Tongxin, with the old housekeeper Lin Si surprised. Looking at the excited Fang Shoshan, he was now as if he was seeing a beautiful maiden with her clothes stripped. Now feel it again. Are your toes numb as well? Wan Yunting continued to knead him. Fang Shoshan was already shivering with excitement, nodding his head repeatedly. Feel it, as if I can move my toes. Move it. Suddenly Wan Yunting pressed hard on his thigh tendons. Fang Shoshan struggled to control his left foot, and under the gaze of Li Chengde and Jiang Tongxin, he only saw his toes move slightly. Oh my god, it's moving, the old butler exclaimed. I can move, I can really move, exclaimed Fang Shoshan in excitement. Excited. It had been 3 whole years, time and time again. His hopes had been dashed again and again. making him think for a while that he might not be able to stand up again for the rest of his life with both of his feet. But at this moment, that long-lost feeling of being able to maneuver his legs made Fang Shoshan as excited as a tender bud growing on a tree in spring. Old tears of excitement. How is this possible? Li Chengde was dumbfounded, looking with incredulity at Fang Shoshan's toes that could slightly move. This was something that even Dean Jiang was unable to do, but it was actually done by this kid. What's going on? Jiang Yichuan, dressed in a tang suit, walked in, and at the doorway, he heard Fang Shoshan shout in excitement. Dean, Master Fang's legs can move. Li Chengde immediately went up and pulled Jiang Yichuan in, only for him to see Wan Yunting squatting beside Fang Shoshan and exclaimed, "Little brother, why you?" Wan Yunting looked up and was also surprised to see Jiang Yichuan. Wasn't this the old man who had been rescued from under Wang Mengyao's sports car that day? The one who was most surprised was Jiang Tongxin. Grandpa, you know him? He's my great benefactor. Jiang Yichuan was excited and said to Jiang Tongxin, "The one who saved me on the road that day was him." Jiang Tongxin was stunned. Of course she knew that her grandfather almost had a car accident 2 days ago. She didn't realize that the one who saved him was actually Wan Yunting. This is the Yin Yang Taiha needle. Immediately Jiang Yichuan looked at Fang Shoshan's legs. The major acupoints were filled with silver needles, making his old eyes widen in disbelief as he looked at Wan Yunting. Little brother, this is the needle technique you are practicing? Yin Yang Taiha acupuncture. How could? As soon as Li Chengde heard the name of the needle technique, his entire body cracked. Hasn't this needle technique been lost for a long time? Wan Yunting ignored him and nodded and smiled at Jiang Yichuan. It's the Yin Yang Taiha needle technique. Jiang Yichuan was shocked. This Yin and Yang Taiha acupuncture. The book recorded that it was created by an imperial physician in the Ming dynasty. It had always been only in the palace that imperial physicians were qualified to learn this acupuncture. Little brother, dare I ask what is your teacher? Jiang Yichuan asked excitedly. Wan Yunting pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, old master. My master warned me that I should only report his name after I'm a master, lest I lose his old man's face. Jiang Yichuan was stunned. Li Chengde came to say, could it be a certain hidden master? For the Chinese medicine world, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people generalized. Alright. Wan Yunting finally stood up upright at the waist, looked at Fang Shoshan's legs and smiled. Master, to completely cure you of this leg, not only do you need acupuncture treatment, but you also need to be supplemented with medicinal broths, and with 1 week of continuous treatment, it is guaranteed that you will be able to get off the ground and walk. Really? Fang Shoshan's old face was excited. He now had complete trust in Wan Yunting. Little brother, thank you so much, but Li Chengde was embarrassed. Jiang Yichuan heard his granddaughter say that she wanted Wan Yunting to come to his Chinese medicine department as a physician. He was full of joy and said, little brother, we are really destined for each other. Wan Yunting nodded with a smile. He also didn't expect that the old man he saved that day was Jiang Tongxin's grandfather. Thank you for saving my grandfather. Jiang Tongxin sincerely thanked. Wan Yunting smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Seeing this, Jiang Tongxin stopped staying and went back to work in the emergency department. Brother Fang, since little brother has a way to heal your legs, then you can use his medicine from now on. Jiang Yichuan smiled at Fang Shoshan. Wan Yunting wrote a prescription and handed it to Li Chengde and smiled. Director Li, I'm still bothering you to take a look at what's wrong with this medicine. Li Chengde was stunned, and proceeded with the prescription, his face full of embarrassment. Wan Yunting smiled affably. What happened just now was just a joke. Director Li, don't take it to heart. Li Chengde didn't expect Wan Yunting to take the initiative to give himself a step down. He immediately laughed. It was my eyes that were clumsy just now. What is it? Jiang Yichuan asked. Wan Yunting shook his head and smiled. Nothing. Beside him, Li Chengde was secretly fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, Wan Yunting didn't care. If he let Jiang Yichuan know that he almost turned away his life-saving benefactor, he would have to be scolded to death by him. Chapter 24, Quack Doctor. Old Master, you will come back tomorrow. Last for a week and you will be able to walk on the ground. Seeing Li Chengde pick up the medicine he had prescribed, Wan Yunting turned his hand and handed it to Fang Shoshan's old butler, Lin Si. Well, thank you, Dr. Wan. Fang Shoshan was full of excitement, pulling Wan Yunting's hand and sighing. Originally, I thought that the rest of my life would be spent forever in this wheelchair until I grow old, but I didn't expect to run into you as a miracle doctor today, so I can fulfill my wish. Wan Yunting could see the unwillingness in the heart of this elder Fang. He nodded and smiled. Don't worry, elder. I will be able to make you stand up and walk again. You go back and recuperate well. You need to rest more. Good. Fang Shoshan nodded his head repeatedly before the old housekeeper pushed him downstairs. Li Chengde bumblingly followed to see him off. Little brother, you really impress me. Jiang Yichuan walked up and gave Wan Yunting a thumbs up, causing him to humbly smile.
Dean Jiang, don't say that. In terms of practicing medical experience, you are my elder. Ha ha, you are very good law.
Jiang Yichuan sat down and let him sit down as well.
You're so young.
You have such superior medical skills.
And you're still not bullying. It's worth the younger generation to learn from you. Right. Spinning around, Jiang Yichuan asked him, just now, Tong Xian told me that you don't have a medical practitioner's qualification certificate yet. Is it because you want to get it through me by giving you a certificate?
Yes. Wan Yunting nodded. I heard that in order to get a physician's qualification certificate,
you need to worship a master and get a master apprentice certificate from the master in order to do it.
Worship the master. Jiang Yichuan quickly waved his hand.
Worshipping a master is not necessary.
With your medical skills, old me, I can't afford you to worship a master. Not to mention that there is no need to worship any master at all.
No need?
Wan Yunting was confused.
Jiang Yichuan said, in fact, this master worship, is our Chinese medicine circle those people for the sake of false fame? Or apprenticeship to earn a little master worship fee or something? There is no such thing. Turn around. I'll give you a certificate in the name of Southern Chinese Medicine Department. Tomorrow I'll personally take you to the Health Administration Department to do it. Now Wan Yunting understood.
Dare that He Chang was trying to fool himself.
Thank you, Dean Jiang.
Wan Yunting hurriedly thanked. With a physician's license, he would be able to practice medicine in the future.
And he could also open his own Chinese medicine clinic.
Or medical center. Jiang Yichuan smiled and waved his hand. But you have to stay in our TCM department and serve as an herbalist.
Wan Yunting nodded and smiled. No problem. Good. I'll give you a certificate now. Jiang Yichuan was happy and dragged Wan Yunting to his office. As a result,
his cell phone rang. Wan Yunting took it out and saw that it was second brother. He said sorry to Jiang Yichuan before answering.
Second brother. What is it?
Third brother.
Are you in the hospital?
Wan Dongming, who was currently at the gate of Southern Hospital.
Your second sister-in-law fainted last night.
She is now in the First People's Hospital.
I want you to go over and give her a look. What? Second sister-in-law fainted again.
Wan Yunting was shocked.
Okay, I'll go over now.
Then I'll wait for you at the hospital entrance. After saying that and hanging up the call,
Wan Yunting said to Jiang Yichuan, I'm sorry Dean Jiang. I have to go out for something urgent. It's fine. You go quickly.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and hurriedly ran downstairs.
Not even having time to change into his cleaner's clothes, he arrived at the hospital's main entrance.
And when he saw his second brother,
Wan Dongming, he hurriedly asked, Second brother, what's the situation with second sister-in-law right now?
Third brother, Wan Dongming greeted him and saw the cleaner's clothes on him.
Why are you wearing these clothes? What exactly is your job at the hospital? Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about second sister-in-law's illness first.
Wan Yunting waved his hand and got into the car with Wan Dongming.
Running directly towards Huadu First People's Hospital, he said, after you left last night, your second sister-in-law fainted. Luckily she was sent to the hospital in time to be resuscitated.
But I wasn't at ease, so I came over to pick you up to give her a look. Once he heard that his second sister-in-law was resuscitated, Wan Yunting was relieved.
Third brother, I'm sorry for what happened last night. Wan Dongming was filled with guilt and said, but things have been cleared up.
It was my mother-in-law and the others who wronged you.
It's alright second brother, I didn't take it to heart. Wan Yunting waved his hand indifferently.
It was because apart from his second sister-in-law, he was completely disappointed with the rest of the Wang family.
Last night,
the chairman of the Five Lakes Group,
Kong Hongwen, and his secretary also went to the party.
Wan Dongming twisted his head to look at him and said, he also told him about you treating Mr.
Kang's mother.
That's why my father-in-law agreed to let me come over to invite you.
To treat your second sister-in-law, and on the way, let my sister-in-law apologize to you. Apologize.
Wan Yunting smiled at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't afford to apologize to that second young lady of the Wang family. At this time in Huadu First People's Hospital, in the luxurious ward, on the hospital bed lay Wang Chulin. Her pretty face was white. She looked weak and pitiable. Wang Mangyao sat beside her to accompany her. Outside, Zheng Peihui and Wang Anrong sat on the living room sofa, not saying a word. Then the door to the room pushed open. Wan Dongming brought Wan Yunting in and sought his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Mom and Dad, my third brother is here. Looking at his second brother's in-laws, Wan Yunting was expressionless. What is he wearing? It can't be a cleaner in the hospital, right? Zheng Peihui saw Wan Yunting in a cleaner's clothes. Her eyes were still disgusted and loathing. Humming, and I heard that Mr. Kang's mother's illness is just a small cold with diarrhea. This kind of small illness can be cured by a doctor. But our daughter's illness is a big illness. How can we let people like him cure it? Wang Anrong sitting next to him frowned, equally puzzled. Could it be that it was really this Wan Yunting who stepped on luck to climb up that big tree of Kong Homwan? Old Wang, I disagree. Zheng Peihui glanced at Wan Yunting and grunted. I've already called Divine Dr. Zhou to come over. I don't need him to cure Chulin.
But Won Dongming was anxious. Mom, didn't we agree before that we would let my third brother give Chulin a look? What to look at? Zheng Peihui glared, pointing at Won Yunting with disdain. Isn't it just curing a small cold? You really take yourself as a divine doctor. This made Won Dongming angry and annoyed, but he could do nothing in the face of this overbearing mother-in-law who was like the Empress Dowager. Alright, let him try. At this time, Wang Anrong spoke up and glanced at Won Yunming. Thanks Dad. Won Dongming was excited, and without waiting for his mother-in-law to speak, he led Won Yunting towards his daughter-in-law's hospital room. And Rong, how can you let him? There's no harm in letting him take a look. Wang Anrong struck out at Zhang Peihui because what he cared about was Won Yunting's relationship with Kong Hongwen. Wife, third brother is here. Wang Chulin, who was leaning on the hospital bed, looked at Won Yunting, who was brought in by Won Dongming, and smiled weakly. Third brother, you're here. Second sister-in-law. Seeing Wang Chulin's face looking so bad, Won Yunting was surprised how it was even worse than what he saw last night. I didn't expect you to still be my brother-in-law's brother. Wang Mengyao, who was dressed in sportswear, was still condescending like a princess. Mengyao, don't apologize yet. Wang Chulin had a stern face. If you hadn't not made it clear last night, there wouldn't have been such a big misunderstanding. Sister, why are you being mean? Wang Mengyao pouted and blanked her sister before reluctantly apologizing to Won Yunting. I'm sorry. As a result, Won Yunting ignored her and directly came to Wang Chulin's hospital bedside. Second sister-in-law, let me treat you first. You. Seeing this guy ignoring himself, he was so angry that Wang Mingyao's proud breasts rose and fell fiercely, her eyes wide and round. Won Yunting sat on the chair, letting Wang Chulin stretch out her left wrist, 3 fingers on her pulse to check her pulse. Feeling his second sister-in-law's pulse, he couldn't help but frown, his face gradually becoming grave. Only after taking Wang Chulin's pulse on her left hand again did Won Yunting turn his head to Won Dongming and ask seriously, Second brother, where did you hire the Chinese medicine practitioner from? What? Won Dongming was puzzled. Won Yunting gasped, Quack, how could there be such a quack? Ha? Now Won Dongming and Wang Chulin were filled with shock, not understanding what was going on. Chapter 25, Small Eyes Joe Divine Doctor. Forced J criminal. Who are you calling a quack? The door of the ward pushed open. Zheng Peihui and Wang Anrong came in, as well as a middle-aged man wearing a gray tang suit. Puffy and fat, he had a pair of thieving eyebrows. At a glance, he wasn't a decent person. Beside him was a young man with a medical box made of rosewood on his shoulder, which was worth a lot at a glance. Won Dongming introduced Won Yunting. He is Dr. Zhou Fengnian. He was the one who treated your second sister-in-law last time. Won Yunting frowned, sizing up this pretentious middle-aged man for a few moments and didn't say anything. Zheng Peihui pointed at Zhou Fengnian. He's the famous Dr. Zhou Divine Doctor of our Huadu. Mrs. Zheng is too kind. It's just a false name. Zhou Fengnian put on a modest and low-key posture, waving his hands and smiling. Alright, you finished watching as well. Hurry up and go. Zheng Peihui waved her hand at Won Yunting, with Divine Dr. Zhou around. There's no need for you, a cleaner, to get in the way here. For his second brother's brutal and overbearing mother-in-law, Won Yunting had anger in his heart, but he didn't want to pay any attention to her at the moment, and asked directly to that Divine Dr. Zhou, do you know what kind of disease my second sister-in-law has? Why did you prescribe her the tiger and wolf medicine? Tiger and wolf medicine? Won Dongming and Wang Chulin on the hospital bed were stunned, not knowing what this tiger and wolf medicine meant. Young man, are you teaching me, Mr. Zhou, to prescribe medicine to cure diseases? Zhou Fengnian had heard of this person. After all, the illness of the richest man, Mr. Kang's mother, had already spread in the Huadu Chinese medicine circle. Don't think that just because you cured Chief Kang's mother of a small cold, you can teach me, someone Zhou, to practice medicine. Zhou Fengnian blankly glanced at Won Yunting with eyes full of disdain. Arrogant as hell. That's right, if Mr. Kang had hired my master, not to mention a small cold with diarrhea, even if it's cancer, my master would be able to cure it. Zhou Fengnian's disciple, Chen Xiaohao, was even more vocal than his master. These words made even Won Yunting couldn't help but sneer. Truly anyone can practice medicine. Third brother, the tiger and wolf medicine. What exactly is it? Won Dongming heard the problem and asked in a hurry. Won Yunting explained. The so-called tiger and wolf medicine is to put down fierce medicine. Second sister-in-law's body was originally left behind because of the aftereffects of having a serious illness. Her 5 organs and 6 lungs were invaded by cold evil qi. Last time I used acupuncture to force out some of the cold evil, but there was still cold evil entrenched in her 5 organs and 6 lungs, so it needs mild medication to slowly regulate it, which is the best treatment plan. But, Won Yunting's words turned, cold eyes staring straight at Zhou Fengnian, but the medicine he prescribed is the medicine of tiger and wolf. If I'm not mistaken, You're using ginseng as the king's medicine, with herbs such as huangjia and other medicinal herbs belonging to fire as the subject's medicine to assist. Is that correct? When these words came out, Zhou Fengnian's small eyes narrowed, thinking, this kid has two tricks up his sleeve. Could it be that he has read the prescription he prescribed? Chinese medicine is concerned about the balance of yin and yang, but the medicine you prescribed are all tonic medicines. Eating a pair of them may make the patient feel comfortable, but eating them for a long time not only did not suppress the cold evil of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, but it will be counterproductive. The fire can't suppress the cold evil. It will coalesce outside the body surface. Speaking of this, Wang Yunting twisted his face to Wang Chulin on the hospital bed and asked, second sister-in-law, are you feeling weak and powerless right now, with signs of fever? It seems to be a bit. Saying this, Wang Chulin touches her forehead, and Wan Dongming goes up to touch it as well. Surprised, it's so hot. Second sister-in-law, you should have drunk the medicinal soup 5 times, right? Wan Yunting asked. Well, including the one this morning, that's a total of 5 times. Wan Dongming answered for her. At this time, Zhou Fengnian said, it's normal to have a small cold. It means that the medicine I prescribed is effective. Wan Yunting twisted his face and glared at him. I doubt it. Do you practice medicine to cure diseases? Are you questioning my master's medical skills? Chen Xiaohao glared, pointing at Wan Yunting's nose, arrogant to the extreme. Who doesn't know that you're a forced J criminal nowadays? For someone like you to dare to tell my master what to do, I'm guessing that right now, you don't even have a medical practitioner's qualification license yet. As soon as these words came out, Zheng Peihui twisted her face to look at Wan Yunting. Do you have a physician's license? Wan Yunting shook his head. Not for now, but I. Good for you. You don't even have a medical practitioner's license and you dare to treat people here. I can totally call the people from the health administration department to come and arrest you right now. Chen Xiaohao was high and mighty, twisting his face to Zheng Peihui. Mrs. Zhang, you can totally charge him. He dares to treat people without a medical practitioner's qualification certificate. If something happens to the patient, when he doesn't admit it, the ones who will suffer will be you. Now Zheng Peihui was furious. Good, you forced J criminal. Even without a physician's qualification certificate, he dared to treat my daughter. Believe it or not, I will call the police now. Let the police come and arrest you as a liar. Wan Yunting frowned and said, Dean Jiang has already given me a certificate. Tomorrow I can do the physician's qualification certificate. You can't give medical treatment without a physician's license now. Zhou Fengnian looked at Wan Yunting with disdain in his eyes. The corner of his mouth smiled coldly. Then he said to Wang Chulin on the hospital bed, your disease is not a big problem. It is normal to have a little cold. Turn around and I will give you a pair of cold medicine that clears heat and detoxifies the toxin. Together with the medicines that I have prescribed before, you will be cured in a week. Now Wang Chulin twisted her head to look at Wan Yunting, not knowing what to do. You get out. Zheng Peihui pointed at Wan Yunting and scolded. Not even having a physician's license. You want to treat my daughter. Waste. You take him out immediately. Mom, my third brother. I told you to take him out. Don't you understand human language? Zheng Peihui shouted in a stern and angry voice, looking at his second brother being scolded and filled with helplessness. Wan Yunting's expression was cold and he stopped speaking, turning around to leave the ward. Third brother. Wan Dongming hurriedly chased after him. These days, there really are all kinds of people. Zhou Fengnian and his disciple Chen Xiaohao sneered, disdainful of Wan Yunming. Second brother. Definitely can't let second sister-in-law continue to drink the medicine he prescribed. Walking out of the hospital room, Wan Yunting said seriously to Wan Dongming, if you keep drinking it, something will definitely happen to second sister-in-law. Fine. I'll listen to you. Wan Dongming nodded. Of course he believed in his third brother's medical skills. I'll write a prescription for you now, said Wan Yunting, taking a pen and paper to write the prescription. You let second sister-in-law take the medicine I prescribed, and when I finish my physician's license tomorrow, I'll come over and show it to second sister-in-law. She's fine for now. There was no way. Without a physician's qualification certificate, one can't treat others privately. If one is denounced to the health administration department, it would be a big trouble. Moving on to Wan Yunting's prescription, Wan Dongming nodded his head and said, don't worry third brother. I will give your second sister-in-law this medicine. Wan Yunting nodded his head and gave him a few more serious instructions before leaving the First People's Hospital. In the hospital room, Zhou Fengnian gave Wang Chulin another prescription and received Zheng Peihui's generous consultation fee before they left the hospital satisfied. Xiao Hao, make an appointment to have dinner with Xiao Sun from the Health Administration Department tonight. Can't let that kid successfully get a physician's license. Humph, daring to call me, Zhou, a quack, really something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Zhou Fengnian smiled grimly. His eyes were small and his heart was even smaller. Chapter 26, Dad is a bad guy.
Wan Yunting didn't go back to the southern hospital. Instead he went to the Royal Creek family villa to look for his big sister Wan Manyu. He wanted to see his niece Wan Er. By the way, he would take another look at his big sister's husband, Chang Kai. What kind of person he was. Villa 29. Mommy, does it hurt? Chang Wan Er, who was already 5 years old, looked at her mom's purple and blue injury at the corner of her mouth. Her little face was aggrieved. Wan Manyu hugged her. Wan Er is good. Mommy doesn't hurt. Daddy is bad. Chang Wan Er hugged Wan Manyu, and seemed to be used to seeing her dad beat her mom a lot. Obviously, Wan Manyu was severely beaten by Chang Kai again last night. At this time, the doorbell came from outside. Wan Manyu told her daughter to stay in the living room. She hurriedly took out a mask from the drawer and put it on before she went out and opened the iron gate of the yard, and froze. Sister, I came to see you. Standing at the doorway was naturally Wan Yunting. Third brother, you, why are you here? Wan Manyu was shocked. She wasn't prepared at all. I came to see my niece. Seeing that his eldest sister was still wearing a mask at home, Wan Yunting didn't make a sound, but he had already guessed something in his heart. Mom! Chang Wana ran out before Wan Manyu reacted, letting Wan Yunting come into the courtyard before waving to her daughter. Waner, come over. This is your third uncle. Waner. Finally seeing his niece, Wan Yunting was excited, carrying 2 bags of snacks. Look, third uncle bought you a lot of delicious food. Chang Wan Er hugged her mom's leg. Her big, dark eyes looked straight at Wan Yunting, so shy that she didn't dare to go up. Just come, and buy her something. Wan Manyu gave Wan Yunting a reproachful look before smiling. Come in and sit down. Good. Wan Yunting got up and followed behind Wan Manyu, immediately noticing that his big sister's walking posture was off. On the first floor living room sofa, a blue carpet, there were many toys piled up on it, all of which belonged to Wan Er. Wan Yunting put her things on the table, looked around and asked, Sis, where's my brother-in-law? He's busy at the company during the day and only comes back at night. Wan Manyu poured him a glass of water and said with a smile, Oh. Wan Yunting then placed the glass of water on the table, no longer asking more questions, teasing his niece who was sitting on the side. Wan Manyu also sat down and smiled. I heard Vice President Zhang say that you have been transferred over to the traditional Chinese medicine department. Wan Yunting nodded his head and smiled. Tomorrow I'll go get my physician's license, so I can officially become a physician. Great. Wan Manyu was happy and smiled. If you can settle down, your second brother and I are relieved. I'm fine. Big sister, you guys don't have to worry about me. Wan Yunting smiled and continued to tease his niece with snacks. Well, I'll cut some fruit for you. Wan Manyu got up and went to the kitchen. Wan Yunting finally enticed Wan Er with snacks and reached out to hug her. Let third uncle hug. Wan Er took the snack. She was still a bit shy. Wan Yunting laughed, and then glanced at his big sister over in the kitchen, and asked his niece, Wan Er, why is your mom wearing a mask? Wan Er ate her snack and whispered with her head down, because mommy was beaten by daddy last night, so she has to wear a mask to keep others from seeing. Sure enough, Wan Yunting's heart sank as he pulled Wan Er into his arms and asked, Your dad often beats mom? Aha. Wan Er nodded her little head. The little guy pursed his little lips and said honestly, Daddy often gets drunk and comes back to beat mommy. Wan Er is very scared. Looking at Wan Er's scared appearance, Wan Yunting's heart sank, knowing that his big sister was often subjected to domestic violence, which caused a lot of damage to the child's mind. Third brother, eat fruit. Wan Manyu, who had cut the fruit and served it out, but saw that Wan Yunting's color was not right. Seeing her daughter nervously looking at herself, Wan Manyu immediately guessed what was going on. Sister, brother-in-law, is he often like that? Wan Yunting couldn't help but ask. Wan Manyu was expressionless, letting Wan Er go upstairs before saying, Third brother, my matters, I can handle them myself. Handle it how? Wan Yunting stood up in a flash. Wan Er has told me that he often beats you, and you still protect him. And what? Wan Manyu looked straight at Wan Yunting and said through clenched teeth, I'm already married to him. Do you want me to divorce him? What about Wan Er? Wan Yunting was shocked, knowing that when a couple divorces, the one who will be hurt the most is the child. For a while, Wan Yunting stiffened in place, looking at his big sister living this kind of life now. He felt very guilty and self-blaming in his heart. He vaguely remembered that back then, his big sister had a boyfriend named Ho Bing. They were very much in love with each other, and were already at the point of talking about marriage. If it was not because of himself, leading to the bankruptcy of the worldwide group, his parents died in a car accident, his big sister would not have been forced to marry that scum Chang Kai. The siblings were silent for 2 minutes before Wan Manyu spoke. Stay for dinner. No sis, there are still things at the hospital. I'll go back first. Trying to restrain himself, Wan Yunting squeezed out a smile on his face. Next time I'll come over to see you in Wan Er. I'll leave first. Wan Manyu nodded her head. She also had no intention of keeping Wan Yunting and got up to see him off. Wan Yunting walked out of the gate of the villa, smiling and waving at her. The moment he turned around, his face was instantly grim. He directly left the villa complex, stopping a cab on the side of the road. Master, go to Chengquan Group building, located in the commercial street of Tianhe district. Wan Yunting got out of the car, striding into the lobby on the first floor of the building. Twisting his face to look at the female employee at the front desk, he went over and asked, "On what floor is your Chang general manager's office?" The female employee looked up and sized him up twice and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" "No, sorry, you can't see our Mr. Chang without an appointment." The female employee had a cold attitude. Wan Yunting looked indifferent and didn't say anything. He turned around and went over towards the elevator door. The female employee saw this and shouted, "What are you doing, sir? You can't go up there." Security guards quickly stop him. The two security guards at the door heard the sound and immediately rushed in to stop Wan Yunting. As a result of 3 or 2 strikes, the two security guards were beaten and stripped to the ground wailing, staring the other employees around them, looking at Wan Yunting walking directly into the elevator, wondering what kind of person he was. What floor is Cheng Kai's office on? There happened to be a female employee in the elevator, and Wan Yunting asked expressionlessly, on the 38th floor. "Help me press it, thanks." Wan Yunting signaled the elevator button, and the female employee was so scared that she hurriedly pressed the 38th floor, so she hid in the corner, until the elevator stopped on the 38th floor. The door opened. Wan Yunting went out directly, and immediately saw 7 or 8 security guards, holding throwing sticks had stopped the door. "Get out of the way, or suffer the consequences." Wan Yunting coldly said to these security guards with a cold face, "Sir, I advise you to go down now." The security chief was pointing at Wan Yunting with a throwing stick in his hand. Just now a few of his brothers downstairs were injured and knew that this man had kung fu in his hands. Wan Yunting shook his head. His attitude was clear. "Go." The security chief gave an order and 7 security guards rushed up. Wan Yunting looked indifferent. Without saying a word, he rushed out with an arrow, quickly throwing out punches with a ghostly pace. In just 15 seconds, all 7 security guards fell to the ground, holding the inside of their thighs as they wailed and screamed. "You," like a ghost appearing in front of his eyes. Wan Yunting scared the security chief so much that his sweaty hair stood up and his back went cold. Just as he wanted to raise the throwing stick in his hand, he was struck in the face by Wan Yunting's punch, causing him to stagger back and crouch down clutching his own nose, screaming in agony. "Who is it? Dare to make trouble in my Chengquan group?" Only Chang Kai, dressed in a suit, pushed open the glass door of the office with force and walked out. But what came face to face was Wan Yunting's cold face. As a result, when the two of them saw each other's faces, they looked stunned and shouted in the same voice, "It's you!" Chapter 27, The Cowardly Second Brother, Chang Kai? Wan Yunting called out tentatively. This was because the man in front of him was the same man who had broken into the Wang family's second young lady's room that night. "Wan Yunting?" Chang Kai glared, recognizing Wan Yunting at once. His back was still hurting from the hard fall he took that night. "Mr. Chang." The female front desk employee downstairs came up with other security guards. Chang Kai waved his hand. "You all go down." The employees looked at each other in disbelief, wondering who this man who dared to break into the company was, but no one dared to ask more questions and went down. Wan Yunting? No, it should be brother-in-law. Chang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Wan Yunting and laughed lightly. "Today you suddenly broke into my company. You want to stand up for your sister, right?" Wan Yunting's expression was cold as he looked at this scum brother-in-law and said coldly, "I just want to know, why do you beat my sister so often? What's wrong with me hitting her?" Chang Kai spread his hands with a beaten look. "Isn't it a normal thing for couples to fight?" These words made Wan Yunting's anger ignite instantly. He arrowed up and grabbed Chang Kai by the collar of his suit. "A small fight is fine, but you hit my sister so hard. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you?" Chang Kai's heart trembled. Facing this pair of fierce wolf-like eyes of Wan Yunting made his sweaty hairs stand up and his back chilled, knowing that this kid has a criminal record, so he will do anything. But then he thought about the fact that this is his company and there are so many cameras. At once Chang Kai sneered. "What? Do you still want to beat me up? Wan Yunting, I'm telling you, this is my company. If you dare to hurt one of my fingers, I'll personally send you back to jail." Wan Yunting's face was gloomy and terrible. His hands exerted force. He lifted Chang Kai's whole body up. His legs hanging in the air and fluttering, stared him full of panic and fear. This kid's strength is also too big. He himself is at least 160 pounds of body weight. I tell you, be nice to my sister. Wan Yunting's eyes coldly gazed at Chang Kai, and angrily said, "If I find you hitting my sister next time, even if I go back to prison, I'll waste you." After saying that, he slammed Chang Kai to the side of the sofa fiercely, and Wan Yunting turned around to leave. "Damn!" Chang Kai climbed up from the sofa, so furious that he grimaced and cursed, looking at Wang Yunting, who walked into the elevator and descended the stairs. He didn't expect this brother-in-law of his to break into the company and dare to threaten himself. It's simply a stark slap in his face. You want to stand up for your sister, right? Then you wait for me. Go back tonight and I'll beat her to death. The more Chiang Kai thought about it, the angrier he got. He put all the blame on Wan Manyu, thinking that she was the one who told Wan Yunting to come over. In fact, Wan Yunting only came over today to warn him to stop domestic violence against his big sister in the future. But obviously, he underestimated Chiang Kai's crazy and perverted mind. Not only did he not scare him, but he completely enraged Chiang Kai, and caused a bloodshed at the back. Leaving Chong Quan Group, Wan Yunting directly took a taxi back to Southern Hospital. Brother Yunting, you're back. Just as Wan Yunting entered the Chinese medicine department, Su Kor ran out and laughed happily, listening to Sister Jiang. President Zhang not only gave you a certificate to get a physician's license, but also kept you as a Chinese medicine practitioner. Wan Yunting nodded his head and smiled. I have to thank you for this. He. Su Kor backed her small hand, her big eyes looking straight at him. Then how do you plan to thank me? Seeing her look of anticipation, Wan Yunting laughed. Treat you to dinner. Good. When I'm not on night shift another day, we'll have dinner and watch a movie together. Su Kor laughed happily. No problem. Wan Yunting nodded his head. This girl had helped herself so much, it was only right to treat her to a meal. Su Kor, whose purpose was achieved, went back to the emergency department to continue working. Wan Yunting went into the Chinese medicine department. The 3 young Chinese medicine practitioners and a few nurses pointed at him, but did not dare to casually talk about it, knowing that he was President Zhang's lifesaver. Wan is back. Here, this is the proof of paperwork. Tomorrow you take it to the health administration department. Directly do the physician's qualification certificate. Zhang Yichuan put the certificate that had been opened earlier in an envelope. Thank you, Dean Zhang. Wan Yunting followed, very happy. Zhang Yichuan patted him on the shoulder and smiled. I'll take you around, and by the way, I'll introduce you to our traditional Chinese medicine department, at 6 in the afternoon, in the advanced ward of the First People's Hospital. Wife, the medicine is ready. The ward door pushed open. Wan Dongming came in carrying a thermos cup. Wang Chulin, who was leaning on the hospital bed, was chatting with her younger sister Wang Mengyao, and asked, is it the medicine prescribed by third brother? Wan Dongming nodded his head and smiled. In the future, we'll drink the medicinal soup prescribed by third brother. Don't drink Dr. Zhou's. Saying this, he opened the thermos cup and poured out a bowl of medicine. Wang Chulin then proceeded to drink it. Rubbish, what are you giving Chulin to drink? The door to the ward pushed open, only to see Zheng Peihui also carrying a thermos cup walked in. Is it the medicine prescribed by your brother, the rapist? Chulin, you are not allowed to drink. Wang Chulin was stunned, to the lips of the medicine soup before drinking. Was Zheng Peihui went up to snatch away, turned to the restroom and poured. Only then did Wan Dongming react. Mom, what are you doing? How can you pour the medicine? Don't pour it out and keep it for you to drink. Zheng Peihui scratched Wan Dongming fiercely, carrying the medicine she brought to Wang Chulin's side. He's a forced J criminal. What good medicine can he prescribe? Come Chulin, drink this. This is the new prescription that Dr. Zhou has given you. It is full of precious herbs, especially his family has a 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng. This is a good thing. You quickly drink it. Dr. Zhou said that as long as it takes a week, you will be fully cured. Wang Chulin followed the bowl of medicinal soup handed over by her mother. Twisting her head at a loss for words, she looked at Wan Dongming, only to see him muster up all his courage. Mom, my third brother said that divine Dr. Zhou's medicine can't be drank, and if she drinks any more Chulin's body will be in trouble. What does he know? Zheng Peihui twisted her head and fiercely scolded Wan Dongming. He doesn't even have a medical practitioner's license. What kind of disease would he see? Do you really think he thinks he's a divine doctor just because he cured Kong Hongwen's mother of a small cold? Besides, he Zhou Shin doctor, in our rich and powerful circle is a well-known hand god doctor. I do not know how many people's disease. He a criminal and Zhou Shin doctor can be compared to others? A single rapist. Let Wan Dongming heart very angry, eyes glaring at Zheng Peihui. If not in the way of Wang Chulin, he really want to curse. You dare to glare at me. Zheng Peihui went up and slapped him, grunting. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that Chulin was sick and had to give her a wedding shower, I could have let you be a door-to-door son-in-law for our Wang family. Wan Dongming covered his beaten cheek, his entire body stiffening in place. Mom, don't hit Dongming. I'll drink it. Wang Chulin was furious and drank the bowl of medicinal soup in one gulp. Zheng Peihui ignored Wan Dongming, turned back to Wang Chulin and scolded. You just spoil him. In the future you will drink the medicine prescribed by Dr. Zhou. I will let Auntie cook it for you on time and bring it over. You are not allowed to drink the medicine prescribed by his brother who is a rapist. do you hear me? Seeing her man covering his face, expressionless look, Wang Chulin was very distressed. She knew that Wan Dongming had been living a very depressing and stifling life in this family. If it wasn't for himself, he wouldn't have restrained his heart and endured his mother's insults and curses until now.
Chapter 28. Aren't you afraid of regret? The next morning, since he wasn't working as a cleaner, Wan Yunting could sleep in until 7:30, and the Chinese medicine department start time was 8:30. Today, he had to go to the health administration department to get a physician's license. So he went to the Chinese medicine department early to look for Zhang Yichuan. But Li Changde told him that President Zhang went to the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine in the morning to give a lecture, and had to come back in the afternoon. Wan Yunting had to take the certificate paperwork and run to the health administration department alone. Huadu Health Administration, located in the South 2nd Street 329. Wan Yunting walked in. The hall is not a lot of people. There are a few windows for business. The security guard asked him for what, before going to get the number to start waiting in line. Soon turned to him, Wan Yunting with all the documents ready to hand in the window. The one who handled him was a woman. Looked at Wan Yunting, started to look at all his documents, and then opened the computer to check Wan Yunting's file, but found that he had a criminal record, so he immediately called the leader to come. What is it? A middle-aged man in formal attire came over, and the woman said, Team Leader Wei. He came over to get a medical practitioner's license, but has a criminal record. I'll take a look. This group leader named Wei Quan took the information to look at the name Wan Yunting. Isn't it the person Zhou Fingyan explained last night? Sitting outside the window, Wan Yunting observes the change in Wei Quan's eyes, but doesn't realize that people had a meal with Zhou Fingyan last night. Wei Quan walked out and flung all the documents and information into Wan Yunting's arms. Don't you know that someone with a criminal record can't be a doctor? Not to mention, you're also a forced J criminal. The last sentence was said so loudly that everyone in the hall heard it, their gazes swiping over. Wan Yunting was stunned. He really didn't know that someone who had been in jail was not allowed to be a doctor. I have the Southern Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Dean Zhang's certification paperwork. Wan Yunting took out the proof paperwork opened by Zhang Yichuan, but Wei Quan didn't even look at it. This only proves that you didn't go to a Chinese medicine university, and there is a master apprentice document opened for you by your master. This doesn't prove that your character is upright and problem-free. But for a forced J criminal like you, what character is there to speak of? If you are allowed to become a TCM practitioner, you will only harm more people. This is normal to hear in other people's ears, but in Wan Yunting's heart, like a thorn in the side, he felt a huge insult. A forced J criminal still wants to be a doctor. Team Leader Wei, you can't give him approval. This kind of criminal will only harm people. That's right, this kind of trash scum like him doesn't deserve to live in society. Hurry up and die. Many people around, once they heard that Wan Yunting was a forced J criminal, they vocalized and spat on him. Indeed, if you were caught in jail for petty theft, others would not hate you. However, if you are a criminal, you will not be forgiven by the society because you are extremely bad in nature. For a time, Wan Yunting expressionless, holding the certificate paperwork opened by Zhang Yichuan, sitting there powerlessly, ears filled with the hall crowd's curses and humiliating ridicule, so that he really tasted what is called the society's poisonous beatings. Could it be that this society really can't tolerate me anymore? No. Instantly Wan Yunting's eyes glazed over. His strong conviction inspired him to stand up, and asked Wei Quan, what other documents do you need? I can do the physician's license? Seeing that he was not dying, Wei Quan sneered, if you have the ability, you can ask the prison governor to issue you a certification paper to prove that you have performed well in prison and are of good character. Otherwise, you can just die of it. After saying that, Wei Quan no longer paid attention to Wan Yunting, turned around and left. He didn't believe that a forced J criminal could make the prison director give him a certificate. Wan Yunting walked out of the hall amidst everyone spitting and cursing. He looked numb and looked up at the tiny sky blocked by the skyscrapers. He never believed in fate. 7 years in prison had long since refined him to be incredibly strong inside. Did the prison warden open the certificate? It looks like we have to use our connections. Wan Yunting muttered. He didn't want to use those connections too early. After all, asking for help is to owe favors. But for the sake of this physician's license, he could only trouble old Ma to come over for a trip. So Wan Yunting took out his cell phone, flipped out Ma Zhendong's cell phone number and called it. Quickly connecting. Old Ma, I have to trouble you with something. What trouble or not? Say these polite words. Ma Zhendong, who is currently in Huadu prison, sitting in his office, immediately adjusted his sitting posture once he saw that it was Wan Yunting's phone call. What is it? I want to do a physician's qualification certificate, but the health administration department needs you to open a certification document before you can do it for me. Wan Yunting said. Ma Zhendong froze. That's it. Aha. I thought it was something. No problem. I'll open it for you now.
Wan Yunting and give him a report on his position. Then next to a kiosk door chair sitting by a pack of cigarettes began to smoke up.
After waiting for about almost an hour, finally a private car slowly turned in and parked at the entrance of the Health Administration Department. Coming down a middle-aged man in civilian clothes, which was none other than Ma Zhendong. Old Ma.
Wan Yunting waved at him. Ma Zhendong saw him walk over and gave him the craft paper bag in his hand.
I'll go in with you to do it. Thanks.
Wan Yunting then nodded and smiled.
Ma Zhendong was opening the freezer and picking out an ice cream. He gave him a blank look. What are you polite for? When you finish your business later, you can just go to the house to have lunch. The old man misses you every day. Okay. Wan Yunting didn't refuse, and went over to review the health of Ma Zhendong's father on the way. After the two of them finished their popsicles, they went over to the Health Administration Department together, and just arrived at the door. As a result, Ma Zhendong's cell phone rang. It was a higher up. You go in first. I'll take a call.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and walked into the hall once again.
Since it was now noon, no one was already doing business, so he took his number and went to the window.
The female clerk who was sitting inside looked up and frowned when she saw it was him.
Why is it you again?
Didn't I say that people with a criminal record can't do a physician's license?
I've already opened the proof paperwork, said Wan Yunting,
pulling out the proof paperwork opened by Ma Zhendong from the cow paper bag, and all the documents such as the proof paperwork opened by Jiang Yichuan,
and placing them at the window together. The female clerk was stunned,
holding the proof paperwork opened by Ma Zhendong with the seal of the prison director on it, which made her heart flutter, and immediately called the head of the Wei group again to come out and deal with it.
Got the certificate paperwork issued by the prison governor? Wei Quan walks out,
contemptuously glances at Wan Yunting, picks up the certification paperwork opened by Ma Zhendong and looks at it,
causing him to freeze for a moment as well,
and then carefully examines the seal of the prison governor stamped on the signature above. For a moment Wei Quan looks up and stares straight at Wan Yunting in front of him.
Sure, this is not forged by you? You can take it for identification,
Wan Yunting said expressionlessly.
Appraisal, do I still need to appraise it?
The corner of Wei Quan's mouth suddenly smiled coldly, his hand holding the certification paperwork in front of Wan Yunting.
How could you, a forced J-convict, possibly get a certification paperwork opened by the prison warden's own handwriting?
This must have been written by you yourself, then went outside to find someone to forge the prison governor's seal and stamp it.
Saying this, he twisted his face and shouted to the female clerk in the window, Xiao Zhang, call the people from the police station to come here. Just say that we have someone here who forged the prison governor's official document and seal, so that they can hurry over and arrest this arrogant person. Wan Yunting's expression changed slightly. He could be sure that this Wei Quan was targeting himself. As for what reason, he didn't know yet. The prison warden would give someone like you a certificate document? Who would believe it when you say it? Wei Quan sneered. He simply didn't believe that this proof document was real, so he tore it in half on the spot and threw it on the ground.
Wan Yunting frowned as he looked at the torn-off proof paperwork at his feet and looked up at Wei Quan.
Aren't you afraid of regretting it when you do this? Ha ha, regret. Wei Quan, never regret anything. Wei Quan laughed maniacally.
He had up to this point treated Wan Yunting as nothing more than a minor character.
Ma Zhendong, who had finished answering the phone outside, came in and saw that Wan Yunting's face was expressionless, but it was terribly cold. He didn't know what was going on, but as soon as he saw that the certificate he had opened on the ground was torn in half, Ma Zhendong's face immediately sank, glaring angrily at Wei Quan. Did you tear this? Chapter 29, Arrested in the Police Station. Another accomplice.
Wei Quan was full of arrogance and glanced at Ma Zhendong with cold eyes,
thinking that he was Wan Yunting's accomplice. It was also true that, after all,
Ma Zhendong was the prison governor of Huadu, and it was normal for a small person like Wei Quan to not recognize him.
When will the police arrive? And you too, close the gate. Don't let these two lawbreakers escape.
Wei Quan pointed at the two security guards at the door and told them to close the glass door.
Ma Zhendong, who understood what was going on, had a gloomy face and rebuked Wei Quan. Do you know who I am? Wei Quan gave him a contemptuous blank look and sneered. Don't tell me that you are the prison governor of Huadu. Good, you're good. Being suspected of his identity, Ma Zhendong became furious and took out his cell phone. Later on, I'd like to see that you can still be so unimpressed. Che, who are you scaring? Wei Quan's face was full of disdain,
because he simply didn't believe that a Huadu prison director would accompany a forced J-convict and come along to get a physician's license.
Minister 1, are you there? The phone call went through. Ma Zhendong grimaced, glanced at Wei Quan, and grunted. The people under you are really lawless. I'll give you 10 minutes. Come to South 2nd Street Health Administration to meet me right away. Minister 1, Wen Yongji, his own top superior. Wei Quan froze, looking at the rather official Ma Zhendong. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Can't it be that he's really a prison warden? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The glass door pushed open. The nearby police station received an alarm call and immediately sent a few officers over.
Xiao Yu, who led the way, said to Wei Quan, Team Leader Wei,
were you the one who called the police?
Saying that someone was forging official documents by posing as a superior? Yes, it's them.
Wei Quan pointed at Mai Zhendong and Wan Yunting, especially this kid. He's a forcible J-convict who just got out of prison. That's why he was so bold to get someone to forge the Huadu prison director's certifying documents. Upon hearing that Wan Yunting had a criminal record, the three officers pressed their big hands on their waist holsters.
Hands up, crouch down in place and don't move.
Asshole, I am Mai Zhendong.
Who dares to move me? Mai Zhendong glared and cursed angrily.
He really didn't expect Wei Quan to really call the police to arrest himself. If this was spread out, he wouldn't be laughed to death by his peers.
TSK, an imposter, still dares to be so rampant, really treating himself as a prison warden. Wei Quan sneered at Mai Zhendong.
Then he shouted to the three police officers,
Xiao Yu, what are you waiting for? Handcuff them back for interrogation. Especially this Wan Yunting. He must be taken in and jailed. Which one of you dares to cuff me?
Mai Zhendong was so angry that he jumped to his feet. He had never experienced such a ridiculous thing.
As a result, the two police officers went up, and Mai Zhendong dropped them to the ground with a tackle. Frightened Wei Quan hastily took a few steps back. Xiao Yu immediately pulled out his pistol. Stop, hands on your head and crouch down. If you dare to attack the police again, I will directly shoot. Old Ma, calm down.
Wan Yunting was expressionless and told Mai Zhendong to calm down first. Mai Zhendong pointed at Xiao Yu and Wei Quan and said angrily,
I will make you regret this. Buckle up and take them away.
Xiao Yu didn't recognize Mai Zhendong either and had the two officers handcuff Wan Yunting and Mai Zhendong one after another,
escorting them out. Watching Wan Yunting and Mai Zhendong being escorted into the police car,
Wei Quan laughed at the leading police officer.
Xiao Yu, I'll buy you a drink later. Mai Zhendong, who was sitting behind the police car, was full of gloom. How ridiculous it was for the director of Huadu prison to be handcuffed like a prisoner one day.
Wan Yunting twisted his face to look at him and laughed.
Old Ma, I've dragged you into this. No.
Mai Zhendong shook his head. Now that he had calmed down,
these people under the health administration should be straightened out, or else they will be lawless. Be quiet for me. Xiao Yu, who was driving the car, chided.
Oof. Mai Zhendong was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He would make these guys regret it.
However,
he also regretted that he had known that he would have brought his documents out, or else he wouldn't have made such a ridiculous and comical thing.
In the health administration department, the police car left on the front foot, and a small car came on the back foot. Wei Quan, who had not yet gone in, saw that a middle-aged man in formal attire rushed over, and it was Wen Yangji, Minister 1 of the Health Administration. Where is Warden Ma? Where is he? Wen Yangji asked Wei Quan. Ma, Warden Ma.
Wei Quan's face was filled with stiffness, his heart beating wildly.
Could it be that the person that Wan Yunting had brought with him was really the warden of Huadu prison? It's over.
This is finished. Wei Quan was instantly so frightened that his legs went limp and he collapsed on the ground.
Wen Yangji frowned, and at this time, that little Zhang female employee ran out. Minister 1.
They were arrested by the people from the police station.
What?
Wen Yangji's face changed in shock, then looking at Wei Quan who was paralyzed with fear.
He understood what was going on. You bastard. Are you trying to get me killed?
Wen Yangji was so angry that he couldn't wait to lift his foot to kick Wei Quan to death. But when he thought that Mai Zhendong was arrested by the people in the police station, he hurriedly drove over.
At this time in the police station, an interrogation room. Honestly explain, why did you impersonate prisoner Ma,
and forged fake official certificates?
What do you intend to do?
Wan Yunting and Mai Zhendong were escorted to sit there.
Xiao Yu and another police officer were in charge of the interrogation.
Mai Zhendong gasped and laughed.
Wan Yunting also found it amusing. Ignoring Xiao Yu's interrogation, he twisted his face and laughed at Mai Zhendong. Old Ma, look at your yellowish face lately. Did you stay up all night working again? Yes. Mai Zhendong nodded his head and said helplessly. Recently, a few gangster leaders have been locked up, causing me to panic every day inside. But not to mention, I quite enjoy you being in prison.
Being able to suppress those guys and letting me live in peace of mind.
What? You still want me to go back to prison?
Wan Yunting breathlessly gave him a blank stare as Mai Zhendong hemmed and hawed, because he was like the linchpin in the prison.
Now that Wan Yunting was gone,
those people in the prison were now starting to make trouble, so he had trouble sleeping these past few days, looking at them chatting amongst themselves and being completely ignored.
Xiao Yu, the ballpoint pen knocked on the table. You guys really think you're big leaders? Putting up a front for me. As a result,
Wan Yunting still ignored him and continued to ask Mai Zhendong.
How is the old man's health? Is he still not feeling well? He's fine. Mai Zhendong laughed.
since he took the medicine you prescribed. His old illnesses have completely healed, and now that he heard that you were released from prison,
he nagged me every day to bring you home for a meal. Well, it's fine as long as it's fine.
Wan Yunting nodded his head. The reason why he was so familiar with Ma Zhendong was because he cured Ma Zhendong's father of his old illness and old injuries and saved his old man's life. That was why Ma Zhendong was so polite to Wan Yunting, and as soon as he heard that he needed help, he personally ran over. Snap! Xiaoyu, who could no longer hold back, angrily slapped the table.
Shut up, really think I can't cure you guys, don't you?
Ma Zhendong twisted his face and said coldly to him,
you go and investigate my information before talking to me.
Xiaoyu glared, twisted his face to the police officer who was controlling the computer next to him, only to see his face whiten, trembling and pointing at the computer screen. Team, Captain, he is really Ma Zhendong, the warden of Huadu prison.
What?
Xiaoyu stared, panic, pull away from the police officer himself in front of the computer, looking at the above information on the photo, and looked up at the sitting in front of Ma Zhendong. He went back and forth to compare several times, before determining that the person in front of him is really the director of the Department of Bureau of Prisons,
Ma Zhendong. At that moment,
Xiaoyu sat paralyzed in the chair, the whole person scared silly. Then the door slammed open,
only to see Wen Yangji enter with a middle-aged man in police uniform, none other than the chief of the police station. Minister 1, you're late. Ma Zhendong looked at his wristwatch time and sneered at Wen Yangji. Warden Ma, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry.
Looking at Ma Zhendong's hands in handcuffs, Minister 1 was so scared that his legs went soft.
He was close to kneeling down.
He twisted his face and shouted to the chief, don't quickly unlock the handcuffs for Warden Ma and the others.
Are you waiting to die? The director also didn't expect to run into a big shot today.
He went up and gave the back of the head of the scared little you a hard slap. Take out the key.
Quickly uncuff Warden Ma and the others. Chapter 30, Niu Qiuling, being uncuffed.
Wan Yunting and Ma Zhendong rubbed their wrists and stood up, looking at Xiaoyu and the chief of the police station, as well as the groveling Wen Yangji, who stood honestly to the side, their foreheads sweating coldly as they waited for Ma Zhendong to reprimand them.
Forget about the few of you. I'm not a narrow-minded person, but Minister 1. Ma Zhendong glared, pointing at Wen Yangji and grunted. Those subordinates of your health administration department, who have no one in their sights, are arrogant and domineering, and dare to tear up the official documents issued by the higher-ups, are simply audacious.
Yes. Warden Ma, you rest your anger.
This matter is all because of that Wei Quan. I will definitely turn around and punish him severely.
Wen Yangji lowered his voice and nodded repeatedly in response. He now hated Wei Quan in his heart.
Simply lying at home, somehow shot. Give me a good straightening out of your health administration. Turn around and I want a result. Ma Zhendong coldly grunted. This matter today must give them a hard lesson. Warden Ma, don't worry. Turn around, I will investigate them one by one and give you a satisfactory answer.
Wen Yangji nodded his head and honestly complied.
Also, this is Dr. Wan. Spinning around, Ma Zhendong pointed at Wan Yunting and said,
the certificate document that I opened is to prove that during the period of time that Dr. Wan has served his sentence, he has performed well and has a good character, so he can run a physician's qualification certificate.
You go back and get this done immediately. Do you understand? Wen Yangji looked at Wan Yunting in surprise.
It turned out that everything was because of him. This made his heart puzzled. What kind of great ability does this young man have?
To be able to Ma Zhendong to open the proof paperwork, but also personally accompanied over for the physician's qualification certificate? When Yangji didn't dare to ask,
he could only nod his head and respond that he would personally do it himself.
Yun Ting, let's go. Ma Zhendong ignored those police officers from the police station Xiaoyu.
It was normal that they didn't recognize themselves. There was no need to be concerned. So Wan Yunting and Ma Zhendong,
riding in Wen Yangji's car, once again returned to the Health Administration Department on South 2nd Street. Inside, Wei Quan, looking at Minister Wen respectfully, like welcoming his grandfather, welcoming Wan Yunting and Ma Zhendong out of the car. Wei Quan's face was pale, his back was chilled, as if his soul flew out, leaving his stiff body paralyzed in the doorway. Wei Quan, don't get your ass over here. Wen Yangji twisted his face and gave him a cold shout. Only then Wei Quan's soul returned to his body, running over in fear, due to his legs being weak from fear. Just as he came down the steps, he flopped and fell hard on the ground, in a terrible state. Such a scene, let Wan Yunting shake his head. Ma Zhendong is even more cold eyes. Panic climbed up and came over Wei Quan. He flopped on his knees in front of Ma Zhendong, tears streaming down his face. Warden Ma, it is I have no eyes to misunderstand you. You have a large amount of adults. Prime Minister's belly can hold up the boat. Just bypass me. Humph. Now have you polished your eyes? Ma Zhendong looked at him coldly. Wei Quan was trembling with fear. He is now dead. How could he not expect that a forced J criminal, since he could invite this number of people, blame Zhou Fengnian, That person. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Wei Quan cursed in his heart. Minister 1. How to dispose of him. Use your own discretion.
Ma Jindong twisted his face and said to Wen Yangji.
Yes, I will definitely punish him severely and give you, Warden Ma, an explanation.
Wen Yangji nodded his head and angrily shouted at Wei Quan, who was paralyzed on the ground. I'll clean you up later.
Get lost. Warden Ma, Dr. Wan, let's go in first, said Wen Yangji,
inviting Wan Yunting and Ma Jindong to go inside the hall, leaving a desperate Wei Quan sitting paralyzed on the ground.
Regretting it. Not more than 20 minutes.
Wan Yunting physician qualification certificate formalities have been done.
Wen Yangji accompanied the smile. Dr. Wan, tomorrow the documents can come down. At that time I personally send over to you.
Wan Yunting nodded his head before Ma Jindong grunted and led Wan Yunting away.
Wen Yangji followed, and was driving the door and apologized. Send Wan Yunting after they left. He only straightened up his sore waist, exhaled a breath. Can be considered to send away this big Buddha. And next, it was time to properly clean up Wei Quan.
These Wan Yunting does not care.
Do not have to guess, can know Wei Quan will be what happens. Not long after, Ma Jindong's sedan slowly drove into an old neighborhood of the 80s and stopped in front of an old building.
I've long wanted to pick up the two of them to live at my place,
but they just couldn't be bothered to move.
Ma Jindong and Wan Yunting got off the car and headed towards the old building in a diameter.
Wan Yunting laughed. Old people are all the same. After living in a place for a long time, they are not willing to move again, said Came to the Three Mouths. Ma Dongjin led Wan Yunting to the door of the house, knocked on the red lacquered wooden door labeled with a big lucky word. The door of the room opened, but appeared a slim figure, wearing a police uniform, short hair with floppy ears, beautiful looking beauty, quite a valiant temperament. You are? Ma Jindong looked at this beauty suspiciously, feeling a bit familiar. Brother Dong, you're really a nobleman. You've forgotten me again. Niu Qiuling pretended to be dissatisfied and gave Ma Jindong a blank look, pointing at her face. Niu Qiuling. So it's Grandmaster Niu's granddaughter Niu Qiuling.
This time Ma Jindong remembered, incredulously sizing her up.
Haven't seen you in a few years. You've grown up again. Noticing Niu Qiuling,
who was beside Ma Jindong's Wan Yunting, he curiously sized her up twice.
Brother Dong, who is this? He is my friend, called Wan Yunting.
Ma Jindong introduced her and smiled at Wan Yunting as well.
This girl is the daughter of my father's colleague,
called Niu Qiuling.
Hello.
Wan Yunting politely smiled and nodded at her, and Niu Qiuling did the same.
But when he came into the living room, he found another man about 30 years old, wearing a police uniform, sitting on a chair in the living room chatting with an old woman. As soon as he saw Ma Jindong bring Wan Yunting in, this police officer named Luo Wenwei was surprised. Isn't this the Jusser who raped a female classmate back then? Wan Yunting. These words made Niu Qiuling, who was following Wan Yunting, look at him in surprise with wide eyes. Luo Wenwei, why are you here? Ma Jindong's face was grim when he saw Luo Wenwei, and Wan Yunting also frowned at him. Back then, the police officer who handcuffed his own hands, escorted him back to the police station, and personally interrogated him, was Luo Wenwei in front of him. Therefore Wan Yunting would always remember this face of his. Luo Wenwei likewise remembered Wan Yunting, so he recognized him at a glance. I accompanied Xiu Ling over here and stopped by to see the old head. Luo Wenwei was now the deputy chief of criminal investigation in Huadu City Police Station, while Niu Qiuling was the team member who had just been transferred from Yunnan side and was investigating a drug trafficking case in Huadu. Niu Qiuling's gaze slightly changed. Originally thought that this tall, handsome-looking man is also a colleague, but did not expect to be a J convict. Xiaowan, have a seat. As soon as Ma Jindong's mother saw that it was Wan Yunting, she went up very enthusiastically and pulled to sit on a chair, a scene that surprised Luo Wenwei and Niu Qiuling. Suddenly they realized a problem. Why would Ma Jindong bring home a forced J criminal who had just been released from prison? And his mother, Huang Xiui, was still so enthusiastic about Wan Yunting. This made Luo Wenwei curious because he didn't know that Wan Yunting saved Ma Jindong's father's life, and there was actually another reason why he could remember Wan Yunting. Chapter 31, Personal Thoughts. Little Wan, drink tea. Ma Jindong's mother, Huang Xiui, personally poured tea for Wan Yunting. You don't know, ever since your uncle Ma heard that you were released from prison, he's been nagging you every day to invite you to come over for dinner and drinks, and he's missed it. Wan Yunting took the cup of tea and smiled gently. Actually, I also wanted to come over earlier to review Uncle Ma, but things have been too busy lately and I've been delayed. Huang Xiui patted Wan Yunting's thigh as if she was patting her own son. So have you settled in yet? Well, it's already settled. Wan Yunting nodded his head and smiled. I'm currently working as an herbalist in the Southern Chinese Medicine Department as a posting. Being a physician in the Southern Chinese Medicine Department, that's great. In the future, if your Uncle Ma and I have any health problems, we'll go to see you. Huang Xiaoyi said happily. Mom, I don't want you guys to go to him. Ma Zhendong, who came out from the last restroom, gave his mother a blank look. Wan Yunting also smiled. Auntie, I'll come to see you and Uncle Ma often in the future. Good, you have to come often. This is your home. Huang Xiaoyi laughed happily. Ma Zhendong saw that Luo Wenwei and Niu Qiuling were still there, so he said to his mother, Mom, Yunting and I haven't eaten lunch yet, so hurry up and get us something to eat. What time is it and you still haven't had lunch? You're really something too. Then I'll make you guys some fried noodles to eat now, said Huang Xiaoyi as she got up and went to the kitchen. Niu Qiuling wanted to help, but was refused. Wan Hui, isn't your criminal investigation brigade busy? Ma Zhendong sat down, holding a teapot to pour himself a cup of tea, his attitude obvious. Warden Ma is trying to drive us away. Luo Wenwei glanced at Wan Yunting and smiled at Ma Zhendong. But I'm curious, how did you bring him back? It wasn't me who brought him. It was my family's old man who asked me to invite him back. Ma Zhendong twisted his head and looked at Luo Wenwei, hiding words within his words. This made Luo Wenwei even more surprised. How did Wan Yunting even get involved with Ma Zhendong's family? Seeing Ma Zhendong drive people away, Luo Wenwei could only get up and smile. Xiao Ling, let's go. Warden Ma, say hello to the old head for us. No send-off. Ma Zhendong sipped his tea, not moving a muscle. Wan Yunting, who was sitting beside him, was playing with his cell phone with his head down, with no intention of greeting him. Ha! Luo Wenwei laughed before leaving with Niu Qiuling. The door to the room closed before Ma Zhendong heavily put down his teacup and snorted coldly. Wan Yunting laughed. Old Ma, you're very much not treating this Luo Wenwei. More than not treating, I don't even want to see him now. Ma Zhendong glared. There was something else in his words. What? You have a handle in someone's hands? Wan Yunting smiled and teased. No, let's not talk about him. Ma Zhendong waved his hand, not wanting to talk to Wan Yunting about Luo Wenwei, changed the topic and said, how is your investigation into that year's case going? Can there be any clues? Let's hear about it. Wan Yunting shook his head. Not at the moment, but the only problem now is finding out the evidence. Ma Zhendong raised an eyebrow. He also secretly investigated Wan Yunting's forced J case back then, which did have some problems. But this case, no matter the crime scene, and that female student confession, and other evidence, almost all point to Wan Yunting, so that he sat on the name of the crime of rape. So now, if he wanted to overturn the case, he had to find strong evidence. I'll send a few people to help you investigate, Ma Zhendong said. When his father's old illness struck, it was Wan Yunting who saved him in time, so he had to return this favor. No need for now. Wan Yunting laughed. I'll investigate on my own first, and if there's really no way, I'll trouble you again. Good. In short, just don't be polite to me. Ma Zhendong patted his shoulder and said. Wan Yunting smiled and nodded his head. At this time the door to the room pushed open and an old man of more than 60 came back. It was Ma Zhendong's old father. Ma Jiangwo. Little Wan, your kid has finally come to see me. When Ma Jiangwo saw Wan Yunting, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Wan Yunting got up to welcome him. Uncle Ma, I heard from Auntie Huang that you've been going out to play chess every day lately, and exercising. Ha ha, yeah. Ma Jiangwo patted his old waist, straightened his back and laughed. Since you cured me of this waist disease and headache, I am now eating well and walking with the wind. Come on you, just know to be proud. Be careful to flash the waist. Huang Xiaoyi, who came out with 2 bowls of fried noodles, couldn't stand to see her old companion having a good time and greeted Wan Yunting and Ma Zhendong to eat the noodles. What are you afraid of? With Xiaowan around, he can cure my broken back. Ouch, don't. Uncle Ma, this is unlucky. You have to say less in the future. Wan Yunting cried and laughed, eating fried noodles with Ma Zhendong, listening to Ma Jiangwo keep talking about how many criminals he caught when he was young, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If not for Jiang Yichuan's phone call, saying that Fang Shoshan came over for acupuncture, Wan Yunting still accompanied Ma Jiangwo to drink tea and chat. Ma Zhendong dropped him off at the Southern Chinese Medicine Department on his way back to Huadu Prison. Dr. Wan is back. Elder Fang came to look for you. He should be in the dean's office at this moment. Sister Yen, the head nurse, was high on melon seeds and said to him, okay. Wan Yunting smiled at her and nodded, then went straight upstairs. When he arrived at Jiang Yichuan's office, he saw Fang Shoshan and his old butler, Lin Si, chatting with Jiang Yichuan with a smile. Little Wan is back. As soon as he saw Wan Yunting enter, Jiang Yichuan smiled. Did you get your physician's license? Wan Yunting nodded. Well, it should come down tomorrow. That's good. Jiang Yichuan nodded, but he didn't know that Wan Yunting had encountered absurd and comical things in the health administration today, and he didn't bother to say much as he smiled at Fang Shoshan. I'm sorry, old master. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Ha ha, I also just came for a while. Fang Shoshan was extraordinarily cordial to see Wan Yunting, happier than seeing his own grandson. I'll give you acupuncture then. Without any nonsense.
Won Yunting left Jiang Yichuan's office and returned to his consultation room, then took out the set of silver needles passed down from his master and began to give Fang Shoshan acupuncture on both legs.
In no time, Li Changdet and the other 3 young physicians, even the 5 nurses were lying on their backs at the door to watch the fun. Several of you all watch and learn from others that Dr. Wan is the one who applies the needles. If you can learn a thing or two from this, it will be enough for you to be used for the rest of your lives, Jiang Yichuan said to the 3 young physicians who had just graduated not long ago. This made Won Yunting smile helplessly and continued to give Fang Shoshan acupuncture. This time it was still the Yin-Yang Taiha acupuncture method. After this treatment, the muscles of Fang Shoshan's feet regained their senses, and they were all able to lift their legs slightly to move around, which made the old man excited, and he was invigorated at the thought of his legs still being able to stand up, and being able to run on the running track scene like before. After more than an hour of acupuncture and massage to soothe and revitalize the blood treatment, Won Yunting only wrapped up. Alright old master, today's treatment ends here first. Tomorrow you will come over again. Good. Thank you little Won. Fang Shoshan was happy, and immediately signaled to Lin Si, who instantly took out a bank card and handed it to Won Yunting. Smiling, little Won, this is my extra bit of token of appreciation. Not much, just 5 million. I hope you take it. 5 million. Next to him, Li Changde, and the 3 young physicians, with the watching nurses, were dumbstruck. Won Yunting was stunned. At once he shook his head and waved his hand. Master, I can't accept this money. You just follow our Chinese medicine department's payment standard. Go downstairs to pay the fee. No need to line these. Fang Shoshan froze, glanced at Jiang Yichuan, and added, I told Lao Jiang, this money is my personal feelings. It's no problem for you to accept it. Won Yunting also didn't expect Jiang Yichuan to agree, but he still shook his head. Old master, I didn't learn medicine for money. I still hope you can understand. You can take this money back. Sister Yen, please take Master Fang downstairs to pay the fee. Good. Sister Yen, the nurse, reacted and looked at her like a little cutie, like looking at Won Yunting. After all, this was $5 million. But Jiang Yichuan's old eyes glowed, and he appreciated Won Yunting even more. Chapter 32, Meeting at the Clubhouse. I told you he wouldn't want it. Jiang Yichuan sent Fang Shoshan downstairs and smiled smugly at him. It turned out that when Fang Shoshan had proposed earlier, to give Won Yunting a little token of appreciation, Jiang Yichuan had bet that Won Yunting would definitely not accept his money. Little Won is really good. His medical skills are superb not to mention. He is also modest and low-key, not too humble. On his character, he has a great future ahead. Fang Shoshan was full of compliments, not to mention that Won Yunting was able to heal his own legs. His character alone was worth learning from many young people nowadays. It just so happens that my granddaughter who just returned home doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Fang Shoshan's old eyes twinkled as he hit upon an idea. Hey, you old thing, don't hit on this idea. Jiang Yichuan glared, pointing at Fang Shoshan and exasperatedly said, my granddaughter doesn't have a boyfriend either. Xiaowan is my internalized granddaughter-in-law. You'd better not grab it. Ha ha, whose granddaughter-in-law it is, you don't get to say. Fang Shoshan laughed out loud and let Lin Si push the wheelchair back. Jiang Yichuan was annoyed because he also wanted to set up Won Yunting and his granddaughter Jiang Tongxin. No, I can't let that old thing get the jump on me. I have to think of a way to create an opportunity for them, said Jiang Yichuan as he started to think of a way to do it. He couldn't afford to delay. At this time, Won Yunting came downstairs. Jiang Yichuan immediately went up and pulled him. Xiaowan, are you free tonight? How about going to my house for dinner? Won Yunting was stunned, feeling that this old man had a strange look in his eyes. I'm sorry Dean Jiang. I'm going out with my friend tonight to do something. In that case, tomorrow night then? Jiang Yichuan was undeterred. Won Yunting thought about it and nodded. Tomorrow night should be fine. Fine. It's a deal. Tomorrow night you'll come home with me for dinner. Jiang Yichuan was happy, so he hurried out and headed towards the emergency department. Won Yunting was puzzled, not knowing what this old man was raving about. Shaking his head without thinking too much, he went to the door and waited for Jin Xiuwen to come over to pick himself up. They had something to do tonight. Brother Yunting. A voice like a yellow warbler came. Won Yunting turned around, only to see Su Kor dashing over in a blue dress, directly holding his arm. I'm switching classes. Let's go eat together tonight. Won Yunting was instantly helpless. Can it be another day? I've already asked someone else out tonight. Who is it? Male or female? Su Kor's big eyes rounded up as if her girlfriend caught the man doing something bad. Immediately after a BMW sedan drove in, it was Jin Xiuwen. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Won Yunting and Su Kora pulling and tugging. He instantly laughed and said, it's okay buddy, only came to the hospital to work for a few days, and then he made a girlfriend. What nonsense. Won Yunting glared at him. On the contrary, Su Koer was generous. Sizing up Jin Showon, this is your friend ah? Hello beautiful, I'm his best buddy from high school and college. Jin Showon shook his hand at Su Koer and smiled, giving a glance at Bai Wan Yunting. Don't know any better. Why don't you quickly introduce me to this absolute beauty? Wan Yunting sighed helplessly. This is the doctor of our emergency department. Su Koer. Not bad, not bad. A Chinese doctor and a Western doctor. A combination of Chinese and Western medicine. Jin Showon pointed at one with one hand and flirted with a bad joke, causing Su Koer to snort before asking, are you guys going out for dinner? Yeah, beautiful women together. Jin Showon invited. Su Koer's big eyes were happy, good ah. But Wan Yunting was anxious and tugged at Jin Showon. Didn't you say you were going to take me to see Huang Dawei tonight? No delay. Jin Showon blankly glanced at him and pointed at Su Koer with a bad smile. I'm not thinking about your lifelong affairs. Ha ha, cool air right. Let's go. We'll go eat dinner first, and then go to Lingwei Club for a drink later. Watching Jin Showon open the rear door and invite Su Koer to get on the car, Wan Yunting shook his head helplessly before pulling open the passenger side to sit in, only to be scolded by Jin Showon. Sit in the back. My passenger side is reserved for women. The three of them first went to find a restaurant to have dinner, and it was only after 9 o'clock in the evening that Jin Showon took Wan Yunting and Su Koer to Lingwei Clubhouse. I've inquired. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei are meeting a few rich kids over here to play tonight, so let's find a chance to meet him later. Jin Showon brought Wan Yunting and Su Koer up to the second floor and chose a seat where he could view the entire clubhouse. Last time, Wan Yunting asked Jin Showon to inquire about the recent whereabouts of Huang Dawei and Zhang Li because he wanted to meet those two. Su Koer obviously seldom came to this kind of place, but with Jin Showon in the room, he quickly taught her to play dice, and while they were playing, Wan Yunting's eyes occasionally observed the people coming and going in the clubhouse. Suddenly, 2 male and 2 female youths walked towards this side. They were dressed fashionably, but compared to the surrounding guests, they looked very unnatural, especially the beauty with short hair with floppy ears among them. She was heavily dressed up, wearing a tight one-piece halter dress, perfectly outlining her grown-up proud snowy mountain wheels, attracting countless gazes of the opposite sex around her as soon as she entered, which made her look even more unnatural, as if she wasn't too comfortable with this kind of occasion. It's her. Wan Yunting looked in surprise, seeing that policewoman Niu chilling in the afternoon at old Master Ma Jindong's house. Who is it? Jin Showon asked suspiciously. Next to her, Su Koer saw Niu Qiuling's chest, the peaks that were twice as big as any normal person. She looked down at her own, her cute little mouth pouted, shook it, and mumbled to herself, mine isn't too small either. Niu Qiuling's big eyes turned. She also saw Wan Yunting and was surprised. Why is he there too? Who? Companion Chao Pang was puzzled. They also followed Niu Qiuling's gaze and looked over to Wan Yunting's side of them. Nothing. Niu Qiuling hurriedly averted her gaze from Wan Yunting and shook her head. Chao Pang nodded his head and said seriously, tonight, we are targeting Chen Tao and Jun Jiexin in them. Later on, we absolutely cannot miss every detail. Understand? Understood. Niu Qiuling nodded her head, and the four of them came to sit at the location next to Wan Yunting. Because of this position, it just so happened that they could also watch every corner of the clubhouse hall. Dude, you know them? Want to call them over to drink together? Jin Showon thought he knew Niu Qiuling. Wan Yunting shook his head. Just met them at a friend's house this afternoon. Not really an acquaintance. Seeing this, Jin Showon had to give up and pulled Su Koer to shake the dice and play again. Wan Yunting twisted his head, slightly glanced at the next door Niu Qiuling. The result was just as she also twisted her head. The two people's eyes met each other, instantly averted their eyes again, pretending not to know each other. It didn't take long to finally see Chen Tao, who was dressed in a blue suit, combing his big back hair and wearing gold glasses, appear. He was accompanied by a youth with a slightly chubby figure, none other than Huang Dawei. Together with them, there were two other youths. A youth in a golden suit, with an unbeatable look, was hooking shoulders with Chen Tao, and was sizing up the beautiful women around him, seemingly looking for prey. The other youth wearing a white suit. He was very handsome, a pair of starry eyes contemptuously scanning the surrounding people. That kind of innate arrogance, as if all the people present were inferior to him. Very arrogant. It's Chen Tao and Huang Dawei. Seeing the two of them, Jin Showon was instantly excited. Wan Yunting's gaze narrowed slightly as he similarly stared at the other two youths beside Chen Tao and Huang Dawei. Who are the other two? That kid who hooked up with Chen Tao. His name is Jun Jiexin, the son of the chairman of the self-strengthening group. He often comes here to play, Jin Showon said and pointed at the youth in the white suit. As for this one, I don't recognize him, but by the looks of it, he must be the rich second-generation son of that family again. Wan Yunting nodded his head. No matter who the other two were, he was aiming for Huang Dawei tonight and wanted to talk to him alone. Are you guys looking for someone? Su Koer had long since seen that the two of them were abnormal.
Won Yunting and Jin Shilwen twisted their heads to look at her, exchanged glances, smiled without explaining, and continued playing with the dice. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei naturally didn't see Won Yunting as they led Zhan Shen and Fang Xiao into a private room. Suddenly Won Yunting turned his head to look at the next door, and noticed that Niu Qiuling in their gazes also seemed to have been staring at Chen Tao and the four of them. This made him curious. Could it be that Chen Tao had committed a crime and that was why Niu Qiuling, the police officer, was staring at them? Chapter 33, Inferiority Complex of the Little Man. In the large private room, Chen Tao had long arranged for 6 tall, hotly dressed beauties to be waiting. It can be Chen Xiao. They are all beauties. As soon as Zhan Shen saw the beauties inside, his face filled with a lecherous smile. Ha ha. Chen Tao patted him on the shoulder. How can I invite Chen Xiao to come and play without making preparations? He. Understand. Shin Junjia habitually sniffled a little, full of bad smiles, went up to embrace the left and right, playing with those women. Young Fong, I'll toast you first. Chen Tao picked up his foreign wineglass and smiled at the handsome Fong Kongning, who was wearing a white suit. Thank you for having the honor to come over for a gathering. Well said. Fong Kongning was arrogant. He wasn't like Zhan Shen who gave the appearance of being a playboy. Instead, he put up a stand and put on a lofty appearance, making people take a look and think that he had a little something in his stomach. Fong Xiao, let's drink together. A hot beauty sat over, holding Fong Kongning's arm teasingly, but the result was that his face sank. A hand pushed away, staring his other women's faces tense. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei were puzzled and asked, Fong Xiao, they're not suitable? Ha ha, Chen Xiao, don't be nervous. Fong Dishao is like this. He can't see ordinary women. Jin Jie Shun, who was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, pointed at Kongning Fong and laughed. So that's how it is. Chen Tao smiled and twisted his head to signal to Huang Dawei, immediately taking out his cell phone to go out and make a call. Not long after, in the next private room, a woman in black lace and cheongsam walked out. She directly pushed open the door of the private room and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, Zhongli is here. Looking at this woman with a hot, flavorful body, it was Zhongli who was arranged by Chen Tao for Won Yunting back then. Come here quickly. This is Mr. Fong. Chen Tao went up and pulled Zhangli over. However, once Fong Kongning saw her, his eyes instantly glazed over. Hello young Fong. Zhongli smiled flirtatiously, with a lot of flavor, coupled with this black lace cheongsam sexy dress of hers. It made Shin Junjie couldn't sit still, and those women in his arms instantly didn't smell good. I say Chen Xiao, you're being unkind, leaving the good beauties for Fong Xiao. Ha ha, Zhongli, take good care of young Fong for me. Chen Tao pushed Zhongli. Instantly she sat on Fong Kongning's lap, her jade hand instantly hooked around his neck. Zhongli smiled charmingly. Fong Xiao, let's have a drink, shall we? Good This time Fong Kongning was happy, revealing his perverted desire, because he liked Zhang Li's mature style of woman. Seeing Fong Kongning and Zhang Li having so much fun, Chen Tao and Huang Dawei smiled at each other, because he had long inquired from Zhan Shen and knew what kind of women Fong Kongning liked. That's why he let Zhang Li, his ace card, come over. Huang Dawei's cell phone rang and it was his wife calling before he said sorry to Chen Tao and turned around to go out of the private room to the balcony outside the clubhouse to answer the phone. Huang Dawei is out. Jin Shilwen, who was sitting in the corner, was excited as Won Yunting got up and told him to take care of Su Kuer first, so he followed behind Huang Dawei and came outside on the balcony together. Okay wife, I'll go back after I'm busy. First, Huang Dawei finished his phone call and turned around, ready to go back, only to have a figure blocking in front of him. Seeing that it was Won Yunting, causing him to be filled with surprise. Won Yunting. Won Yunting smiled and said, you still remember me, David. Huang Dawei had heard Chen Tao say before that Won Yunting had been released from prison. He didn't expect that he would suddenly come to find himself. This made his face a bit unnatural. Yun Ting, I also heard that you were released from prison. I was looking for time to meet you. I didn't expect you to be here as well. It's just right. Let's go have a drink. Won Yunting waved his hand, not wanting to be polite with Huang Dawei about all this, his eyes gazing at him, seemingly scrutinizing his crimes back then. Huang Dawei, who was a thief. He thought for a moment that it was no longer 7 years ago, and now he is doing things with Chen Tao, mixing well. When the vice president of Chen Group, in front of outsiders, everyone has to call himself a yellow total, so that Huang Dawei's heart has long been inflated. I just want to know, why did you do that back then? A moment later, Won Yunting opened his mouth and asked, back then in college, he and Jin Shilwen were the best of brothers, but to Won Yunting's surprise, Huang Dawei would drug himself behind his back and frame himself for imprisonment with Chen Tao. Ha! Huang Dawei coldly laughed, disdainfully looking at Won Yunting. It seems that you were locked up in prison for 7 years, shutting your brain off stupidly to ask such a stupid question. Won Yunting's eyes narrowed slightly as Huang Dawei glared.
Wan Yunting, do you know that I was jealous of you back then in college?
Jealous? Yes, jealous. Huang Dawei sneered to himself, because you were the third son of Wanshi group,
a rich second generation,
and although Jin Shouwen's family was not as good as yours,
it was still better than me, a person who came out from the countryside, so I was jealous of you and Shouwen.
Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows.
The three of them played well back then, but never knew that Huang Dawei would have such an inferiority complex inside.
I've been indoctrinated as a failure since I was young.
My parents told me not to cause trouble outside, not to spend money indiscriminately, and to honestly study and be a good person. But what can be done about it? Instantly grimacing, Huang Dawei shouted at Wan Yunting. Compared to you rich second generation born with a golden spoon in your mouth, even if I honestly work hard for the rest of my life, I won't be able to catch up with your starting point. Looking at Huang Dawei's angry look of unwillingness to his fate, Wan Yunting calmly said, so, that's your reason? Right. Huang Dawei glared, looking at Wan Yunting and swelled with laughter. Because Chen Tao can give me all this, not only does he allow me to be satisfied monetarily, but he also makes up for the low self-esteem that I have in my heart, since I was a child. Nowadays, I go out, everyone calls me Mr. Huang. Every year I go back to my hometown, I can hold my head up and say that I, Huang Dawei, have made a name for myself in Huadu, and my parents can be in front of their relatives, and they can proudly say that I've got a good career, and that's what I've chosen to do. Huang Dawei, but you, Wan Yunting, although you say that I'm your brother, but from the bottom of your heart, you don't look down on those of us who come from a lowly background. So what you can't give me, Chen Tao he can. I see.
Wan Yunting sighed in his heart. It turned out that what he thought, but in the other party's heart,
might not be the same as what he thought. Different paths, different roads.
It seemed like trying to make a breakthrough from Huang Dawei was impossible.
Suddenly in the restroom corridor,
there was a woman's scream. Wan Yunting turned around violently.
It was Su Kuer's voice. What are you doing? Let go of me. In the restroom aisle, Su Kuer had just finished using the restroom and came out, but ended up being tugged by the arm by a youth who smelled of alcohol, frightening her into panic and struggling and shrieking. Beauty, come have a drink with me. The one who forcefully tugged on Su Kuer was none other than Shinjunjie. This bastard just went to the restroom and came out. Then he saw the pure and lovely Su Kuer. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he got up a bad idea. At that moment,
Shinjunjie hugged Su Kuer and smiled badly.
As long as you follow me, whatever bag you want is there. Come on, let me kiss one. Don't.
Su Kuer was so scared that she lost her color and shouted in panic, Brother Yunting.
Then, Wan Yunting rushed in with an arrow, and without saying a word, grabbed the back of Junjie Shin's collar, and like carrying a chicken, he directly threw himself backward and fell onto the corridor with a thud. Smooth tile floor. He slid out a few more meters, almost did not knock over Huang Dawei who came over. He saw that it was Shinjunjie, exclaimed, Shen Shao.
Wan Yunting coldly glanced at the person being helped up by Huang Dawei, turned back to look at Su Kuer who was full of nervousness.
Kuer, are you alright? Su Kuer looked flustered.
Her small hand tightly hugged Wan Yunting's arm, pointing at Shinjunjie nervously said, he just insisted on dragging me to go drinking.
When I didn't go, he bullied me, and also kissed me. At this time,
Jin Shouwen also came over.
At the same time, Niu Qiuling and Zhang Ku, as soon as they saw the situation, immediately whispered into the earphone, Wu team, there is an unexpected situation. At this time, Chen Tao and Fang Kongning,
Zhang Li and the girls also came out.
Huang Dawei held up Zhan Xin and pointed at Wan Yunting. Mr. Chen, it's Wan Yunting. He's the one who beat up young Xin. Chapter 34, Lingwei's bullying. Wan Yunting. It was only when Chen Tao saw Wan Yunting in front of him that his face sank. You really don't know how to die. How dare you hit Xin Shao? Damn him. Find me someone. I'm going to get him killed. Shinjunjie,
who had sobered up 7 points from the wine, his big hand holding his back waist that was almost broken, his face grimly growled.
Wan Yunting protected Su Kuer,
his cold and stern gaze looking straight at Chen Tao. He bullied my friend first.
My action was in defense. Even so, what can be done?
Chen Tao's mouth smiled coldly.
I'm telling you, offending Xin Shao, you're dead.
Who made Junjie Shin the chairman of the Ziqiang group?
The son of Shin Ziqiang.
Zhang Li next to him also laughed lightly.
How could she not recognize Wan Yunting? She was the victim of the forced J case back then.
Wan Yunting also recognized Zhang Li, remembered that year she was full of innocence.
Pitiful appearance, heart hate to strangle her. Dude, let's withdraw first.
Jin Shouwen pulled down Yunting. Su Kuer was also pretty and nervous.
Not allowed to leave. Beat up old me and want to walk away. Not even a door. Shinjunjie rushed out, cursing, swinging his fist towards Wan Yunting. Just now if he wasn't drunk, he wouldn't have been wrestled by this kid.
Wan Yunting raised his hand, directly grabbing Shinjunjie's wrist. his eyes looking at him coldly.
Wan Yunting, what are you doing? Let go of Junior Shen. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei only reacted and hurriedly went up to stop it. Who the hell is causing trouble here again? At this moment, an irritated voice suddenly came. The onlookers' guests turned their heads, only to see Berserk Dragon bringing security over. And immediately everyone made way. Boss Wan. As soon as Mad Dragon saw Wan Yunting, his face that was about to get angry instantly turned into ecstasy, and he ran his ass over to him. You came to the clubhouse. Why didn't you tell me? Boss Wan? Huang Dawei and Zhang Li were dumbfounded, and Fang Kangning went up to pull Zhang Shen back and was also surprised to see this scene. Everyone knew that Mad Dragon was the town general of Lingwei Club, but he actually called Wan Yunting as his boss, which made everyone present gasp in shock and curiosity. However, Chen Tao knew because Ma Xin had told him before that Wan Yunting and Maniacal Dragon called each other brother and sister. Boss Wan, who messed with you again?
Mad Dragon's eyes were full of fury as he scanned everyone around him. He bullied my friend.
Wan Yunting pointed at Jun Jiashun. Mad Dragon twisted his face back, the scar at the corner of his eyebrow,
adding a few more points of viciousness to him.
So it's you, this ungrateful thing,
who dares to bully my boss Wan's friend. Since Zhang Shen often frequented Lingwei Clubhouse, Mad Dragon knew his details and immediately waved his hand at the security guards.
Drag him out, break one of his hands, and write a notice forbidding him from ever setting foot in the entrance of the clubhouse again. Wait. Seeing that the two security guards were about to make a move on Zhang Shen, Chen Tao hurriedly stepped forward. Brother Long, even if Young Shen is at fault, you can't break one of his arms. You're breaking the law by doing so. Breaking the law. Ha ha. Mad Dragon laughed wildly, pointing at Chen Tao and shouting wildly. Here, I am the king's law. Mad. Too mad. Niu Qiuling, who was in the crowd, coldly grunted in her heart. A watchdog, also dare to be so wild. A disdainful voice rang out, and it was none other than Fang Kongning. Mad Dragon's gaze shifted and stared at Fang Kongning. Kid, do you want to die? Fang Kongning sneered at the corner of his mouth and glanced condescendingly at Mad Dragon. LOL, I wondered who it was. So it's the son of the president of the Fang Group. Wow, it's Boss Lady Lingwei. The guests on the sidelines exclaimed as soon as they saw Lingwei appear in person. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei were also surprised. Fang Kongning squinted his eyes, looking at the stunning, seductive Lingwei. He had long heard that in the Huadu business world, there was a beauty that could seduce people with a single glance, and now that he had a glimpse, it was true to its name. However, the next second, Lingwei disregarded Chen Tao and the crowd. The diameter towards the Wan Yunting walked up. Flaming red lips hooked out a charming smile. Wan boss, you came. This cry of Boss Wan completely shocked everyone present. Just now, Mad Dragon shouted Wan Yunting is Boss Wan, but Lingwei also shouted. The nature of this is different. Niu Qiuling, who was hiding in the crowd, looked at Wan Yunting with the same surprise. Before she came to Lingwei's clubhouse, she had already done her homework and knew that Lingwei existed like a queen in the underground world of Huadu. This guy, what kind of person was he? This was the heartbeat of everyone present. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei. They were also shocked. Don't think that Lingwei was only the queen of the underground world. She was equally the queen of the business world. She founded the Lingwei Limited Company, a first-class group in Huadu. Even if it was the same level as the Fang Group, it would still be a few points inferior. Mad Dragon, what are you waiting for? Spinning around, Lingwei turned back slightly. Boss Wan is my VIP. Offending him is the same as offending me. Understood. Mad Dragon nodded his head, allowing the two security guards to forcefully grab hold of Junjiashin. He then proceeded to a throwing stick, and without hesitation, swung it viciously towards Junjiashin's right arm. Junior Shen. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei screamed in shock, accompanied by the sound of Zhang Shen killing a pig, only to see his right hand like a sugar cane, clicked and broken. Scared, the surrounding women covered their mouths and screamed in shock. Jin Shilwen sucked in a breath of air, and the crowd's hearts were hairy. There was also Wan Yunting as well. He was calm and collected. His face did not change. On the contrary, Su Ko'er beside him, her pretty face was tense, looking at the wailing Shen Junjie on the ground, revealing an intolerant gaze. Mr. Ling, you are too overbearing. Fang Kongning grimaced. Shen Junjie was his friend, and as a result, right in front of him, he broke his arm as if it was a slap in his face. Lingwei's phoenix eyes narrowed, defiantly squinting at Fang Kongning, her fiery red lips laughing lightly. Don't say it's you. Even if it's your dad, your grandpa and the rest of them, Lingwei, still don't put it in my eyes. You, Fang Kongning glared, gritting his teeth in anger. Fang Dishao, calm down. Chen Tao hurriedly pulled him back. After all, Lingwei wasn't something that ordinary people could mess with. Get lost, don't disturb the other guest's pleasure. Lingwei coldly glanced at Chen Tao and skimmed off a sentence.
then turned back to Wan Yunting with a flavorful winks.
Boss Wan, it's too noisy here. Let's go up to the third floor for a drink.
Good. Wan Yunting nodded with a smile and brought Su Kur and Jin Shouwen with him, leaving with Ling Wei and Mad Dragon. Heading up to the third floor, Chen Tao's eyes were shadowy and his heart was shocked. He suddenly realized that Wan Yunting seemed to be beyond as simple as he thought.
What had he gone through in prison? Take young Shen to the hospital.
Being rushed by Mad Dragon and the others, Chen Tao had no choice but to hold up Zhan Shen with Huang Dawei, leaving the Lingwei clubhouse with Fang Kongning, Zhangli and the others,
and going directly to the First People's Hospital for treatment. At the same time,
he also called Zhan Shen's father,
Shen Ziqiang, to inform him of all this. What now? Niu Qiuling and Zhang Ke also came out.
Looking at the sedan that Chen Tao and the others left,
the order came from the earphone. Follow them. Yes, Niu Qiuling received the order and immediately drove to follow Chen Tao and the others. Tonight's goal was to follow Chen Tao and Fang Kongning and Zhan Shen.
As for Wan Yunting, who suddenly appeared,
he also caught Niu Qiuling's attention. Chapter 35, Strung Out. The First People's Hospital. Ah, pain. Shen Jinjie, who was lying on the hospital bed,
growled angrily at the doctor who was examining his right hand.
Damn, will you get it? It hurts me to death. Can you calm down?
Being abused by him, the doctor sank his face.
Shen Xiao,
calm down and cooperate with the doctor's treatment.
Chen Tao pacified,
but Shen Junjie didn't appreciate it at all.
Cursing, I can't swallow this breath. That one called Wan Yunting. Yes, Wan Yunting, I must get him killed. Shen Junjie's face was grim as he shouted in anger. Fang Kongning frowned and sniffled.
Chen Tao noticed this detail about him and said to Zhangli,
you take young Fang back first.
We'll take care of young Shen's side.
Young Fang, go to my place.
Zhangli held Fang Kongning's arm and said with a smile full of flavor.
Good. Fang Kongning nodded his head and said to Shen Junjie on the bed, nurture your injuries well. Turn around and I'll go clean up that Wan Yunting for you. Don't worry Fang Xiao. Zhangli, accompany Fang Xiao well. There shall be no mistakes. Got it.
Zhangli answered and left with Fang Kongning on her arm.
Team Wu. Fang Kongning and Zhangli left.
In the parking space to the right of the hospital entrance,
in a black sedan, Chao Pang clicked his headset to report, and Niu Qiuling was sitting in the passenger seat, split into two teams,
one team to follow Fang Kongning and Zhangli, and one team to continue to keep an eye on Chen Tao and Junjie Shen.
Understood. Chao Pang nodded and said to Niu Qiuling,
you and Xiao Chen continue to stay here.
I'll follow Fang Kongning and Zhangli. Good. With that said,
Niu Qiuling and the young police officer named Chen Xiufei stayed at the hospital,
while Chao Pang and another police officer drove after Fang Kongning and the others. Sister Niu, do you think we can catch this big fish? Chen Xiaofei's gaze glanced at Niu Qiuling, who was wearing a sexy tight dress. Of course, I transferred to Huadu just to. What are you looking at? Take your eyeballs back.
Suddenly realizing that this guy's eyeballs were staring at her dishonestly,
Niu Qiuling was so angry that she gave Chen Xiaofei a slap on the back of her head.
Her small hand hurriedly covered it up, but she still couldn't hide the impulse that made people want to commit a crime, causing her to be filled with shame and annoyance.
Someone is coming. Suddenly Chen Xiaofei reminded, only to see a Mercedes-Benz sedan whistling. Hurriedly stopping at the entrance of the hospital building,
a middle-aged man got off the car and hurriedly jogged in towards the hospital building.
Who is he? Niu Qiuling was puzzled. Chen Xiaofei took a closer look and said, he should be the father of Shen Junjie, Shen Ziqiang. In the hospital room, Shen Junjie wailed continuously,
leaving Chen Tao and Huang Dawei helpless.
Shen Ziqiang pushed the door and walked in,
and when he saw his son on the hospital bed,
his face immediately turned gloomy. Mr. Shen, you're here. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei hurriedly greeted. Shen Ziqiang walked over.
Shen Junjie immediately pointed at his right hand.
Dad, I got my right hand broken. You have to avenge me.
Shen Ziqiang twisted his face and coldly squinted at Chen Tao. Mr.
Chen, who hit my son? It's like this Mr. Shen.
Chen Tao told the truth about what had just happened at Lingwei Club.
He knew that Shen Ziqiang was an extremely protective person, coupled with the fact that there was only one son like Shen Junjie. That's why he condoned him to be arrogant and domineering outside without any control. It's Wan Yunting, Dad.
The person who broke my hand was Wan Yunting. Shen Junjie directly said that it was Wan Yunting who broke his right hand,
and cried to his father in aggravation. You have to take out this bad anger for me. Wan Yunting, is that the J-rape offender? Because that night the Wang family held a birthday party. Shen Ziqiang was also present. I'm sorry, Mr. Shen.
Chen Tao was full of apologies and said, I have a grudge against Wan Yunting. Tonight's matter was caused by him,
which led to young Shen being beaten up.
It's because I didn't take care of him well.
Please scold Mr. Shen.
Shen Ziqiang waved his hand and twisted his head to look at him.
I just want to know how you want to deal with that Wan Yunting. Mr. Chen. Chen Tao lifted down his gold glasses with his index finger and sighed. To be honest, I don't have any way to deal with him right now. After all, that night in Wang's house, Mr. Shin.
You also saw that Wan Yunting broke the tree with one punch. We want to solve it with brute force. I'm afraid that unusual people can't really deal with him.
Shen Ziqiang frowned.
That night Wan Yunting broke the bull-sized tree with one punch. It could be said to have shaken the whole place.
Actually, we don't need to think about how to teach him a lesson. Chen Tao's eyes narrowed as he said, I still understand Wan Yunting as a person. He cares a lot about his soft-boiled king's second brother. Shen Ziqiang understood what he meant in seconds. You want me to make a move on the Wang family? Chen Tao nodded his head with a smile.
The Wang family is very unfavorable to Wan Yunting.
If we can do something from inside, so that they fight on their own, and we sit back and wait and watch the show, isn't it better? This bad idea. It's shady enough. Shen Ziqiang nodded. He understood what to do. Recently, Wang's group wanted to get a financing fund from the self-strengthening group before the birthday party to talk about it, just not yet signed for execution. Seeing that Zhang Shen had received his right hand, but he still needed to be observed in the hospital for a night, so Chen Tao and David Huang excused themselves first. Mr. Chen, earlier at the Lingwei clubhouse, Wan Yunting suddenly approached me and asked about the year. Huang Dawei, who had followed Chen Tao downstairs, still talked about this matter. Oh, Chen Tao's eyes were shadowy and expected. Mr. Chen, don't worry, what I shouldn't say. I haven't mentioned a word. Huang Dawei hurriedly stated. Chen Tao patted his shoulder and laughed. Dawei, you and Zhang Li and I are all in the same boat. No matter who flips, no one will have a good time. Do you understand? I understand. Huang Dawei nodded. After all, he had followed Chen Tao behind those businesses all these years. He couldn't get out of it even if he wanted to now. This time, just let Shen Ziqiang do it for us first, to explore Wan Yunting's bottom, under Chen Tao's golden glasses. His eyes were gloomy, because he found that since Wan Yunting was released from prison, the people he contacted were unusual. First he cured the richest man, Kong Hongwen's mother, and now he was involved with Ling Wei, the queen of black and white. Therefore, Chen Tao had to reacquaint himself with Wan Yunting, which is why he took this opportunity to utilize Shen Ziqiang and asked him to test Wan Yunting's bottom to see if he would use Kong Hongwen's layer of relationship. Sister Niu, Chen Tao and the others are out, in a black minivan. Chen Xiufei saw Chen Tao and Huang Dawei come out and directly get into a Mercedes sedan and leave. Niu Qiuling immediately reported the situation to Team Wu, and received the reply that they should come back for the time being and not have to follow Chen Tao and the others. Understood. Niu Qiuling nodded her head before she said to Chen Xiufei, no need to follow. Let's go back to the police station. Chen Xiufei nodded and drove back towards the police station. That Wan Yunting, do you know who he is? Niu Qiuling asked curiously as she remembered Wan Yunting. Him? Of course I know. Chen Xiufei nodded his head and laughed. In the past, their Wan family, in our Huadu, was also a well-known corporate company, but it's just a pity that he was sentenced to 7 years in prison for raping a female classmate, and his parents died in a car accident, leading to the bankruptcy of the Wan Shi Group, and in the end, his second brother also gave the Wang family as a door-to-door son-in-law, becoming everyone's favorite soft rice king, and his big sister, also married to a super scum, I heard also often suffered domestic violence. Really unfortunate, alas. This kind of news, just a little bit of Baidu can understand. But that Wan Yunting, he keeps shouting that he was wrongly accused, saying that it was someone else who designed to frame him. Chen Xiufei said. Niu Qiuling asked suspiciously, who framed him? Coincidentally, it was none other than Chen Tao. Chen Xiufei laughed. Now Niu Qiuling was surprised. Chen Xiufei laughed. If you Baidu the news of the Huadu University forced JK 7 years ago, many of their lace news will appear. So Niu Qiuling took out her cell phone, Baidu, and indeed appeared 7 years ago Huadu forced JK's many levels of news, which has a lace news. Breaking news is Wan Yunting and Chen Tao. In order to pursue the school flower Fang Yanshi, the two people fight openly and secretly. Fang Yanshi, Niu Qiuling was surprised when she saw the key person's name. Could it be Fang Kongning's cousin? That's right. Chen Xiufei nodded his head and said, she came back from Igbo 3 months ago and directly took over the position of president of the Fang Group, and is now also known as the iceberg female president of the Huadu business community, and she's a beautiful person. This is too much of a coincidence. Niu Qiuling was surprised, not expecting these few people to be able to connect in tandem. It seems like we have to find a chance to get close to that Wan Yunting. Maybe he knows some unknown things about Chen Tao. Niu Qiuling thought in her heart. Chapter 36, Growing Things. Lingwei Clubhouse. In front of the bar on the 3rd floor, Boss Wan, I'll toast to you. Sitting beside Wan Yunting, Lingwei was so stunningly beautiful and flavorful that one couldn't help but think of the word vixen. Wan Yunting smiled calmly, raised his glass and clinked it with her, taking a sip of the tequila made in the glass. The flavor was okay. Su Kor, who was sitting next to him,
Her ebony almond eyes were curiously sizing up Ling Wei. Seeing her pair of foxy eyes that could seduce people, was staring straight at Wan Yunting, causing the little girl to deflate her little mouth, the air filled with the smell of vinegar. LOL. Noticing Su Kor's hostile gaze, causing Ling Wei to smile charmingly. Your girlfriend is so cute. Wan Yunting was stunned, twisting his head to glance at Su Koer, shaking his head and laughing. She's just my friend. Su Kor's big eyes glared fiercely at him. Her small hand even pinched at Wan Yunting's waist, causing him to think very straight. Am I wrong? Ling Wei winks. Ever since that night by the Zhu River, she had learned some things about Wan Yunting in prison from Mad Dragon, but she still couldn't understand this definition of a strange man. It made her unable to help but ask directly to Wan Yunting. Boss Wan, from what Mad Dragon said, you're still a doctor? That's right. Brother Yunting's Chinese medicine skills are amazing. Su Koer hugged Wan Yunting's arm and demonstrated at Ling Wei, stating that he is mine. Ignoring her, Ling Wei whirled around and stretched out her jade hand and smiled. Just in time. Recently I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable. Boss Wan, will you give me a look? Good. Wan Yunting nodded his head, flipped Ling Wei's wrist, put 3 fingers on her pulse and said, stick out your tongue for me to take a look. Ling Wei did as she was told and stuck out her tantalizing tongue. Wan Yunting carefully observed it and nodded his head to signal her to retract it, then asked her to stretch out her left hand to continue taking her pulse. Gradually, Wan Yunting raised an eyebrow as he moved his gaze downwards, stopping at Ling Wei's snowy peaks, black lace shirt. Seeing that his gaze was not honest, Ling Wei's willow brows twisted, knowing that Wan Yunting had a case of rape J offense. In the past 2 days, did you feel a paroxysm of pain in your right hun? From time to time, Wan Yunting asked. How do you know? Ling Wei was shocked. She did feel a paroxysmal sensation on her right side in the past 2 days. Wan Yunting let go of her wrist with a serious expression. It's better for you to go to the hospital as soon as possible for a thorough examination. This also made Su Kor and Jin Shouwen curious. Ling Wei frowned and said, Boss Wan, if there's any problem, you might as well just tell me now. Wan Yunting pondered for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Ling, there's something on your right hun. Something? What stuff? At this time, Mad Dragon came back and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but stare at Ling Wei's. Besides being big, it's still big. Looking at this guy with a naive look, Ling Wei was so angry that she slapped him before she said to Wan Yunting, what do you mean? You're saying that I've grown something on my right hun? Yes. Wan Yunting nodded his head. This time Ling Wei's expression froze and her heart sank. She had only heard Mad Dragon say that Wan Yunting could heal, but she didn't realize just how powerful his healing skills were. Now based on the pulse alone, he said that he had grown something on his right ferociousness. I'm afraid that anyone else wouldn't believe it. Wan Yunting also saw that she was skeptical and suggested, you should still go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Early treatment will be better. Okay, I'll listen to you. This time Ling Wei's smile was a bit stiff, but not rude. It's getting late. We'll take our leave first. Wan Yunting didn't want to linger any longer and called up Su Kuer and Jin Shouwen. Mad Dragon, see them off for me. Ling Wei didn't get up. She was in a bad mood right now. Wan Yunting gave her a slight nod before taking Su Kor and Jin Shouwen downstairs. Big sister, I'll book a doctor's appointment right away and go for a checkup tomorrow. Secretary Han Duer was nervous. Ling Wei nodded her head. Although she didn't want to believe it, she knew that Wan Yunting had no reason to joke with himself about this kind of thing, because it wasn't funny. Getting a chauffeur, he drove Jin Shouwen's BMW sedan back towards the Southern Hospital. Dude, just now you scared me to death. Jin Shouwen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head and looked at Wan Yunting, who was sitting in the back with Su Kier. You said that you gave someone a pulse and said that someone's chest grows something. You're not afraid of offending her? Wan Yunting rubbed his nose. Not so much. Besides, her right hun did grow something. Jin Shouwen was speechless. Whether it is or not, you can't say it directly. You have to know that big sister is ruthless, but even her father doesn't recognize a ruthless woman. Wow, she's that powerful? Su Kor exclaimed. Wan Yunting was unimpressed. You guys are unaware, Jin Shouwen said. According to the news on the road, Ling Wei because and her father Ling Xianzong because of business matters, father-daughter relationship rupture. A few years ago in the suburbs outside, both of their forces clashed, and it is said that a few people died, and used a lot of relations before settling. Wan Yunting and Su Koer exclaimed. Jin Shouwen continued, it is rumored that it was her father who first pitched Ling Wei. Since then, their father and daughter split up into different things. Ling Wei broke away from her father's forces. Not only did she not decline, but instead took a step into the green clouds. I heard that she climbed on some big shot. Business is getting bigger and bigger. Like this club, there are more than 10 branches across the country, and she created the Ling Wei Limited Company. In our Huadu business world, belongs to the first class group. In that case, she's quite powerful. Wan Yunting nodded with a smile. No wonder she didn't even blink when Mighty Tiger tried to kill her last time.
The queen's aura was very powerful. Now on the flip side, her father Ling Xianzong won't be able to do it.
Jin Shouwen shook his head. Although he has a bit of power in the underground of Huadu, but it's all petty. It's rumored that he's also into drugs.
Wow, really? Let's call the police. Su Kor said with wide eyes and exclaimed.
Wan Yunting and Jin Shouwen, and the chauffeur master who drove the car were speechless.
Boss, it's here. At the entrance of the Southern Chinese Medicine Department,
the chauffeur master stopped the car.
Back to the Southern Hospital. Kor, you go back to rest first.
Oh, seeing that they deliberately sidetracked themselves,
Su Kor skimmed her lips and had to return to the hospital accommodation alone. How was it? Did you ask anything?
Jin Shouwen and Wan Yunting leaned against the door of the sedan,
smoking cigarettes.
Wan Yunting exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and shook his head.
Chen Tao gave him too much. Couldn't ask anything. True enough.
Jin Shouwen had expected it.
He's now the vice president of Chun Group.
He wears the same pants as Chen Tao.
So does Zhang Li. Even if you go to her, you'll get the same result as Huang Dawei.
Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows. It seemed like trying to make a breakthrough from Zhang Li and Huang Dawei was clearly impossible.
Chen Tao's company. Are there any other problems? Wan Yunting suddenly asked.
Because he recalled that tonight at the clubhouse, he saw Niu Qiuling and a few of their policemen, who seemed to be staring at Chen Tao and his company as well.
Jin Shouwen shook his head. Chen's group was founded in the electronics industry,
mainly exporting to several Southeast Asian countries,
and on the surface, there is no illegal behavior. And recently,
Chen Tao has been working on a project with the Fong Group.
Fong's group? Fong Yencher's family? Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows.
Jin Shouwen nodded.
Fong's group is a first-class group in Huadu. Chen Tao has long wanted to climb onto that thigh.
Wan Yunting inhaled a cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke ring, his brows furrowed. It seems that if he wanted to mess with Chen Tao, he would have to use some special means.
That said, back then, what kind of drug did Chen Tao have Huang Dawei give you?
Jin Shouwen asked, confused by this question. It's a drug with herbal ingredients, colorless and tasteless.
So back then, the police couldn't check it out by drawing blood.
Wan Yunting said. He only learned medicine from his master later and realized what kind of drug he was drugged with. Jin Shouwen exhaled a smoke ring and sighed helplessly.
Chapter 37, I've had enough. Right. Spinning around,
Wan Yunting asked.
Where is Fong Luan? He disappeared after graduation.
Presumably went back to his small countryside county to develop. Jin Shouwen recalled the four of them in the lodging back then.
The honest Fong Lin. That kid couldn't play with us,
so I didn't pay attention to him in the past few years. Wan Yunting nodded his head and guessed.
Do you think that he would know about this?
Jin Shouwen froze.
You mean, is it that Chen Tao has also looked for him?
Wan Yunting nodded.
Back then, you and I,
and Huang Dawei played the best. The only one who had a normal relationship was Fong Lin, who stayed with us.
If I were Chen Tao, I would definitely pick him. Right-o. Once he heard this,
Jin Shouwen got excited.
No wonder you had an accident.
Fong Lin was obviously not right those days. It must have been Chen Tao who was the first one to approach him first, and he was unwilling to do it.
So Chen Tao found Huang Dawei to drug you.
Wan Yunting nodded.
No matter what, we have to find him and ask him. If that's true, he's the only witness I have to overturn the case. Good.
Then tomorrow I'll look for other students to ask for news about him.
The two of them chatted for a while,
and Jin Shouwen sobered up, so he drove back.
Wan Yunting didn't go back,
but took out his cell phone and walked towards the side of the road while dialing an unfamiliar number, ringing twice before picking up to hear the other party's voice,
which was in English, asking, "Hello, that one? It's me, Wan Yunting."
The answer was also in fluent English.
Far away on Wall Street in the United States, a commercial building,
a spacious and luxurious office, a young man wearing a suit and wearing a handsome hairstyle, as soon as he heard this name stood up violently, full of joy,
changed to the Chinese language excited. Teacher, you got out of prison? Well, good behavior. Sentence reduced by half a year, so I got out early.
Wan Yunting smiled and said to him,
I read the news yesterday. You are now called the Wolf of Wall Street by the financial investment community.
It seems like you've made a lot of progress in these 3 years.
He. Jiang Wenhao walked to the office balcony and looked at the skyscrapers of Wall Street. Teacher, if it wasn't for you encouraging and guiding me in prison back then, I, Jiang Wenhao, would have had today's achievement.
This is the result of your hard work. Wan Yunting smiled, and couldn't help but think of the hot-blooded young man who was in prison with him a few years ago, discussing the stock market and business together.
Teacher, I will go back to you now. I believe that in time, you will become a new generation of Wall Street legends. Jiang Wenhao was excited.
From the time he met Wan Yunting in prison,
he was impressed by his business talent and thus even recognized him as his teacher, and the reason why he had become the Wolf of Wall Street now.
It was all because Won Yun-ting had guided him step by step behind the scenes over the past 3 years, which allowed him to gain a firm foothold in the Wall Street World Financial Center.
Don't come back for the time being, because the time has not yet come.
The corner of Won Yun-ting's mouth lifted as he was waiting for an opportunity.
An opportunity that would shock everyone. Alright, I'll wait for your order. Jiang Wenhao nodded his head, because he was in prison a few years ago,
and he had agreed with Won Yunting that the two of them would start a business empire together in the future.
Right, you help me investigate. The Chen Group in Huadu City. Spinning around, Won Yunting said. Chen's Group, could it be?
Well, you report back to me immediately if there are results.
Won Yunting said expressionlessly. Understood.
Jiang Wenhao looked serious.
He knew that Won Yunting was framed for his imprisonment. That's all for now then. After saying that, Won Yunting hung up the phone.
He wanted to use Jiang Wenhao to investigate Chen Tao's Chen Group to see if there were any problems in his company. After smoking a cigarette,
Won Yunting went inside the hospital and headed back towards the dormitory. He ended up seeing Su Kor standing in front of his room door,
and when he saw him come back, he happily flew over.
Finished chatting?
Well, you haven't gone upstairs to sleep yet.
Obviously this girl had been here waiting for herself to come back. I don't want to sleep. Su Kor puffed out her cheeks. Her appearance was adorable.
This made Won Yunting shook his head and laughed,
took out the key and opened the door to the room. Su Kor immediately drilled in again. Looking left and right,
the room was really clean,
so she nonchalantly sat on Won Yunting's iron bed,
her small hand resting on her chin,
making a listening gesture. Brother Yunting, can you tell me about it? What happened to you in the past?
Won Yunting sat on the chair and looked at this lively and cute girl. This was considered the first friend he made since he was released from prison.
Okay, I'll tell you about it.
So Won Yunting began to recount those past years of his own.
Su Kor listened to him very attentively like a listener,
exclaiming in surprise from time to time.
Hearing Fang Yanshi not believing in him,
he was angry for Won Yunting, and gradually became mesmerized.
As a result, just as Won Yunting finished speaking,
Su Kor had already collapsed on the bed and dozed off. This made him helpless.
A look at the time found that it was 1 o'clock in the morning. See this girl sleep so fragrant,
so did not bother to wake her up. So Won Yunting carefully took off her shoes,
put her legs on the bed, and pulled the sheet on her. After seeing that there was no problem, he left the room and brought the door with him, and then went around to the back garden of the hospital,
meditating on a leisure chair,
inhaling and exhaling. In the blink of an eye, the day dawned.
Won Yunting had been inhaling and exhaling qi for the whole night. Not only did he not feel sleepy,
instead, he was energized, and looking at the time, Su Kor, who was sleeping in her room, should have woken up. Kor, how did you come out from that strong J criminal's room?
A few nurses were coming down from upstairs to go to work,
only to see Su Kor sneaking around,
coming out of Won Yunting's room,
just to be bumped into. You weren't with him last night, were you? No, we didn't. Being bumped into,
Su Kor's pretty face blushed, so nervous that she didn't know how to explain. She also didn't expect to sleep in Won Yunting's room last night.
Anyway, it's not what you guys imagined. Seeing that she couldn't explain, Su Kor covered her face and hurriedly ran back towards the accommodation building. Now those few loudmouth nurses spread the story around the hospital. Won Yunting, who came back, saw that Su Kor wasn't in her room and thought that she woke up and went to work, so he didn't care. So after he took a shower and changed into a new outfit, he went straight to the Chinese medicine department. I also don't know the health administration department side.
When to send over his physician's license.
Jiang Yichuan and Li Chengda also came over. After greeting, they sat down to drink tea and chat. Not long after,
Lin Si pushed Fang Shoshan over,
and Won Yunting gave him acupuncture treatment on both legs.
He withdrew the needles after an hour and looked at Fang Shoshan, who was already able to wiggle his legs. It seemed that he had recovered faster than expected.
Old master, after 2 more acupuncture treatments, you'll probably be able to walk off the ground. Won Yunting laughed. Ha ha, good. Fang Shoshan was very happy, praising Won Yunting one after another, making him embarrassed.
At this time his cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was his second brother's. Won Yunting immediately answered it.
Before he could speak,
there was Won Dongming's anxious voice. It's not good, third brother.
Something happened to your second sister-in-law.
Won Yunting was stunned and asked.
What happened? Won Dongming, who was currently outside the door of the First People's Hospital's resuscitation room, urgently said.
Your second sister-in-law suddenly said that her heart wasn't feeling well in the morning, and now she's been sent in by the doctors to be resuscitated.
Third brother, you should come over quickly. Second brother, don't be anxious, I'll go over now.
Won Yunting hung up the phone with a soothing cry and said to Jiang Yichuan.
Dean Jiang, I have to go out. My second sister-in-law is seriously ill. Good, go quickly. Jiang Yichuan nodded, and Fang Shoshan told him to go quickly as well. Wang Yunting left the traditional Chinese medicine department and drove his second brother's small car, quickly rushing towards the First People's Hospital. Wang Dongming, who was in the corridor in front of the resuscitation room, was full of anxiety. It had been half an hour since he went in, and the doctor hadn't come out yet. He didn't know what Wang Chulin's situation was now. Rubbish, Chulin is fine. How come she suddenly doesn't work again?
A noblewoman dressed as Zheng Pei Hui and Wang Enrong hurriedly trotted over.
I don't know. The doctor hasn't come out yet. Wang Dongming shook his head.
He was already used to the name waste. She drank the medicine prescribed by Dr.
Zhou last night. Isn't she still fine?
Zheng Pei Hui and Wang Enrong were anxious. All of a sudden she said to Wang Dongming,
"Did you give Chulin
the medicine prescribed by your brother,
the forced J criminal?" "No."
Wang Dongming jumped up as if he was a cat that had its tail stepped on. "Chulin just drank the medicinal soup you sent her. She didn't eat the one prescribed by my third brother."
"Impossible.
Divine Dr. Zhou's medicines are all precious herbs.
How could something happen? It must be you."
Zheng Pei Hui bit the bullet. She didn't believe Wang Dongming and felt that he was the one who secretly gave her daughter
the medicine prescribed by Wang Yunting.
"I'll call Divine Dr. Zhou to come here."
Zhou Fingyan, who is in his own medical center. As soon as he receives Zheng Pei Hui, he is happy to shout to his disciple, "Xiao Hao, bring the medical box, come alive," said the master and disciple, fast and furious to the hospital. A single down.
Zhou Fingyan can glean hundreds of thousands of dollars from these tycoons.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Zhou prescribed medicine.
How can something happen?
As soon as Zhou Fingyan came and understood the situation, he, like Zheng Pei Hui, balked at the fact that it wasn't a problem with the medicine he prescribed. So he said to Wang Dongming helplessly, "How can you give two kinds of medicine together to the patient? You should know that traditional Chinese medicine is mutually reinforcing,
can complement each other,
but also can be mutually reinforcing.
Medicinal clash. It will cause a big problem. You're going to kill someone."
Wang Dongming was agitated and defended loudly.
"I didn't. Chulin just ate the medicine you prescribed."
"She didn't eat the medicine prescribed by my third brother."
"It's your medicine that has problems."
Still sophistry. Zheng Pei Hui pointed at Wang Dongming and scolded. "You have always believed in that forced J criminal brother of yours, saying that he is a great healer, a great miracle healer, and now that Chulin is in trouble,
you are sophomoric for him. Waste, I'm telling you.
Chulin still has a long or short. I can't spare that scum brother of yours." Wang Dongming's face was hideous, shouting angrily at Zheng Pei Hui.
"Mom, why don't you believe me?
It's not my third brother's fault. You still dare to lose your temper at me." Zheng Pei Hui crossed her arms. "Like a brash shrew, it's obvious that you're the one who did the wrong thing and still refuse to admit it, and now you have the right to lose your temper at me."
"Wang Dongming,
believe it or not, I'll let Chulin divorce you."
"Enough, I've had enough."
Wang Dongming clenched his fists tightly with both hands. The anger that had been suppressed for many years instantly erupted.
"Since I entered your Wang family, no matter what I do is wrong. You never deny me." Chapter 38, so it's him who messed it up. "Not only that,
you insulted my big sister and third brother,
and now you're threatening me with divorce." "Mom, you're really too much." "How to talk to your mom?" Wang Enrong, who hadn't said anything, chided coldly,
but Wang Dongming had already seen through it and laughed at himself. "Third brother is right. In your Wang family's eyes,
I'm just a servant, a useless dog,
at your mercy for insults.
I'm really through with you guys." "Right, that's right." Zheng Pei Hui also got angry,
pointing at his nose and cursing, "You're a wimpy and useless dog in our family.
When Chulin gets better, I'll let her divorce you and kick you out of our Wang family."
"Whatever."
Wang Dongming, who was completely disappointed with the Wang family, waved his hand indifferently. You're really pissing me off."
The furious Zheng Pei Hui raised her hand and slapped at Wang Dongming's face.
Suddenly, a figure as fast as lightning appeared, and his big hand instantly grabbed Zheng Pei Hui's wrist that was hitting. It was none other than Wang Yunting. He heard Zheng Pei Hui in the back, saying that he wanted his second sister-in-law to divorce his second brother, making him furious.
It is better to tear down 10 temples than to break a marriage. But Zheng Pei Hui was so good that she couldn't wait to drive Wang Dongming out of the Wang family's door right now.
"Forced J criminal, let go of me."
Upon seeing that it was Wang Yunting,
Zheng Pei Hui was so angry that she glared and wanted to break free.
But Wang Yunting's big hands were like pincers,
firmly holding her wrists.
His eyes were cold and stern,
like two sharp swords stabbing Zheng Pei Hui's heart straight.
His cold hairs stood on end.
"What are you doing? Let go of me."
Reacting, Wang Enrong scolded sternly,
but Wang Yunting twisted his face and glared at him with a powerful aura, which also startled Wang Enrong's footsteps and trembled with fear. This was definitely a natural superior that possessed a domineering aura. "Be polite to my second brother,"
said Wang Yunting before he ruthlessly shook off Zheng Pei Hui's wrist before turning his head to look at his second brother. Wang Dongming shook his head and pointed at the door of the resuscitation room. Your second sister-in-law is still being resuscitated inside. Won Yunting nodded. Don't worry, second sister-in-law will be fine. You still have the face to say that. Zheng Peihui knew that this forced J criminal was dangerous, so she curbed her temper for a few moments, drinking 2 kinds of medicine together. Can something not happen? Zhou Fengnian, who stood on the sidelines and watched the show, said LOL, I didn't. Wan Dongming declared again and said to Wan Yunting, originally, I wanted Chu Lin to only drink the medicine you prescribed, but she wouldn't give it and insisted that your second sister-in-law take the medicine prescribed by divine Dr. Zhou. So, second sister-in-law didn't take the medicine I prescribed. Wan Yunting frowned, and Wan Dongming nodded in response. Impossible. There's no problem with the medicine prescribed by me. Dr. Zhou Fengnian nodded, convinced that it wasn't his own cause. Wan Yunting's eyes coldly slanted at him. I told you last time, my second sister-in-law's body is weak and can't withstand the onslaught of tiger and wolf medicines, otherwise it will backfire and make her condition worse. You're doing a disservice. I poo. Zhou Fengnian's disciple, Chen Xiaohao, stepped forward and said arrogantly and cockily to Wan Yunting, my master has never misdiagnosed a single person in his treatment, much less prescribed the wrong medication. Not to mention that you, a person who doesn't even have a physician's license, dares to question my master. What are you? At this time, Zhou Fengnian's master and disciple still did not know about Wei Quan's matter. Just at this time, the door to the rescue room opened. Several doctors and nurses came out and pushed Wang Chulin who had been rescued. Wan Dongming and Wang Anrong Zhang Peihui immediately went up. Doctor, how is my wife? Already out of danger. As Wang Chulin's attending doctor, he was very angry at Wan Dongming Zheng Peihui and them. The patient's body is weak and inherently unstable. How can you give her ginseng, that kind of great tonic medicine? Not only is this not half useful to her body, but it stimulates her heart contraction force and sudden symptoms. It's also fortunate that you guys weren't discharged last night, or else if there was a delay of 5 minutes just now, the person would be gone, you know. Boom! Instantly, Zheng Peihui's face turned white and she was shocked on the spot. Zhou Feng next to him looked dumbfounded. His heart thumped, knowing that something had happened. Did you guys hear that? I told you it was his problem. Now Wan Dongming jumped up, angrily pointing at Zhou Fengnian, shouting at Wang Anrong Zheng Peihui, Chu Lin is the one taking his medicine. It has nothing to do with my third brother. Wang Anrong and Zheng Peihui looked dumbfounded and stared at each other, not expecting such an outcome. Wan Yunting coldly swept them a glance, and when he saw the nurse pushing his second sister-in-law out, he went up to take her pulse. Didn't you say that your medicine is fine? Now Zheng Peihui turned back to glare angrily at Zhou Fengnian and cursed. Quack doctor, blame me for still trusting you so much. You almost killed my daughter. Impossible. My master's medicine is fine. It must be because the patient didn't follow my master's instructions to decoct the medicine. That's why. Chen Xiaohao still wanted to defend his master and shirk his responsibility, but Zhou Fengnian's face turned white and he was obviously weak-minded. In fact, he knew that Wang Chulin's body was weak, and he could not give her tiger and wolf medicines to supplement her, which would make her condition counterproductive and cause major problems, just like what Wan Yunting said. But Zhou Fengnian wanted to earn more money, so he deliberately prescribed tiger and wolf medicine, such as ginseng, a precious tonic herbs, so that he could glean a little more money from Zheng Peihui. But he didn't realize that he seemed to have played it off. You liar, I'll call the police now and let the police come to arrest you. Zheng Peihui went up and grabbed Zhou Fengnian by the collar, and took out her cell phone to call the police with one hand. Let go. As a result, Chen Xiaohao went up and ruthlessly yanked Zheng Peihui away, and she fell on her butt and sat on the ground with an ouch. Master, let's hurry. Zhou Fengnian, who reacted back, was dragged by his disciple to run outside. God damn. Zheng Peihui was pulled up by Wang Anrong, so furious that she shouted to Wan Yunting and Wan Dongming, what are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and catch them. As a result, the two brothers did not move and stood by coldly. At this time, Wan Yangji happened to come over with his assistant, and as a result, he almost didn't collide with Zhou Fengnian's master and disciple. Zhou Fengnian? Minister 1. Zhou Fengnian was startled for a moment when he saw that it was Wan Yangji. Just in time, Wan Yangji's face sank. There's a matter in my health administration department. I need to bring you back for questioning. Shaolin, call the people from the nearby police station to come over. No, Minister Wen. What happened? Zhou Fengnian's heart panicked. It's hard to believe that the hooks he did behind the scenes was known by Wan Yangji. What is it? You will know when you go back later. Wan Yangji scraped him fiercely before he took the briefcase from his assistant and trotted towards Wan Yunting. Zhou Fengnian's master and disciple looked at each other and pulled their legs out. Xiao Zhao, catch them. When Yangji shouted, the assistant Xiao Zhao was a veteran. His big eyes glared, and he held Zhou Fengnian and Chen Xiaohao down on the ground in 3 strokes. Don't move. It's over. Zhou Fengnian's heart was completely cold. Equally surprised were Wang Anrong and Zhang Peihui, who knew Wen Yongji, the Minister of Health. But the next scene made the couple's jaws drop. Dr. 1. I'm really sorry, only to see Wen Yongji trotting over, smiling down at Wan Yunting as if he had seen a great leader. At your word, I'll be right there. Here's your doctor's license, said Wen Yongji, pulling out a small red book and certificate from his briefcase. It was the physician's license. Wan Yunting then thanked. Thank you, Minister 1, and I'm still bothering you to personally send it over. Should. Wan Yongji smiled with a very warm attitude. This put the nearby Wan Dongming and Zhang Peihui with Wang and Rong. They completely looked dumbfounded, incredulously looking at Wen Yongji. His attitude towards Wan Yunting was so respectful. Is this still what he thought? That good-for-nothing forced J criminal? Chapter 39, The Wang family's little scheme. What's going on with them? Wan Yunting ignored his second brother's father-in-law and mother-in-law, pointing at Zhou Fengnian's master and disciple who were subdued over there, crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads, curious as to what was going on with them. Yesterday's Wei Quan's matter. In the end, it's still this Zhou Fengnian's reason. Yesterday, Wan Yongji was also from Wei Quan's mouth, only to learn that Wan Yunting ran the back of the physician's license. Hidden things. It turned out to be so. After Wan Yongji said, Wan Yunting also did not expect. The original reason why that Wei Quan to make things difficult for himself is entrusted by Zhou Fengnian. Please rest assured, I will definitely punish them severely, Wan Yongji said righteously. He also investigated clearly why Ma Jindong was able to personally accompany Wan Yunting to get a physician's license yesterday, because he was the one who saved Ma Jiangwo's life. It was important to realize that back then, Ma Jiangwo was a handful in Huadu politics, and even though he was now retired, he still had power and connections in his hands. So Wan Yongji is very envious of Wan Yunting, can climb up to the old man Ma, that big man, so his attitude is so enthusiastic. Soon the police from the nearby police station came up and cuffed Zhou Fengnian's teacher and disciple. Wan Yongji and Wan Yunting made a few polite remarks and also left, not forgetting to add WeChat and phone numbers as they left. Third brother, how do you know Minister 1? Wan Dongming, who had not dared to speak earlier, did not dare to ask Wan Yunting until Wan Yongji left. The couple Wang Anrong and Zhang Peihui, who were also standing by the side and silently didn't dare to open their mouths, were looking at Wan Yunting at the moment with eyes full of complexity. From the second daughter's birthday party that night, the words of the richest man, Kong Hongwen's secretary, to the current director of the Department of Health Administration, personally coming over to give him a physician's license. All sorts of anomalies have already revealed Wan Yunting's mysterious and extraordinary. Looking at his second brother-in-law's father-in-law and mother-in-law looking like they were listening, Wan Yunting smiled. Second brother, I'll treat my second sister-in-law first. Good, talk to you later. Saying this, the two brothers pushed Wang Chulin back to the hospital room. Zhang Peihui, Wang and Rong looked at each other in dismay and also silently followed them in. Seeing Wan Yunting taking his daughter Wang Chulin's pulse, this time he didn't dare to raise his voice to question him about his medical skills and other issues. But the arrogant Zhang Peihui, not because Wan Yunting knew Minister 1, let her easily bow her head. Instead, Wang Anrong, who was so short-sighted by her, went up and took the initiative to ask, how is Chulin's condition? Ignoring him, Wan Yunting nodded and said to his second brother, although second sister-in-law is fine right now, her body is very weak, and it will take some time if she wants to regulate it. Then, does third brother have a solution? Wang Anrong tried to speak, only to be interrupted by Wan Dongming. Acupuncture it, along with medication. Condition it for 3 days, and you'll be discharged. Wan Yunting nodded his head and said, looking at their brothers as they spoke one sentence to another, completely ignoring themselves, made Wang Anrong's heart extremely uncomfortable. Don't talk big. Zhang Peihui glanced at Wan Yunting. Even if Zhou Fengnian is a quack, you're no better. Wan Yunting twisted his face to look at her. Do you want me to invite President Jiang of the Southern Chinese Medicine Department here so that he can give second sister-in-law a look? Good. Zhang Peihui knew that he was working as a cleaner at the Southern Hospital and sneered. I've heard of that Dean Zhang. He's the director of our Huadu University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. If you can invite him over, Chulin's illness will be treated by you. However, they didn't even know that Wan Yunting had already been transferred to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Without saying a word, Wan Yunting took out his cell phone to make a call to Jiang Yichuan, and also asked for his help to bring over his silver needle. In 20 minutes, he saw Jiang Yichuan wearing a tang suit, carrying a medical box into the ward, and on the spot, Wang Anrong and Zhang Peihui were stunned. It was really Jiang Yichuan, the director of Southern Chinese Medicine Hospital. Shawan Na, what kind of disease is it? Still call me this old man. If you can't cure the disease, I can't even more. Look at Jiang Yichuan, a mouth a small one, then to call his grandson more affectionate. Completely Zhang Peihui and Wang Anrong stunned. Won Dongming also didn't expect that his third brother could have such a good relationship with Dean Jiang of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Whereas Dean Jiang's words, "This is my second sister-in-law. I'm still bothering you to take a look." This time, Wang Yunting completely ignored Zhang Peihui Wang and Rong. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Chulin was his second brother's wife, he would have ignored them for a bit. With Jiang Yichuan in charge, Zhang Peihui and Wang Anrong naturally didn't dare to question anything anymore. Soon Wang Yunting and Jiang Yichuan finalized the treatment plan for Wang Chulin, first giving her acupuncture treatment, and then prescribing medicinal soup to assist. Under Wang Yunting's acupuncture, Wang Chulin quickly woke up, making Wang Dongming happy. Wang and Rong and Zhang Peihui also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not treat this forced J criminal, they had to say that his medical skills were indeed better than that Zhou Fengnian. Second brother, just follow this prescription to get the medicine. 1 medicine per day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Remember, the medicine should be decocted for enough time. It doesn't matter if it's 10 minutes longer. Wang Yunting wrote a prescription, handed it to Wang Dongming and carefully instructed that the medicine should be fried for enough time. Good, I know. Wang Dongming nodded his head as he proceeded with the prescription, not daring to be careless. Wang Yunting saw that his second sister-in-law had already gone to sleep and was no longer in any serious condition. Then Dean Jiang and I will go back first. If there are any problems, you can call me anytime. Third brother, Dean Jiang, I'll see you off, said Wang Dongming and sent Wang Yunting and Jiang Yichuan away, not giving a damn about Wang Anrong and Zhang Peihui sitting over there. It's not just knowing a few people. You really consider yourself a big shot. Zhang Peihui wrapped her arms around her chest and hummed disdainfully. However, Wang Anrong didn't think that way, and now he was playing a small game in his mind. Wang Dongming, who came back after sending Wang Yunting and Jiang Yichuan back, seeing his in-laws sitting in the living room, he was expressionless. Dad, you guys take care of Chulin for me. I'm going to go and grab some medicine first, and come over to take over for you guys after I've decocted the medicine. Poof, Zhang Peihui snorted, but Wang Dongming ignored her and turned around to go out, only for Wang Anrong to get up and call out, "Dongming, I have something to talk to you about." Wang Dongming frowned, stopped in the corridor, looked at his father-in-law who came out. Wang Anrong sighed, "Dongming, your mom, that person is like this. You know that you are aggrieved in your heart, but don't take it to heart. Tolerate her a little more." Tolerance? I pack her? B. Wang Dongming bellyache in his heart. It's not easy for you to be in our Wang family, taking care of Chulin in every way these past few years. Dad, I've seen it all in my eyes. Wang Anrong sighed, patted Wang Dongming's shoulder. You've also been the HR department manager in the company for 3 years. Like this, tomorrow I'll appoint you as the marketing manager. What do you think? Wang Dongming frowned. He could know that his father-in-law was a smiling tiger. Not only did he not blame, but instead gave himself a promotion, which was quite counterintuitive. Alas, Dongming, you also know that Dad only has 2 daughters. This entire Wang family industry in the future will naturally fall to Chulin and you. The reason why Dad let you stay in the personnel department for so long is also to see if you can sink in. But you've performed very well, very composed. That's why I've decided to start letting you take the lead. Wang Anrong said this very skillfully, making Wang Dongming almost think that he was telling the truth. Recently our company and Self-Improvement Financial Group has a capital loan business. You will take office tomorrow. Go and sign this capital loan. Now our company desperately needs a sum of money to do turnover. Wang Anrong laughed. I believe you can accomplish the task. Wang Dongming also knew about this matter, because that night at the birthday party, Wang Anrong had talked to Shen Ziqiang, the chairman of the Other People's Ziqiang Financial Group, and now it was just a matter of signing. Wang Anrong asked him to do it. It was just to give Wang Dongming a good sweet, so that he would believe in himself and not be afraid of this matter fizzling out. After all, he and Self-Strengthening Financial Group had all talked it over. Dad, I know. I'll go grab the medicine first. Wang Dongming no longer said anything. Now no matter what Wang Anrong said, he didn't believe it in his heart anymore, because he had been completely disappointed in the rest of the Wang family except for his own wife Wang Chulin. Chapter 40, Ling Xianzong, Southern Hospital, Thyroid Breast Department. Mr. Ling, you do have breast cancer. A woman doctor, holding the data that Ling Wei had just checked out, said seriously. What? Really? It wasn't Ling Wei who exclaimed in shock. It was the assistant, Han Dui. But Ling Wei sitting in front of the doctor, the beautiful face of the city's stunning beauty stagnant, inner vibration. The original last night Wang Yunting did not diagnose wrong. He really got breast cancer. But don't worry, you have early stage breast cancer. Currently only the right hand grows. The women's doctor comforted, telling Ling Wei not to be nervous. Luckily you guys found out early and came over for a checkup. If it was a few months later, I'm afraid your left breast would have grown as well, and it would have been serious by then. Ling Wei nodded her head. Wang Yunting had saved herself once again.
This breast cancer thing, it's not that only older people have it. Nowadays most young people get it too.
The women's doctor can see that Ling Wei is confused as to why she got breast cancer and gives her a brief rundown. Finally Ling Wei accepts this fact and calms down as she asks, "So what should we do now?" "It can only be cut open," the woman's doctor said. "Cut?" Ling Wei was stunned. Any woman would mind going under the knife on her body. That would only leave unsightly scars. Is there another treatment? She didn't want to go under the knife. The woman's doctor shook her head. Early stage breast cancer. Removal will cure it. This is the only way. Now Ling Wei's willow brows were locked. Her greatest concern was her beauty. If she went under the knife on her right breast, then her body would no longer be perfect. You go back and think about it first, but don't delay too long. It's best to operate as soon as possible. The woman's doctor could see Ling Wei's inner struggle. Apparently every woman who came to see her for breast cancer and ended up going under the knife was like Ling Wei, so she was used to seeing it. Ling Wei and Han Duo-er left the doctor's department. Mad Dragon, who was waiting outside, learned from Han Duo-er's eyes that Big Sister's right hand really grew something. At that moment he said, "Big Sister, want you to go and treat Boss Wan. He is very good at healing. Before we were in jail, there was a cellmate who couldn't get a hard on, and Boss Wan just pressed a few acupoints on him, and it got hard." Mad Dragon, what are you talking about? Han Dui was so angry that she raised her hand to hit this naive cargo of Mad Dragon. Can this be the same? Ouch. I just think that Boss Wan can cure Big Sister's illness. Mad Dragon scratched his head, simply thinking, isn't he just in the Southern Chinese medicine department as a Chinese physician? Ling Wei's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Surprisingly, he was the one who first saw his disease. Perhaps Chinese medicine had other ways to treat it. Then, she wouldn't have to undergo surgery to open up the wound. Right, then Big Sister, let's go find Boss Wan now. Mad Dragon was elated and Ling Wei nodded. So the three of them left the main hospital building and headed to the Chinese medicine department. At this time, Wan Yunting, driving his second brother's minivan, came back to the Chinese medicine department with Jiang Yichuan. As a result, he saw a tall man with a black leather jacket and a tattooed neck standing at the main entrance. As soon as he saw Wan Yunting, he immediately greeted him. "Boss Wan, Tiger?" The visitor was none other than Tiger, causing Wan Yunting to raise his eyebrows and say to Jiang Yichuan, "Dean Jiang, you go in first." "Good." Jiang Yichuan took a look at the tall man and the fierce Tiger who looked like a social mixer, and did not say anything more as he went back to the traditional Chinese medicine department first. "Boss Wan, you really work here." Mighty Tiger took out cigarettes, respectfully handed one to Wan Yunting and took out a lighter to light it for him. "A big shot like you, wouldn't it be condescending to work here?" Wan Yunting took a drag on the cigarette and slowly spat out the smoke ring. "Say, suddenly come to find me something?" He, actually nothing." Mighty Tiger smiled. "Didn't I say last time, I'm going to give you, Boss Wan, a welcome, and by the way, my boss would like to meet you as well." "Just this?" Yes. Thank your boss for me for his kindness." "No need." Wan Yunting waved his hand and went in towards the Chinese medicine department. Ha, worthy of being a legend of Huadu prison. Immediately after a laugh came from a black Land Rover at the intersection there. Down a middle-aged man wearing a white suit, a head of long hair tied in a ponytail, wearing sunglasses, his mouth holding a cigar. His shiny leather shoes stepping on the ground clattered. There was also a young junior in a black suit following him around, highlighting the big brother's aura. This person is Ling Xianzong. Wan Yunting turned around, narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xianzong who walked straight to him. Next to him, Fierce Tiger hurriedly introduced, "Boss Wan, he is my boss Ling Xianzong." Ling Xianzong took a puff on his cigar. His outfit was dressed like Hong Kong star Xiaxian. "Boss Wan, your name on the road is like a thunderclap. Today to see me? No wonder Mangu admires you so much. It is really a dragon and phoenix in the people. A talented person, ahahaha." As soon as he came to hold himself up, Wan Yunting exhaled a smoke ring and laughed. Ling boss complimented. "I'm in prison, and Tiger they are small, bored and fooling around, and there is no intention to go in this direction. So Ling boss's good intentions, I heartily appreciate it. I know that Boss Wan is a practicing doctor, bent on hanging on to the world. Obviously Ling Xianzong came before. Inquired about Wan Yunting from the release from prison, to the status quo about the situation. I Ling Mao most appreciate the talent, like Wan boss in the pool of the unicorn, naturally want to get to know a little bit, everyone to make a friend well. 3 words, not away from the words of praise, change others may really agree, but Wan Yunting is not a very person. He does things, make friends, is very sensible, they are not interested in things. He will never make an exception. So he threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground and rubbed the tip of his shoe. This action made Ling Xianzong raise an eyebrow, knowing that the other party was driving people away. LOL, who did I say it was? So it's my old man. Suddenly at this time, From within the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine out of Lingwei, tall, she is wearing a professional dress suit today, perfectly showing her body curves, as well as the mature aura of the queen of the business world. Lingwei didn't expect that this father of hers would personally come out in order to pull in Wan Yunting.
Yo, it's my precious daughter. Seeing Lingwei, Ling Xianzong's eyes narrowed, anger churning in his heart.
Father and daughter had turned against each other and had been fighting openly for 3 years. Yet instead of redneckly cursing at each other, they laughed in their words.
What? You're sick, and you're here to see Boss Wan? Ha ha.
Ling Xianzong laughed 2 times with abandon and patted his chest.
Then I'm afraid I'll disappoint you.
Your old man's body can still live for another 50 years.
Ha!
Lingwei was gritting her back teeth in laughter as she was extremely unbalanced in her heart. How come this old bastard doesn't have cancer? Let's hope you can live for another 50 years.
However, Wan Yunting
suddenly looked at Ling Xianzong and laughed meaningfully.
Boss Wan, what do you mean by that? Ling Xianzong's eyes went cold.
He had personally come to invite him, since he still gave himself so little face. Wan Yunting shook his head and laughed, turning his head to Lingwei and smiling.
Has Mr. Ling gone to check?
Checked. Lingwei nodded with a smile.
I want to ask Boss Wan to take a look for me. Let's go in then.
Wan Yunting nodded his head, so he stopped paying attention to Ling Xianzong and Mighty Tiger,
heading towards the traditional Chinese medicine department to enter.
Lingwei looked at her asshole dad,
her phoenix eyes cold and stern, her red lips hooked into a cold smile,
before she brought Mad Dragon and Han Duer to follow Wan Yunting.
Damn, is not in the prison king of the king, out of society, you are still just a snake.
Being left behind in front of his own daughter made Ling Xianzong's heart very upset and angry.
Looking at the entire Huadu,
who would dare not give himself face? Don't mention how powerful he is in front of my old man in the future. Ling Xianzong scraped Mighty Tiger fiercely and turned to leave with his men, leaving Mighty Tiger full of helplessness. He didn't dare to take his anger out on Wan Yunting. It just felt that Ling Xianzong missing out on Wan Yunting would be his biggest mistake.
Chapter 41, I think they have a game. Please sit down, Mr. Ling.
Returning to the Chinese medicine department and inviting Lingwei to come into his consultation room, Wan Yunting told them to sit down first while he went to wash his hands. Then Nurse Yen came in with 2 sets of clothes. Dr.
Wan, these are your clothes. Okay, Sister Yen, put them on my table. Inside, Wan Yunting shouted. Sister Yen put them down and went out.
Wan Yunting washed his hands and came out, picked up the 2 sets of white coats on the table,
hung one set on the hanger next to him,
and put one on in front of Lingwei and the others.
White robes. A sense of mission instantly arose. Don't say, Boss Wan put on this body. Quite decent. Mad Dragon laughed.
Lingwei's phoenix eyes never left Wan Yunting,
realizing that this man, from head to toe,
exuded a special charm that was constantly attracting her to want to dig in.
Mr. Ling, let me see your inspection report first. Wan Yunting sat down.
Han Duer immediately handed him the data from Lingwei's previous checkup at the hospital's radiology department. Wan Yunting proceeded to look at it carefully. Lingwei moved to sit in front of him.
Boss Wan, how's it going?
Wan Yunting looked up at her.
Boss Ling, you guys can call me Dr. Wan here.
Good. Lingwei smiled and changed her name.
Dr. Wan, how is my condition? Early stage of breast cancer.
Very treatable. The doctor over there is suggesting that you go straight to surgery to remove the treatment.
Right?
Wan Yunting put the information in his hand on the table and looked at Lingwei in front of him.
You're coming to me now because you don't want to go under the knife? Well, you really know how a woman's mind works.
Lingwei smiled charmingly and delicately, her left hand covering her right hun. I don't like others to use a knife on me,
so I came over to ask Dr. Wan if you have any other way to treat this disease, preferably the kind that doesn't involve moving the knife. For this woman's seduction,
Wan Yunting turned a blind eye. If you want to use Chinese medicine method to treat it,
it is also possible. Just the treatment time will be longer, unlike the Western medicine surgery to directly excise it faster.
But I can guarantee the Chinese medicine medication will completely eliminate the cancer cells in your chest, and none of them will recur in the future.
So, Chinese medicine is more effective? Lingwei's phoenix eyes lit up.
Don't look at her now as if she was teasing Wan Yunting in a cloudy manner, but she actually valued it very much inside.
Well, early breast cancer can be treated conservatively in this way. If it develops into the middle and late stages, then it must be treated with surgical excision. Wan Yunting nodded and said, after all, Chinese medicine is mainly about preventing the disease from worsening.
But for major diseases such as cancer in the current medical world,
Chinese medicine is still as difficult to break through as Western medicine. Lingwei winks.
Last night when he was able to tell that his right hun was growing something just by taking his pulse alone, he already believed in Wan Yunting's medical skills.
Then how do you want to treat it in Chinese medicine? Is it drinking Chinese medicine? Chinese medicine is just an aid.
The main thing is to rely on acupuncture and massage.
Wan Yunting said. Acupuncture? Twina? Ling Wei's expression was dumbfounded. Wouldn't that be like she was showing him? Seeing through Ling Wei's mind, Wan Yun Ting, a gentleman, said frankly, acupuncture and massage treatment will be more effective in eliminating breast cancer. And then Chinese medicine to assist. Like your current situation? A month can be cured. Upon hearing that the disease can be cured in a month, Ling Wei was moved and asked, then do you have to come over every day to give you acupuncture and massage? No, twice a week for a month. Wan Yun Ting said. Ling Wei was a little embarrassed in her heart. After all, it was more or less inappropriate to treat the other party like this. But on second thought, even if she went to operate, she would still be seen by those doctors. Instead of that, it would be better to treat Wan Yun Ting with Chinese medicine methods. Good, then I'll listen to you. Ling Wei Feng Fox's charming eyes looked at Wan Yun Ting, smiled and happily agreed. It's not just to show him, he's a handsome guy anyway. It's not like a piece of meat will fall off. I'll give you a prescription and payment slip first. You go downstairs to pay the money first, then we'll start the treatment. Saying this, Wan Yun Ting took a fountain pen and brushed out a prescription. So he called the nurse Yen in and told her to take the prescription and go to the pharmacy to grab the medicine. While at the same time taking the charge slip Ling Wei, she turned her hand over to Han Dui and told her to go downstairs to pay the bill. Mr. Ling, let's get started then. Wan Yun Ting inserted the fountain pen back into the left pocket of his white coat, then told Ling Wei to go behind the screen. There was a crib, which was specifically for patients to be examined, or cured. Good. Ling Wei got up and moved behind the screen. Mad Dragon followed her and was instantly met with a cold face. Get out. He. Mad Dragon Bean was then driven out of the consultation room. Lie down. Wan Yun Ting was preparing the silver needles and alcohol lamp, so Ling Wei obediently lay down on the cot, twisting her head to look at Wan Yun Ting who was seriously preparing. She felt strange in her heart. Wan Yun Ting, who was ready, realized that Ling Wei's charming phoenix eyes had been gazing at him, causing his old face to blush, and he was also a bit embarrassed. Moreover, he had never treated a woman in such an intimate way before. Although healing people is not male or female, Wan Yun Ting is also a man of vigor. Finally seeing Wan Yun Ting showing an embarrassed expression, Ling Wei covered her lips and laughed. In fact, she wasn't much better, except that she was mentally strong and had been restraining herself, trying her best to maintain a condescending queenly demeanor, because it was also her first time. Cough. Wan Yun Ting hid his embarrassment, and after calming his mind, Mr. Ling, then you first. Good. Ling Wei answered shyly, then slowly untied. Embarrassed Wan Yun Ting shifted his line of sight for a moment. This scene allowed Ling Wei to see it and couldn't help but smile charmingly, suddenly realizing that this guy was quite cute. Alright, after getting it done, Ling Wei's pretty face still couldn't help but blush, and her usual kind of high and mighty queen who defied everything was like two people. Now she was like a little girl who didn't know anything. Wan Yun Ting looked back, his expression dumbfounded, looking at the entire flower capital, a scene that men can only dream of. Ling Wei blushed, she twisted her face away, lightly biting her red lips. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, but she didn't want to be seen as shy by this man. Actually, as long as, Dr. Wan, please hurry up. Oh, good. Wan Yun Ting actually wanted to say, just take off one side. Why is the door closed? Han Dui, who had finished paying the fees, came back and saw that Wan Yun Ting's consultation room had already closed the door, and Mad Dragon laughed evilly. Boss Wan is treating Big Sister, so it's not convenient for us to go in. Okay. Han Dui had to sit on a side chair. Crazy Dragon also sat over, his big hand wrapped around her fragrant shoulder. Han Dui gave him a blank stare and took away his piggy hands. Maniac Dragon again right up, back and forth a few times. Finally Han Duor give up. Maniac Dragon bad smile. Duor, you think Wan boss how? Boss Wan, he is quite good, humble and low-key, courteous, really doesn't look like that kind of perverted forced J criminal. Ever since that night when Wan Yun Ting appeared and rescued them from Mighty Tiger and the others, Han Dui had been mesmerized by him. You say, if Boss Wan and Big Sister were together. Mad Dragon pointed his two index fingers at each other and winked with a bad smile, shocking Han Duoer to stare wide-eyed, exclaiming, no way? How could Big Sister like a man? That's because she hasn't met a man like Boss Wan before. Mad Dragon crossed his legs and Han Duoer nodded. Actually, it's Big Sister's father that made her disappointed in men. Mad Dragon twisted his head to look at the door of the consultation room and laughed confidently. Anyway, I think Big Sister and Boss Wan have a play. Chapter 42, Holding a General Meeting. It was almost an hour before the door to the consultation room opened. Mad Dragon and Han Dui immediately got up, only to see Ling Wei's pretty face swooning as she shyly walked out. Wan Yun Ting was also filled with unnaturalness, as if the two were inside and had done something unseemly. Sister Yen, have you grabbed the medicine over at the pharmacy yet? Alright, said Sister Yen, carrying out the loaded Chinese medicine bag out on the front stage. Won Yunting went over to take it and turned around to hand it to Han Dui. This is 3 days of medicine. Decoct 1 bag every day. Remember, 8 bowls of water boiled into 2 bowls of water. Drink 1 bowl in the morning and 1 bowl in the evening. I'll remember. Han Duer, who was Ling Wei's assistant, firmly remembered the instructions. Then I'll come back in 3 days to give you acupuncture treatment. Ling Wei smiled. Won Yunting nodded. Call me anytime if you feel uncomfortable. Ling Wei nodded and said no more. Only the moment she turned around and went downstairs did she exhale comfortably, thinking about the 40 minutes just now, giving Won Yunting acupuncture and massage treatments. Ling Wei blushed and dried up. Big sister, you're blushing. Mad Dragon teased. Could it be that you and Boss Wan were inside? Put away your dirty thoughts. Ling Wei resumed her queenly demeanor and coldly glanced at the simpleton. Boss Wan and I are pure. Got it. Taking the pure love route. Mad Dragon's 2 index fingers nodded again. Exasperated, Ling Wei lifted her foot and kicked this simpleton's ass hard with the tip of her high heel, turning around and going out towards the gate. Serves you right. Looking at Crazy Dragon holding his butt eyes and screaming miserably, Han Dui gave him a blank look and caught up with Ling Wei, until Mad Dragon got into the car and left the hospital together. Ling Wei, who was sitting in the back, narrowed her phoenix eyes and asked, Mad Dragon, do you think Elder Wan will work with me? Mad Dragon heatedly smiled. Big sister, if you use some beauty tricks, Boss Wan will definitely not be able to resist. Still talking nonsense. Han Duer on the passenger seat slapped Mad Dragon before he said seriously, Big sister, before Boss Wan didn't give a hint of face to reject Ling Xianzong, and he was in prison. He clearly said that he will definitely not do illegal things with people like us. So you want to talk to him? It's very difficult. Ling Wei's jade hand rested on her delicate chin. Remembering that last night, Master Fu had said that Wan Yunting was the unicorn in the pool, and that no matter what means were used, he had to be drawn in, even if he couldn't be used for himself. He definitely couldn't be offended. It seems that we can only use the beauty trick, said Ling Wei, her pretty face blushing as she winks herself. At this moment, Wan Yunting didn't know that he was being missed by that vixen, Ling Wei. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Little Wan, come home with me for dinner. Zhang Yichuan came out of his consultation room and waved at him and shouted, Good. Wan Yunting nodded his head and agreed yesterday. So after he took off his white coat and put it back in his consultation room, he left the Chinese medicine department with Zhang Yichuan and drove his minivan, and under Zhang Yichuan's directions, he soon arrived at the neighborhood where he lived. Come Xiaowan, come in. Zhang Yichuan opened the door to his home and let Wan Yunting come in, then gave him slippers to change into before walking into the living room. Sit down Xiaowan, I'll get you a good pot of tea to brew and drink, and then we'll eat when Tongxin's grandma is ready for dinner. Okay Dean Jiang, no need to be so troublesome, just drink water. No trouble no trouble. Zhang Yichuan waved his hand, passing by the kitchen and called out, Old partner, Xiaowan is here. Coming. Okay, you greet first. I'm cooking. Zhang Tongxin's grandmother's voice came from the kitchen. Wan Yunting sat on the sofa, surveying the not very big living room, cleaned up very well. A row of bookshelves, all of them were medical books. He couldn't help but go over and take out a Chinese medicine dictionary and flip through it. At this time came the sound of the door opening. Wan Yunting took a look. It turned out to be Zhang Tongxin, who came back from work. Director Jiang, you're off work. Wan Yunting greeted with a smile. Aha. Zhang Tongxin's attitude was cold. Obviously she had known that Wan Yunting was coming to the house for dinner tonight. Tongxin is back. Quickly go inside and help your grandma cook. Don't make Wan wait too long. Zhang Yichuan came out with her own stash of good tea. Zhang Tongxin nodded and went in the kitchen. Come Xiaowan, let's drink tea first. Zhang Yichuan started to brew the tea. Wan Yunting took the medical book over and smiled. Dean Jiang, can I borrow this pharmacopoeia for me to take back and read for a few days? Yes. Zhang Yichuan gestured to the books on his bookshelf. You can take back whatever books you want to read. No one reads these books except me anyway. This made Wan Yunting strange and asked, Did Director Zhang's parents not inherit your Chinese medicine? Mentioning his son and them, Zhang Yichuan helplessly shook his head. They all studied Western medicine. So this Chinese medicine of ours, more and more no one is willing to learn it. Wan Yunting nodded his head and opened this conversation box. The two of them drank tea while chatting non-stop. In the kitchen, Zhang Tongxin and grandmother He Chunmei, Ding Dong cooking dinner. Looking outside the living room, Zhang Yichuan was in high spirits as he chatted with Wan Yunting about Chinese medicine. Zhang Tongxin could tell that her grandfather really liked this person. Little Wan, our Chinese medicine, whether it can continue to be passed on in the future depends on your generation. Zhang Yichuan was filled with emotion. As the director of Huadu University of Traditional Chinese Medicine,
He was worried about the current hardship and dilemma of Chinese medicine.
Dean Jiang is overstating it. With you seniors around, Chinese medicine will flourish. Wan Yunting laughed. Zhang Yichuan waved his hand and suddenly thought of something.
On the 5th of next month,
our Huadu Chinese Medicine Association organizes an annual conference in our Chinese Medicine University. By then, Chinese medicine practitioners from all over the province will attend. A rare opportunity. I will take you to see it then. Wan Yunting was shocked. Can I go?
Of course. Zhang Yichuan patted his shoulder and laughed. With your level of medical skills, you can be said to be the top existence among the younger generation. This made Wan Yunting humbly waved his hand, but in his heart, he was still very much looking forward to this conference held by the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, so that he could meet the province, those top TCM practitioners. Time to eat. He Chunmei carried the last of the beautiful soup out and set it on the dining table. Let's go. Let's eat. Zhang Yichuan got up and greeted Wan Yunting as the two of them moved to the dining room. Zhang Tongxin held a set of bowls and chopsticks for him. Wan Yunting took them with both hands and said thank you before sitting down.
Little Wan, Grandma, my handiwork is not very good. Don't mind, haha.
He Chunmei knew that Wan Yunting had saved his old man, so he was very enthusiastic.
No way. Wan Yunting shook his head.
A family-style meal like this was the first time since he was released from prison, so he was a bit formal.
Come Xiao Wan, let's drink 2 cups.
Zhang Yichuan took out his own treasured wine again. His old partner wanted to say,
seeing that he was so happy, he didn't stop him. It's fine, let Tong Xin send you back to the hospital at night. Zhang Yichuan pointed at Zhang Tongxin sitting in front of Wan Yunting and smiled.
Okay. Wan Yunting had no choice, but to accompany the old man to drink up.
Zhang Tongxin ate,
the whole time in few words, and from time to time, she was shouted at by her grandmother to serve Wan Yunting rice or soup,
making him very embarrassed. Until finally,
Wan Yunting and Zhang Yichuan were left drinking at the table. Only then did the old master signal Zhang Tongxin,
Little Wan, what do you think of this granddaughter of mine?
Wan Yunting was stunned and turned his head to look at Zhang Tongxin, who was accompanying He Chunmei in the living room.
Director Jiang is so young to be the head of the emergency department. It's excellent.
The greedy Zhang Yichuan waved his hand.
I'm asking you, how is she?
Looking at this bad old man's bad smile,
Wan Yunting reacted and couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
Dare to say that tonight this meal,
Zhang Yichuan is to set himself in Zhang Tongxin. At this time,
Zhang Tongxin came over.
Dr. Wan, it's getting late. It's time to go back to the hospital. I still have to be on duty tonight. Chapter 43, Poor Kagong. Good. Wan Yunting nodded his head and got up,
then greeted He Chunmei, and went out with Zhang Tongxin to go downstairs.
Since he can't drive due to his drinking, he can only give the car keys to Zhang Tongxin, and drove back to the hospital together. Along the way, the car 2 atmosphere is very dry. Zhang Tongxin driving, did not speak at all. Sitting in the passenger side of the Wan Yunting, know the meaning of this meal tonight, he is also embarrassed to speak. Finally to the hospital.
Zhang Tongxin only twisted his head and said to him, you don't listen to my grandfather's nonsense.
And, good to Ku'er, she is a good girl. Ku'er? Wan Yunting was stunned.
Zhang Tongxin stopped talking and got out of the car to go back to the emergency department.
Finally seeming to understand.
Wan Yunting shook his head and smiled before getting out of the car and heading back to the accommodation area behind the hospital.
Look, he's back.
A few passing nurses,
seeing Wan Yunting return, pointed and commented. I really don't know what Cora was thinking. How could she look at him?
That's right. They all slept together last night.
So unlikable.
Seeing these people pointing at themselves with strange eyes made Wan Yunting raise an eyebrow,
wondering what was going on. Hey! Just as Wan Yunting wanted to open the door and go in,
suddenly a male doctor shouted,
you stay away from Ko'er.
Wan Yunting twisted his head to look at him.
It was Dr. Tong from the emergency department, not understanding what he meant. Let me ask you, what did you do to Ko'er last night? Why did she come out of your room in the morning? Dr. Tong was furious,
pointing at Wan Yunting and questioning him sternly.
This made him raise an eyebrow, seeming to understand what was going on. Right now, the entire hospital
knows that Ko'er spent the night in your room last night, which has a great impact on her reputation.
Do you know that? Dr. Tong drank a bit of wine,
and said to Wan Yunting in an angry manner,
she will be transferred in another month.
If it's because of this matter that affects her transfer,
can you afford to be responsible for it? Wan Yunting didn't say anything.
He didn't expect last night's incident to have such a big impact.
Indeed, Su Kir's internship transfer is a big deal.
If it really affects her because of this,
he can't afford the responsibility. You move out. Now, Dr. Tong shouted. Quickly move out.
A perverted strange criminal like him? Hell knows that night he got beastly and went upstairs to touch our girl's room.
How dangerous. That's right, as long as he lives here, we have to be on edge.
The few nurses who had gathered around also spoke up,
except for Su Kor. I'm afraid everyone was unwilling for Wan Yunting to continue staying in the hospital dormitory. Okay, I'll move.
Wan Yunting nodded his head expressionlessly.
He chose to move in order not to affect Su Kor's transfer matter.
He went into his room to pack up his things and soon came out with his duffel bag. Under the cold words of the crowd, Wan Yunting went out outside the hospital in big strides, preparing to go to Jin Showon's place to cope with the night, and then find a room in the neighborhood tomorrow when he was free.
Phew, finally off work. Su Kor from the emergency department
took off her white coat and smiled playfully at Jiang Tongshin, who was on duty. Sister Jiang,
what do you want to eat for a midnight snack? I'll bring it to you now.
Jiang Tongshin glanced at her and laughed. It's thinking of bringing it for your brother Yunting.
He. Su Kor was happy,
ran over and plopped down in front of Jiang Tongshin's desk.
What do you think of brother Yunting's person? Well, not bad.
Jiang Tongshin remembered that after having dinner at home tonight and coming into contact with Wan Yunting, she also realized that he wasn't like what others said.
There are really few people who can be recognized by you, Sister Jiang. Su Kor got up,
her small hands behind her back,
pacing happily. So I've decided that I want brother Yunting to be my boyfriend.
Jiang Tongshin gave him a blank look and laughed.
Hurry up and go buy your midnight snack. He. Let's go. Watching this girl wind up and run away,
causing Jiang Tongxian to laugh and shake her head, continuing to busy herself with the patient information in her hands.
Boss, 2 soup noodles,
1 dry fried beef river.
I want extra eggs and meat.
Running to a late-night snack store outside the hospital,
Su Kor shouted at the boss. Adding eggs and meat to your boyfriend again. The boss laughed. Yeah, I'm going to feed him fat. Su Kor smiled happily, causing the boss and the others to laugh. Soon she gave 1 soup noodle to Jiang Tongshin and then flew back to the back accommodation building carrying the other soup noodle and dried fried beef river. Came to the door of Wan Yunting's room and knocked up. Kor, stop knocking, he just moved out. The nurse on the second floor shouted. Moved away? Su Kor was startled and looked up at her second floor colleague. What do you mean? It means that just now Dr. Tong set him a meal and he moved away. Ah. What? Su Kir, who now understood what it meant, stared at her second floor colleagues. How can you do this? Piss me off. Watching Su Kor carrying the soup noodles and ox river noodles in both hands, she ran outside the hospital in anger, seemingly to chase back Wan Yunting. And at this moment, Wan Yunting had already driven over towards where Jin Showon lived. Fortune Mansion, Building A, 17th floor. Wan Yunting carried his luggage bag and pressed the doorbell. Jin Showon opened the door and gave him a blank look. What's the situation? Are you? Cut the crap. I'll deal with one night here tonight. Tomorrow you look around my hospital and see if there's a better house for rent. Wan Yunting carried his bag and went in. Jin Showon closed the door, still puzzled, and asked, Didn't you live well in the hospital? How did you get kicked out? Wan Yunting didn't bother to explain to him and asked, How's your inquiry about Feng Luan going? I was about to tell you. Jin Showon took out 2 bottles of beer and came out. I inquired about him from a classmate, and now that kid is in his hometown in a small county, opening a small supermarket to do business. Is there an accurate address for him? Wan Yunting continued to ask. Yes, I've already asked. Jin Showon took a sip of beer and said, When will you go find him and ask? It's not too late. We'll go tomorrow. Wan Yunting's eyes narrowed slightly to see if he could ask something out of Feng Luan. At this time on the street opposite the hospital, how come the phone is turned off? Su Koro was carrying soup noodles and dried fried beef river in one hand, and holding her cell phone in the other. She kept calling Wan Yunting, only to find that his cell phone was shut down, and he didn't reply to his tweets, making her cry in anxiety. Brother Yunting, where are you? Wan Yunting was drinking with Jin Showon, but he didn't know that his cell phone was out of service because he owed the phone bill. Oh, Su Kir squatted on the side of the road. The soup noodles and dry fried beef river in her hand had already toddled off. She was sad and crying, thinking that it was the co-workers they said bad words to Wan Yunting. That's why he got angry and didn't pick up his phone. Originally tonight, Su Kor still wanted to confess her feelings to Wan Yunting, but now, it's all gone to waste. Right now, Wan Yunting was drinking with Jin Showon, completely unaware that Su Kir was looking for him all over the street. The next morning, Wan Yunting and Jin Showon woke up and drove to the hospital, directly in Jiangyichu, and asked for a leave, and then drove to 500 kilometers away from Shuwen County. In the emergency department, Jiang Tongshin, who had come over to work, found that Su Kor was not there. Director Jiang, Kor took a leave of absence. A nurse said, Taking leave? Jiang Tongshin was puzzled. The nurse nodded and said, Kor came back from outside last night, crying like a big bun, and is still lying in the accommodation. Jiang Tongxian frowned and asked, What's going on? The nurse shrugged her shoulders and said, It's not because of that Wan Yunting. Jiang Tongxian was stunned. Could it be that Koer confessed her love last night and was rejected by Won Yun-ting? So Jiang Tongxin immediately went out, directly to the back of the accommodation building, to Su Kier's room, knocked for a full minute before the door was opened, only to see Su Kier a lost soul look, no usual lively and lovely, scared. Jiang Tongxin held her face and asked with concern, Kier, are you alright? Seeing that it was Jiang Tongxin, Su Kier hugged her and cried out with a wow, Sister Jiang, Brother Yun-ting ignores me. Oh. Chapter 44, Sudden Change of Heart. Hearing Su Kier say that Won Yun-ting moved out last night, his cell phone was turned off and WeChat didn't return, which made Jiang Tongxin raise an eyebrow, looking at this silly girl's eyes swollen from crying like a bun. What's the point of you crying here? He should be going to work at the traditional Chinese medicine department right now. Let's go and find him now to ask him about it, not just fine. Right-o. Su Kier only reacted and hurriedly wiped away her tears. I'll go put on my makeup. 10 minutes later, Li Chengda's office. What? Brother Yun-ting took a vacation, Su Kier exclaimed. Jiang Tongxin raised her eyebrows and looked at Li Chengda. Director Li, do you know why he took a leave of absence? He said he has something to go out for an out-of-town trip, as fast as this afternoon, as slow as tomorrow morning. He will be back, Li Chengda said. Sister Jiang, do you think Brother Yun-ting is angry with me and is deliberately avoiding me? Su Kier's little crybaby cried again in aggravation. Jiang Tongxin hurriedly comforted her with a few words and said to Li Chengda, Director Li, can you get through to him? Yes, said Li Chengda, took out his cell phone and dialed Won Yun-ting's cell phone. The result showed that it was down, making him shake his head. I can't right now. See, Jiang Tongxin said to Su Kier, Director Li can't even get through to him. I really don't know what he's doing with his cell phone. So Brother Yun-ting isn't angry and that's why he's not answering my calls. Su Kier's big eyes lit up. Jiang Tongxin nodded her head and sighed helplessly. You silly girl, you are so smart on weekdays, but when it comes to this issue, you are silly. Hurry up and go back to work with me. Saying this, he took Su Kier to leave the Chinese medicine department. At this time, Won Yun-ting is driving Jin Shou-win's BMW on the highway, and is running to Shu-Wen County. This bastard is completely unaware that his cell phone is out of service in arrears. Wang's group, on the outskirts of the Huadu business district, although it belonged to a third-rate group, but in the last 2 years, Wang's group's industry had gotten bigger and bigger, and it was expected to break through to a second-rate group. The soft rice king is here. When Won Dongming walked into the company, the employees who came and went, pointed at him. I heard that the chairman transferred him to the marketing department as a manager. TSK, the soft rice king is going to ascend to heaven. No, after all, he is also the chairman's son-in-law. Obviously, the whole company knows about this matter. Won Dongming went to the personnel department to hand over the work, then took his own things to the market department. Employees in the market department really see him, this soft rice king, transferred to be the manager. Pointing and whispering, Won Dongming was expressionless, holding his own things, and went directly to Zhang Guo's office. As he was the manager of the marketing department, and as a result, he saw that he hadn't moved out yet. In the chairman's office. Chairman, why did you suddenly move me to the personnel department? Zhang Guo's eyes were rounded, looking at Wang Anrong sitting on the office chair. His face was written with incomprehension. Is it because you think I am not capable of working enough? Or because he, Won Dongming, is merely your door-to-door son-in-law, so that he can take my place? The words just fell. The office door was knocked twice. Won Dongming pushed the door in, and saw that Zhang Guo was here. Coming. Wang Anrong looked up at this son-in-law. Ignoring Zhang Guo in front of him, Xiao Zhang, quickly go and do a handover with manager Wan. At noon he still has to go to the self-strengthening financial group to sign up for that loan information. Don't delay this matter. Chairman. Zhang Guo was agitated, especially when he saw Won Dongming. It made him even angrier in his heart. To say that in the entire Wang group of companies, the only one who had done right by Won Dongming was this Zhang Guo. Speaking of the feud between the two of them, from the university period onwards, Zhang Guo is a cynical person. Perhaps it is born to dislike like Won Dongming, this kind of, born with a golden spoon, born of the rich second generation. So at that time has been dislike of Won Dongming, has been out into the community. Zhang Guo, by virtue of their own efforts, in the Wang's group, climbed to the position of marketing manager. 7 years ago, he saw the bankruptcy of Wangshire Group. I do not know how happy. As a result, 2 years later, Won Dongming joined the Wang family and became the door-to-door son-in-law, which made Zhang Guo's heart feel like it was blocked with a stone again, making him depressed to the core. So the name Soft Rice King, which was given to Won Dongming by Zhang Guo, was now widely circulated. Seeing that the chairman was determined to transfer himself to the personnel department, Zhang Guo's heart was filled with anger and resentment. He pointed at Won Dongming and gritted his teeth. I'd like to see what benefits you can bring to the company by sitting in my position. This was said to Wang Anrong. Zhang Guo huffed and pulled open the office door to leave. only to run into Shen Zicheng, who was coming over aggressively, and his son, Shin Jingjie, with two bonded henchmen in black suits. Wang Anrong's secretary hurriedly pushed open the door first and went in. Mr. Wang, Mr. Shen is here. Shen Zicheng, who had a gloomy face, glanced at Zhang Guo and took his son and two bonded henchmen in stride. Zhang Guo raised an eyebrow.
He had a premonition in his heart that something was wrong, so he stood at the door without leaving.
Mr. Shen, what brings you here?
As soon as he saw Shen Zicheng, Wang Anrong immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. Then he turned his head and said to Wan Dongming, quickly go and make a pot of tea and come over. Reacted Wan Dongming, before going in to get his father-in-law's good tea, turned to the tea table in the office recreation area and began to brew up. Wang Anrong invited Shen Zicheng father and son to move over. Suddenly he found that Shen Junjie's right hand was wrapped in bandages.
Shen Xiao, what's wrong with this hand of yours? Ha! Shen Junjie lifted his right hand and sneered at Wan Anrong.
Shen Zicheng sat on the chair, his gaze lifted and looked at Wan Dongming who was making tea. Wan Yunting is your third brother, right?
Wan Dongming moved and looked up at Shen Zicheng. Mr. Shen knows my third brother? More than knowing.
Shen Junjie pulled the chair with his left hand,
sat down on his butt, crossed his legs,
and pointed at his right hand.
This arm of my old man, he's the one who broke it. What? Wan Dongming and Wang Anrong exclaimed. Mr. Wang, the loan we talked about last time, we have to slow down. Shen Zicheng tapped his fingers on the coffee table, his face full of gloom. Wang Anrong came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Mr. Shen, didn't we already talk about it? Why did you suddenly change your mind? There's no way. Who let my son's hand be broken? Shen Zicheng's finger lashed out. He was clearly here to settle the score. Now Wang Anrong was enraged, turning his head to Wan Dongming and said angrily, why don't you call that brother of yours and ask him what's going on? Reacting,
Wan Dongming hurriedly took out his cell phone to call. He now prayed that it wasn't his third brother who had interrupted Shen Junjie's right hand, or else he would be in big trouble.
Why is it turned off? Wan Dongming was anxious. It showed that the other party's cell phone was turned off.
He called twice more and still couldn't get through to Wan Yunting's cell phone.
Mr. Wang, you are thinking that we have wronged his third brother. Shen Zicheng grimaced. No, Mr. Shen, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Wang Anrong shook his head repeatedly to compensate for his smile.
When Zhang Guo, who was standing at the door, suddenly shouted, Mr. Wang,
the one who broke Young Shen's right hand was his third brother.
Wan Yunting, Zhang Guo, what nonsense are you talking? Wan Dongming snapped angrily. I'm not talking nonsense. Zhang Guo walked over. That night at Lingwei Club, it just so happened that I was there. You were there too? Shen Junjie's eyes slanted as he coldly looked at Zhang Guo. Yes, Xiao Shun.
Zhang Guo smiled meaningfully at him before he said to Wang Anrong and Wan Dongming,
that night at Lingwei Club,
because Xiao Shen accidentally touched his third brother's friend, Wan Yunting shot out and broke Xiao Shen's right hand.
These words made Shen Junjie's eyes light up.
He didn't even directly say that his right hand was broken by Wan Yunting.
Instead, this Wang Group employee had added to his own jealousy. Chapter 45, Third brother is not at fault. Impossible. My third brother wouldn't hit someone just because of a small matter. Wan Dongming was anxious. He didn't believe Guo Zheng's one-sided words. There must be other reasons in it.
What you mean is that I offended your third brother first. Shen Junjie's eyes were grim as he coldly looked at Wan Dongming.
Young Shun, you shut up. Wang Anrong interrupted Wan Dongming. His face was full of iron, and he cursed with hatred. I don't care what the reason is. The fact now is that your third brother interrupted Xiao Shen's hand, so he should apologize to Xiao Shen to make amends. He now wanted to curse his mother's heart. Originally wanted to use Wan Dongming to see if he could hitch a ride with the richest man Kong Hongwen through Wan Yunting, but now it's good, because of this matter. But let Shen Zicheng refuse to give himself a loan. Wang Anrong could not take out his anger with Wan Dongming.
This time he loaned 500 million to the Self-Reinforcement Financial Group.
It is because Wan's group is now unable to turn over the money.
If you cannot get this money, then the company is very likely to have a big problem of capital breakage. Contact your third brother immediately and call him over.
Wang Anrong shouted angrily.
Wan Dongming frowned and shook his head.
His cell phone is not working right now. I don't know where he is. Asshole, do you want to take the blame for this? Wang Anrong's face was full of anger,
pointing at him and splitting his head.
Fine. Shen Junjie laughed grimly. The so-called father's debt is paid by the son. Now that your parents have hung up, then as his second brother, this matter will be yours to apologize to me.
Wan Dongming frowned and coldly looked at Junjie Shen.
Wang Anrong laughed. Young Shun, how do you want him to apologize? Very simple. Shen Junjie pointed to the ground. First, kowtow to me 3 times and say that Grandpa Shen I was wrong. Then break an arm. This.
Wang Anrong was stunned and turned his head to look at Wan Dongming beside him. His face was full of gloom and he was shivering with anger. although he despised the son-in-law, he was still his son-in-law after all. Mr. Wang, as long as he apologizes to my son, I'll sign that 500 million loan now. Shen Ziqiang squinted at Wang Onrong. Otherwise, then you can only find someone else to borrow it. But I'll tell you the ugly truth. As long as I, Shen Ziqiang, put the word out, all the financial and investment companies in Huadu will sell me, Shen, a face, so you consider it well. Don't, Mr. Shen, let's discuss this. Discuss you? Let him kneel down and apologize to me now. Shin Junjie got up, grabbed the teapot on the coffee table and slammed it hard on the ground, which made Wang Onrong stare. His beloved teapot of more than $100,000 was gone just like that. Wan Dongming, why don't you apologize to young Shin? Wang Onrong turned his head and shouted angrily at Wan Dongming. Compared to his own need for $500 million of loan funds, this waste of a son-in-law was nothing. Facing his father-in-law's angry roar, Wan Dongming's eyes were full of round glares and he was suppressing his anger inwardly. With regards to Shin Junjie, he knew about this playboy's bad character outside, so he was convinced that it was definitely not his third brother's fault. Not kneeling down and apologizing, is it? Fine. Seeing Wan Dongming's indifference, Shin Junjie became furious and shouted to his two henchmen, grab him over here. Put your hands here. I'm going to break both his hands and double them back. What are you doing? Let go of me. Wan Dongming struggled, but how could he escape from the two big hands of the powerful bodyguards? Immediately they pulled his hands and placed them flat on Wang Onrong's big tea table. As soon as Shin Junjie saw the activity area over there, playing golf clubs, he immediately went over to take over. Wang Onrong just wanted to make a sound to stop, only to see Shin Junjie's left hand raise the clubs, to Wan Dongming's right hand swung down fiercely. Ah! A miserable scream. Wan Dongming right hand 5 fingers a sheet, and tightly clenched fists, severe pain so that he dead gritted his teeth. His eyes grimly and angrily look at the front of the eyes of the Shin Junjie, angrily shouted, my third brother is not wrong. Damn, not broken. Seeing Wan Dongming so tough, Shin Junjie was full of anger. Seeing a moment did not break, so he lifted the cue to hit hard again. This scene made Wang Onrong frown, watching Wan Dongming screaming continuously, but he still shouted, my third brother is not at fault. This made him feel helpless. Even if he is not wrong, what can he do? If he offends the Shin family, he is still wrong even if he is not wrong. Click! A bone-breaking sound was heard, only to see Wan Dongming's right arm broken and hanging down powerlessly. Ha ha, Wan Dongming, you also have today. There was no one happier than Zhanghua. Watching Jianshan swing his club again to hit Wan Dongming's left arm made him secretly happy in his heart. In the end, both of Wan Dongming's arms were broken, and he was mercilessly thrown to the ground to lie on the ground, with tears in the corner of his eyes, his mouth still reciting, my third brother is right. This scene, let Wang Onrong and his secretary cannot bear to look at. Shin Junjie see Wan Dongming still chanting this sentence. Unhappy he swung the club hard in his head. Suddenly Wan Dongming head tilted, directly knocked out. Dongming. This time Wang Onrong got nervous. Shen Xiao. Enough, he is my son-in-law after all. Give me Wang a face, okay? Bah, what a thing. Shin Junjie dropped his golf clubs, his face full of disdain. Shen Ziqiang stood up and dropped a sentence to Wang Onrong. Mr. Wang, call someone to my company to sign in the afternoon. Junjie, let's go, said Shin Junjie as he spat a mouthful of water towards Wan Dongming's face on the ground before following Shen Ziqiang as he swaggered out. Mr. Wang, I'll see Mr. Shen and the others off, said Zhanghua who also followed him out, leaving Wang Onrong standing in place, looking at Wan Dongming on the ground. His face was full of gloom before he finally had no choice but to ask his secretary to call someone in and send him to the hospital for treatment. At this time, Wan Yunting was driving his car and Jin Shouwen on the highway. He was still completely unaware of his second brother Wan Dongming's accident. Have we arrived yet? Jin Shouwen, who dozed off on the passenger side, got up, and Wan Yunting looked at his cell phone's navigation. There are still 100 kilometers. Okay, I'll sleep some more, said the goods and lie down to continue to sleep. Shuwen County. Downstairs in the newly built neighborhood, a small supermarket called Lele. Hubby, I'm going to pick up Little from school. A woman wearing a printed skirt. Looks virtuous, looks like a woman who cares about her family. It is Feng Lin wife. Good. Stop by to buy groceries and come back. Feng Lun who was organizing cigarettes on the container at the front desk nodded his head and watched his wife leave on an electric bike. Immediately after that, a young man wearing a blue designer suit with a face full of band-aids and gauze walked in, followed by 2 tall men, immediately attracting Feng Lin's attention. Feeling that this man with a face full of band-aids looked a bit familiar, Feng Luan, don't recognize me? Ma Xin pointed at his face. Ma Xin, Ma Xin. Feng Luan who instantly remembered who it was changed her face slightly. Why are you here? Oh, what are you nervous about? Ma Xin looked at the front desk where a box of lollipops were placed, picked up one and unwrapped it and put it in his mouth. I came over here to do some errands, as an old classmate, so I stopped by to see you. Fong Luan frowned, looking at the hangdog-looking Ma Xin. Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Ma Xin took down the lollipop in his mouth. The corner of his mouth smiled lightly. You and I are not familiar with Chen Xiao, but you are familiar with Wan Yunting and the others. Fong Lin looked stunned. His heart tightened as he looked at Ma Xin, instantly realizing his intentions for his sudden appearance. Chapter 46, Lei Small Supermarket. Fong Luan, don't let me in, Mr. Chen down. Ma Xin pointed at Fong Luan with his lollipop hand and laughed. After saying that, he took the lollipop in his mouth and turned around to go out with his two henchmen. Just in time, Fong Lin's wife followed her daughter back. Ma Xin looked at her with a grim smile on his face, causing He Yulan to raise an eyebrow, pulling her daughter behind her to go in. Seeing Fong Lin who was frothing in the front desk, "Hubby, who are they?" "Oh, no one. Came to buy cigarettes." Fong Lin who reacted, hurriedly stuffed the bank card in his hand into his pocket, and smiled stiffly at his wife He Yulan. He Yulan didn't think much about it, letting her daughter Xiao Xiao go do her homework, yet she went to the small kitchen in the back to make lunch. Fong Lin's brows were furrowed, touching the bank card in his pocket, twisting his head to look outside, at Ma Xin who was getting into a Mercedes-Benz sedan, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. "Mr. Chen, it's done." Ma Xin, who was sitting in the car, immediately called Chen Tao. I threatened him with his wife and daughter, and he obediently accepted the money. Chen's group, chairman's office. Chen Tao, who was sitting in his office chair reading documents, heard Ma Xion's words and laughed with satisfaction. Good, you leave two people to continue to keep an eye on Fong Lin. Maybe Wan Yunting will go to him one day. Understood. Finished speaking before ending the call, Chen Tao just put his cell phone down. The office door knocked twice. He shouted, "Come in." Huang Dawei pushed the door in. Mr. Chen, Mr. Shen and Mr. Shen just went to the wine group and broke Wan Yunting's second brother, Wan Dongming's hands. Well, Chen Tao raised his head and took off his gold-rimmed glasses. Now there's a good show to watch. Huang Dawei nodded with a smile. Mr. Chen, do you think he will use Kong Hongwen's connections to suppress Shen Zichang's father and son? Chen Tao's eyes were shadowy. The corners of his mouth smiled lightly. This was also the question he was most concerned about. Will it? We'll just wait and see. Chen Tao laughed. Huang Dawei nodded his head, and it was for this reason that Chen Tao used Shen Zichang to test Wan Yunting. At this time, the secretary said at the door, Mr. Chen, it's time for us to go to Fong Group and sign the contract. Good, Dawei, keep an eye on this matter. If Wan Yunting makes a move, inform me in time, said Chen Tao, picking up his gold glasses and putting them on. Huang Dawei nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will keep an eye on his second brother Wan Dongming. At this moment, Wan Yunting drove his car and finally entered inside Shuwen County. It's 2 o'clock. Why don't we have something to eat before we go look for him? Jin Xiuwen who woke up. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Go find him first. Wan Yunting shook his head, wanting to find Fong Luan and ask him as soon as possible. So Jin Xiuwen replanned his navigation route, and soon came to the downstairs of a neighborhood, saw a small supermarket called Lei, and shouted, this should be it. Wan Yunting immediately drove the car over. Hubby, Xiao Xiao, it's time to eat. He Yulan, who did a good job of bringing out the meal in the back, put it on the small table, letting her 6-year-old daughter Xiao Xiao wash her hands for dinner. But she saw Fong Lin, who was sitting on a stool at the front counter, still fidgeting. What are you fidgeting about? Come and eat now. Oh, good. Fong Luan, who came back to her senses, turned her head and smiled at He Yulan before getting up and going over to eat. Xiao Xiao, were you good at school today? Well, Xiao Xiao was very good. The teacher even complimented me on how well I wrote my homework. Really? Come on, Daddy reward you with a big chicken leg. Study hard in the future, yo. Fong Lin to the lovely daughter with a big chicken leg. He Yulan with rice out, coughing lightly. Fong Lin then the bowl in her hand. Why cough? Nothing. It's probably the beginning of fall, so my throat is dry. He Yulan smiled, just as the family of 3 was eating lunch inside. Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen walked in and saw that no one was at the front desk, so they shouted, Boss, buy a pack of cigarettes. Coming. Inside, Fong Lin answered and came out. Eating is like this. Business is done when there are guests. However, as soon as he came out and saw Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen, he immediately stopped in his tracks and Fong Lin revealed a stunned expression. Ha ha, Fong Luan, do you kids still remember me? Jin Xiuwen pointed at himself, seeing Fong Luan's face full of dumbfoundedness, then pointed at Wan Yunting. Old Wan, you should always remember. Right, he got out of jail. Fong Luan, who reacted instantly, nodded his head, inwardly shocked. surprised that Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen and Ma Xin would come to find himself on the same day. Brother Ma. Wan Yunting came to find Feng Luan. Opposite Leilei's mini-mart was a milk tea store. A tall man sat inside and called Ma Xin. Keep an eye on them. Ma Xin, who had just returned to the hotel, did not expect to receive this news, so he immediately called Chen Tao. Huadu, Feng's group. In the conference room, Chen Tao was sitting in front of Feng Yanshi. Next to him, Huang Dawei was organizing with her secretary Lin Xiaoqi the contract of cooperation between the two sides. Mr. Chen, the contract is fine. Huang Dawei twisted his face and said to Chen Tao. That manager also nodded to Feng Yanshi to indicate that there was no problem. Mr. Feng, let's sign the contract then. Chen Tao smiled. The expressionless Feng Yanshi nodded her head and took the contract to personally review it before signing. At this time, Chen Tao's cell phone rang. He took it out to see that it was Ma Xin, and smiled at Feng Yanshi. Sorry, I'll take a call. Feng Yanshi didn't say anything and continued to read the contract. Chen Tao answered it, and immediately Ma Xin's voice came. Mr. Chen. Wan Yunting came to look for Feng Lin. Oh, now, under Chen Tao's golden glasses, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Feng Yanshi, who was sitting in front of him, wearing a professional set of dresses, with a mature and high-cool temperament, and smiled. Keep an eye on him, and give me a call if something happens. Understood. Ma Xin nodded his head, hung up the call, and hurriedly went to the Leilei mini-mart again. Chen Tao put down his cell phone, looked up in front of him. The expressionless Feng Yanshi saw that she finished reading the contract, picked up a fountain pen and began to sign. Chen Tao also picked up a fountain pen, directly flipped to the last page, signed his name. He then laughed. I don't know if Mr. Feng has heard. Wan Yunting because the son of the chairman of the self-strengthening financial group, Shin Junjia's one arm to break. Today, Mr. Shin went to the Wang group and broke his second brother, Wan Dongming's hands directly. This is a big deal and has already spread in the circle. Feng Yanshi's pretty face was stunned, her willow eyebrows furrowed. Chen Tao handed her the signed contract. This Wan Yunting is also really something. He just got out of jail and hit someone. Do you think he wants to go back to jail again? Feng Yanshi signed her name on another contract and handed it directly to Chen Tao, saying expressionlessly, happy cooperation. The corner of Chen Tao's mouth lifted. Then the contract smiled and said, happy cooperation. Feng Yanshi turned the contract over to her secretary Lin Xiaoqi, then got up and gave Chen Tao a cold look. I still have a meeting to attend. Xiaoqi, send Mr. Chen off for me. After saying that, she turned around and left the conference room, leaving Chen Tao, his index finger lifting his gold glasses, looking at Feng Yanshi leaving her pretty figure, the corner of his mouth curled up. Worthy of being our Huadu's iceberg female president. She has personality. The reason why he mentioned this matter was to create a gaping thought to Feng Yanshi that Wan Yunting was now useless and was no longer on the same page as them. But Chen Tao had underestimated the special position that Wan Yunting had in Feng Yanshi's heart. Chapter 47, Anger. Happy little supermarket. Hubby, who are they? He Yulan came out before Feng Luan came back to his senses, pointing at Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen to introduce to his wife. They are my classmates from university. Classmates. He Yulan warmed up as she had never met Feng Luan's college classmates before. You can Feng Luan. Your daughter-in-law is so pretty. Jin Xiuwen complimented, and Wan Yunting also nodded and smiled politely at He Yulan. You guys haven't eaten yet, right? I'm really sorry. Had I known you guys were coming, I would have bought a few more dishes. He Yulan's face was full of apologies. Then she whirled around and said to Feng Lin, hubby, first bring your classmates inside to eat. I'll go buy some cooked food and come back. Sister-in-law, no need to be polite. It's fine, I'll be back soon, said He Yulan as she took her cell phone and went out with a smile. How virtuous. Jin Xiuwen's face was full of envy. Wan Yunting nodded his head with a smile, but then he twisted his face to look at Feng Luan. His face looked extremely unnatural. Luan, we came over all of a sudden. We didn't disturb you, right? Feng Luan smiled dryly. It's fine. You guys come in first and sit down. Later on my wife will buy cooked food and come back to eat together. So Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen went in and watched Feng Luan's daughter sitting on a stool and eating her meal. The little girl also very adorably shouted uncle at the two of them. This made Jin Xiuwen so envious that he threatened to go back and get a wife and have children. Three big men sit awkwardly for a while. Fortunately, there is a small little kept talking, so that the atmosphere is not so awkward. Soon He Yulan bought cooked food back and greeted Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen for dinner. Feng Lin took out beer. After the three men drank a few glasses, they began to talk about the past in the university. After the meal, Jin Xiuwen suggested to go out and find a place to drink. Feng Luan guessed Wan Yunting's intention of their visit, so he nodded his head and greeted his wife, and led them out to the beach, and found a place to sit down and continue drinking. Luan, You should have guessed that the reason we suddenly came to find you, right? Won Yunting said as he took the beer bottle and clinked it with him.
Aha. Feng Luan nodded and sipped his beer.
Jin Shouwen put down his bottle,
Looked up at him and said, back then, that grandson, Huang Dawei, received favors from Chen Tao, drugged Lao Wan behind his back,
and then made Zhang Li come to the dormitory hole,
creating a scene of a rape J crime. Feng Lin lowered his head. Are you guys asking me if I was also bribed by Chen Tao back then?
Won Yunting and Jin Shouwen were stunned,
looked at each other and said, Luan, don't misunderstand.
I did not suspect that you were bought by Chen Tao.
No, Chen Tao did not look for me. Feng Luan interrupted,
shaking his head decisively. Such a reaction caused Won Yunting to raise an eyebrow, and from the subtle expression on Feng Luan's face at this moment,
he seemed to read something into it. Chen Tao. Jin Shouwen wanted to say something,
but was stopped by Won Yunting raising his hand,
signaling that there was no need to ask any more questions, and apologized to Feng Luan. Sorry Luan, we came to disturb you out of the blue. I hope you don't mind.
It's fine. I wasn't familiar with you guys in the first place. We're all just classmates, and I also hope that you'll come to play more often in the future. Feng Luan raised her head and said with a dry smile at them.
Won Yunting nodded, no longer chatting about this topic. The three of them sat for a while longer before getting up to go back. You guys are leaving.
He Yulan came out to see them off, and Jin Shouwen laughed.
Yes sister-in-law, it's getting late. We still have to rush back to work tomorrow. In that case, ahem. He Yulan coughed lightly twice, then smiled enthusiastically.
Then you guys come over often in the future to play haha. Won Yunting noticed this detail.
Sister-in-law, have you been coughing like this a lot lately?
He Yulan was confused by the question and nodded.
Maybe it's because the weather is a bit dry since it's autumn these days. It's fine. I'll just drink more water. Mom. Xiao Xiao walks out, tugging on He Yulan's arm. I don't know a question. Come in and teach me. Good.
He Yulan nodded her head before smiling shyly at Won Yunting.
Then you guys come often in the future. Okay sister-in-law.
Jin Shouwen nodded his head. Won Yunting frowned and watched He Yulan take Xiao Xiao inside.
Perhaps he had misread the situation. This time's drove over.
Won Yunting and Jin Shouwen no longer said anything,
greeted Feng Luan and got into the car to leave. Seeing them drive away, Feng Luan's frowning brows only flattened down. Turning to go in,
He Yulan walked out and looked at him.
Your college friend came over. You're not happy ah? Feng Luan shook his head. I'm not familiar with them, so I'm a bit uncomfortable.
He Yulan laughed. You contact them more often, and you will be familiar with them after a long time. But Feng Lin sighed. His heart was filled with guilt and uneasiness as soon as he saw Won Yunting. He Yulan still wanted to say something.
Suddenly a wave of vertigo made her dizzy, directly fell to the ground. Scared Feng Lin panic. Wife, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me ah. Mommy, oh, little out to see this scene.
Also scared to cry out. Anxious Feng Lin took out his cell phone and rushed to call 120. At this moment back in the hotel, Won Yunting and Jin Shouwen planned to stay here for the night and go back in the morning. After all, continuous driving is too tiring. Old one, are you sure Feng Luan doesn't know? Jin Shouwen had his hands resting on his head, twisting his head to look at Won Yunting who was sitting on the bed next to him. Drumming on his cell phone, he shook his head and said, it's hard to say. Jin Shouwen froze and said in shock, what you mean is that Feng Lin didn't tell the truth. Aha. Won Yunting nodded his head and said, when I was in prison, I learned micro-expressions from a police officer. From the time we went to Feng Luan, when he saw us, he had an expression of uneasiness and apprehension. He was nervous in his heart, especially when he spoke. He never dared to meet his eyes to me, which showed that he was weak-minded. In that case, Feng Lin must have been bribed by Chen Tao and then threatened by him. That's why he didn't dare to tell us the truth. Jin Shouwen, who instantly understood, stood up excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Go find him now. But Won Yunting shook his head and waved his hand. That person of his? Back then in school he liked to keep to himself. His character is more withdrawn. If we pursue him tightly, he will get impatient with us. Then it will be even more hopeless in the future. What then? Jin Shouwen glared. Won Yunting laughed. Don't be anxious. Let's go back and think of a way on how we can pry his mouth open before we come over and try again. That's the only way. Jin Shouwen nodded his head inside, lying down on the big bed again. And then he twirled around and laughed. But old one, you seem to have learned quite a lot in these years of imprisonment. You even know how to make micro-expressions. Won Yunting turned back and blankly glanced at him, laughing. Do you really think prison? Are all those Hong Kong movies like fighting and killing ah? Our domestic prison is called rehabilitation. There is not only a library inside, but also can take the university exam. My economic university graduation certificate are all inside the exam. I go, bold and ah. Jin Shouwen is considered to be an eye-opener. Still wanting to say something, Won Yunting took his cell phone and asked, my cell phone has no network.
Help me see what's going on. Jin Showon took it and checked it, and immediately gave him a blank stare. It's in arrears. It's only weird if there's a network. Alright, then you can charge me $100 for the phone bill. Won Yunting was helpless. He didn't mess with this cell phone much. Jin Showon charged him a few $100s in phone bills. After the phone was restored, hundreds of missed calls appeared at once, which shocked Won Yunting. All of them were Soo Kier's. Seeing that the last 30 or so missed calls were all from his big sister and second brother, Won Yunting frowned, not knowing what they were calling him about. So he called his elder sister first, and instantly the phone connected, and his elder sister's urgent voice came through. Third brother, where have you been? Why can't you get through on your cell phone? I'm sorry, sister. My cell phone is in arrears. I just filled up the phone bill. Now I'm out of town. Won Yunting was embarrassed, and then he whirled around and asked, Sis, did something happen? Won Manhwa, who was in the hospital room at this time, looked at her second brother, Won Dongming, who was lying on the hospital bed with his hands wrapped in bandages and still in a coma, and said in a cold voice to Won Yunting on the cell phone, your second brother's hands were broken by someone, and he's now lying on the hospital bed. What? Won Yunting stood up in a flash. How could second brother have his hands broken? Who did this? You come back immediately now. Won Manhwa was angry and her tone was heavier. Okay, sis, don't be in a hurry. I'll go back now. Won Yunting didn't know what was going on, but hearing that his second brother had his hands broken, he was anxious inside, and without waiting for Jin Showon to ask, he said, go back to Hwadu right now. Okay, I'll find a valet. Jin Showon immediately took out his cell phone to look for a chauffeur. At this moment, Won Yunting's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He didn't know by whom his second brother had his hands broken, but no matter who the other party was, he himself must make him pay the price in blood. Chapter 48, Being Used as a Gun. Fong's Group, President's Office. Mr. Fong, from what my friend said, the chairman of Self-Strengthening Financial Group, they did go to Wang's group and broke Won Dongming's hands, and now the person has been sent to the First People's Hospital for treatment. Secretary Lin Xiaoqi came in and said to Fong Yenshi, who was sitting on the office chair. Fong Yenshi's willow brows frowned, putting down the information in her hands. Last month, did we have a cooperative investment project overseas with Self-Strengthening Financial Group? Yes. Lin Xiaoqi nodded her head and said, in charge of that investment, it was the manager of the marketing department, Fong Kongning, but according to the assessment, there are still many problems with that investment project, and now we are in the middle of evaluating it as well. Bring me all the evaluation information, Fong Yenshi said. Good. Lin Xiaoqi nodded, turned around and went out to do it. Fong Yenshi continued to hold the information and was reading it. At this time in the Self-Empowerment Financial Group, young Fong, why did you personally come? Chairman's office. Shen Ziqiang personally welcomed Fong Kongning in. Inside, Shen Junjie sniffled a bit and raised his left hand in greeting. Fong Xiao, come and sit. Fong Kongning walked over and looked at his right hand. How is it? Is the anger out? Ha ha, I broke his second brother's hands. Jianshan laughed out loud. That's good. Turn around and I'll find a chance to take this breath out for you again. Fong Kongning nodded his head. Shen Ziqiang handed over that foreign investment project from his desk. Fong Xiao, for our cooperation project this time, how is your company evaluating it? This time waits for no one. If there is a delay of 2 more days, when the situation on the right side changes, it will not be suitable to make a move at that time. Fong Kongning nodded his head and said with confidence, don't worry Mr. Shen, I'll let my dad's side implement it. Then our 2 families will invest in this project together. Good. With these words from Mr. Fong, I'm relieved. Shen Ziqiang was happy. He had also utilized his son's relationship with Fong Kongning to get on board with the Fong Group for this foreign investment project. Fong's Group is a first-class group in the Hwadu business world. If he can pull on this big ship together, even if he suffers a loss, Shen Ziqiang can keep it. Then the office phone rings. Shen Ziqiang to Kongning greetings. Before going to answer the phone, hello, that, president of Fong Group, Fong Yenshi, calling him. It was Fong Yenshi who was sitting in his office. He was holding the project information in his hand. You are Mr. Shen? Yes, I'm Shen Ziqiang. Shen Ziqiang didn't expect to call himself, but it was Fong Yenshi, who had recently been hailed as the iceberg female president by the Hwadu business community. The foreign investment project that your company came to us to talk about. I've already read the evaluation information and it's not qualified. Fong Yenshi's tone was flat, but it carried a strong aura. Therefore, our company will not cooperate with you on this project, so don't come back in the future. What? Shen Ziqiang was shocked, but when he reacted, Fong Yenshi had already hung up the phone. Dad, who is it? Shen Junjie asked. Shen Ziqiang turned his head, glared at Fong Kongning and said, young Fong, it's Fong Yenshi.
the vice president of your company. She just said that she refuses to cooperate with me to invest in this project.
What? Fong Kongning stood up in a flash,
his eyes glaring roundly. He had just promised Chen Zicheng,
and as a result, Fong Yanshi gave a rejection on behalf of the company.
Wasn't this a slap in his own face on the spot?
Damn Fong Yanshi, what gives her the right to meddle in the project I'm talking about? Fong Kongning was full of anger, and said to Shin Zicheng, don't worry, Mr. Shin, I will go back to find her, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Fine, please trouble Mr. Fong. Shin Zicheng's heart was gloomy.
Now in his heart he still did not understand why Fong Yanshi suddenly interfered in this investment project.
In fact, the senior management of Fong's group was a bit complicated,
although the one who was really in charge of this company was Fong Shoshan, the oldest member of the Fong family.
There were two presidents of the company.
One of them was Fong Yanshi, who had just returned from abroad.
The other is Fong Xingtung, the father of Fong Kongning, which is Fong Yanshi's second uncle. As for Fong Yanshi's father, Fong Guowen,
but he did not enter the business world.
Instead, he became a man of letters.
He was a big name in the Huadu calligraphy,
painting and art circle,
and he was the president of the Huadu Literati Association. So, now Fong's group's big and small matters on weekdays are basically handled by Fong Yanshi,
as well as his second uncle, Fong Xingtung. Unless there are important matters, only Fong Shoshan decides. Dad, how did that Fong Yanshi intervene in this project? Isn't it Fong Xiao's father's call? John Shin didn't understand. This rice investment project was very important to their financial group.
He also spent a lot of effort to use Fong Kongning to pull the big ship of Fong Group.
It's not clear. Shen Zicheng frowned.
He was also very confused.
From Fong Yanshi's tone on the phone just now,
one could hear that she was very firm and decisive in her attitude, refusing to cooperate with herself, and not giving him any chance to be circuitous at all.
Could it be? Is it because of Wan Yunting? Suddenly Shen Zicheng's eyes glared. When he investigated Wan Yunting's social relations before,
he had heard of Fong Yanshi.
During their university days, they were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Chen Tao was also fighting with Wan Yunting precisely because of Fong Yanshi.
After all, in the morning, he himself broke the hands of Wan Yunting's second brother, and as a result,
he now received a call from Fong Yanshi, which had to make Shen Zicheng associated with the fact that Fong Yanshi might have refused to cooperate with himself because of Wan Yunting.
I'll ask Chen Tao,
said Shen Junjie as he called Chen Tao to talk about this matter.
How?
Chen Tao, who had also returned to his company, was surprised when he heard this analysis. Since he went to Fong's group in the afternoon to sign a cooperation contract with Fong Yanshi, it just so happened that he had told Fong Yanshi about Shen Zicheng and his men interrupting Wan Yunting's second brother's hands. Could it be that she really refused to cooperate with Shen Zicheng because of Wan Yunting?
At that moment, Chen Tao's heart soured.
So it is true, he could not figure out Fong Yanshi.
Why still care so much about Wan Yunting? Don't worry, Mr. Shen. With Fong Xiao, your investment cooperation will definitely not be yellow. Chen Tao could only comfort Shen Zicheng. Hopefully, Shen Zicheng responded and hung up the call. Suddenly, he gradually understood a bit in his heart that he seemed to have been used as a gun by Chen Tao. Fong's group, Fong Yanshi's office. Manager Fong, you can't go in. Outside came the secretary Lin Xiaoqi blocking voice, but as the office door was pushed open with force, only to see Fong Kongning walk in angrily. Fong Yanshi, what do you mean? By what right do you refuse to discuss with self-strengthening financial group without consulting with me? That project is the one that I negotiated back. Facing this cousin, Fong Yanshi looked calm and said calmly without lifting his head, according to my assessment, the foreign investment project is too risky, so I refused. Risky? Which investment is not risky? Why didn't you reject the others, in favor of my project? Fong Kongning pressed his hands on the desk,
angrily glaring at Fong Yanshi in front of him.
You are nothing but targeting me. Fong Yanshi raised her head.
If her eyes looked at him indifferently.
I said that the risk is too great for investment. Pa! Fong Kongning slammed the table fiercely. Fong Yanshi, don't think that you are the president, so you don't put me in your eyes. This company is not something that you alone can say. The investment and cooperation of self-strengthening financial group. I, Fong Kongning, want to be sure. You wait for me, said Fong Kongning and slammed the door to leave. Fong Yanshi's eyebrows are not wrinkled a bit. For this pretend appearance of a human-like cousin, he has always been opposed to their own when the family grouped this president position. In Fong Kongning's case, what makes Fong Yanshi the president when she came back from abroad? And he also came back from abroad. Why can he only be a manager? So he is not convinced. Has Bin and Fong Yanshi fight against each other. But from the beginning to the end, Fong Yanshi did not put Fong Kongning in his eyes, because the real threat to himself is his father. Fong Xingtung, Chapter 49, Fuming Demon. At this time,
Wan Yunting and Jin Xiuwen, looking for a substitute driver, were on their way to Huadu. It was only at 12 o'clock in the evening that they rushed back to Huadu and came directly to the First People's Hospital. Wan Yunting got off the car and ran straight to the hospital building, going up to his second sister-in-law's high-class ward, just in time to see his elder sister, Wan Manyu, coming out from inside. "Sister, how is second brother doing?" Wan Yunting immediately asked. Wan Manyu turned back to look at him, and without saying a word, she directly slapped him with a paw sound, knocking Wan Yunting off his feet. "Yunting, I told you when you got out of jail to work well in the hospital and not to cause trouble outside, but what did you do?" Wan Manyu glared, pointing at the hospital room, exasperated at Wan Yunting. "Your second brother is lying inside right now. It's because you offended the son of the chairman of the self-strengthening financial group's son, Jinjie Shun, outside. They're the ones who broke your second brother's hands, and also gave him a concussion on the head." Jinjie Shun. As soon as Wan Yunting heard this name, he immediately recalled the youth who bullied Su Kuer that night at the Lingwei clubhouse. It turned out to be him who wanted to take revenge on himself. "You're really pissing me off." Wan Manyu glared at Wan Yunting with hatred, reprimanding, "I know you want to overturn the case for what happened back then and clear your name, but in your current situation, what are you going to fight with someone else? Chen Tao?" Wan Yunting raised his eyebrows and said calmly to his elder sister, "If someone else messed with me first, then you bear with me." Wan Manyu said sternly, "No matter who it is to, no matter what the reason is, if you don't have the ability right now, just bear with me." Wan Yunting nodded his head. He understood what his big sister meant, but with his second brother's hands broken, how could he endure any longer? Not to mention, he had already endured it for 7 whole years. "Sister, don't worry, I will give second brother an explanation." After saying that, Wan Yunting pushed the door to go in to see his second brother. Wan Manyu didn't know what he meant and was so angry that she crossed her arms, going into the ward. Seeing the second sister-in-law's bed next to the bed, added a bed, lying Wan Dongming, his head and hands are wrapped in bandages, and is now in a deep sleep. Third brother, Wang Chulin, who had not yet slept, saw him come in. Wan Yunting raised his hand to signal, not wanting to wake up his second brother with the sound of talking. He went straight over, gave his second brother a pulse, and determined that his head was only slightly concussed, he was relieved in his heart. Looking at his second brother's hands being broken, an unstoppable rage emerged in Wan Yunting's eyes. His teeth clenched as if he was an enraged wolf king. "Second sister-in-law, rest well. Tomorrow I will come over to see second brother again." After saying this, Wan Yunting turned around and went out and brought the door of the room with him, and walked out of the living room door again. His elder sister Wan Manyu had not left yet. "Yunting, don't be impulsive. Listen to me. Let's forget about this matter. We can't afford to mess with the Shin family's father and son right now. Can't be counted." Wan Yunting's eyes were coldly said, "Sister, outsiders can bully me however they want, but I absolutely won't tolerate others bullying you and second brother, so I must seek justice for second brother." Wan Manyu was furious. "Do you still want to go back to jail?" Wan Yunting took a deep breath and suppressed his exasperated rage, saying, "Sister, don't worry, I have my own way to resolve this matter. Yunting, come back here." Watching him turn his head and leave, infuriating Wan Manyu to the point of stomping her feet, thinking that Wan Yunting might go directly to the Shin family's father and son to settle the score. But with this bullish temper of his, he couldn't be persuaded at all. Wan Manyu had no choice, took out her cell phone to call Chung Kai. While going downstairs, Wan Yunting took out his cell phone and directly called Jiang Wenhao, who was far away in the rice country, and it rang twice before he answered. "Teacher, what's the matter with you? It's still morning here." It was 7:40 in the morning in the rice country at this time, and Jiang Wenhao was awakened by his call. "Wenhao, I'll give you 10 minutes to investigate all the information about the domestic Huadu self-strengthening financial group and send it to me on WeChat," Wan Yunting said directly. Jiang Wenhao froze, not understanding what was happening, but when Wan Yunting gave the order, he immediately got out of bed. "Understood, I'll call you back after 10 minutes. After saying that, the two ended the call. Wan Yunting just went downstairs and came out of the hospital. Jin Shilwen greeted him and asked, "Who beat up second brother?" "Shen Junjie." "What? It was that asshole of his." Jin Shilwen was shocked and immediately understood that it must be because of that night's Lingwei clubhouse matter that Shen Junjie was taking revenge on Wan Yunting. "What now?" Jin Shilwen looked at the unusually calm Wan Yunting, but the more he was like this, the more he could feel his anger spewing out. "Stay out of this. I can solve it myself." Wan Yunting waved his hand, snatched the car keys from Jin Shilwen's hand, turned around and pulled open the car door to go up. "No, old one, where are you going?" "I'll go with you. You go back first. I'll go back when I'm done," Wan Yunting said to Jin Shilwen and started the BMW sedan to leave the hospital, running directly towards the business district. He was going to the self-strengthening financial group. At the same time, he took out his cell phone again to make a call. Ma Zhendong, who was at home getting ready for bed, received an incoming call from Wan Yunting at this time, making him wonder and answer. Yun Ting, what's wrong? Old Ma, please greet Pang Bureau. I'm going to beat up someone tonight, Wan Yunting said coldly. Ma Zhendong froze and quickly asked, who messed with you? Is it Chen Tao? Seeing a call coming in, Wan Yunting said, don't worry, I just want to beat up someone. I won't lay my hands on them. I still have things to do on my side, so that's it for now. Not Yun Ting, you. As a result of being hung up on, Ma Zhendong glared, not knowing who had messed with Wan Yun Ting. He could hear the icy anger in his tone and knew that someone was definitely going to be screwed tonight. So he had to call the Huadu Police Department's hand. Chief Pang Yuan Pang, teacher, I've investigated all the information of the self-empowerment group. At this moment, Jiang Wenhao was in his villa, holding a tablet computer in his hand, reading the data on it. This is a domestic venture capital company. The main cooperative project is to invest in those group companies. The current market capitalization of Self-Enhancement Group is $7 billion. At the same time they are on the me side. There are several illegal financing projects. The money is not clean. Wan Yunting's gaze was grim. It turned out that Self-Strengthening Group was still not clean, so it was best. Teacher, are you trying to eat him? Jiang Wenhao asked. Well, what percentage of certainty do you have that within a day's time he will disappear from this world? Wan Yunting looked calm, but his tone was terribly cold. Jiang Wenhao over there laughed lightly. Teacher, you're underestimating me too much. It's just a small company. I can handle it in half an hour. Good, in half an hour. You call me again. Wan Yunting was satisfied. This was the strongest means he had to retaliate against the Self-Strengthening Group. Originally, he wanted to save it for Chen Tao's Chen Group, but now it seems that he can only let Jiang Wenhao, the sharp sword, try the sharpness with the Self-Empowerment Group and advance. At this time in the home of Shin Ziqiang, just after the bath is ready to go to bed, suddenly his right eyelid jumped vigorously. As the old saying goes, the left eye jumps wealth, the right eye jumps disaster. Is something happening? Put on the bedside table on the cell phone rang. Is the company responsible for overseas projects? President, he called. As soon as Shin Ziqiang answered, there was an anxious voice. Mr. Shin, it's not good. Several of our investment projects in the United States are in trouble. You quickly come to the company. What? Upon hearing this, Shin Ziqiang's heart suddenly thumped and asked, what's going on? At this time as the company's vice president urgently said, we are in the United States. Several projects stock was attacked by a mysterious organization. Now to a minute. On the evaporation of 100 million funds in the fall, Shen total, you quickly come over to preside over the situation. Good. You first stabilize, I will immediately go over. Shen self-improvement anxious, hurriedly get out of bed to change clothes to go out. Just happened to bump into his son Shin Junjie back, called, Junjie, with me to the company trip. What's the matter dad? So urgent? Let's talk about it on the way. Hurry up. With that, he dragged the confused Shin Junjie and went straight to the company. At the same time, Wan Yunting was also driving towards Self-Strengthening Financial Group, but Shin's father and son arrived at the company first, and they went straight to the company's 18th floor, the studio that supervised stocks. Mr. Shin, you guys are here. He Shang, the vice president who was presiding over the big picture, saw Shen Ziqiang and John Shin come in, and they looked at the company's employees who were stock manipulators, and were now doing their best to analyze and track down the identity of the mysterious rival that was attacking their company's stock market, and the location of the overseas location. Have you found out who it is yet? Shen Ziqiang asked sternly with a gloomy face. He Shang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, shook his head and said, Mr. Shin, at the moment, we can't analyze the identity of the rival. They used thousands of overseas accounts, and spared no expense to forcibly suppress our stock in the financing of those few projects in the rice country. And as of 10 minutes now, we've already been evaporated by $1 billion. Chapter 50, all of this, it's all my doing. What? $1 billion. Shin Junjie lost his voice and shouted. He went up and grabbed He Shang's collar angrily. What are you guys doing for food? Won't you fight back? The face of Shin Ziqiang gloomy face. He Shang full of nervousness, hard-headedly said, we have counterattack, but the other party is too mysterious, means clever, is a first-class manipulation expert, so we are now a little way. Damn, waste, a bunch of waste. Shin Junjie fiercely pushed away He Shang, and cursed angrily at those manipulation employees. Turned back to Shin Ziqiang, Dad, invest money. I don't believe the other side has so much money to fight with us. At this moment, Shin Ziqiang frowned, staring at the big screen in front of him. Appeared overseas several projects stock line, has fallen out of 12%. That is to say, they just spoke that moment of effort, has been evaporated 200 million. Immediately call out the domestic storage of $2 billion.
Hurry to save the market. Shen Ziqiang glared and shouted at He Shang.
Yes, they hurriedly operated to salvage the stock markets of several overseas projects.
Dad, who exactly is suppressing us? Shen Junjie asked, but Shen Ziqiang shook his head.
Just now on the road he had already contacted his friends on the overseas side, and determined that it was not the me side that had struck. After all, his financing of these few investment projects was illegal. If the me side made a move to suppress it,
Shen Ziqiang would have received the news in advance.
Therefore, he is now also confused.
Do not know exactly who. Not hesitate to burn money, to suppress their own stock market. 10 minutes passed.
The other parties still didn't stop. At a rate of 100 million evaporated a minute.
Is constantly knocking down the stocks of self-strengthening financial group? In those few projects overseas. Damn. Shen Ziqiang eyes round, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said angrily to He Shang, all the funds in the country, all turn over to save the market. Vice President He Shang was worried, saying, Mr. Shen, we don't have a lot of domestic funds. If all of them are transferred over, it will directly affect our domestic stock market. Cut the crap and do it. Shen Ziqiang glared at him. He Shang didn't dare to retort anymore, so he had to do as he was told. However, another 5 minutes passed. The other party still did not stop, but increase funds, to 1 minute evaporate 200 million speed. Is constantly knocking down the self-improvement financial group, oversees several projects of the stock. At the same time, Shen Ziqiang's domestic stock, also because of his overseas several projects stock turbulence, began to appear downward trend. Who is it? In the end who is messing with me? Shen Ziqiang's eyes erupted with fire, looking at his own hard-earned rivers and mountains. Just like this in front of his eyes was a little bit of evaporation. Shen Ziqiang inwardly dripping blood. Mr. Shen the security guard downstairs said someone broke into our company. At this time a female employee on duty ran in and shouted, damn him, who is it? Boom. However, as soon as his words fell, the door of the room suffered a violent kick from an external force. The whole thing flew out and smashed into the wall, frightening the female clerk with a shriek, and all the people present swished and stood up. Then, a figure walked in, being completely unleashed with rage, as if the leaping flames could be clearly seen from his body. The person who came was none other than Wan Yunting. It's you! Shen Junjie recognized the person who came in. It was none other than Wan Yunting who had wrestled himself that night at Lingwei Clubhouse. What are you still waiting for? Quickly call security to come in and kick him out. Reacting, He Shang shouted at the female employee, but she stammered, pointing her finger at the security guard outside in the hall, who was already lying on the ground. Wan Yunting's expression was cold. His eyes were even colder. He swept a glance at the big screen before turning back to Shen Ziqiang's father and son and said coldly, it's not too late for you to repent. Shen Junjie glared, pointing his left hand at him angrily. What do you mean? But Shen Ziqiang frowned. His heart thumped as he looked at Wan Yunting in front of him. Could it be that he did it? Impossible. How could he, a just released from prison forcible Jake-convict, have this kind of terrifying strength? Even if Wan Yunting climbed up to the richest man, Kong Hongwen, but with the strength of the Five Lakes Group, he simply couldn't do it in 1 minute. He could vaporize $100 million of his company's stock. Kid, I don't have time to play with you right now. Shen Junjie pointed his left hand at Wan Yunting, glaring and cursing. You get out now. I'll take it as you haven't been here. Otherwise all the consequences. As a result, his last sentence was not uttered before Wan Yunting, like a ghost-like speed, went up and grabbed Shen Junjie's index finger and broke it. And the sound of the finger bones breaking crisply, accompanied by his pig-killing screams, instantly shocked all the people around him. Junjie. It was too sudden. Shen Ziqiang didn't even react. Wan Yunting's big hand grabbed Shen Junjie's left wrist, then let go of his broken index finger. Wan Yunting grabbed his middle and ring fingers again, and said coldly to Shen Ziqiang, you shouldn't have gone to my second brother, much less broken his hands. Click. The sound of finger bones breaking, and the sound of John Shen screaming miserably. Bastard. Stop it. Shen Ziqiang, who finally reacted, shouted angrily, but Wan Yunting grabbed Shen Junjie's tail finger again and broke it. The sound of crisp broken bones, and his screams of misery, which made the surrounding vice president He Shang, as well as the other employees, feel their scalps numb and shudder. People don't offend me. I don't offend. If people offend me, I will offend. I never take the initiative to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. Wan Yunting spoke in a calm voice, but it revealed a kingly dominance. He grabbed Shen Junjie's thumb again, and wrenched it at Shen Ziqiang in front of him, and coldly grunted, so tonight, I'll take out this bad breath for my second brother. Subsequently, Wan Yunting grabbed Shen Junjie's left hand with both hands and twisted his entire joint over. Miserable screams. Shen Junjie fell to the ground struggling,
only to see his left hand and 5 fingers completely deformed. This scene scared everyone present to the point where their faces turned white and their hearts trembled. Junjie, Shin Ziqiang immediately rushed up, but as a result, Wan Yunting turned back, grabbed with his large hand, pinched Shin Ziqiang's neck, and lifted his entire body up with one hand. Wan Yunting's 2 icy gazes were like the stares of demons from hell, making Shin Ziqiang's eyes round, being choked by his big hand. From the root of his neck red to his face, he felt like he was suffocating. It was a feeling of death aura enveloping his whole body. Fear, anger, coalesced in his pupils. Suddenly a thought popped up in Shin Ziqiang's heart. He had messed with a ruthless person this time. You quickly let go of Mr. Shin, or else I'll call the police. He Shang, the vice president who had come back to his senses, panicked and shouted at Wan Yunting. All of you get the hell out. But Wan Yunting's one I kill. Scared He Shang trembled. The cell phone in his hand fell to the ground. The other employees were also scared and ran out, completely without the intention to stay and help the chairman. After all, Wan Yunting's tactics are too terrifying. Seeing everyone go out, only then did Wan Yunting turn back to look at Shin Ziqiang who was being choked by him. His face reddened, his eyes round and spitting fire, saying, now we can properly settle the score. Wan Yunting, Nyat, Shin Jinjie, who was lying on the ground, had a hideous face. His hands were wasted, but he was still unafraid to curse angrily. Wan Yunting's eyes were cold, and he immediately put Shin Ziqiang in his hands, and directly came to an over-the-shoulder fall, towards the body of Shin Junjie who was lying on the ground, and ruthlessly smashed it. Father and son screamed miserably. Wan Yunting went up and kicked Shin Ziqiang out, sliding 2 meters on the smooth floor. Bang hit the table before stopping. He clutched his stomach, kneeling on the ground moaning, trembling violently, but Shin Ziqiang raised his head, full of fierce anger, gritted his teeth and said to Wan Yunting trembling angrily, bastard, I'll definitely send you to jail, the bottom of the jail to sit through. Wan Yunting looked indifferent. Looking at the ground Shin Junjie, the boy roared angrily, have the balls to kill me kill you? Looking at this arrogant, domineering, unbeatable, and very disgusting face of Jianshen, Wan Yunting raised his foot and stepped on his left thigh. His mouth grunted coldly, killing someone is against the law, so I won't be that stupid, let alone killing you, that would only be too cheap for you. Click. Instantly, the sound of thigh bone breaking, accompanied by the pig-killing screams of Shin Junjie came. Looking at Wan Yunting's feet, rubbing hard on his son's thighs, one could clearly hear the bones being stepped on and crushed, coming from the ear-piercing, scalp-numbing sound. Unable to endure it, Shin Ziqiang screamed in rage. He got up and rushed towards Wan Yunting. Bastard, I'll fight you. Bang! Wan Yunting lifted his foot and gave him a blow to the stomach. Shin Ziqiang's entire body flew out backwards, flopping down and kneeling on the ground again. The sharp pain in his stomach was like a mountain of pain, making him hold his hands together as he was spitting out bitter water. You gave me the second brother's crime, said Wan Yunting and lifted his foot to place it on Junjie Shin's right thigh, as he coldly said, I'm now doubling it back to you. Click. Junjie Shin screamed miserably. His thigh bone was hardened by Wan Yunting. This time, he could no longer withstand this kind of pain. His head was tilted, and he directly fainted. Junjie, watching his son, being tortured like this by Wan Yunting, made Shin Ziqiang roar in anger. Bastard, Shin Ziqiang, swear that I will definitely leave you in pieces. And your second brother, I'll make sure he doesn't die well. These words made Wan Yunting's face instantly gloomy. Going up and grabbing Shin Ziqiang's collar with both hands, picking up his entire body and dragging him to one side of the table, pressing his head hard on the table keyboard, he pointed at the computer screen, showing the rising line of their company's domestic stocks, and the stocks of several overseas projects, which were now plummeting down. If the market is not bailed out again, self-strengthening financial group will immediately collapse and go bankrupt. You're not thinking about who would make a move against your company for no reason, are you? Wan Yunting possessed himself and pointed at Shin Ziqiang's ear. His voice at this moment was like a ghostly magical voice. His big finger pointed at the computer screen, and he smiled evilly. Then I'll tell you right now, all of this was done by me. Chapter 51, Shin Ziqiang went crazy. What? It's you? No, this can't be. Hearing this, Shin Ziqiang's face changed dramatically, shaking his head in disbelief. Because Wan Yunting was just a forced J criminal, how could he have such terrifying means and strength to bring down his company? Don't believe it, huh? Wan Yunting grabbed his hair and yanked his head up, only to see Shin Ziqiang's cheeks being pressed with a row of keyboard marks. Then I'll let you be an understanding ghost now, said he pulled the chair next to him and sat down, took out his cell phone and used WeChat to call Jiang Wenhao on a video call. Soon connected, popped out Jiang Wenhao's screen to, teacher, another 5 minutes.
their company stock will crash. Hearing this, it made Shin Ziqiang's heart jerk with fear, looking at Wang Yunting with eyes full of disbelief, only to see him smiling at Jiang Wenhao in the video. Well done. Immediately, he turned his cell phone towards Shin Ziqiang and laughed. You should know him, right? Looking at Jiang Wenhao in the video, Shin Ziqiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is the Wolf of Wall Street, Jiang Wenhao. The corners of Wang Yunting's mouth rose. The one who maneuvered behind the scenes to attack your company. It's him. Boom. These words were like a bomb that instantly exploded in Shin Ziqiang's heart. Impossible. How could he? As a financial investor, he naturally did not recognize Jiang Wenhao, the famous Wolf of Wall Street. No wonder he was unable to trace and investigate the identity of the mysterious organization that attacked the stocks of several overseas projects. So it was Jiang Wenhao, a bigwig in the financial sector with heavenly means, who was behind all this. But Shin Ziqiang was confused. How could Wang Yunting invite this big god to deal with himself? Teacher, is this ungrateful thing messing with you? Jiang Wenhao, who was in his office at the moment, also saw Shin Ziqiang's shocked face through his cell phone camera. Old teacher. Hearing Jiang Wenhao call Wang Yunting as his teacher made Shin Ziqiang's heart stir up waves of shock once again. Suddenly, he recalled that 5 years ago, Jiang Wenhao was arrested and jailed for 2 years in Huadu prison because of suspected pyramid scheme activities. At that time, Wang Yunting had been imprisoned in Huadu prison 2 years earlier, so that meant that they had met in prison. Now Shin Ziqiang's face was full of white. His eyes looked at Wang Yunting with fear. He finally knew that what he was facing now was no longer the forced J criminal that everyone was thought to be just out of prison. Wenhao, we'll talk later, said Wang Yunting, hung up the Jiang Wenhao video call. Then he took out a cigarette from his pocket, pulled out one and held it in his mouth, and took out a lighter and snapped it to light it. Very calmly took a deep breath of smoke, slowly spitting out the lilting smoke, and calmly said, you still have 3 minutes to spare. Kneel down and beg me. Think of when you asked my second brother. Beg you all the same. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can still ask him to stop all this and give your company a last chance of survival. At this moment Shin Ziqiang's face was like ashes. His heart was shocked and panicked. His big hand tried to grab the desktop, but he was so weak that he could not listen to the command and sat down on the ground with his buttocks. He turned his head and looked at the big screen. His own domestic stocks, and a few foreign investment stocks of the line, has plummeted to only 10%. He knew that he was going to be finished. Police, don't move. But just then, the police finally arrived. The ones leading the team were none other than Luo Wenhui and Niu Qiuling. They had guns in both hands and were pointing them at Wang Yunting, who was sitting on a chair, calmly smoking a cigarette. He looked up at the police officers who had rushed in. The corners of his mouth smiled, and he said to Shin Ziqiang, it looks like I won't be able to play along with you anymore. Stand up, hands on your head, quick. Luo Wenhui pointed at Wang Yunting and shouted. Wang Yunting dropped the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stomped it out with his shoes before standing up. He smiled and obediently held his head in both hands. Take away. Luo Wenhui drank. Yes, get lost. You can't arrest him. Suddenly Shin Ziqiang rushed up and ruthlessly pushed away Niu Qiuling, who was about to handcuff Wang Yunting, before Luo Wenhui and the others could react. With a thud, Shin Ziqiang knelt down on both knees in front of Wang Yunting, his face full of panic and pleading. I beg you, quickly call for a stop. Quickly call for a stop. I don't want the company to go bankrupt. It's my life's work. Such a scene shocked Luo Wenhui and Niu Qiuling. The chairman of a second-rate group in Huadu City was kneeling down to a forced J criminal. What kind of situation was this? Wang Yunting, who held his head in both hands, laughed, but ignored Shin Ziqiang, who was kneeling in front of him, and smiled at Luo Wenhui and the others. Take me away. No, Grandpa. As a result, Shin Ziqiang clasped his hands around Wang Yunting's legs to prevent him from leaving, and even turned his head to Niu Qiuling and the others and growled, you guys get out of the way. This caused Luo Wenhui to stare, looking at Shin Ziqiang, who was now acting like a lunatic with no sense of reasoning, causing him to be very confused, not knowing what was going on. Grandpa Wan, quickly tell him to stop. I don't want to go bankrupt. The company is my life. Please don't let me go bankrupt. Shin Ziqiang knelt at Wang Yunting's feet, constantly kowtowing and begging, completely without the usual side, giving people a high and mighty, pointing out the high and mighty appearance of the chairman. Sorry, it's already too late. Wang Yunting twisted his head and looked at the big screen, only to see the self-improvement financial group stock rising line plummeted all the way down, directly down to the bottom, forming a straight line. No. Seeing this scene, Shin Ziqiang's eyes widened. His hands clasped his head, kneeling on the ground and screaming. No longer able to withstand this series of blows, he ended up with a mouthful of blood wildly sprayed out. Mr. Shin. Luo Wenhui was in a big hurry, immediately went up to support Shin Ziqiang, turned his head to Niu Qiuling and shouted, cuff him away.
Niu Qiuling took out handcuffs and went up to put them on Wan Yunting. He turned his head to look at Shen Zichang. The corner of his mouth smiled coldly. If you wanna blame it on your own fault. Take him away. Luo Wenwei glared at him fiercely. Niu Qiuling immediately pushed him a bit and took Wan Yunting out. It's over. It's over. Shen Zichang, who was leaning on his arms, he was as if his soul had been drained out. His mouth kept repeating this sentence. Mr. Shen, how are you? Luo Wenwei shook him. There was no response. It seemed like there was a mental problem. Call an ambulance. Outside. Niu Qiuling escorted Wan Yunting and looked at the dozen or so security guards lying on the ground. You did all this? Wan Yunting nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I just knocked them out. Niu Qiuling's heart was secretly shocked, looking at this guy with a harmless look and a calm smile on his face. That night before at Lingwei Clubhouse, she knew that he was not a simple character. Now it seems that he is even more of a dangerous character. At this time, Luo Wenwei walked out with a face full of anger and sternly questioned. Wan Yunting, what exactly did you do to Self-Strengthening Financial Group? Wan Yunting twisted his head and looked at him, shrugging his shoulders and smiling. Captain Luo, I was just beating up their father and son to get out of anger. What else could I have done to their company? Hitting someone and still being so arrogant. A police officer looked unimpressed. It's just a matter of treating others the way they treat you. Wan Yunting grinned. You're tough talking, aren't you? Bring him back. I'll personally interrogate you then. Luo Wenwei glared and said fiercely. Wan Yunting shrugged his shoulders and laughed, expressing indifference. That bastard. Watching him being escorted into the elevator by Niu Qiuling, Luo Wenwei was so furious that he crossed his arms, not expecting Wan Yunting to make such a shocking move tonight. Immediately, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and directly called Chen Tao. Luo Wenwei directly said, something happened to Shen Zichang. Oh, Chen Tao, who was at home at the moment, sitting on the sofa with his arm around a beautiful woman and drinking. But when he heard Luo Wenwei's words, he wasn't too surprised. Instead, he had an expected expression. Just now, Wan Yunting broke into the Self-Strengthening Financial Group and beat up Shen Self-Strengthening and Shen Xiao, and now he has been arrested by me and returned to the police station. Luo Wenwei said. There's still this. Chen Tao's shadowy eyes narrowed. His heart rejoiced. His plan had come to fruition. But then, Luo Wenwei said, Self-Empowerment Financial Group has gone bankrupt. What? Bankrupt? Chen Tao's expression changed, shocking him to sit up. How could it be? How could Self-Strengthening Financial Group go bankrupt? I'm not too sure what's going on. Luo Wenwei sighed, looking at Shen Zichang, who was sitting inside, demented and mentally deranged. His mouth kept repeating it's over, and said to Chen Tao, Shen Zichang seems to be crazy. I asked their company to know. Tonight Self-Improvement Financial Group was overseas mysterious organization, using thousands of accounts, betting tens of billions of dollars, hard to their company's stock to beat, now has collapsed bankruptcy. Now Chen Tao was completely surprised, not expecting such a thing to happen. Who did this? He asked. Luo Wenwei stated his guess. I now suspect it was Wan Yunting. Wan Yunting? Chen Tao stared, shaking his head. Impossible. How could he, a person who just got out of prison, have that kind of ability to bring down the Self-Strengthening Financial Group? I don't believe it either. Luo Wenwei frowned and saw the paramedics coming up before he said to Chen Tao, let's start with this. I'll talk to you after I interrogate Wan Yunting tonight. Good. Call me immediately if you have any news. Chen Tao nodded his head and hung up the call with Luo Wenwei. All of a sudden, his brows were furrowed and he was in thought. The beautiful woman beside him was very sensible and got up to go upstairs first. Luo Wenwei over there, waiting for the ambulance to come over, sent the Shen family father and son to the First People's Hospital for treatment. At the same time, after the doctor's preliminary diagnosis, Shen Zichang because of the blow stimulation, resulting in mental disorder. Chapter 52, Beyond Predictions. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. Huadu was shrouded in night, but with the brightly lit skyscrapers, the darkness still couldn't hide the city's dazzling light. Huadu Police Station. In an interrogation room. What's the name? Wan Yunting. How old? 26. Gender? Niu Qiuling and Luo Wenwei were in charge of the interrogation. Can't you tell? Sitting in front of him, Wan Yunting wore a smile. Niu Qiuling looked up, her almond eyes slightly cold. Gender? Male. Tell me, why did you beat up Shen Zichang and Junjiashun? Luo Wenwei interrupted Niu Qiuling and raised his head to look directly at Wan Yunting. Captain Luo, you should know, right? Wan Yunting looked at him and asked rhetorically with a smile. Niu Qiuling raised an eyebrow, twisted her head to look at Luo Wenwei beside her, and turned back to Wan Yunting and knocked on the table. I'm asking you, hurry up and answer. Wan Yunting shifted his eyes to look at Niu Qiuling and smiled. Won't you guys investigate? Pa! Luo Wenwei angrily slapped the table and stood up. Wan Yunting, be honest with me. Do you know how much trouble you've caused tonight? Now Shen Zichang has gone crazy. Yeah, Wan Yunting looked calm. His hands spread out and laughed. It's good to be crazy. If I wasn't afraid of going to jail, I would have gotten him killed myself. Luo Wenwei angrily slapped the table, pointing at him and said angrily, the person was beaten mad by you, just based on this crime. It's enough to send you to jail for a few years. Wan Yunting made a look of shock. Captain Luo, don't scare me. Before I did it, but I was very measured, and didn't hit him in the head, so whether he's crazy or not, it has nothing to do with me. In fact, Shen Ziqian's insanity was indeed his move. However, Wan Yunting's hand was very meticulous, because he didn't want to expose himself in Jian Wenhao's relationship too early. That's why he drove out He Shang, the vice general manager of Shen Ziqian's company, and them at that time. The purpose was to not want to scare the snake, so as not to frighten Chen Tao. Facing Wan Yunting now, like an old greaseball, oil and salt, making Luo Wenhui waved his hand. Tell me first, the overseas mysterious organization, investing a large amount of money to attack the stocks of the self-strengthening financial group, is it you who told people to do it? Wan Yunting laughed, pointing at his nose. Captain Luo, you really think too highly of me. I'm just a juggernaut who just got out of prison. Where do I know any overseas mysterious organizations, and betting a lot of money to attack self-strengthening financial group stocks? If I had that much money, would I still be able to sit here and talk to you? Luo Wenwei frowned. In fact, he didn't believe it either. After all, in just half an hour, letting a second-rate group company go bankrupt, even if it was the richest man, Kong Hongwen, he couldn't do it. But this was too much of a coincidence. After all, Wan Yunting broke into the self-strengthening financial group at night, and Shin Self-Strengthening was attacked by a mysterious overseas trader on the stocks of several overseas investment projects, and it was hard not to let the two be linked together. Alright, you guys investigate these things yourselves. Wan Yunting looked at the time on his wristwatch. It was almost time, so he leaned towards the back of his chair and put on a hangdog attitude. Pa! Luo Wenwei, who was not used to his provocative attitude, angrily slapped the table and stood up, staring Niu Qiuling next to him. Wan Yunting, don't refuse to eat the penalty wine. Do you really think I can't clean you up? Luo Wenwei pointed at him and said angrily. Wan Yunting smiled indifferently. He did it on purpose. Luo Wenwei was furious. He picked up the baton next to him and wanted to make a move on him. Niu Qiuling hurriedly pulled him back. Team Luo, don't be impulsive. Let go. Luo Wenwei shook off Niu Qiuling's hand. I'll be responsible for all the consequences. It's a disciplinary offense for you police to hit someone. Wan Yunting laughed incomparably subdued. Luo Wenwei glared back at him. It seems like you've not only learned to fight, but also to abide by the law in these years in prison. Wan Yunting laughed. There's no way. Who made us labor reformers? If we don't learn more about the law in there, how can I overturn the case I had back then? You still want to overturn the case? Luo Wenwei glared. Next to her, Niu Qiuling frowned. Now she more or less knew that Wan Yunting's forced J case back then had some hidden details in it. I seem to remember that you're Chen Tao's cousin's husband. Spinning around, Wan Yunting slyly laughed. Shut up. Luo Wenwei, who was instantly irritated. He waved the baton in his hand and did not hesitate to hit towards Wan Yunting, wanting to stop him from saying anything down the line. Boom! The door of the interrogation room was kicked open, startling Niu Qiuling. Immediately afterward, she saw a man with a medium stature and a rather imposing country face walk in. It was none other than the police department's director Pang Yuan. At the same time, Ma Jindong also followed him in. Looking at Luo Wenwei's raised baton that was about to hit Wan Yunting, Chief Pang angrily said, Luo Wenwei, what are you doing? Don't put down your baton yet. Reacting, Luo Wenwei hurriedly put down his baton. Bureau Chief Pang, why are you here? Pang Yuan snorted coldly at him, then went straight up. Xiao Wan, are you alright? Bureau Pang, I'm fine. Facing Pang Yuan, the director, Wan Yunting shook his head and smiled. Luo Wenwei, who was standing next to him, was shocked and couldn't believe that looking at Pang Yuan, the hand of Huadu Police Department. He was so polite to Wan Yunting, still not quick enough to get the key and unlock the handcuffs for little Wan. Pang Yuan twisted his head and shouted. Niu Qiuling reacted before she took out the key to uncuff Wan Yunting's hands. Now she was confused in her heart and didn't know what was going on. I know all the things. Pang Yuan patted Wan Yunting's shoulder. Xiao Wan, you go back first. Leave the latter matters to me. Good. Then I'll be grateful to Bureau Pang. I'll pay a visit some other day. Wan Yunting nodded his head. Well, by the way, review my lover's health again. Pang Yuan smiled. Wan Yunting nodded and smiled. No problem. Bureau Pang. This. What? You still have something to say? Pang Yuan twisted his head and glared at Luo Wenwei, grunting coldly. You should now go and cooperate with the Industrial and Commercial Criminal Investigation to investigate clearly those few illegal financing projects of self-strengthening financial group overseas, instead of interrogating an unrelated person here. Understand? Luo Wenwei was shocked, completely unaware of what exactly was the relationship between Director Pang and Wan Yunting. Yun Ting, let's go. Ma Jindong nodded his head to Pang Yuan and then brought Wan Yunting out of the interrogation room, leaving directly outside the police station, ready to drive him back. But then, he saw his elder sister, Wan Manyu, running from outside in a hurry, and Wan Yunting, who came out, saw her. Sister, why are you here? Third brother, are you alright? Wan Manyu rushed over and looked at Wan Yunting with eyes full of nervousness. I heard that the chairman of the self-strengthening financial group went crazy and you were arrested by the police, so I immediately rushed over. Sister, he went crazy on his own. Wan Yunting could see that she was worried in her heart. That's good. Wan Manyu's hanging heart could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before she heard the news, she thought it was Wan Yunting who wanted to seek justice for his second brother and beat Shen Zicheng crazy. At this time, Lin Xiaoqi brought a middle-aged man over, only to be surprised when he saw Wan Yunting standing at the entrance of the police station hall. Mr. Wan, weren't you arrested and taken in? You were? Wan Yunting looked at Lin Xiaoqi in confusion. Instead, the middle-aged man beside her saw Ma Jindong and smiled politely. Warden Ma, you're also here. Lawyer Qi, what brings you here? Ma Jindong naturally recognized this famous gold medal lawyer Qi Heng from Huadu. I was invited by Mr. Fong overnight, and I'm here as a lawyer for Wan Yunting. Qi Heng took a look at Wan Yunting and smiled. I guess you are Wan Yunting, right? Precisely. Wan Yunting nodded his head and asked doubtfully, Mr. Fong, is he the president of the Fong Group? Qi Heng nodded. Beside him Lin Xiaoqi had a strange expression, not knowing why Wan Yunting was released. But Wan Yunting was surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Fang Yanshi to invite a lawyer over to help him. Ma Jindong briefly said about him being released and Qi Heng nodded. Surprisingly, then I'll take my leave. Lin Xiaoqi nodded to Wan Yunting and left with lawyer Qi Heng again. Returning to the car she immediately called Fang Yanshi. Mr. Fong, Mr. Wan has been released. Well, thank lawyer Qi for me. Fang Yanshi, who was at home at the moment, sitting on the bed without sleeping, said. Lin Xiaoqi said, Mr. Fong, it wasn't lawyer Qi who helped Mr. Wan, but we rushed over and he was released. Oh, Fang Yanshi raised her willow eyebrows, her heart puzzled. She had received news earlier that Wan Yunting had broken into the self-strengthening financial group alone, and in the end, Shen Zicheng had gone crazy with a mental disorder. Fang Yanshi thought that Wan Yunting did it, so she contacted Qi Heng to go over and help him. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You go back first, said Fang Yanshi hanging up the phone, leaning on the bed, a little puzzled that out of this kind of thing, Wan Yunting can still come out from the police station. What? Wan Yunting was released? Chen Tao was at the entrance of the hospital's operating room. Shen Junjie had already been sent in for surgery, and Shen Zicheng was in the next ward. He had already been diagnosed with insanity. How is that possible? Chen Tao, who followed Luo Wenwei's phone call, frowned and said, even if Shen Zicheng wasn't beaten mad by him, but he beat Shen Junjie like that, it can still put him in jail, right? Luo Wenwei, who was in his office at the moment, just now was taught a hard lesson by Pang Bureaus. Now he said helplessly, it's not that I want to release, but Pang Bureaus asked for the release. What can I do? Pang Bureau? Chen Tao was shocked and incredulous, so Luo Wenwei told him everything that happened just now, and finally said, in short, this Wan Yunting is not simple now. Not only is he on good terms with Ma Zhendong, even Pang Bureau's attitude towards him is very polite. Damn, how did that kid know Pang Bureau? At this moment, Chen Tao's shadowy eyes were rounded. His heart shook. He couldn't comprehend that a person who had been imprisoned for 7 years, not only was he on good terms with prisoner Ma Zhendong, but now even Pang Yuan, who was a handful of the Huadu police department, had stepped in to help him. It was simply unimaginable. Is this still the Wan Yunting he knows? Also, that guy wants to overturn the case. Luo Wenwei's brow furrowed as he said, he definitely came prepared. So you have to be careful. Don't let anything slip back then. Understand. I understand. First, Chen Tao answered and hung up the phone, sitting on the side and frowning. From what happened tonight at the self-strengthening financial group, it completely refreshed his perception of Wan Yunting. In particular, the overseas mysterious organization that attacked the self-strengthening financial group tonight, not hesitating to burn tens of billions of dollars just to bring down Shen Zicheng, was truly terrifying. Originally, Chen Tao wanted to utilize Shen Zicheng's father and son to test Wan Yunting, to see if he would use Kong Hongwen, the richest man in the world, to suppress the Shen family's father and son. However, tonight's matter is far beyond his own prediction. If the overseas mysterious organization that brought down Shen Zichang did not have any relationship with Wan Yunting, then Chen Tao would only think that he was just a fool who would only use violence to solve the problem. But now, from analyzing all the signs, it seemed to have nothing to do with Wan Yunting. So, this was what Chen Tao was most worried about. That guy, in the end, what other big shot does he know? Chen Tao's eyes underneath his gold-rimmed glasses were shadowy, and he began to reacquaint himself with Wan Yunting. Chapter 53, Charging $100,000 phone bill. Old Ma, go back quickly, I'll go back in my sister's car. At the gate of the police station, Wan Yunting knew that his big sister must have something to ask him. Good, if there's something you want to talk about tomorrow morning. Ma Zhendong nodded and drove back. Wan Yunting sat in the passenger seat as Wan Manyu drove the car, whirling her head around to look at him. Yunting, the bankruptcy of self-strengthening financial group. Did you ask Kong Hongwan to do it? No. Wan Yunting shook his head in response. Wan Manyu frowned. So, you just beat up the Shen family father and son and didn't do anything else? Wan Yunting nodded. Otherwise I would still be out of the police station right now. That's good. Hearing this, Wan Manyu put her heart down. Before she was almost worried to death. Originally she also called and begged Shen Kai, hoping that he could step in and help third brother. But as a result, that didn't know that he spent the night with that little star tonight, and the phone call never went through. Third brother, in the future, you don't be so impulsive. I really don't want to see you sent back to prison again. Wan Manyu twisted her head to look at him and said seriously. Wan Yunting nodded his head and laughed. Sister, don't worry, I have a sense of propriety in what I do. I never do anything I'm not sure of. Well, I hope you do what you say. Wan Manyu nodded her head. She didn't want to say too much either, knowing that Wan Yunting wasn't the same college student now. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Southern Hospital. Wan Yunting scratched his head. He forgot to tell his big sister that he had moved out of the hospital. Yunting, go back and rest early. Okay, sis, go back soon. Wan Yunting nodded his head and didn't say much as he pushed open the car door to get out, and Wan Manyu nodded before driving away. Until the car disappeared from sight, Wan Yunting was ready to take a cab back, but now it was 3 o'clock in the morning. There were no cab shadows on the street, so he had no choice but to take out his cell phone and prepare to call a drop car back to Jinshouwen. In the end, he saw that his cell phone had hundreds of missed calls, all from Su Kier. There were also hundreds of WeChat messages, and when he clicked on them, they were all from Su Kier asking Brother Yunting, where the hell have you been? Why are you ignoring me? Where have you been? Come back soon. Kuer misses you so much. Oh, I was wrong. Brother Yunting, please come back. Okay. Seeing these messages, Wan Yunting was confused. Countless question marks popped up on his brain, not knowing what was going on with this girl. So he gave her a back? Question mark. Su Kier, who is in the hospital dormitory room. The cell phone is placed on the side of the pillow. WeChat message sound. She instantly opened her black panda eyes, excitedly took the phone and clicked on it. A look at it as Wan Yunting back to the message. Su Kier excitedly screamed, ah. Wan Yunting in front of the hospital, all heard this scream, thought it was Su Kier encountered some danger, immediately ran towards the dormitory building, while calling her, Kier, I heard you scream. What happened? Brother Yunting, you're back. Are you back? Su Kier opened the door of her room with such a big commotion that the entire dormitory building was woken up by her scream. Wan Yunting, who came to the dormitory floor, looked at the third-floor corridor. The figure lying on the parapet was none other than Su Kier. She likewise saw Wan Yunting downstairs. Su Kier was so excited that she didn't even put on her shoes. She ran down. Brother Yunting, her petite body. Before Wan Yunting could react, she jumped into his arms, her hands tightly hugging his waist. Oh, you're finally willing to care about me. Wan Yunting was dumbfounded. At this moment, the dormitory building room lights were lit up one by one. The nurses and doctors who heard the commotion came out and looked at the two figures embracing each other downstairs, which made the whole dormitory building buzzing with people. Completely confused, Wan Yunting pulled away from Su Kier, who was holding himself tightly. Kier, what happened? Su Kier, with tears in her pear blossoms, aggrieved, skimming her small mouth, pathetically sobbing, said, Brother Yunting, don't ignore me in the future, okay? Wan Yunting, who seemed to understand, instantly filled with apologies and bitter smile. Sorry, yesterday my cell phone owed money, also only new today. Let you worry. Su Kier froze and wiped a handful of tears. You didn't ignore me because they were angry? Angry? What am I angry about? Them. Su Kier's little finger pointed at the dormitory building. Those hospital employees who were lying on the parapet watching the fun. Wan Yunting shook his head and laughed. No, I just didn't receive your phone calls and WeChat because my cell phone was out of service due to unpaid bills. Phew, so you're not mad at me.
This time Sukor sort of understood and was instantly happy,
because she had always thought that it was because Won Yunting was angry that he didn't answer the phone and didn't reply to WeChat, ignoring her.
The next second Sukir's small mouth deflated,
big eyes glaring at him slyly, so angry that she crossed her arms and grunted,
"Brother Yun Ting, why don't you charge your phone bill in time? Do you know, I thought it was you who was angry, deliberately ignoring me, causing me to have a bad meal for the past 2 days and not a good night's sleep,
and the frames under my black eyes are all coming out."
Looking at her two big eyes' faint black eye frame, Won Yunting cried and laughed, "Yes, this matter I was wrong. In the future I will definitely charge the phone bill in time."
"No, I'll charge it for you now," said Sukir, took out her cell phone and opened Alipay. "I'll charge you $100,000 in phone bills, so that in the future you won't be out of service because you owe phone bills."
"Don't."
Won Yunting hurriedly stopped her,
crying and laughing. "I'm back now, so you should quickly go up and rest."
Won Yunting could see Sukor's heart,
making him strangely embarrassed. "What about you?" Sukor hugged his arm. "Where are you staying now?"
"Staying at my friend Jin Showon's place, and when I'm free I'll find a nearby neighborhood to rent a suite to live in,"
Won Yunting said. "That's good. When are you going to look for a room?"
"I'll go with you."
Sukor was happy, knowing that Won Yunting wasn't ignoring himself on purpose because he was angry.
Won Yunting nodded his head before saying,
"Then you go up and rest quickly. I have to go back." "Don't. I'm hungry now. I want to eat a late night snack." Sukor hugged his arm again, beaming her small mouth playfully cute. "It's almost 4 o'clock. There are still late night snacks there."
"There is. I'll take you there."
Sukor was happy and was about to take Won Yunting out, only to realize that she didn't have any shoes on.
Won Yunting cried and laughed. Then she went upstairs and put on her slippers,
and the two of them walked out of the hospital, found a 24-hour night snack store,
and beautifully finished their night snacks before returning to the hospital at 5 in the morning. Now Won Yunting didn't need to go back to Jin Showon's place,
so he simply went to the backyard of the Chinese medicine department, meditated and nourished his qi,
and waited for the dawn to go straight to work.
8 o'clock in the morning, Huadu economic news broke out,
reported that the stock market of the self-improvement financial group overnight crashed bankruptcy,
chairman of the board of directors Shen Zicheng,
because he could not accept the blow, resulting in his mental disorders, and is now being treated in the hospital.
When the news broke,
it instantly shook the entire Huadu business community.
How is it possible? In the Wang family Villa Manor restaurant, just got up Wang on Rome eating breakfast, saw the TV report this news, shocked him dumbfounded.
Then the news broke out that the mysterious man broke into the self-strengthening financial group at night and injured the father and son of the Shen family.
The news photo, showing a blurry figure,
if you take a closer look, you will be able to recognize it as Won Yunting.
However, Pang Yuan gave an order last night to block the news breaking on Won Yunting and not to give a positive photo. Therefore, it also led to the incident of self-improvement financial group, cloaked in a layer of ambiguity. However, soon,
Huadu Industry and Commerce Criminal Investigation side gave a response, reported that the self-improvement financial group,
in overseas investment projects, suspected of illegal financing, constituting a crime.
This makes those bigwigs in the business world exclaimed.
In this case, the self-improvement financial group domestic and overseas stocks, was attacked by a mysterious organization, resulting in the stock market crash bankruptcy. It is possible that the right side of the hand, Wang Onrong and some others breathed a sigh of relief.
They all still thought that self-strengthening financial group's bankruptcy was also related to Won Yunting.
However, on second thought,
he was a juggernaut and had just been released from prison. How could he have a relationship with an overseas mysterious organization?
After all, in just half an hour, he was able to make a second-rate group in Huadu. The stock crashed and went bankrupt.
Such a horrible financial strength and means
is not ordinary people can do. Chapter 54, Fang Shoshan's Invitation. Good morning, Dr. 1.
Won Yunting had just entered the hall of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine when the nurse ladies warmly greeted him.
Good morning.
Won Yunting nodded to them with a smile on his face,
went upstairs and went directly to his consultation room,
washed his hands and changed into his white coat.
When he saw the butler, Lin Si, accompanied by Li Chengda, pushing Fang Shoshan in outside.
Elder, you're here so early.
Yes.
Looking at Won Yunting,
Fang Shoshan smiled.
Yesterday, you were off work and didn't give me an acupuncture treatment,
so I came over early today. Good, then you wait for a while.
Won Yunting then took out the acupuncture and alcohol lamp and started preparing.
Dr. 1.
Then you give Master Fang acupuncture first.
I have to go out first. Li Chengda greeted and went out.
Won Yunting nodded his head and simply closed the door of the consultation room,
not wanting others to gather around.
This made Fang Shoshan and Lin Si puzzled.
The previous few times of acupuncture,
Won Yunting had been uncovered and allowed onlookers to spectate.
But why didn't he allow it this time?
Elder,
next I'll give you a different acupuncture method. so it's not advisable for others to spectate and disturb. Wan Yunting brought over the acupuncture and alcohol lamp,
and Lin Si helped Fang Shoshan onto the bed to lie down. He nodded his head and smiled. Good, just have to be able to get these legs of mine to stand up. Use whatever treatment method you want. Wan Yunting laughed.
Don't worry, after this acupuncture, you should be able to get down and try to walk. Really? Fang Shoshan was excited and happy. Good. You come quickly.
Wan Yunting nodded his head.
No more nonsense.
After first giving Fang Shoshan's legs a push to revitalize his blood veins, he then began to draw out a 7-inch long silver needle and waved it on the flame of the alcohol lamp to sterilize it. Then he looked serious. His left hand rolled an acupoint on Fang Shoshan's left leg. His dantian luck. A stream of qi that could not be seen by the naked eye wrapped around the silver needle in his fingers, as well as the twisting method slowly stuck into the acupoint. Hiss. Fang Shoshan couldn't help but suck in a breath. This time he clearly felt a fiery sensation as Wan Yunting stuck this silver needle in, causing his left foot to resist trembling for a moment.
Master, bear with it. It hurts a bit. Good. Fang Shoshan nodded.
Then Wan Yunting twisted out another silver needle, secretly reading in his heart, the name Ghost letter stabbed 3 points deep.
3 needles under the foot big cover armor. The name Ghost base into 2 points.
This is the Ghost Door 13 needle of the mnemonic. And Wan Yunting this time to Fang Shoshan show. It is his Master Ghost Hand Medical Saint's masterpiece Ghost Door 13 needle.
In fact,
this stitch is not specialized in treating this kind of orthopedic disease. Ghost Gate 13 stitches is mainly specialized in treating epilepsy and other diseases.
However,
Wan Yunting utilized the first 6 stitches of the Ghost Gate 13 stitches,
together with the Yin Yang Taiha stitching technique,
to completely open up the tendons and blood vessels of Fang Shoshan's legs with the use of qi to turn the stitches into needles, and the effect would be greatly increased. This was also why Wan Yunting
would close the door to keep others from spectating,
because the time had not yet come. He could not expose his master,
the ghost-handed medical sage. As for Fang Shoshan and Lin Si,
they naturally couldn't understand the Ghost Sec 13 needle technique that Wan Yunting was performing. They only felt that he was being extra serious and attentive in applying the needles today, and even because of the use of a large amount of internal qi, beads of sweat were appearing on his forehead, sliding down like beans. 15 minutes later. Alright, Wan Yunting, who had finished applying the needles, stood up and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Looking at Fang Shoshan's legs covered in silver needles,
he wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Collect the needles after half an hour. Good. Hard work, Xiao Wan. Fang Shoshan's pain was alleviated.
He now clearly felt that every silver needle that was stuck in his legs
came with a hot and spicy sensation, constantly stimulating his legs. Feeling very comfortable. It's fine.
Wan Yunting moved to his desk and sat down,
taking out a brush and ink to follow the paper. I'll reissue a prescription. Take it for another 3 days and there will be no problem. Fang Shoshan nodded his head. Lin Si asked him what he was feeling now.
Wan Yunting wrote the prescription, then used his own carved seal and stamped it on the signature on the lower left side of the prescription.
Got up and went out to hand it over to Nurse Yen,
asking her to take it to the pharmacy for the pharmacists to grab the medicine.
When he came back and chatted with Fang Shoshan for a while, half an hour later, he started to collect the needles. Fang Shoshan obviously felt his legs were very strong. He sat up and said, Xiao Wan, I want to go down to the ground and try. Can?
Wan Yunting smiled and nodded. Lin Si wanted to say something but didn't stop him. He just nervously supported Fang Shoshan and told him to slow down.
The barefooted Fang Shoshan, supported by the two of them, was slowly placed on the ground. The cool floor stimulated the soles of his feet. A long-lost sensation made him agitated. His body shivered non-stop. Wan Yunting laughed. It's fine, try walking 2 steps. Fang Shoshan nodded his head, so he tried to control his left foot to raise it and take the first step in these 3 years. Both legs trembled slightly, but he stabilized. Fang Shoshan's old face was excited, and Lin Si even exclaimed, Can walk, master, you can really walk. Fang Shoshan's old face reddened, ecstatic. Then he didn't allow Wan Yunting and Lin Si to assist him, and tried to take the second step on his own. This time he also stood firmly, and he could no longer hold back his exhilaration as he exclaimed, I can walk now, little Wan, I can walk now. At this time, Jiang Yichuan and Li Chengde walked in, as well as Sister Yan, and the girls who heard the commotion also gathered around and watched as Fang Shoshan stood up, astonished. Look, Master Fang has really stood up. Old Fang, congratulations. Jiang Yichuan was overjoyed and was also happy for Fang Shoshan. Ha, I can finally stand up. Fang Shoshan laughed excitedly, old tears streaming down his face in excitement. For more than 3 whole years, searching for countless doctors and physicians, he had thought that he would die in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, today, he was able to stand up and walk. At this moment, it was impossible to use words to describe the excitement within Fang Shoshan's heart at this moment. Elder Fong, let's stop here for now. You're still not used to it. After tomorrow's acupuncture, you'll be able to get off the ground and walk normally.
Wan Yunting and Lin Si helped Fang Shoshan sit back on the wheelchair. It was already a miracle that he could get off the ground and take 2 steps now.
Good. Fang Shoshan's old hand tightly grasped Wan Yunting's arm. Little one. Ah, thank you.
Looking at Elder Fong so excited that he was once again in tears, Wan Yunting patted his old hand and laughed. Alright Elder, treating the sick and saving people is our job, so don't be polite to me anymore.
Fang Shoshan wiped a handful of tears of joy,
calmed his heart before saying,
Little one, tomorrow night, I will organize a family banquet. You must go then. Wan Yunting hesitated, but Fang Shoshan said, don't you refuse. Alright.
Wan Yunting thought about it and nodded his head in agreement.
He waited for Sister Yen to send up the grabbed medicine packs before sending Fang Shoshan and Lin Si and the others away. Wan Yunting smiled. It was just as well to follow up on this opportunity to meet Fang Yenshi. At this time, his cell phone rang. Picking it up to see that it was an unfamiliar number, Wan Yunting pressed answer. Hello, that one? Wan, it's me, Kong Hongwan. Mr. Kong. Wan Yunting didn't expect it to be him. You forgot. Last time I said I would invite you to dinner. At this moment, Kong Hongwan was sitting on his office. It just so happens that I have time at noon. Later I'll ask Secretary Lin to pick you up and have lunch at my home. Good.
Wan Yunting nodded his head in response.
Kong Hongwan said, that's all for now then. We'll talk again when we get home. After saying that, the two ended the call. Wan Yunting went back to his own clinic room. Jiang Yichuan and Li Changde didn't leave. Just as the three of them were drinking tea together, chatting about the 5th of next month, the Chinese Medicine Association's conference held at the Huadu University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and listening to them say who would go to participate. At this time Su Kur called, Brother Yun Ting, a patient came to our emergency department who was very strange. Sister Jiang and I can't find out the cause of her illness. I want to ask you to come over and take a look. Okay, I'll go over now. Wan Yunting nodded his head and greeted Jiang Yichuan, then got up and left the Chinese medicine department and ran towards the emergency department. Chapter 55, The Pissed Off Hygiene. Brother Yunting, you're here. In the emergency department, Su Kur saw Wan Yunting come in and immediately flew over to hug his arm, not caring about the other people's strange gazes. What kind of patient can't your emergency department check out? Wan Yunting asked, again ignoring the gazes of others. You'll know if you go in and take a look. Su Kur dragged him in towards a ward. Jiang Tongxin was sitting on a chair, frowning as she looked at the hospital bed, lying on a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Next to her stood a woman who was the girl's mother. Doctor, what kind of disease does my daughter have? Sister Jiang, Brother Yunting is here. Su Kur pulled Wan Yunting in. Jiang Tongxin got up and nodded to him, pointing at the girl on the hospital bed. She said her stomach hurts, but we took a film of her and couldn't check what the cause was. Looking at the girl's face full of pain, her small hands still covering her small stomach, Wan Yunting went straight up and smiled gently at the girl and said, Little sister, let me take your pulse first. The girl frowned and looked at him half-heartedly. Her mother did the same. However, Wan Yunting pulled the girl's wrist and began to take her pulse. Su Kur and Jiang Tongxin they didn't say anything and watched quietly. Wan Yunting finished looking at the girl's left hand and then switched to her right hand for a full minute before letting go. He smiled and asked, You didn't have breakfast this morning, did you? Nope. The girl shook her head and Wan Yunting continued to ask, Did you eat Chongqing hot pot last night? The girl's mom was surprised. How do you know? Su Kur and Jiang Tongxin, and the other nurse ladies were also surprised and asked, Could it be that she had a stomach ache because she ate hot pot? No. Wan Yunting shook his head slightly and looked at the girl and laughed. If I'm not wrong, she should be a precursor to her first period. Ah. Su Kur and the girls were shocked. My first period didn't hurt as much as hers. These words made Jiang Tongxin and the other two nurse ladies embarrassed. This girl was really not shy. That's because she ate spicy food last night. Plus she didn't eat anything this morning, so it's more painful than normal. Wan Yunting explained. Then what should we do now? It's not a solution for her to be in pain like this, Jiang Tongxin said. Wan Yunting said to the girl's mother, You go over to the Chinese medicine department, buy xiangshou, red peony and sanchi, a total of 3 Chinese medicines, and then let the pharmacist help you prepare brown sugar to add to the medicine and cook it together for half an hour. Also, cook her a few more eggs, and after eating them, she'll be fine. Okay, I'll go now. Without thinking, the girl's mother turned around and went out to trot towards the Chinese medicine department next door. Brother Yun Ting, you're awesome, you solved it as soon as you came. Su Kur happy, eyes full of admiration looking at Wan Yunting, which makes the next two nurses face to face. Jiang Tongxin secretly nodded. Have to say that sometimes Western medicine instruments cannot check out the disease. In the case of Chinese medicine pulse, can easily see the disease. Wan Yunting did not idle.
pinch the girl's tiger's mouth and a few other points.
Soothe her pain. In a while her face eased a lot. At noon,
the girl's mother brought 5 eggs, and carrying boiled medicinal soup back,
fed the girl to eat. Stomach pain is better than half. Wan Yunting saw that he was fine before walking out of the emergency department. Su Kor followed. Brother Yunting, it's noon. Let's go eat together. Wan Yunting shook his head.
I have to go to the richest man's house for dinner at noon.
Wow, he really invited you to dinner, Su Kor exclaimed.
Wan Yunting smiled and nodded his head, just about to say something when a yellow Porsche sports car came whizzing by and stopped directly in front of them.
Wow, what a handsome sports car.
The nurse's eyes glowed at the sight of the sports car.
Handsome.
Jiani handsomely ruffled his hair,
causing Su Kor to roll her eyes in disdain. Che, it's just a Porsche 718. What's there to show off?
These words surprised Wan Yunting.
You seem to know a lot about this. He. I watched it on TV. Su Kor smiled at him.
But Wan Yunting didn't believe her words.
After this period of contact,
he realized that this girl's family was not ordinary, or at least not a girl from an ordinary family.
Yo, so it's you, the forced J criminal. What are you doing in our emergency department?
Jiani's heart hated Wan Yunting when he saw him.
For you to care, Su Kor answered for Wan Yunting. Jiani was disdainful,
pointing at his sports car and smiling smugly.
Kid, look at this sports car of mine. Do you have it?
Seeing this guy's face of showing off,
Wan Yunting lazily ignored him. Just now Kong Hongwen's secretary Lin phone called. He was driving over to pick himself up,
so he told him to wait in front of the emergency department. It's also true that you're a scum who just got out of prison. Not to mention that your one family has long been bankrupt. It's normal that you can't afford to drive this kind of sports car now. Jiani's face was full of teasing as he sarcastically mocked at Wan Yunting.
Director who are you calling scum? Su Kor's eyes were wide and angry. Isn't he just scum? Jiani,
who had already recovered his right hand,
pointed at Wan Yunting and said, I poo, you're the scum. Su Kor was so angry that she cursed. Jiani pointed at her. Kor, do you not want to turn? At that moment,
Wan Yunting pulled Su Kor behind him, pointing at Jiani's right hand.
The last lesson didn't hurt enough, did it? Do you want both arms dislocated this time? So you can't drive a sports car.
At the mention of this, Jiani was filled with anger.
Kid, don't think you're great just because you can fight. Now that you've transferred to the Chinese medicine department, I can still get you.
Wan Yunting shook his head and laughed. For someone like Jiani who was relying on his father to do wrong,
he really didn't want to care about him. Suddenly,
a red collectible Ferrari LaFerrari supercar slowly drove over,
stopping next to Jiani's Porsche sports car,
instantly stunning those doctors and nurses in the emergency department,
and the patients coming and going. Dig trough. Since it's a Ferrari LaFerrari, this is a 14-year already discontinued collector's edition supercar.
Market value of tens of millions of dollars.
A passerby who knew about cars exclaimed.
Jiani was full of shock. Especially this sports car has been parked with his own Porsche sports car.
Instantly the other party into a slag. The car door opened. It was Kong Hongwen's secretary Lin Gaofeng.
With a smile on his face,
he quickly walked towards Wan Yunting,
taking the initiative to reach out and politely smiled.
Dr. Wan, Mr. Kong asked me to come over to pick you up and go to his house as a guest for lunch. Okay, trouble you Secretary Lin.
Wan Yunting smiled calmly, but Jiani beside him froze,
staring blankly at Wan Yunting as if he couldn't hear anything.
Wan Yunting glanced at him and then smiled at Lin Feng.
Can I borrow this car for a bit?
Sure. Lin Gaofeng immediately took out the car key and handed it to him.
Thanks, Wan Yunting,
who then took the car keys, turned his head to look at the side, already dumbfounded Jiani, and shook the car keys in front of him.
Who was it that said just now that I've never driven a sports car? Back to God's heart Jiani angry I can't. This mother asterisk is two-face. Angry, cut. This car is not yours.
But then Lin Gaofeng laughed. Dr.
Wan, this car is a gift from Mr. Kong to you. Jiani's expression froze, petrified on the spot. This is too generous.
The doctors and nurses from the emergency department who were watching were also shocked by Lin Feng's words, but Wan Yunting shook his head and laughed.
Forget about the gift. Just let me drive it once to get over it. Let's go. With that said, the two of them got into the supercar, driven by Wan Yunting,
and slowly turned around to leave the emergency department.
Kor, go eat.
Zhang Tongxin came out and pulled Su Kor to the back cafeteria to eat.
Jiani came back to his senses. Tongxin, let's go eat outside together. Forget it, just you driving a broken trash sports car. You also want to ask Sister Jiang out. Dream on. Su Kor twisted her head and scoffed at him. Grass.
Jiani was so angry that his face turned red. Looking at the Porsche sports car he just mentioned, angrily he lifted his foot and kicked the front of the car hard,
resulting in a wail. Holding his foot in jumping,
causing the other doctors and nurses to see his comical scene, and couldn't help but snicker. "What are you laughing at? Have you guys?" Jianni was full of annoyance, then turned his head and pointed at the hospital gate. "Long gone Wan Yunting them, angry and furious, forced J criminals you wait for me. The old man is not going to let you go." Chapter 56, Kan Nolan. Hongchang Garden. The villa garden where the rich lived, could be described as either rich or noble. Wan Yunting drove tens of millions of super sports car, slowly arrived at the garden gate. Security hurriedly opened the door to let the sports car in. Lin Feng pointed out the way, and soon at a villa garden gate that covers an area of several thousand square meters, butler rushed to open the villa courtyard automatic iron gate. The sports car slowly drove in, parked in the side of the exclusive parking space, only to see the other parking spaces also parked with a variety of luxury cars. Clear color are more than 5 million sedans and sports cars. Wan Yunting and Lin Feng got out of the car, and the butler, dressed in a suit, politely greeted him. "You are Dr. Wan, right? Hello." Wan Yunting politely returned the greeting. The butler smiled. "The old madam has been waiting in the living room for a long time. Dr. Wan, please follow me." Wan Yunting nodded, and Lin Fengao followed the housekeeper through the garden in the courtyard. And from afar, he saw that in a small pavilion on the east side, an old woman dressed in crimson attire, with a friendly face, was none other than Kong Hongwen's old mother. "Little Wan, I can finally expect you to come." As soon as the old madam saw Wan Yunting, her face was full of smiles and she rose to greet him. "Don't, old madam, you quickly sit down." Wan Yunting lowered his waist. After all, he was a junior. He couldn't afford for the old man to get up to greet her, and hurriedly helped her to sit down. Such a scene made the nearby Lin Fengfeng couldn't help but look at Wan Yunting in a high light. "Little Wan, call me grandma, don't be so polite to me." The old lady also pulled Wan Yunting to sit down, very enthusiastic, as cordial as seeing her grandson. Wan Yunting smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I'll take your pulse first and review how your body is recovering." "Good, good." Saying this, the old lady stretched out her wrist. Wan Yunting then put his 3 fingers on the pulse and carefully took her pulse, then let her stick out her tongue and look at it before he smiled. "Grandma, your body is recovering well. There's no big problem, just eat more light food in the future." "Good, I'll listen to you." The old madam smiled happily. Wan Yunting whirled around and asked, "Where are General Manager Kong and Mrs. Zhou?" "General Manager Kong is still at the company. He'll be back later." "And Mrs. Zhou went on a business trip overseas," Lin Fengfeng said. The old madam asked the butler when she could have lunch and the butler said, "Old madam, there are still 40 minutes before the banquet." In order to invite Wan Yunting for the banquet, Kang Hongwen had invited Huadu's best Chinese chef to cook at home and was now busy in the back kitchen. "Shaolin, you first take Wan to the back to stroll around, and by the way, call Nolan back for dinner." The old lady knew that young people didn't like to chat with old ladies like her, so she had Lin Fengfeng take Wan Yunting to the back to stroll around the garden and the exercise room, where her granddaughter, Kong Nolan, was in the back exercise room. "Okay." Lin Gaofeng nodded his head, so Wan Yunting got up as well, and the two of them leisurely strolled around the garden of this luxurious villa of the richest man, what with the Chinese artificial landscape wigwam buildings and pavilions and so on, through the back garden corridor, then saw a glass building exercise room, all glass steel frame structure, can clearly see inside. There are a few figures wearing white practice clothes, seems to be playing taekwondo. Dr. Wan, Missy and her classmates are practicing taekwondo inside. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Fengfeng smiled. Wan Yunting nodded his head. It was boring anyway, so there was no harm in going in to take a look. Ha! Snap! Spinning back kick. A 5-centimeter wooden board was kicked into 2 halves. At that moment, the few youths onlookers applauded. Good. Nolan's back kick is very good. Not only is the force strong, but the accuracy is also sufficient. This time, our taekwondo exchange match with the H country is stable. The one who spoke was a handsome young man in his 20s. He was dressed in a white taekwondo practice uniform, with a green and blue belt tied around his waist, representing that he was a taekwondo 5th level expert. It was important to know that taekwondo, which was standardized in the country of H, was divided into 10 levels, from the 10th level of white belt, to the strongest black belt, which is divided into levels by various color ribbons. The green and blue belt is the 5th level. The fact that he was such a young man and was a 5th level expert showed that he was very talented when it came to taekwondo. Meanwhile, the girl who kicked away the wooden board was also in her 20s, with a head of long black hair tied in a ponytail, dry and sharp. She possessed a stunning face, with a hint of perseverance in her heroic eyebrows, especially her pair of beautiful eyes, sharp and godly. Just now when she kicked the wooden board, it was like a female leopard staring at its prey, full of ruthlessness, coupled with her height of 1.7 meters. Her body was perfectly proportioned, with a pair of long white legs. Even with her white practicing clothes, she could not hide the curves of her body, and she was similarly tied with a grade 5 green and blue ribbon on her waist. She was none other than Kong Hongwan's daughter.
Kong Nolan, senior brother Yi is right. We will definitely be able to beat the H-country exchange students this time.
A sweet-looking, petite girl jumped out. Her name was Yang Siyu, Kong Nolan's best friend who was her bosom friend, and she had a yellow ribbon tied around her thin waist,
representing Taekwondo 8th grade.
The other 3 boys, and 2 girls, were all 7th grade yellow and green belts. The only youth named Yi Zhanyang and Kong Nolan were 5th grade. 2 weeks later, they would be representing Huadu University to participate in a Taekwondo exchange competition at Shi University in H country.
Kong Nolan and Yi Zhanyang were the elite players selected by their school's Taekwondo team,
so they had been practicing together diligently all this time.
Even though today was a Saturday,
they were both invited by Kong Nolan to practice in the sports room at home, in order to be able to go to the exchange competition at Seoul University in Country H,
to win a good ranking, and take the honor for the school.
Wang Yunting and Lin Fengfeng, who quietly walked in, looked at Kong Nolan Yi Zhengyang's group of college students who were practicing,
and laughed. This daughter of Mr. Kong,
unlike other young ladies,
who like brand name bags and clothes, she's an uncompromising martial arts fanatic.
Oh, Wang Yunting looked at Kong Nolan with surprise. He had to say that this girl was very pretty. Compared to Fong Yenshi and Ling Wei,
she was not weak at all. She's been into Taekwondo since she was a child,
and is now a 5th level expert.
Lin Fengfeng laughed.
Wang Yunting nodded his head, having just witnessed Kong Nolan kicking the wooden boards, and nodded his head and smiled.
It's really not bad. It's just that the strength is a bit lacking.
Although the voice was not loud, there was an echo in the exercise room. Yi Zhengyang over there heard it. He raised his sword brows, turned back and slanted a glance at Wang Yunting,
humming, "If you don't know Taekwondo, don't talk nonsense here, lest it affects Nolan's practice." Kong Nolan and Yang Siyu turned back, only to realize that Wang Yunting and Lin Gaofeng standing in the doorway.
Seeing that they were strangers, this made Nolan Kang's heart unhappy and said with a cold pretty face,
"Brother Feng, didn't I tell you before not to come in and disturb me when I'm practicing?"
"Missy, actually your power is indeed almost interesting." Wang Yunting interrupted Lin Fengfeng and said to them with a smile. Seeing that he still dared to talk back,
Kong Nolan became even more displeased.
Yi Zhengyang's mouth smiled.
"Listening to you, you also practiced Taekwondo?"
Wang Yunting shook his head.
"I haven't practiced, but I know a red and black belt expert. 1st degree red and black belt."
Yang Siyu and the others exclaimed in shock.
Yi Zhanyang sneered. "Bragging is not a good idea. If you look at the entire Huadu,
the only person who can reach the 1st degree red and black belt master is Xu Xiangguan."
"You know him? Old Xu?"
Wang Yunting laughed softly. He couldn't help but think of 2 years ago, that Xu Xiangguan who was sentenced to 8 months in prison for injuring someone else.
In prison, he was pestering himself every day to learn internal kung fu. That said,
I haven't seen that guy for a long time.
Forget it, it's better if he doesn't know that I'm out of jail, so that he doesn't come looking for me every day.
Wang Yunting shook his head and smiled to himself. This made Yi Zhanyang and Yang Siyu look at each other in dismay.
Kong Nolan's willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled,
like a falcon's almond eyes gazing at Wang Yunting.
Suddenly,
she rushed in with an arrow step.
A straight kick kicked towards Wang Yunting's brain,
frightening Lin Gaofeng beside him with a shocking change in his face.
But the next second,
Wang Yunting's head flashed to the left. Impartially dodging, Kong Nolan kicked his right foot.
White ankle, callus on the toes.
It is often practicing kicking and punching before this callus will appear. It seems that this girl is indeed a martial arts nerd. Chapter 57, Please accept me as your disciple.
The speed is slow.
Wang Yunting had a smile on his face as he looked at Kong Nolan, who was still maintaining her kicking motion in front of him,
as if he was a master instructing his disciple, calm and collected. Kong Nolan's pretty face was cold,
as if she was provoked by the other party. Instantly she withdrew her leg and landed on the ground.
A 180-degree spinning back kick. Her left foot swept towards Wang Yunting's head. Splat. Flesh against flesh.
Wang Yunting raised his hand and blocked her sweeping left foot.
His foot was like a pine, standing still with a smile on his face. Not enough power. Now Kong Nolan frowned tightly, hastily collected her legs and retreated 2 steps, her almond eyes staring at Wang Yunting. Just now she used 7 points of her own strength, but this person in front of her, even effortlessly caught her own foot. Except for the wind of his foot that made his short hair move slightly, his body didn't move at all. This made Kong Nolan's heart alarmed, knowing that this person was definitely an expert. But unbelieving her willow eyebrows frowned, her eyes were stern, only to see Kong Nolan's right foot gathering strength, her waist strength not turning, her left foot landing, rotating 360 degrees in the air one after another, and her right foot once again swept towards Wang Yunting. This time, she used her full strength. Lin Gaofeng and Yi Zhanyang, who were on the side, could also see that she was using her full strength. this kid is dead. That's right, Sister Kong is on our taekwondo team.
Her strength doesn't lose to the male competitors. A full force strike. Taking a hit is a grade 10 concussion. Those few boys and girls sneered, but the next second, it shocked their jaws off. Splat. Again. There was the sound of flesh on flesh. Wan Yunting raised his right hand, still like just a moment ago, easily receiving Connolan's full force blow. His body shape was like a pine, still not moving. How is it possible? Yi Zhangyang and the others exclaimed, dumbfounded. Kong Nolan took a few steps back. Her almond eyes changed in shock as she looked at the smiling Wan Yunting, her heart shaking. This person in front of her was as if he was a huge mountain, making it impossible for her to pass over it. It seemed as if her own self-confidence was shattered inch by inch at this moment, and her emotions gradually went out of control. Again, unconvinced, Connolan's eyes were sharp as she clenched her shell teeth and attacked Wan Yunting once again. Snap. Flesh touching flesh hitting sound. 10 seconds continuously kicked out 20 legs. As a result, Wan Yunting stood motionless as steady as an old dog, facing Kong Nolan's beautiful legs that kept kicking away. A faint fragrance of sweat came. How sour. However, Yi Zhangyang and Yang Xiyu and a few other male and female students were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Lin Feng was likewise so. Although this Missy was a daughter, she was after all a 5th-level taekwondo expert. Facing her full-force ferocious attack, Wan Yunting's amazing performance also stunned him. Alright, that's enough. Facing Kong Nolan's constant attacks, Wan Yunting was a bit helpless. Originally he just wanted to point out Kong Hongwon, this big lady, but the result was that he didn't have any idea but instead angered the person's high self-esteem, which was out of control. Seeing that she hadn't stopped, Wan Yunting saw that it wasn't an option, so he returned the favor. On top of Kong Nolan's broken moves, he just lightly slapped a palm on her chest. It was so elastic. Nolan, watching Connolan fly out backwards and fall hard on the ground, Lin Feng and Yi Zhangyang Yang Xiyu exclaimed in shock as they went over. Let's go together. Yi Zhangyang was completely enraged and greeted the others as they surrounded Wan Yunting. Slap. Yeah. In less than a minute, Yi Zhangyang and Yang Xiyu, the 6 of them, were lying on the ground with indecent movements and screaming miserably, shocking Kong Nolan's pretty face to be dumbfounded and unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Dr. Wan, you're a bit too much. Lin Gaofeng's face was full of helplessness. He didn't even know what to say. Wan Yunting dryly laughed to hide his embarrassment. Mr. Kong should be back. We'd better go back and eat, said this kid to trot outside. Looking at the east and west, wailing and screaming Yi Zhangyang Yang Xiyu them, Lin Feng helplessly got up and followed out. Back to Kong Nolan asked, who is he? Lin Gaofeng twisted his head and looked at her. He is Dr. Wan, the very physician who cured your grandmother's illness some time ago. Today it was your father who invited him to come to the house as a guest for dinner. Physician? Connolan froze, his mind replaying Wan Yunting's words just now. He kept pointing out his shortcomings. Got into trouble. The Wan Yunting who came out was a bit chagrined. Had he known that he would have chatted with the old madam about the family and not gone to the back to watch the fun? Not to mention hitting Kong Hongwon's daughter. If she complained to Kong Hongwon later, how embarrassed he would have to be. Forget it, better hurry back to work, said Wan Yunting as he tried to run, only for Kong Hongwon to come back and meet up with him. Xiao Wan, come back for dinner soon. Wan Yunting was filled with embarrassment. Kong Hongwon asked, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Kong Hongwon went up and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. The dishes are ready. Accompany me to drink a couple of cups later. This can't escape Wan Yunting. Can only be pulled by Kong Hongwon back to the villa's large living room, into the luxurious dining room. The walls are hung with all kinds of celebrities' paintings. There are also oversized round tables are built with mahogany. The pattern is exquisite. The price is not expensive. On the dining table, it was already filled with a variety of dishes, colorful and fragrant. It could be seen that Kong Hongwon didn't like those things in foreign countries. Even his daughter's study of taekwondo he was against. Xiao Wan, quickly sit down to eat. The old madam had already sat down. Kong Hongwon politely asked him to sit first. Wan Yunting had to sit down first. Then Lin Feng walked back. The old madam asked, where's Nolan? Why hasn't he come out to eat yet? Doesn't he know that the family is coming to have an honored guest today? Grandma, I'm coming. Returning to her room, changing into a blue dress, Kong Nolan, with her long hair put down, immediately gave a kind of pure and arrogant orchid-like beautiful and touching. This is Dr. Wan. Grandma's illness is thanks to him. The old madam pulled her granddaughter and pointed at Wan Yunting to introduce him. Looking at Kong Nolan's indifferent eyes, Wan Yunting averted his gaze for a moment and touched his nose in embarrassment. Xiao Lin, go to the wine room and bring out 2 bottles of Mao Tai from my collection. I want to have a good drink with Wan. Kong Hongwon called out. Lin Feng nodded and immediately went down to the wine room to get the wine. The servants started to serve soup and rice to Wan Yunting, and the old lady and Kong Hongwon very enthusiastically invited Wan Yunting to eat the food. Only Kong Nolan, who was sitting beside the old lady, was expressionless. But all of a sudden, she raised her head. Her pair of tough eyes looked straight at Wan Yunting and said, "Can you teach me kung fu?" Wan Yunting was stunned and looked up at her. The old lady and Kong Hongwon were also stunned and turned their heads to look at Kong Nolan. "I want to worship you as my master," Kong Nolan said with incomparable seriousness. But Kong Hongwon and the old madam were filled with doubt and twisted their heads to look at Wan Yunting, as if asking, "What did you do to my daughter?" "I'm sorry, just now. I was the one who hit a little harder." Wan Yunting thought that this girl had been beaten by herself to the point that her brain was confused. "Please take me as your disciple." Kong Nolan got up and directly bowed 90 degrees to Wan Yunting, who was sitting across from him. This time Wan Yunting was filled with embarrassment, and his heart screamed, playing big, especially when Kong Nolan bent over. V neckline low, inside the scenery in the eyes, drink a mouthful of soup. Wan Yunting almost did not spit out, and hastily covered his mouth, while waving his hand, don't. You first get up." Completely unaware of what's going on, Kong Hongwon asked, "Wan, what's going on here?" Wan Yunting looked up and glanced at Kong Nolan still bowing, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at the inside of someone's neckline, full of embarrassment and bitter smiles. "Just now, in the back exercise room, I was sparring with them in martial arts." "Martial arts? You practiced kung fu?" Kong Hongwon was surprised. Wan Yunting nodded. "In prison, I learned some three-legged kung fu from an old master. It's not worth mentioning." "You're being modest." Kong Hongwon blinked him suspiciously. For his daughter, who had always been arrogant in heart, Kong Hongwon knew that to make her bow her head and beg for a master from a person, it was definitely Wan Yunting who had conquered her in martial arts. Otherwise Kong Nolan would not have been like this, looking at his daughter still bowing, with the meaning that she won't get up until he agrees. Kong Hongwon laughed. "Wan, since you know martial arts, why don't you instruct her a little bit, so that she doesn't have to practice those things in foreign countries every day, which are not useful to look at and are all flowery." Seeing Kong Hongwon saying this, Wan Yunting could only nod his head. Worshipping a master is not necessary. Asking for guidance is fine. It couldn't be helped. If Kong Nolan didn't get up, he was going to get a nosebleed himself. "Thank you." Conneran sincerely thanked him before straightening up. "Alright, sit down and eat." Seeing Lin Gaofeng bring up the wine, Kong Hongwon told his daughter to sit down and eat, and he started drinking with Wan Yunting. Chapter 58. I'll give you a loan. Not bad, Xiao Wan. Such a good amount of alcohol. After 3 rounds of drinking, Kong Hongwon's old face was slightly red, but he saw that Wan Yunting's face was not red and his heart was not jumping. There was no trace of drunkenness, so it was evident that he had an extraordinary amount of alcohol. "Mr. Kong overpraised. Maybe it's because I practice martial arts. I can drink a little." Wan Yunting waved his hand and smiled modestly. Kong Hongwon smiled and nodded his head, not dwelling on this issue of alcohol consumption. Then he laughed and said, "I've heard quite a bit about self-strengthening financial group. Why don't you ask me to help?" Wan Yunting, who was chucking food, gave a start, smiled slightly and shook his head. "It's just a small matter. I don't want to trouble you, Mr. Kong. This is not a small matter." Kong Hongwon put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Wan Yunting and laughed. "If you still encounter this problem next time, feel free to come to me. I will help you solve it." Hearing this, Wan Yunting picked up his wineglass and nodded with a smile. "Good, I toast you. Come, let's not talk about that. Drink." Kong Hongwon also smiled as he held his wineglass and clinked it with him. The two of them directly finished off the white wine in the glass. Regarding the matter of Wan Yunting breaking into the self-strengthening financial group at night last night and violently beating up the Shin family's father and son, many people didn't feel surprised, because Wan Yunting, in everyone's eyes, he is a juggernaut, coupled with the fact that he has just been released from prison. To do such violent behavior, everyone thinks it is very normal. However, Kong Hongwon didn't think so, because from the first time he met Wan Yunting, he felt that this young man didn't look like a simple-minded person who would only use violence to solve problems, because there was a sense of mystery about Wan Yunting. Even a big shot like Kong Hongwon couldn't see through his mind from his deep and wise eyes. Perhaps violence was just his cover point, and the bankruptcy of the self-strengthening financial group was his true purpose. The two didn't pull this topic any further. You had a cup and I had a cup. Soon Kong Hongwon couldn't top it. Seeing this, Wan Yunting got up and smiled. "It's getting late. I should go back too." "Good, Missy, you see Dr. Wan off. I'll help your father upstairs first, and later I'll come down and drive Dr. Wan back." Lin Gaofeng didn't drink, and after saying a word to Kong Nolan, who had been accompanying him, he helped the drunken Kong Hongwon to go upstairs first. Wan Yunting nodded his head and smiled at Kong Nolan before he turned around and went out to stroll around the courtyard's garden. "Master, do you have time this afternoon?" Kong Nolan, who was silently following him,
Asked a question.
Wan Yunting twisted his head to look at her,
Shook his head and laughed. I don't have time in the afternoon. Also, don't call me master.
It's weirdly twisted.
Con Nolan asked expressionlessly. Then what do I call you?
I'm a few years older than you.
Why don't you call me brother? Connoran's pretty face was cold and said, it's better to call me teacher. Gotta. Whatever you want. Then when will you be free to teach me strength and speed? When I'm free.
Wan Yunting carried his hands behind his back and leisurely admired the flowers and plants in the yard.
Con Nolan obediently followed behind him and said,
I'm going to attend a competition at Seoul University in 2 weeks,
so I'd still like to ask teacher to take the time to teach me.
Wan Yunting twisted his head and glanced at her,
sighing, in fact, I work every day, plus there are many things to do. I guess I don't have that much time. But Con Nolan didn't die. As long as teacher can find more time to teach me, I can fulfill whatever you want. Wan Yunting was stunned.
Turning his head to look at the pretty and sincere Con Nolan, Lin Feng was right. This girl was really a martial arts fanatic. At once his brain floated out. This girl's previous image of bowing at the dining table.
Wan Yunting's mouth corner bad smile. What do I want? You can give me?
Yes.
Connoran nodded his head, his attitude incomparably sincere. Alright, tomorrow at noon you go to the Southern Chinese Medicine Department to find me. Wan Yunting gave himself a slap to dispel those messy thoughts. Since he promised people, how can he be a qualified beast? Bah, good teacher.
Lin Feng came out, so he drove that Ferrari sports car again to send Wan Yunting back. But he didn't go back to the Southern Hospital, but went to the First People's Hospital. At the moment in the senior ward, just lying next to Wang Chulin,
the second brother Wan Dongming, at the moment has woken up.
Eyes numbly listening to his mother-in-law Zhang Pei Hui in the chatter. Blame your third brother who was a Jake-convict.
He didn't go early and he didn't go late. He chose to go last night.
If we were allowed to borrow $500 million from the self-strengthening financial group first,
how good it would be. The result is now good. The money did not loan. Their company bankruptcy, resulting in our Wines group has a capital break problem. All the responsibility is on your brothers.
At this moment Zhang Pei Hui,
completely like a shrew,
pointing at Wan Dongming on the hospital bed and scolding him.
Wang Chulin, who couldn't listen to it, bitterly begged, Mom, can you stop?
It's not Dongming and Yunting's fault.
I've already inquired. The one who broke Shin Junjia's hand was the person from Lingwei Club.
It wasn't Yunting who did it at all.
I don't care.
Right now I only know that he should take full responsibility for the problem of our Wang group's broken funds. Zhang Pei Hui pointed at the numb-faced Wan Dongming and shouted, Humph. Ever since his juggernaut brother was released from prison, our Wang family has never had a good thing happen to them.
If I had known that, I shouldn't have recruited him as a son-in-law. Now it's good that I've got this juggernaut who's causing trouble. It's really bad luck.
Zhang Pei Hui ranted and raved.
Finally on the bed Wan Dongming couldn't stand it and exploded, roaring, Enough, you shut up. Suddenly roaring, staring Wang Chulin and Zhang Pei Hui, looking at the hideous Wan Dongming, he angrily said, Don't you just dislike me for being useless? Fine, then I'll satisfy you now. Turn around and I'll divorce Chulin and leave your Wang family. Satisfied? No, Dongming, don't be like this. Wang Chulin was in a hurry.
Wan Dongming twisted his head to look at her,
gritted his teeth and said painfully, Chulin, I'm sorry, I've had enough. You guys don't force me anymore, okay? Oh, I won't divorce. Wang Chulin lay down in Wan Dongming's arms and sobbed. Fine, that's what you said. Tomorrow I'll have my lawyer draft the divorce papers.
Zhang Pei Hui clapped her hands, looking at her daughter lying in Wan Dongming's chest and crying.
She went up and tugged Wang Chulin up. Chulin, what are you crying for? Don't want a loser like him? Turn around, Mom, and find you a good husband. Mom, you've had enough.
The equally fed up Wang Chulin shook off her mother fiercely.
I won't divorce Dongming. I'm going to marry out. I'm going to follow Dongming. Wherever he goes, I'll follow him there.
I'll never divorce him in my life. Zhang Pei Hui glared at her daughter who dared to contradict herself.
She was so angry that she cursed. Wang Chulin, you have hardened your wings now. Do you still want to marry out? I tell you, there is no door.
This marriage you must divorce. Looking at her mother said firmly.
Wang Chulin was heartbroken,
lying in Wan Dongming's arms and crying nonstop.
But at some point,
Wan Yunting was already standing on the doorway of the living room.
Listening to what they just said made his face gloomy. Coldly said, Auntie, as the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. You're forcing my second brother and second sister-in-law to divorce like this. Don't you have a bad conscience?
Zhang Pei Hui turned her head and was surprised to see that the visitor was Wan Yunting.
You even came out. Last night, Wan Yunting was arrested and taken to the police station.
And so far everyone still thought that he had been detained. Third brother. Wan Dongming's face was filled with excitement when he saw Wan Yunting. He had already heard about what happened last night at the self-strengthening financial group.
Second brother, are you better now?
Wang Yunting glared at Zhang Peihui and walked over to take his second brother's pulse to have a look. It's fine, but it's just a matter of breaking both hands. The doctor will just pick it up and nurse it back for a month or so.
Wang Dongming laughed.
Well, turn around and I'll prepare some medicine for you to put on. It won't take more than half a month to get well. Wang Yunting nodded his head.
Reacting back, Zhang Peihui pointed at him. Forcible J offender. You came just in time. If it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have caused the self-strengthening financial group to not give our Wang family a loan of $500 million. You two brothers have to be responsible for this matter.
Wang Yunting turned his head and looked at her coldly.
How do you want us to be responsible?
Give us a loan of $500 million to solve the problem of our Wang group's broken capital.
Zhang Peihui hummed.
Wang Dongming was furious. Where do you want us to get a loan of $500 million?
That I don't care.
Zhang Peihui wrapped her hands around her chest and snorted condescendingly.
Fine, I'll give you a loan.
Wang Yunting nodded his head. With that he took out his cell phone and called Lin Feng.
Secretary Lin, have you left yet? Chapter 59, he can't stay. Well, I'm at the hospital buying bruise medicine for Missy and the others. Lin Feng,
who was downstairs at the moment,
was buying medicine to go back and give to those classmates of Con Nolan. Just in time, please come up to the No. 7 advanced ward. Okay, I'll go up now. Lin Feng nodded, hung up the phone and went straight up, knocked on the door and Wang Yunting went to open it. Zhang Peihui was filled with surprise when she saw that it was Kong Hongwen's secretary Lin Feng. Secretary Lin,
I want to make a loan of $500 million to Mr.
Kong in my personal name, is that okay?
Wang Yunting didn't talk nonsense and directly said to Lin Gaofeng, who couldn't figure out the situation.
Okay, 500 million small money, I can take it to you now, no need to go through Mr. Kong.
Lin Feng nodded and laughed. This time Zhang Peihui excited, but in his heart and surprised. This Wang Yunting and Kong Hongwen secretary relationship is so good.
Opening a loan of 500 million, do not even think about it.
Not ashamed to be the richest man in Huadu.
Are you satisfied now?
Wang Yunting twisted his head and looked at her. Zhang Peihui was excited in her heart. As long as she could get this 500 million, she could solve the problem of Wang's group's broken capital. However, the next words made Zhang Peihui storm out. Lin Feng had already taken out the check and was ready to open the 500 million funds, but as a result,
Wang Yunting grinned. No need, Secretary Lin. I'm just kidding you. Lin Gaofeng was at a standstill,
and Zhang Peihui behind him was dumbfounded. Wang Yunting glanced at her and sneered.
I just want to see someone angry. Forced J criminal. You tricked me. Zhang Peihui, who had a face full of grimace, screamed angrily. That's right, I am tricking you.
Wang Yunting laughed lightly at the corner of his mouth, looking at the stormy Zhang Peihui. If she wasn't second sister-in-law's mother, he would have gone up and given her a few big mouths.
Asterisk 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 asterisk, you will definitely not die well. The furious Zhang Peihui, feeling no face to stay any longer, angrily left.
Wang Yunting was unimpressed and apologized to Lin Feng again.
I'm sorry, Secretary Lin, for making you run. Small matter. If you really need money, feel free to tell me.
Lin Gaofeng didn't care,
smiled and waved his hand as he left as well.
Wang Yunting turned around,
looked at his second brother and second sister-in-law on the hospital bed, and said to Wang Chulin, second sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Wang Chulin shook her head. It's my mother, she's too brutal. Just now,
her mother was forcing herself and Dongming to divorce. She had already seen through it and said gently to Wang Dongming,
when your hand gets better, we'll move out.
But Wang Dongming was silent.
Wang Yunting did not know what to say. This is the choice of the two of them as husband and wife. It is not good for him to say anything more, but he will respect the choice of the second brother. Wang Yunting left the First People's Hospital in the front foot. Chen Tao and Huang Dawei came over in the back foot, because last night Shen Junjie was sent here for treatment. As for Shen Ziqiang,
he had already been sent to a mental hospital for treatment.
Chen Tao, you harmed me. You killed my father. Lying on the hospital bed, Shen Junjie, all his limbs were plastered and unable to move, but his face was full of grimace. When he saw Chen Tao come in, he angrily cursed, if it wasn't for you, my dad wouldn't have gone crazy because of the company's bankruptcy. Shen Xiao,
you calm down.
Huang Dawei went up and pressed the emotional Shen Junjie. His body kept struggling, but his limbs couldn't move. He could only rush Chen Tao and roared angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I'm going to kill you. Because Shen Ziqiang had said that they were being used as a gun by Chen Tao. If they didn't take the initiative to provoke Wang Yunting and break his second brother's hands, last night's incident wouldn't have happened. Now Shen Junjie, who finally understood what was going on, now he could not wait to pounce and bite Chen Tao to death. Nurses, you guys go out first. Seeing that there are still 2 nurses in the ward, Chen Tao smiled and asked them to go out before turning back to look at the hospital bed. Being held down by Huang Dawei Shen Junjie, Shen Xiao, don't be ridiculous,
Obviously the one who killed Dad to go crazy was Wan Yunting.
How is it me Chun Tao Ah? You have to calm down now. Get well and recuperate. When you are well, we will go together to find Wan Yunting to take revenge. Okay? I'll take revenge on you. Emotionally agitated Shin Junjia's face was hideous. My father was right. You are a sinister and cunning villain. I only blame that I trusted you too much in the beginning. He.
Chen Tao laughed softly, as he took off his glasses, taking out the handkerchief on his chest to wipe his glasses. You're right. It was indeed me who used your father and son to test Wan Yunting.
But Shen Xiao, I didn't expect to cause this situation today. Much less did I want your father to become crazy. I came here today to ask you what exactly happened last night.
Why would there be an overseas mysterious organization that used a large amount of money to bring down your self-strengthening financial group at any cost?
Chen Tao's eyes were shadowy.
This was the purpose of his visit.
Right now,
everyone outside believed that it was the suspected violation of the law by several overseas financing projects of the self-strengthening financial group that had been attacked by those in the meter country.
However, Chen Tao didn't believe it because it was all too coincidental,
and he thought that it definitely had nothing to do with Wan Yunting.
Say, is it Wan Yunting who did this? Chen Tao looked straight at Junjie Shin on the hospital bed and said,
but he couldn't even listen to Chen Tao's words right now.
Growling madly, I don't know. I just want to kill you sinister villain right now. Chen Tao's gloomy eyes turned cold,
went up and grabbed the collar of Junjie Shin's clothes.
Junjie Shin, you'd better think clearly. The only person who can help you now is me. Chen Tao. Yuck. Shin Junjie spit in his face, angry Chen Tao full of grimace,
holding a handkerchief to wipe a little.
Angry. Stupid. Ha ha. Shin Junjie laughed maniacally. Chen Tao, I know your secret. You caused Dad to become crazy, and now the company is gone. If I don't have a good time, then you don't want to have a good time either. These words made Chen Tao's face instantly gloomy. Next to him, Huang Dawei's heart was even tighter. Twisting his head to look at him, Chen Tao took the glasses finger pointed to Shin Junjie, gloomy face slightly trembling. Ruthless hum. He turned around and went out. Huang Dawei also hurriedly followed, leaving Shin Junjie inside with a hideous laugh.
Then his body convulsed. Doctors and nurses rushed in, the patient's drug addiction.
Chen Tao and Huang Dawei walked out. He was worried. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Chen Tao waved his hand, only to see his eyes grim as he said coldly, John Shin can't stay. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Huang Dawei's heart trembled, already having a premonition of what would happen to John Shin. Suddenly Chen Tao stopped at the door of the 7th senior room with gloomy eyes. Knowing that this was the ward of Wan Yunting's second brother, the two left the hospital. Huang Dawei drove the car. Chen Tao sat in the passenger seat and suddenly said, Dawei, this matter is in your hands. Huang Dawei's heart trembled. His expression stiffened as he twisted his head to look at Chen Tao. He laughed. Do it cleanly, don't leave traces. Understand? Huang Dawei's heart panicked, but he still nodded his head stiffly. And, spinning around, Chen Tao's mouth smiled grimly and said, by the way, Wan Yunting's second brother, Wan Dongming, is also, at this moment, Wan Yunting, who had returned to the traditional Chinese medicine department, immediately went to the pharmacy to dispense a pair of medicines specializing in bone injuries with the two pharmacists. In the afternoon, he went to the First People's Hospital to visit his second brother and give him a new medicine before returning to the Southern Medical University at 8 in the evening. Brother Yun Ting, Su Kor, who had long been waiting for him at the entrance of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, resumed her usual lively and cute side. Her big, round eyes were dynamic and beautiful, plus she deliberately dressed up, wearing a cartoon pattern t-shirt, which emphasized her proud peaks and slender waist, and underneath was a black ultra-short pleated skirt, with a resilient buttock. Although she is only 1 meter 6.5 tall, but a pair of white legs straight and moving, with flat white shoes, and then with a small pink bag, living pure and lovely beauty girl. Let's go eat dinner together. Su Kor, who came up and took Wan Yunting's arm, said happily. Originally, he wanted to go back and have dinner with Jin Shouwen again, but now that he saw that this girl was so proactive, coupled with the fact that it was because of his cell phone before, so Wan Yunting nodded his head and agreed, I'll treat you. Chapter 60, Death of Junjie Shin. The two of them went out to find a nice restaurant to have dinner. With Su Kor, the lively happy fruit, Wan Yunting never felt bored, and from time to time, he was even amused by her. His heart, which was originally constrained, was gradually opened up. Unconsciously, he got used to Su Kor walking on his arm affectionately, and the two of them ran off to watch a movie that had just been released, a touching one. This was the first time since Wan Yunting was released from prison that he watched a movie with a girl, moving Su Kor to tears. Wan Yunting coaxed her for a while, until 11 o'clock at night. Wan Yunting sent Su Kor back to the Southern Hospital. As a result, this girl held his arm, suddenly came to a sentence, Brother Yunting, do you hate me? Don't hate
Wan Yunting looked at her strangely.
Su Kuer heatedly, then do you like me? You're quite likable.
Not that kind of liking. Su Kuer carried her small hands, her small head hanging down, her flat white shoes kicking the stones on the road. Her pretty face was so nervous that she gathered courage. It's that kind of man and woman.
As a result, Wan Yunting's cell phone rang at an inopportune time.
Taking it out to see that it was Jin Showun.
Well, I'm going back now. We'll talk about it then. Su Kuer's small mouth was deflated.
Wan Yunting hung up the phone and smiled at her.
Kuer, you go in quickly. I have to go back. Have to rest early. Bye. Watching Wan Yunting run to the curb, stop a cab and get into it and run away.
This made Su Kuer so angry that she stomped her feet, pouted her lips and hummed.
So annoying. Sitting in the car.
Wan Yunting breathed a sigh of relief. How could he not see that Su Kuer liked herself? But he thought of last night.
Fang Yencher asked lawyer Chi Han to go to the police station and act as a lawyer for himself.
At that time, Wan Yunting felt very surprised. He had always thought that Fang Yencher had been completely disappointed in himself because of what happened back then. However, he didn't expect that she would help himself. This made Wan Yunting very happy.
Even if the two of them couldn't be a couple, it would be good if they were back to a normal classmate-friend relationship. The First People's Hospital. Sitting in the car, Huang Dawei looked at his wristwatch and saw that it was exactly 12 o'clock. He opened the storage box, took out a small package to open the inside is 2 disposable syringes, and 2 bottles of unused medicine. Huang Dawei looked nervous, but he is still gritting his teeth to face, because now himself, already in Shentao is a grasshopper on a rope. A moment, a doctor's white coat of Huang Dawei, holding a small bag into the hospital.
He wore a mask and a pair of glasses. The nurses and doctors on duty inside did not recognize him,
thought he was a colleague, just nodded and greeted. Soon, Huang Dawei came directly to the senior ward, pushed the door and walked in. Due to the nurses on duty, it made his heart tighten, but he was still calm and said, "You go out and have a late-night snack first. I'll check the patient's injuries."
Oh, the little nurse on duty didn't think much about it,
got up and left the living room.
Huang Dawei saw her leave and bring the door with her. He breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes looked at the ward door, took a deep breath to calm down before his big hand twisted the door open and went in. Looking at the hospital bed where Shin Junjie was sleeping, he carefully walked over. His eyes dead on Shin Junjie is sleeping. Huang Dawei nervously took out the disposable syringe and medicine bottle. Huang Dawei trembling drew out this bottle of high concentration of heroin, to Shin Junjie hanging bottle of medicine injected into it. After doing this he, looking at Shin Junjie, heart said, "You do not blame me, to blame on Chen Taoit," turned around and quietly left the ward. Just as the nurse came in with a midnight snack, Huang Dawei hung his head a little. "Well, you have a good shift. I'm going to do a checkup for the next patient." "Good." The nurse nodded and watched this doctor who made her a bit strange go out, but she didn't think much of it and sat on the living room to eat her midnight snack. Walking out, Huang Dawei breathed a sigh of relief, but there was the next one, which was Wan Yunting's second brother, Wan Dongming. The next morning, Wan Yunting came out of Jin Shouwen's neighborhood and took a taxi to work at the Chinese medicine department. Today, Fang Shoshan didn't come over, but he had his butler Lin Si come over specially, informing him of the news of the banquet at Fang's house tonight, saying that he would come over to pick him up at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. "Good, then I'll give Elder Fang another acupuncture treatment at night." Wan Yunting nodded his head, and after sending Lin Si away, he went over to the pharmacy and asked the 2 pharmacists to prepare another pair of medicines for second brother. So he greeted Jiang Ichuan and went straight to the First People's Hospital. "Second brother, I've come to change your medicine." Wan Yunting pushed open the door and looked at his second brother inside who was leaning on the bed, chatting with his second sister-in-law Wang Chulin. Today Wan Dongming was in good spirits. Compared to the previous sense of disheveledness, he was now in a very good state it seemed. This made Wan Yunting feel strange and laughed. "Second brother, what are you guys chatting about? So happy." Wan Dongming laughed. "Your second sister-in-law and I are discussing introducing you to a girlfriend." Wan Yunting was stunned, shook his head and waved his hand and smiled, going over to change his medicine. Wan Dongming laughed. "You're not too old. It's time to start a family. No rush." Wan Yunting smiled and shook his head. While chatting, to Wan Dongming changed the medicine. Let him rest, ready to get up and leave. Suddenly outside 2 police officers walked in, knocking on the door of the room. "Wan Yunting, there is a case. Need you to cooperate with our police investigation." Wan Yunting turned his head. The visitor was none other than Niu Qiuling, his face expressionless. "Officer, what kind of case? Must my third brother cooperate with the investigation?" Wan Dongming asked anxiously. Niu Qiuling didn't hide it. "Shin Junjie is dead." "What?" Wan Dongming and Wang Chulin were shocked. Even Wan Yunting was surprised. "Wan Yunting, please come out for a moment. We have something to ask you." Niu Qiuling looked at Wan Yunting. After all, He was suspected of committing the crime. Third brother. Don't worry, second brother. I'll be right there. Wang Yunting gave his second brother a reassuring smile and turned around to go out with Niu Qiuling. Chen Xiaofei wanted to handcuff him, but Wang Yunting gave him a cold look that scared Chen Xiaofei to death. Niu Qiuling hurriedly stopped. He's not a suspect yet. No need to put on handcuffs. Wang Yunting sat himself down on the corridor chair. I would like to ask, how did Shin Junjie die? Humph. This should be us asking you. Perhaps it was the provocative look in Wang Yunting's eyes just now that made Chen Xiaofei upset in his heart, so he naturally did not give him a good face. Wang Yunting ignored him and turned his head to look at Niu Qiuling smilingly. She mused. He died from being injected with a high concentration of heroin. Oh. Wang Yunting's eyes narrowed as he lit a cigarette and took a puff, and then calmly spat out smoke rings, saying, so you guys think that I did it? Otherwise? Chen Xiaofei coldly grunted. That night, you broke into the Ziqiang financial group and beat up the Shen family's father and son. Shen Ziqiang had a mental disorder, and now Zhang Shen has been killed, so now you are the most suspected. These words made Wang Yunting smile calmly and inhale a cigarette before saying, and how did I get the heroin drug? That's still with guessing. You've been in jail for so many years. You must have known many drug dealers and gangsters in there. With your ability, it shouldn't be hard to get a little bit of drugs from them. Chen Xiaofei said. This was also the reason why Niu Qiuling and the others suspected Wang Yunting. He. Wang Yunting laughed lightly, calmly smoking his cigarette and not speaking. At this time, Luo Wenwei came up with a few police officers, and Niu Qiuling glanced at Wang Yunting before she turned her head and asked, Team Luo, how's it going? Luo Wenwei also looked at Wang Yunting. Then he turned back and beckoned. At once a small nurse came out. She looked nervous. Luo Wenwei pointed at Wang Yunting. Hello, good looking. The person who went into the ward last night, was it him? This small nurse was the same nurse who was on duty in Zhang Shen's ward last night? She scrutinized Wang Yunting's figure and appearance. Then she shook her head. Last night that pretended to be a doctor had a slightly chubby body type, and his height was a bit shorter than him. It wasn't him. Chapter 61, Fang Yenshi's Curiosity. Looking at the somewhat nervous little nurse, right now Wang Yunting still didn't know what was going on. Wang Yunting, you can go now. Luo Wenwei looked at him, knowing that the murderer wasn't him. Wang Yunting got up, stubbed out his cigarette on the trash can, and without saying a word, he turned around and went into his second brother's ward. Team Luo, why don't you bring him back to the police station for investigation? Chen Xiaofei was puzzled. Luo Wenwei glared at him. Do you have an arrest warrant? Also, you forgot that he's related to Bureau Pang. Chen Xiaofei froze, unable to speak as if he had fish spine stuck in his throat. Niu Qiuling frowned. Although Wang Yunting was most suspected of killing Junjie Shun, they had previously seen from the hospital surveillance the pretended doctor who went into Junjie Shun's hospital room last night, and the results of the nurse's identification now, confirming that the murderer was not him, due to the angle of the hospital corridor camera, last night, and did not capture the picture of Huang Dawei into the ward of Wan Dongming. Highly concentrated heroin, not something an ordinary small drug dealer can get. Niu Qiuling's almond eyes narrowed slightly as she suspected. Perhaps it has something to do with them. Them? Luo Wenwei frowned in doubt. Immediately, a middle-aged man in civilian clothes walked in, and Niu Qiuling shouted when she saw him, Team Wu. The person who came was none other than Wu Buochao, the captain of the police department's anti-narcotics brigade. Team Luo, this is our anti-narcotics team's matter, so I won't bother you with more. Immediately, he smiled at Niu Qiuling. Qiuling, your transfer order has come down. Now you are officially a member of our narcotics brigade. Niu Qiuling nodded her head, but next to her, Luo Wenwei's eyes narrowed as he laughed at Wu Buochao. Buochao, we're a family. If there's any case that we can't share, maybe our CID team can still help you. He. Wu Buochao let out a conspiratorial laugh. Although we are a family, but there are also cases where the heart is not right, so let's keep the formal procedures to do it. These words irritated Luo Wenwei. What do you mean? Wu Buochao spread his hands. Team Luo, I'm not targeting you. What's your hurry? Luo Wenwei let out a cold snort full of displeasure. Wu Buochao smiled at Niu Qiuling. Qiuling, let's go. Good. So the two left, leaving Luo Wenwei and Chen Xiaofei standing in the corridor, while the other CID officers looked at each other in disbelief. Team Wu, what you mean? Is that you think? Niu Qiuling, who walked out of the hospital hall, asked, but Wu Buochao stopped her and shook his head. Luo Wenwei is after all Chen Tao's cousin's husband. It's not easy to say if he is involved in that case. So in this case, he must not be allowed to be aware of it. Niu Qiuling nodded understood. Wu Buochao narrowed his eyes. The high concentration of heroin that killed Shin Junjie is the same purity as the batch of heroin they smuggled recently. Niu Qiuling was excited. So, they really did it? Wu Buochao said. I'm just guessing. The specifics still need evidence. Niu Qiuling nodded and said, I want to privately find that Wan Yunting and ask him how much he knows about Chen Tao.
Good, but you have to pay attention. That Wan Yunting is not an ordinary character. You absolutely cannot offend him, Wu Boqiao reminded seriously.
This made Niu Qiuling a bit puzzled. Isn't he just a forced J criminal? Why are you guys?
Don't pry into this matter. In short, listen to me.
Wu Boqiao waved his hand. He had more or less
heard about what happened to Wan Yunting in prison. Seeing that it was almost noon, Wan Yunting left his second brother's ward and came straight downstairs, ready to go back to work in the Chinese medicine department. As a result,
Niu Qiuling was already waiting for him in the parking space.
Wan Yunting, I want to talk to you. Looking at Niu Qiuling in a police uniform,
Wan Yunting couldn't even resist glancing at her twice more and laughed.
It seems like I'm not obligated to talk to you.
Seeing him take out his car keys and prepare to get into the car,
Niu Qiuling hurriedly said, I want to talk to you about Chen Tao.
Wan Yunting's big hand on the car door lurched as he looked up at Niu Qiuling,
his eyes narrowing.
A few moments later, Wan Yunting drove his car back in the direction of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Niu Qiuling sat on the passenger side and twisted her head to look at him.
That night at the Lingwei clubhouse, you should know that we were following Chen Tao.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and turned his head to look at her.
I wonder if the officer can tell me what Chen Tao has committed. Niu Qiuling shook her head. This is our confidential case. I can't tell you. Then what are you looking for me for? Wan Yunting was speechless. I want to know. How much do you know about Chen Tao? Niu Qiuling said seriously.
Wan Yunting laughed and said, I'm a person who's been in jail for 7 years and just released.
How can I still know things about him now? Niu Qiuling froze. She had really forgotten about this. But for him to act as a person? He is cunning and crafty. His methods are insidious, and he may be able to do anything.
Wan Yunting turned his head and laughed.
So, you think that back then, it was him who set you up? Niu Qiuling ghostly mentioned that incident.
Of course. Wan Yunting smiled and shrugged. Then he turned his head to look at Niu Qiuling and smiled slightly.
I guess, you're investigating Chen Tao,
the drug-related case,
right? Niu Qiuling was startled. Her almond eyes looked at him incredulously, not understanding how he knew. All right, beautiful officer. You can get off now. I have to go back to work. Wan Yunting, who had already returned to the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine department, had gotten the information he wanted from the expression on Niu Qiuling's face, so he smiled and pushed the door to get out of the car. Hey, wait. Niu Qiuling also rushed to get off the car, but Wan Yunting smiled without looking back. For the Chen Tao matter, I don't know. Officer, you guys go and investigate on your own. Watching him walk into the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Niu Qiuling frowned tightly, secretly shocked in her heart, and found that there was a kind of mysterious color on this man that she couldn't see through. Back to his own clinic room of Wan Yunting, began to leisurely day. Afternoon free Su Kier, but also specifically ran to him here a trip. The little girl this time did not continue last night's topic. With a lively cute bunny-like, asked the knight to go out to play together. Wan Yunting shook his head. I have to go to Elder Fang's place for dinner at night. That's so. Su Kier skimmed her small mouth. Why do they always like to invite you to dinner? Fang's group, president's office. Fang Yanshi, who had organized the documents, looked at her wristwatch time just at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, so she packed up and prepared to leave work. The cell phone rings, and it's opened by her grandfather. Yanshi, dress up tonight. Grandpa will introduce you to a boyfriend. Fang Yanshi was stunned, revealing a little girl's petulant stance. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ha ha, in short, you come over early tonight, haha. Ending the call, Fang Yanshi's pretty face was helpless, knowing that Grandpa had organized a banquet tonight to celebrate that his legs had regained a new life, and from what he said, he also specially invited the physician who cured his legs. The day before yesterday, Fang Yanshi went to visit her grandfather and heard him say that the one who cured his legs was a young man with excellent Chinese medical skills, good character, and handsome. In short, he was praising him to the heavens, thus making Fang Yanshi also curious about what kind of person was worthy of Grandpa's appreciation. At the entrance of the Chinese medicine department, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly came, and Wan Yunting, who had received a call from Lin Si in advance, was carrying a first aid kit in his hand. There was no way. He didn't have a special medical kit for traditional Chinese medicine yet, so he could only use this to temporarily go out to practice medicine. Dr. Wan, please. Lin Si got out of the car and opened the rear door to respectfully invite him on board. Wan Yunting smiled and nodded, calmly sitting in the back of the car. Lin Si closed the car door, pulled open the passenger seat and sat in. The driver immediately started the car and slowly left, heading back towards the Quantian world where Fang Shoshan lived. Such a scene also let the 3 young physicians of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and those nurses are envious. Chapter 62, Family Dinner. Spring World.
located in the hot springs Manhwa Mountain Creek Avenue on the halfway up the mountainside, where most of the villas were built in the Republic of China period of the old ancient buildings, due to the environment suitable for retirement, so most of the people living here, like Fang Shoshan, this kind of rich businessman old people who are about to retire down. Fang Shoshan lives in the world of the Spring 11 old villa, 3-story villa style. The outer wall is covered with vegetation. The garden is also full of all kinds of flowers and plants, not very large fish pond, raising a variety of ornamental fish. In a tea pavilion next to it, old carved flower patterned stone tables and stools with tea sets on them. Fang Shoshan was sitting in a wheelchair, and with him there were 3 aged and flowery old men. All of them had once dominated the business world of Huadu and retired down to the bigwigs. I say old Fang what's the draw today? Inviting a few of our old brothers over for dinner? The one who spoke, named Lian Manhwa, was the retired chairman of Huadu Lian Group. That's right, could it be that you've encountered some happy events? Another old man named Mao Tong. Likewise, of course it's a happy event, or else I would have broken the bank to invite a few of you old nobodies over. Fang Shoshan was in high spirits, waving away what he thought was the color of melancholy and laughed brightly. This makes Mao Tong and Lian Manhwa. With another old man named Su Dihao asked, in the end what happy event? Make you so happy? Don't say, we'll find out later. Fang Shoshan sold a lie, causing the 3 old masters to roll their eyes. Dad, I'm back. Then, a middle-aged man in a suit came in, and it was Fang Shoshan's second son, Fang Xingteng, as well as his wife, Zhang Huifan. Xingteng is back. Fang Xingteng looked at the 3 old men of Mao Tong and smiled politely. The old men are all here as well. Seeing his second son, Fang Shoshan's attitude was bland. Kong Ning, why hasn't he come back yet? Fang Xingteng laughed. Dad, Kong Ning is still working at the company. He won't come over until later. Kong Ning, that kid is good. Teach him more. He can take over Xingteng's class in the future. Lian Manhwa laughed. Mao Tong and Su Dihao nodded their heads in agreement. As a result, Fang Shoshan's old face was gloomy. If he's out there, it'd be good if he doesn't cause trouble for me. Zhang Huifan saw the old man so displeased with his son, grunted and entered the villa to go. Fang Xingteng smiled unobtrusively. Then he saw another middle-aged couple come in. It was Fang Shoshan's eldest son, Fang Guowen, and his daughter-in-law, Du Xiaomei, and Fang Yanshi also followed them. Tonight's Fang Yanshi dressed very beautifully, a white dress sun pure and moving, a head of hair elegantly draped over the fragrant shoulders, without a trace of powder face like peach blossom, bright eyes and teeth, immortal posture and anonymous appearance, temperament of the high and cold. Big brother, sister-in-law, Yanshi is also back. Fang Xingteng smiled without smiling and greeted the family. Xingteng is back. Fang Guowen's entire person exudes a literati temperament. Even his wife Du Xiaomei is the same. Between her hands and feet, she exudes a dignified and generous style. Her charm still exists. It can be seen that Fang Yanshi's beauty originates from her mother. Guowen is back. Mao Tong, 3 old masters, once they saw Fang Guowen, enthusiastically pulled him over to sit down and drink tea. Recently I collected a painting. I'll bring it to you for appraisal some other day. Good. Fang Guowen is a great person in Huadu painting and calligraphy industry. He is also the president of the Literati Association. He is quite knowledgeable about ancient paintings and books, so he is appreciated and sought after by the older generation. Du Xiaomei went into the villa first, wanting to see how well the banquet was prepared. Fang Yanshi naturally accompanied these old masters around. Mao Tong said enviously, Old Fang now your Fang's group, with Yanshi the talented businesswoman in charge, can be said to be flourishing. Su Dihao and Lian Manhwa even head and concur. Since Fang Yanshi took over as president of Fang's group for more than 3 months, due out of the results are there for all to see, and now it is even more by the Huadu business community, rated as the most influential young talent. Fang Shoshan's old face is full of smiles. He is very satisfied with his granddaughter. Su Dihao suddenly came to a sentence. If Yanshi is a man, will certainly take over the old side of your chairman position. The speaker had no intention. The listener had an intention. Fang Xingteng standing next to him had a gloomy look in his eyes. Mao Tong laughed. These years is not popular to recruit door-to-door son-in-law. Guowen just Yanshi such a daughter. Let them recruit a door-to-door son-in-law. In this way, Yanshi is not justified to stay in your Fang family. Door-to-door son-in-law. Not good. Not good. Su Dihao shook his head and waved his hand. Those who are willing to be door-to-door son-in-laws are mediocre people. Like the Wang family a few years ago, that Wang Anrong recruited a door-to-door son-in-law. Isn't that an example? What you are talking about, is that soft rice king? Wan Dongming, who was fired up, right? Lian Manhwa said. Although they had all retired for many years, the reputation of the soft rice king was too loud, and they had heard a lot about it. Next to her, Fang Yanshi was silent, knowing that what they were talking about,
was Wan Yunting's second brother. "Grandpa, I'm back." As he spoke, Fong Kongning walked over, but he wasn't alone. He was followed by a Chun Tao wearing a blue suit and gold-rimmed glasses with a kind smile on his face. He was also followed by a middle-aged man, who was carrying a Chinese medicine box in his hand, and looked to be a physician. Sitting in the pavilion, Fong Shoshan and Fong Guowen, with the three old men turned back. Fong Yinshi, once she saw Chen Tao, her willow eyebrows slightly frowned. "Kong Ning, didn't I tell you that tonight is a family dinner? It's inconvenient to bring back outsiders," Fong Xingtang immediately said. Fong Kongning pointed at Chen Tao and the physician. "Dad, this is Chen Tao, the chairman of Chen Group." He knew that Grandpa's legs were disabled in a car accident, so he purposely came in a Chinese medicine practitioner from out of town. "So that's why I invited them to come over, to give Grandpa a look at his legs." Chen Tao nodded slightly in greeting to Fong Yinshi before politely smiling at Fong Shoshan. "We came here uninvited. I hope Master Fong will not be offended." Fong Shoshan's old face sunk slightly. For Fong Kongning to bring outsiders privately, he was not happy in his heart. Not to mention his own legs, he didn't need another doctor to look at them now. That said, why hasn't old Lin picked up Xiao Wan yet? This Dr. Fong is a famous herbalist in Yuntong City, who specializes in orthopedics. Chen Tao smiled and introduced. The reason why he was able to come to our Huadu is because he was invited to participate in next week's exchange meeting at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. That's why I had the chance to invite him over. Wanting to take a look at both of your legs for you, Master Fong. The physician named Feng Weiying. His nostrils turned upwards and his gaze proudly glanced at Shoshan sitting in his wheelchair, as if he was disdainful in the face of these rich businessmen and old masters. "Old Fong, why don't you give him a look? Maybe he can heal your legs." Mao Tong turned his head and said, "Yeah." Su Dihao and Liang Maoguo also nodded in agreement. Even Fong Guowen and Fong Xingting nodded their heads, as no one present other than Fong Yinshi knew that Fong Shoshan's legs were now able to stand up, coupled with the fact that Fong Shoshan was also half-hearted when he gave Wan Yunting treatment before, so he didn't take the initiative to tell his eldest and second sons, lest he make them worry. Fong Yinshi came over to visit him the day before yesterday, and Fong Shoshan couldn't help but say it, so now she was the only one who knew. No need. However, Fong Shoshan waved his hand. He didn't seem to treat Dr. Fong well and was about to say something. "Master, Dr. Wan is here." At this moment, Lin Si personally led Wan Yunting over. When Chen Tao turned his head in surprise, he lost his voice. Wan Yunting. Fong Yinshi, who was sitting in the pavilion, instantly looked up and looked at Wan Yunting, who was walking over with the old housekeeper. Her eyes were shocked and she froze as well. Chapter 63, Universal Prison. "So it's you, brat." Seeing Wan Yunting, Fong Kongning's face instantly clouded over. That night at Ling Wei's clubhouse, it was because of him that he himself was severely slapped in the face by Ling Wei, causing him to lose face in public, and as a result, now, this brat dared to come here. "Lin Si, don't you know that tonight is our family banquet? Why did you bring him here?" Fong Kongning immediately pointed angrily at the old butler Lin Si and scolded him in a stern voice. Fong Guowen and Fong Xingting in the pavilion of the building, along with those three old masters from Mao Tong, naturally didn't recognize Wan Yunting either, but Fong Yinshi, who was sitting beside Fong Shoshan, her eyes gazed at Wan Yunting. Suddenly her heart was startled. Could it be that the person Grandpa was talking about was him? Chen Tao's eyes under his golden glasses were gloomy. He was surprised that Wan Yunting appeared here. "A lowly trash like you has no qualifications to appear in my house." Fong Kongning glared, his big finger pointing at Wan Yunting's nose as he shouted sternly and angrily, "Get the hell out of here! How dare you!" Seeing this grandson of his dare to be so rude to Wan Yunting, Fong Shoshan shook his voice and shouted angrily, "Little Wan is an honored guest that I have invited, and this family banquet is prepared for him tonight." When these words came out, the entire room was shocked and incredulous, especially Chen Tao's face showed incredulity. 10,000 reasons appeared in his heart? Sure enough, this was the same as Fong Yinshi's guess in her heart, but coming from her grandfather's own mouth, she was still very surprised as she looked up, her eyes gazing at Wan Yunting. "You bastard, don't apologize to little Wan yet." Fong Shoshan's old eyes rounded, pointing at Fong Kongning angrily. "Grandpa, why?" Fong Kongning's face was filled with confusion, pointing at Wan Yunting. "He's just a juggernaut. Why are you?" Suddenly, Fong Shoshan's feet landed on the ground. He stood up violently and shouted sternly, "Just because he healed these legs of mine, Dad, old Fong, you can stand up." This lowered Guowen and Fong Xingtung, along with Su Dihao's three old masters looked at the standing up Fong Shoshan in surprise. Fong Kongning was dumbfounded. Chen Tao was also surprised, but immediately afterward he frowned. "No need to help me." Seeing Fong Yinshi and Fong Guowen and their excitement to help, Fong Shoshan waved his hand. "I can walk by myself." Saying this, he naturally took 2 steps, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. After all, Fang Shoshan's legs, but by countless doctors and herbalists sentenced to lifelong disability. But at this time to see him walk naturally, how not to let everyone feel surprised? Inside the villa, Du Xiaomei and Zhang Huifan came out and saw that the old man was able to walk on both legs, and were also amazed. Ha ha, this is thanks to Xiao Wan. Fang Shoshan walked over and pulled Wan Yunting over. I've been treating Xiao Wan's leg disease at the Southern Chinese Medicine Department for the past few days. You guys, I've only been treating him for a few days and I'm able to walk on the ground now. Old Fang, this young man is an herbalist? Mao Tong exclaimed as he sized up Wan Yunting. Fang Shoshan nodded his head and smiled. You guys don't look at Xiao Wan's youth, but his medical skills. Even the Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine's Yangtze Riverituan is ashamed of himself. Oh, I still understand old John's medical skills, but he was able to cure both of your legs. His medical skills are indeed outstanding. Su Dihao gave Wan Yunting a thumbs up. After all, everyone knew how badly Fang Shoshan's legs were injured. For a while, everyone's eyes fell on Wan Yunting, constantly praising his superb and brilliant medical skills. On the contrary, Chen Tao, who was left out in the cold, had gloomy eyes and a gloomy heart. He never thought that this Wan Yunting would still be able to practice Chinese medicine, because he could hardly understand. How could a person who had been in prison for 7 years know the art of medicine? Could it be that prison was omnipotent? It could also train Chinese medicine practitioners. Isn't it just a broken leg from a car accident? It's not a big disease. What's there to show off by curing it? Dr. Feng, who was next to him, saw that Wan Yunting was being appreciated by those old masters non-stop, and he hummed lightly in disdain. Although his voice was small, it was heard by Fang Shoshan and the others. Turning his head and glancing at him coldly. Feng Weiying, right, I've heard of you. These words made everyone freeze. Wan Yunting also looked twice at this middle-aged physician, seeing that he was carrying a Chinese medicine box made of gold nanmu, while he himself was carrying a first aid box. Comparing the two, he was really too shabby. My Feng's reputation spreads far and wide. It's not uncommon for it to spread to Huadu. Feng Weiying was full of pride and smiled confidently, but Fang Shoshan shook his head and laughed softly twice. Last year, I went to Yuntong City to seek medical treatment, and I originally wanted to look for you, but then I heard quite a few rumors about your medical practice. 3 years ago, you cured a child to death due to using the wrong medicine, and then I don't know what connections you used, and compensated the dead child's family with $1 million to suppress that incident. Am I right? When this statement came out, Feng Weiying's face changed in shock on the spot. Chen Tao and Fang Kongning likewise turned their heads to look at him, secretly screaming in their hearts that it was not good. With those three-legged Chinese medicine skills of yours, what else do you know other than just putting gold on your own face? Fang Shoshan's tone raised. He patted his legs. Not to mention my legs, they are severe first-degree disability. In your place, you can cure them. First-degree disability belongs to basically a lifetime spent in a wheelchair. Feng Weiying, who was exposed to her own scandal on the spot, panicked inwardly and awkwardly dropped a sentence. Farewell. Turning his head, he left. This time, Chen Tao and Fang Kongning's faces were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that the Chinese medicine practitioner invited from Yuntong City, who was extremely well known and specialized in orthopedics, was actually a quack who would only stick gold on himself and specialize in advertising his practice to cheat people. Master Feng, it was me who mistakenly believed in this person and thought that his medical skills were too high before I invited him over, but I didn't expect it to be a cheating quack, so I'm really sorry for upsetting you. Chen Tao hurriedly made a show of sincerely apologizing to Fang Shoshan. After all, today, he had come with a purpose, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Fang Guowen ignored Chen Tao, but said to Fang Kongning, nephew, in the future, don't bring anyone to your grandfather, especially those with ulterior motives. These words caused Chen Tao to be shaken inwardly, his eyes glancing slightly at the gentle Fang Guowen underneath his gold-rimmed glasses. Fang Xingting's gaze coldly glanced at his elder brother before he chided his son. Fang Kongning, still not apologizing to your grandfather. Fang Kongning had reluctance written all over his face, but under his father's coercion, he still apologized to Fang Shoshan. Grandpa, I'm sorry. As a result, Fang Shoshan snapped angrily, apologized to Xiaowan. Fang Kongning was shocked by his grandfather's sudden outburst, glaring at Wan Yunting, anger bubbling up in his heart. Grandpa, I'm not apologizing to him. Asshole. Fang Shoshan was so angry that he blew his beard. Fang Kongning glanced fiercely at Wan Yunting and called on Chen Tao. Let's go, Kongning. Fang Xingting didn't expect his son to be so reckless, glaring and shouting angrily. Stop right there. But Fang Kongning didn't even look back and left with Chen Tao determinedly. Rebellious son. Fang Shoshan was also furious. Fang Yanshi rushed up, and Wan Yunting helped him sit down, and Fang Guowen pacified. Dad, calm down. Don't be so angry over that kid that you break your body. Fang Shoshan took a deep breath to calm himself down, slowly before turning his head to Wan Yunting and apologizing. Little Wan, I apologize to you for that rebellious son. Wan Yunting shook his head and waved his hand, saying, there is no need to be like this. Senior, I did not take it to heart. Alas. Having said that, Fang Shoshan felt guilty in his heart. Had he known that the rebellious son was so reckless, he shouldn't have let him come back, and also brought that person called Chen Tao. Next to Fang Yanshi, if she looked at Wan Yunting with her eyes, she didn't say anything, but inside, she didn't know what she was thinking. It just so happened that Wan Yunting moved his gaze over. The two of them glanced at each other. Fang Yanshi hastily moved away and lowered his head, and the two of them pretended to look as if they didn't recognize each other. Chapter 64, with the style of Emperor Huizong of Song. Dad, stop it. Walking out of the villa, Fang Kongning, who was about to drive away, saw his father, Fang Xingtung, also chasing after him, and said, you know that grandpa has never treated me well. He just knows that he loves that precious granddaughter of his. No matter what I do, he won't be satisfied, and now he wants me to apologize to that Wan Yunting. Not even a door. Asshole, can't you change the stinking temper in you? Fang Xingtung pointed at him, hating him. After all, he was the family male, while Big Brother only had Fang Yanshi as a daughter. However, if he really followed what those old masters said before, and recruited a son-in-law for Fang Yanshi, then she would be able to stay in the Fang family forever. And even with Father Fang Shoshan's love for Fang Yanshi, it was possible that he could pass on the real control of the entire Fang group, the chairmanship to him. Fang Xingtang was infuriated. But if this son of his had a little bit of talent and could please his father, he wouldn't have to make himself go through all this trouble. Dad, I can't change this temper. Fang Kongning waved his hand and said, anyway, uncle won't meddle in the company. Just Fang Yanshi can't fight you. As long as you can take over grandpa's position as chairman, everything will be as you want it to be. This statement makes Fang Xingting exasperated. But his son is right. As long as he gets his father's position as chairman, not everything will fall into place. But Fang Xingting's heart is not confident. After all, his business mind cannot compete with Fang Yanshi, considering that his niece just took over the company's president position. 3 months for the company to take several projects, creating more than $1 billion value added, which is Fang Xingting cannot do. That was why Fang Yanshi was so loved by Fang Shoshan. Chen Tao next to him had been silent, but he seemed to see the worries in Fang Xingting's heart, causing the corners of his mouth to reveal a sinister smile that was not easily detected by bystanders. Villa, in the tea pavilion. Right, little Wan, let me introduce you. Fang Shoshan pulled Wan Yunting and pointed at Fang Yanshi. She's my granddaughter Fang Yanshi. She's about the same age as you and still unmarried. Hearing her grandfather's words, Fang Yanshi's pretty face blushed, wanting to be petulant. Seeing that Wan Yunting was looking at himself with a smile, how could she reveal the petulant gesture of a little girl that she had already intentionally hidden, and which she used to have only in her college days? The current her was the iceberg beauty president. Ha ha, old Fang, you're introducing Yanshi to her boyfriend. The three old men of Mao Tong, hearing what Fang Shoshan meant, teased and laughed. What do you guys know? Fang Shoshan pointed at Wan Yunting. Don't look at Xiao Wan as a Chinese medicine major, but whether it's in terms of character, and acting as a human being, he is far beyond his peers. Su Dihao smiled, and then whirled around. But I've heard that he's a J-rape offender. When these words came out, Fang Shoshan's old face sank. Ever since he had treated Wan Yunting's leg, he had already asked Lin Si to investigate him, so of course he knew about this. Perhaps, there is some misunderstanding in it. Seeing Fang Shoshan unhappy, Lian Manhwa hastily relieved himself, and Su Dihao hurriedly nodded in agreement. Right. On the contrary, Wan Yunting looked gentle and unconcerned. Master, while there's time now, I'll give you acupuncture first, so that you can drink the medicine after the meal. Good. Then trouble little Wan. Fang Shoshan ignored these few close friends and sat on the wheelchair, starting to give Wan Yunting acupuncture for his leg. So everyone stood and watched. Seeing Wan Yunting open the first aid kit and take out a set of silver needles, and lighting the alcohol lamp, he began to give Fang Shoshan a live performance of acupuncture. Although Fang Yanshi and her father, Fang Guowen, and the three old men didn't know Chinese medicine, but seeing Wan Yunting's skillful and precise technique, it was inevitable to see that his medical skills were extraordinary. The most shocked were Fang Yanshi. After all, she knew that the man spent 7 years in prison. Before the university, he never contacted the Chinese medicine. After all, at that time, Wan Yunting and her, read business economics. Could it be that this medical skill of his, was learned in prison? At this time, Fang Xingting also came back, and when he saw Wan Yunting giving the old man acupuncture, he didn't say anything. For this young man, of course he knew. After all, that night when he broke into the Zicheng financial group and violently beat Chen Zicheng's father and son,
Although the police had a blockade, everyone still knew everything. Fang Xingtang disdained it, so he didn't put this Wan Yunting on his mind much. 40 minutes later, Wan Yunting withdrew the needles. Alright old master, I'll give you another acupuncture session tomorrow, and you'll be fine. Good, thank you little Wan. Fang Shoshan stood up and stomped his feet naturally as he walked, all feeling very comfortable. I'll reissue another prescription for you. Take this medicine continuously for a week and these legs of yours will be cured. Saying this, Wan Yunting took out another quill, ink and paper from the first aid kit. This was interesting to Fang Guowen, knowing that nowadays, old Chinese medicine practitioners still retain the habit of writing prescriptions with a brush, but most Chinese medicine practitioners had already abandoned the use of brushes and switched to writing prescriptions with hard pens. Only seeing Wan Yunting lifting his pen and dipping it into the ink, he flexibly wrote the prescription on the paper, but it made Fang Guowen astonished. Surprisingly, it's thin gold style. Wan Yunting gave a start, twisting his head to look at Fang Guowen, knowing that he was Fang Yinshir's father. He nodded slightly before continuing to write the prescription. The handwriting is thin and strong, yet it is thin without losing its flesh. Between the thinness and hardness there is a sharpness that comes through. Good writing. Fang Guowen looked excited. His eyes looked at the thin gold-style brushstrokes under Wan Yunting's pen, and his tone of voice was trembling. Good characters indeed. Su Dihao and Mao Tong, Lian Manhwa, 3 old men also nodded their heads. Although they were not a calligraphy and painting master like Fang Guowen, they liked to collect ancient calligraphy and painting, so they were also quite knowledgeable. But now when they saw Wan Yunting's hand of thin gold-style brushwork writing so well, they also marveled. But the most surprised is still Fang Yinshir. Similarly, during the university period never saw Wan Yunting write brush characters, although he did not understand. See his father so excited, then he knew how powerful this brush character of the man. It seemed like he had learned a lot during these 7 years in prison. Alright, after a prescription was written, Wan Yunting put down the brush, picked it up and blew on it a few times, waiting for the ink to dry to hand it over to Fang Shoshan, but he didn't think that Fang Guowen would snatch it away. Let me take a look. This scene made Fang Shoshan sigh, knowing that this eldest son was addicted to those calligraphy and painting. The brushwork is fine and strong, the stylization is sparse, yet it is not too hard and sprightly. This is definitely the work of everyone. Fang Guowen's hands trembled as he held the prescription, reciting words under his breath, praising Wan Yunting's thin gold-style calligraphy, even loving it, twisting his head and saying, "Young man, who did you learn this thin gold style from? Who is your teacher?" Wan Yunting was helpless. This character was naturally taught by his master. After all, he had said that if you wanted to learn the art of medicine, you had to learn how to write with a brush. Because the prescription was for the patient, the writing had to be just as good, so that not only could the patient see comfortably, it could also reflect the level of a healer, and make people feel more trusting. Special reasons, so I can't tell my family master's name for now. Wan Yunting could only say so. Fang Guowen and the others were stunned. Only Fang Shoshan knew. After all, Jiang Yichuan had asked before, and Wan Yunting said so. I've seen countless calligraphy masters who wrote the thin gold style, but you're the only one who wrote the thin gold style, which is sharp, yet not losing its vastness, quite like Song Weizong's style. Fang Guowen did not mince words in giving high praise to Wan Yunting, daring to compare the Emperor Song Huizong, the pioneer of thin gold style. This was definitely the highest praise. You flatter me. Wan Yunting was unassuming, modest and low-key. This caused Fang Yinshir to look at him with a gaze that changed again and again, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 65, Schemes. The dinner started at 8 o'clock. At the wine table, Wan Yunting sat next to Fang Yinshir, facing Fang Shoshan and Fang Guowen, with Mao Tong, Su Dihao and Liang Manhwa, the 3 old masters lining the table. The atmosphere was cordial. The only ones who disdained Wan Yunting were Mr. and Mrs. Fang Xingtun. After 3 rounds of drinking, Wan Yunting didn't blush and drank the 3 old masters into a drunken conversation. Fang Shoshan naturally couldn't drink because he was still drinking Chinese medicine, but he was very happy. Suddenly Wan Yunting noticed Fang Yinshir's eyes beside him and saw her get up and head outside, so he got up as well. Old master, I'll go out and blow off some steam. Dad, let them young people go. Suddenly, Fang Guowen stopped his father, pointing at Wan Yunting going out with Fang Yinshir behind him and laughed. Actually, they've known each other for a long time. Oh, Fang Shoshan was shocked. He really didn't know about this, but as parents, Fang Guowen and Du Xiaomei, how could they not know the reason why their daughter suddenly went to study abroad 7 years ago? Although they hadn't seen Wan Yunting at that time either, they still knew about this young man. Fang Yinshir walked out of the villa and came to a leisure scenery pavilion outside. Looking down at the skyscrapers of Huadu City, the lights were like daytime, mapping out a prosperous metropolis. Wan Yunting slowly walked up. Huadu has changed so much. Fang Yinshir turned around and looked at the man who came over. She nodded.
her expression calm. The two stood side by side, silent for 2 minutes.
Wan Yunting turned his head to look at the woman's stunning side face.
Didn't you know it was me who was coming? Fang Yuncher's pretty face was bland as she nodded. Grandpa didn't tell me.
Wan Yunting smiled. Fang Yuncher turned her head to look at him.
Thank you.
Wan Yunting was stunned and waved his hand to show that he was welcome.
In fact, when he first met Fang Shoshan at the traditional Chinese medicine department, he recognized him as Fang Yuncher's grandfather,
which is why he helped treat his leg. The two of them were silent for another minute. Wan Yunting pulled out a cigarette from his pocket.
Mind if I smoke? Fang Yuncher slightly shook his head.
Eyes watching this man, see him take out a cigarette in his mouth,
and take out a lighter snap sound.
The fire lit cigarettes. The fire also illuminated his handsome side of the face of the diamond angle, but not his own memories.
That sunny and handsome boy face. He has changed, become a little strange. How are you doing abroad?
Wan Yunting turned his head to look at her,
calmly and naturally, as if he was caring about an old classmate.
Fang Yuncher avoided his gaze for a moment and nodded her head in response.
It's okay. Well, it's obvious.
Wan Yunting smiled and nodded his head.
From Fang Yuncher's performance when she returned to China and took over the position of the president of Fang Clan Group, it was enough to prove her business ability. You've changed quite a bit. This time, Fang Yuncher took the initiative to ask,
because in her heart, she had always been curious about this man and how he spent 7 years in prison.
Time can change a person. Wan Yunting exhaled smoke rings in another direction,
turned back and smiled at Fang Yuncher. 7 years in prison allowed me to learn quite a lot, such as the Chinese medicine techniques I used to cure your grandfather's leg. This time he didn't hide that he learned his medical skills in prison. One could tell that Wan Yunting cared about Fang Yuncher in his heart.
Fang Yuncher nodded her head. Wan Yunting's change did surprise her, because people who have been in jail are labeled with a wicked name by society. It is very difficult to develop in society like a normal person. But Wan Yunting was different from normal people.
Not only did he learn medical skills and other skills in prison,
he even relied on his medical skills and hooked up with certain big shots. By the way, thank you for hiring a lawyer to help me at the police station.
Wan Yunting suddenly turned to this topic.
Fang Yuncher looked calm.
If her eyes looked at him,
you're welcome. I just don't want to see you go back to prison again.
Wan Yunting smiled and nodded his head, throwing the unfinished cigarette on the ground and stepping on it, because he could see that Fang Yuncher didn't like the smell of smoke.
At this moment, in a private villa that was remote from the city, in the hall on the second floor,
one could only see a group of fashionably dressed men and women, twisting their Thai bodies to the powerful music.
Especially those women, one by one dressed in hot, twisting sexy seductive body,
and those young men drinking and dancing, in which Fang Kongning is also among them, and his arms are sitting. It is the mature charm of Zhang Li.
Huang Dawei and a few young people accompanied him, the same as the beauty surrounded by extravagant flood. On the rooftop of the villa, Chen Tao learned through Ma Xian that Wan Yunting had been in the Southern Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine since his release from prison, and Fang Shoshan's feet, it was he who cured them. Wan Yunting, I really underestimated you. You can learn medical skills even in prison. Chen Tao took off his golden glasses.
His eyes were gloomy and sharp. Being at Fang Shoshan's tonight made him clearly feel the change in Wan Yunting. It seemed that he had experienced a life in prison that no one else could imagine.
Mr. Chen,
a young man in a leather jacket walked up, with a samurai hairstyle and a pair of sharp eyes. It was clear that this person was not simple.
Tai, when will your boss arrive?
Chen Tao put on his glasses and turned his head to ask this youth who was not a Chinese.
In 3 days, the boss will arrive. Ah Tai spoke a mouthful of not fluent Chinese. Chen Tao smiled and nodded. This time I'm going to do a big business.
With your boss.
Ah Tai nodded his head. Chen Tao walked towards the downstairs with a diameter.
Returning to the third-floor living room, he could clearly hear the sound of men and women making love from several rooms.
Fang Xiao. In one of the rooms,
came the voice of Zhang Li stimulating. Chen Tao's mouth smiled grimly. He sat on the sofa in the living room and waited for a few moments.
Fang Kongning walked out.
He sniffled a little.
Mr. Chen, I promise you cooperation. Good. Thank you Mr. Fang. Chen Tao was happy, because Fang's group had logistics and transportation in the harbor.
That's why he pulled the line of Fang Kongning through John Shen. I'm going to prove to that old undead thing that I,
Fang Kongning,
don't lose to Fang Yuncher that.
Fang Kongning sniffled again. Obviously he was an addict and knew what Chen Tao wanted by approaching him. Just in time.
Boss Kuan Xion will arrive in Huadu in 3 days.
I'll introduce you then, and with our three-way cooperation, we'll surely be able to take down the market in Huadu. Chen Tao was satisfied with Fang Kongning's sense of humor. However, this was far from enough. Young Fang, let me say something you don't like to hear. Chen Tao threw him a cigar, while out came Zhang Li,
wrapping herself around Fang Kongning's arms like a sexy beauty snake.
With Fang Yuncher's business acumen,
and his performance in the past 3 months,
I'm afraid that even your father, Fong Xingtung wouldn't be able to fight him. Fong Kongning's expression sank,
turning his head to glare at Chen Tao. Although he was unruly, he also understood that his business ability was far better than Fong Yanshi.
Mr. Chen, what's your brilliant plan? Fong Kongning knew that when Chen Tao said this, he must have thought of a solution. I have a way to kill two birds with one stone. Not only can I solve Wan Yunting's hatred, but also allow your father to successfully take over the position of chairman of your Fong group, Chen Tao said with gloomy eyes and a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Oh, tell me. Fong Kongning's eyes lit up.
Although his conflict with that Wan Yunting wasn't intense,
but tonight,
his grandfather had asked him to apologize to him in public,
making him very upset.
But what really interested him was what exactly Chen Tao had that could solve this problem with his grandfather.
Chapter 66, Second Brother's Drug Addiction. Little Wan, sit a little longer before going back. Seeing Wan Yunting about to leave, Fong Shoshan retained. No, I have to work tomorrow.
Wan Yunting smiled and waved his hand.
Seeing this,
Fong Shoshan had no choice but to give up and said to Fong Yanshi,
Yanshi,
why don't you send Xiao Wan back on your way?
Fong Yanshi was stunned. Fong Guowen laughed. Go, Uncle Lin just drank. It's not convenient to drive.
Only then did Fong Yanshi nod his head. Wan Yunting naturally did not refuse. As he left he glanced at Fong Xingting who was sitting in a chair in the living room, his head not lifting as he sipped his tea.
He left with Fong Yanshi. Fong Yanshi, who was driving a red Mercedes sedan, saw Wan Yunting sitting in the passenger seat.
She started the car and slowly left.
You're staying in the hospital now?
No, go to the Fortune Mansion in Tianhe District. I'm staying at Jin Xiuwen's place.
Wan Yunting laughed. Fong Yanshi didn't say anything and drove seriously. 30 minutes later, downstairs at the Fortune Mansion, Fong Yanshi slowly stopped the car. Wan Yunting smiled. Thanks. Fong Yanshi nodded without making a sound. Wan Yunting thought about it, but still reminded. Be careful of that cousin of yours, Fong Kongning, he is now with Chen Tao. Fong Yanshi's willow eyebrows frowned, seemingly a bit puzzled.
Wan Yunting laughed.
He's a drug addict. Sure. Fong Yanshi was surprised.
Wan Yunting nodded and said,
I've seen a lot for addicts.
Once you touch drugs, it's very hard to quit, but also the brain nerves will be stimulated by drugs,
making people belong to a state of hyperactivity. People can do anything in this state. Fong Yanshi nodded her head. She did not expect Fong Kongning to take drugs.
The words were already on point.
Wan Yunting did not say anything more.
Knowing what Fong Yanshi should do, he got out of the car with a greeting and watched her drive away before going back upstairs. From before he went to Fong Shoshan's place, Wan Yunting had learned from Jin Xiuwen that Fong Yanshi had some situation with her second uncle,
Fong Xingtung. Meanwhile that night at Lingwei Club,
from meeting Fong Kongning and Zhan Shen, Wan Yunting could tell at a glance that they were addicts.
No wonder, they were able to hang out with Chen Tao. Meanwhile, in the First People's Hospital, in the senior ward, Wang Chulin, who was sleeping, heard her husband's movement by the bedside, woke up and found Wan Dongming's body twitching non-stop,
so scared that she rushed over.
Hubby, what's wrong with you?
Wan Dongming looked pained.
I don't know. I'm so uncomfortable, as if there are ants crawling on my body. Ah, Wang Chulin was alarmed and quickly shouted, Doctor, come in quickly.
Soon the doctors and nurses came in and immediately examined Wan Dongming, but they were a bit puzzled.
A nurse said, is he on drugs?
Since this situation of Wan Dongming was the same as before when Zhan Shen was addicted to drugs,
it was the same. No, my husband didn't take drugs. Are you guys looking at it wrong?
Wang Chulin exclaimed in shock as the doctor said,
give him a blood test.
Soon the check came out and confirmed that Wan Dongming was addicted to drugs.
At once Wang Chulin sat on the bed in shock,
while Wan Dongming shouted in distress,
nonsense.
I didn't take drugs. How could I be addicted to drugs? You guys must have checked it wrong.
The doctor took the data. Now the blood test. You are sure that you have drug addiction, and it's still heroin. Impossible. Wang Chulin exclaimed, my husband would never take drugs. You guys must be wrong. In fact, the doctors were also surprised. Comparing to the previous time when Wan Dongming was sent in and also had a checkup, there was no history of drug use at all, and this time the addiction wasn't serious. It seemed like it was just a first offense. I'm so hard. Wan Dongming's body was trembling. It felt like there were tens of thousands of ants crawling, making him so uncomfortable that he wanted to use his hands to grab them, but he could not help that his hands were broken, and now he was wailing even more painfully, which caused Wang Chulin to look anxious. Doctor, what should we do now? My husband is suffering too much. The doctor shook his head. Be patient. Ah, I can't help it.
Wan Dongming howled in pain,
causing Wang Chulin to cry out in a hurry. Then she pleaded to the doctor. Doctor, you guys think of a solution. The two doctors looked at each other in dismay, and when they saw Wan Dongming suddenly convulsing, they hurriedly said, inject him with methadone and tranquilizers. Sure enough, after injecting methadone,
Won Dongming was much more comfortable, as if he had just finished with his wife. He exhaled and slowly fell asleep. Seeing this, Wang Chulin put her heart down, but she was very puzzled how a man could take drugs, so she hurriedly took out her cell phone to call Won Yunting. Just returned to Jin Xiuwen's home to take a shower. Won Yunting picked up the cell phone, saw that it was the second brother's number, hurriedly answered. Came the second sister-in-law's voice, "Third brother, you quickly come to the hospital to come. Your second brother had an accident." Won Yunting's face changed. "Okay, I'll go over now." So Jin Xiuwen drove him to the First People's Hospital. The two of them went straight to Won Dongming's ward. Wang Chulin greeted him. "Third brother, the doctor checked out that your second brother has a drug addiction." "What? Drug addiction?" Won Yunting was shocked, incredulous, so he quickly came to the hospital bed, looked at his second brother who was sleeping, took his pulse, and really saw that his body was different. Wang Chulin gave him the results of the blood test, confirming that his second brother had just committed a drug addiction. Now Won Yunting's face was gloomy, because the check data showed that it was heroin. Wasn't it because of being injected with a high concentration of heroin that Zhang Shen died? Could it be that the fake doctor who injected Jun Jishin with heroin that night also injected second brother? As soon as he connected to this possibility, Won Yunting shook inwardly. His eyes emitted a cold and chilling aura that froze the air. Jin Xiuwen and Wang Chulin trembled, staring blankly at the gloomy and angry Won Yunting. "Third brother, did you think of something?" Instantly he collected his breath and shook his head to his second sister-in-law. "It's fine, second sister-in-law, don't worry. Second brother is just in the early stages of addiction. It's not that serious. It's easy to quit." "That's good." Wang Chulin sighed in relief, but she was already thinking about how to hide her parents. Won Dongming's drug addiction matter. Second brother's situation is basically stable now. Take him home to recuperate. Won Yunming thought that the hospital was not safe. If the other party secretly injected second brother with drugs again, making him completely addicted, it would be very troublesome to quit. "Good, then I'll do the discharge procedures tomorrow." Wang Chulin nodded her head before Won Yunting let Jin Xiuwen go back. He planned to guard the hospital tonight. At the same time, he had to think and analyze whether the fake doctor who also injected second brother with heroin that night was sent by Chen Tao or not. At this moment, outside of Chen Tao's private villa, outside of the city center, there was a police car parked on an intersection. Inside it sat none other than Niu Qiuling and Wu Buoqiao, and there were two youths in the back, all of whom were anti-narcotics brigade police officers. Looks like they won't be leaving tonight. Along the way, they had tracked Chen Tao and Fong Kongning to the outskirts of this private villa, knowing that this was their stronghold for drug use and fun. But Wu Buoqiao didn't move easily as they wanted to catch the big fish. Killing Zhang Shen, Chen Tao is the most suspicious. Niu Qiuling's almond eyes narrowed slightly and said, "The Jun Jishin incident will make them more cautious. So for the next few days, before Kuan Xiong shows up, we absolutely cannot let Chen Tao discover us," Wu Buoqiao said in a stern warning. "Understood." Niu Qiuling nodded their heads and continued to stare at the private villa on the upper mountain. Chapter 67, The Underhandedness. The next morning, after completing the discharge formalities, Won Yunting sent his second brother and sister-in-law back to the villa where they were staying. "Second brother, rest well. I'll send the medicine over in the afternoon." Won Yunting helped his second brother sit on the living room sofa, and Won Dongming nodded without saying anything. "Third brother, please." Wang Chulin poured him a cup of water. He had been taking the medicine prescribed by Won Yunting for the past few days, and his body was almost recovered. "No need, second sister-in-law. I have to rush back to work." Won Yunting got up and waved his hand. Looking at the expressionless second brother, he stopped saying anything and turned around to leave their house. After Wang Chulin sent him out, she looked back at Won Dongming who was sitting there. Her willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. She didn't know what to say. Won Yunting strides out of the villa neighborhood. His eyes are gloomy. He lights a cigarette and spits out a mouthful of smoke rings. He raises his hand and greets a cab. "Master, go to Commercial Street 2. Chan's group." At this time Chen Tao is also from the city outside the private villa, and Huang Dewei drive to the company back, slowly stopped at the door. The two get off the car together towards the company's first floor hall into. The result of the front desk female employees said, "Chen Total, there is a Mr. One called to look for you." Chen Tao's eyes narrowed. The female employee pointed to the casual sofa over in the living room, and there was indeed a familiar figure sitting there. Precisely Won Yunting. Huang Dawei's complexion changed. Why is he here? Chen Tao lifted his golden glasses with his index finger. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he walked directly towards Won Yunting. "It's really a rare guest, that you would come directly to my company." Won Yunting sat with his legs crossed, his fingers still holding a cigarette with smoke curling up. His expression was flat, turning his head to look at Chen Tao who came over. He slightly twisted his head to signal him to sit down and chat, then continued to smoke. As if this was his company,
greeting guests in general. Ha!
Chen Tao laughed and sat on the sofa in front of Wang Yunting,
while Huang Dawei stood on the side. Being a thief, his expression was extremely unnatural. Say it, today you suddenly came to visit me. Looking for me something?
Chen Tao also crossed his legs, his eyes squinting under his gold-rimmed glasses, very surprised that Wang Yunting suddenly came to find himself today. A mouthful of smoke slowly exhaled. Wang Yunting did not raise his head and calmly said,
"Most old classmate, come over to see how you are doing? Then I'm really honored."
Chen Tao laughed and then said,
"Wang Yunting, I have to say that you are very surprising to me. I thought that you had been in jail for 7 years, and that you would become a wastrel when you got out.
But I didn't expect that you would still be able to learn the art of Chinese medicine from the inside. Know quite a few big shots, and now you've even cured Fang Shoshan's legs.
Ha, you've really impressed me."
Wang Yunting raised his head, his deep eyes were calm,
and said calmly, "It's good that I didn't let you down. He.
Chen Tao laughed lightly at the corner of his mouth and said,
"But now I'm wondering, what will you do next? If it's like back then,
I drugged you and casually sent you to jail. How unfunny is that?" Wang Yunting spat out a mouthful of smoke rings, looked at the finished cigarette and snuffed it out in the glass ashtray on the table, raising his head for an instant. His eyes were stern and incomparable.
"Then you have to be ready. Don't come to the time when you can't withstand my wrath." Chen Tao was stunned.
Facing Wang Yunting as two sharp swords, straight into the heart of the eyes, let him give birth to a kind of being threatened, a very bad feeling, but he cannot be yielded to pressure head, only to see Chen Tao took off his glasses, the pair of shadowy eyes sharp, and Wang Yunting to face up, the corner of his mouth cold smile.
"Well, then I can wait and see." Next to Huang Dawei, can clearly from the two people, feel the two shares of qi in the clash, especially the flames coming out of Wang Yunting's body, making the surrounding air temperature skyrocket. Huang Dawei's heart trembled, couldn't help but wipe his forehead with hot sweat. The employees of the company who came and went also looked at them in amazement as they stared at each other, pointing and discussing. In the end,
Chen Tao reacted first and laughed lightly.
"Very well, you've successfully piqued my interest." Wang Yunting's stern eyes looked straight at him and his mouth smiled. "Don't worry, I won't let you wait too long."
After saying that he got up to leave, but then his gaze shifted to Huang Dawei. His eyes were sharp,
making Huang Dawei's heart couldn't help but tremble.
He could read from Wang Yunting's eyes and knew that he was the one who injected his second brother with the drugs.
"You too."
Wang Yunting suddenly went up and patted Huang Dawei's shoulder with his big hand,
causing his heart to thump, and for some reason, he felt a sudden chill rise from the soles of his feet, instantly causing his body to jolt and he didn't dare to utter a single breath.
The corner of Wang Yunting's mouth rose in a cold smile, squinting at Chen Tao for a moment before turning toward the door to leave.
At once, Chen Tao's gloomy eyes sank,
looking at Wang Yunting's departure figure.
Knowing that this guy ran to the company today, wanting to give himself a downward spiral. "Mr. Chen, what should we do?" Huang Dawei looked tense,
just now being slapped twice on the shoulder by Wang Yunting's big hand.
His heart was on edge. "What's the panic?" Chen Tao got up and glared at Huang Dawei.
His heart could no longer be calmed.
He coldly grunted, "Even if he knows, so what? Without evidence, nothing." Huang Dawei nodded his head, but he was apprehensive in his heart. This guy absolutely cannot stay. Chen Tao's eyes were shadowy, knowing that the current Wang Yunting
had far exceeded his expectations.
He now had to pay attention. Leaving the Chun group,
he took a taxi back to the Southern Hospital.
Sitting in the back of the car, Wang Yunting's face was expressionless.
He was 100% certain that it must be Chen Tao who had injected his second brother with C-celluloid.
So, he was going to start fighting back at the Southern Chinese Medicine Department. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning,
but he had called and greeted Jiang Yichuan in the morning, so it was fine for him to be late now.
Back to his own clinic,
washed his hands and put on a white coat, just sat down in the chair to organize things. He saw Ling Wei wearing a red dress walked in, a head of slightly curly hair elegantly draped over her shoulders,
seductive stunning face, shapely figure. The whole person exudes a mature and sexy temperament.
To Wang Yunting flirtatious smile.
"Dr. Wan, I came over to give you a look at the disease." Mad Dragon and Han Duoyer naturally followed him in. Wang Yunting looked up, looking at the shapely, fox-like seductive Ling Wei.
He nodded his head calmly and smiled.
"Mr. Ling, you sit down for a while. I'll look for Mad Dragon to have a chat." Seeing this guy turn around and pull Mad Dragon out, Ling Wei's pretty face instantly sank, saying to Han Dui, "Am I not pretty today?" "Pretty? Big sister, you're pretty every day."
Ling Wei pointed at Wang Yunting who was talking to Mad Dragon outside.
"Is he a man then?"
Han Duer also twisted her head to look.
"Hard to say, Boss Wan. If there's something you want to do, feel free to command, even if you let me." "Mad Dragon, go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. I'll do whatever you want." Mad Dragon patted his chest.
Wang Yunting gave him a blank stare.
Let you jump in the cesspool to take a bath or not? Mad Dragon was speechless before Wan Yunting said, do you know the whereabouts of Scud? Scud. I know that kid is in the deep city. Mad Dragon nodded. Scud was an expert tracker. Give him a call. Wan Yunting said. No problem.
Mad Dragon immediately found out Scud's cell phone number and called it.
Connecting it to Wan Yunting, he directly said, Scud, this is Wan Yunting. You come to Huadu now. I'm looking for you. Okay Lawan boss, you give me an address. I'll be there right away. Southern Chinese Medicine Department. After saying that,
he hung up the call and threw the cell phone to Crazy Dragon,
turned around and went into the consultation room.
Lingwei's peach blossom eyes looked at him slyly, looking for Crazy Dragon something.
Don't need to carry me, right? Nothing, just let him help me find someone.
Wan Yunting smiled and made a pleased gesture.
Mr. Ling, let's get started. Okay.
Only then did Lingwei smile, letting Han Duer and Crazy Dragon wait outside. She turned behind the screen and laid down directly on the bed, with a look of impatience.
Chapter 68, I'll be your girlfriend. Wan Yunting walked in with a silver needle and alcohol lamp.
Looking at Lingwei who was very consciously lying on it,
before he could open his mouth,
Lingwei smiled flirtatiously and straight,
naturally taking off. At that moment, Wan Yunting was speechless, and said, take off both sides again. Dr. 1. Hurry up, I can't wait.
Lingwei's peach blossom eyes were so flavorful that she threw him a wink. Wan Yunting shivered for a moment and came back to his senses to reveal a helpless expression, saying to himself, worthy of being a seductive vixen.
Cough. Let's start then.
So Wan Yunting thought to himself, color is emptiness.
Emptiness is color.
While giving Lingwei a massage,
he asked, have you been drinking your medicine on time, right?
Lingwei's pretty face blushed,
shyly nodding her head.
Her peach blossom eyes kept staring at him,
not leaving for half a step. Very good. As long as you follow what I say, you can definitely eliminate your breast cancer in a month.
Wan Yunting was as steady as an old dog.
Compared to the first time, he was already very natural, but in his heart, he was still desperately restraining his patience. There was no way. Who let Lingwei be a stunning beauty? Not to mention this kind of unspeakable cure. Fortunately Wan Yunting's fixation was strong enough. Otherwise if he were any other man, he would probably have cracked long ago. Dr. 1. Have you made a girlfriend? Suddenly Lingwei asked with a charming smile.
Wan Yunting kept moving.
Not yet. Then what do you think of me? Lingwei's peach blossom eyes flashed, throwing him winks.
Wan Yunting turned a blind eye and smiled calmly.
Ms. Ling is beautiful. A great beauty. I'm afraid the men chasing after you can circle the globe. Giggle. I can't imagine that you look quite a serious person.
Flirting with the girl's mouth is also quite good at complimenting people.
Lingwei smiled charmingly, even more tantalizing. Honestly, Wan Yunting was still calm like a eunuch.
His heart kept reciting that color is emptiness.
Emptiness is color. So what do you think about people being your girlfriend? Lingwei smiled charmingly and started to test the waters.
Wan Yunting pretended to be aggrieved and said bitterly,
President Ling, spare my life. I don't want to die yet.
Being my boyfriend isn't so bad as to make you die.
Lingwei didn't get his point. That's not necessarily true. You have so many suitors. What if two capable people just jump out and directly click me?
Wan Yunting laughed without blushing.
LOL. Lingwei, who understood this now,
covered her lips and laughed,
her foxy eyes delicately whitening Wan Yunting.
She had said that she would use the beauty plan to tease him, but she ended up being teased by others instead.
After massaging her,
Wan Yunting started to prepare for acupuncture.
Lingwei still wanted to say something, but he interrupted. Alright Mr. Ling, don't say anything, I'll give you acupuncture now. Okay.
Lingwei had no choice but to nod her head and stop talking, but her peach blossom eyes kept watching Wan Yunting,
seeing his expression grow serious as he gave himself acupuncture with full concentration.
Men who were serious were the most handsome. Wan Yunting could see that Lingwei was different today, compared to the last time they met. She was obviously quite enthusiastic about herself, which was dangerous, because she herself was a very dangerous woman. Its purpose, Wan Yunting heart more or less guessed.
So only then acupuncture? Do not allow her to open her mouth to speak.
But at this moment Lingwei's pair of seductive fox-charming eyes, staring straight at their own,
although the expression pretends to be calm, but as a man Wan Yunting, the heart surged a manic evil fire.
Lingwei's red lips winks. She is confident in her beauty and figure. No man can reject himself. Looking at the man in front of her trying to restrain himself, Lingwei feels that he is getting more and more adorable.
40 minutes later,
Wan Yunting collected the needles.
Alright Mr. Ling, you can get up now. Only then did Lingwei get up, tidying up a bit.
Looking at Wan Yunting who was packing up his silver needles,
she winks. Self-strengthening financial group went bankrupt.
You were behind the operation,
right?
These words made Wan Yunting twist his head to look at her and smile subduedly.
MS. Ling thinks I have that ability? Giggle. You're supposed to be the odd man out, even if you did it. I'm not surprised.
Ling Wei smiled charmingly. For that matter of the self-strengthening financial group, although the outside made a response, everyone thought that it was the me countryside that made the move. But her intuition told her that it was definitely Wan Yunting who was behind it. Wan Yunting, who had packed up the silver needles and alcohol lamp, smiled at her and turned to go out. Mr. Ling, it's the same prescription as last time. You should quickly go to the pharmacy downstairs and grab the medicine. Ling Wei also followed her out and said, you still haven't answered the question of me being your girlfriend. Wan Yunting sat on the chair and put the silver needle back into the desk drawer. Alright Mr. Ling, don't make fun of me. I'm not joking. Ling Wei leaned over and propped her hands on the table, her jade hands resting on her cheeks, her foxy eyes gazing at Wan Yunting, smiling charmingly. People are very serious. Looking at her charming and seductive posture, Wan Yunting smiled calmly. Thank you Mr. Ling for looking up to me, but I'm just a small doctor of Chinese medicine. I'm not good enough for you, the boss's wife. Ling Wei did not die. Am I that unattractive? Sorry, you're not my favorite type. This time Wan Yunting was direct. Ling Wei's foxy eyes rolled, so she had to get up. Alright, but I won't die. Wan Yunting smiled helplessly and bitterly. He got up and opened the door of the consultation room, and found that there was already one more man outside. He was thin and small, with a thieving look, and it was the Scud that he asked Mad Dragon to call and called. Boss 1, you're really out of jail. Scud's real name is Ho Feiping. Due to this kid on the road, not only running fast, or a famous tracking expert, everyone just sent him the nickname Scud. Big sister Ling Wei, you are also there. Of course Scud recognized Ling Wei. Ling Wei, who had instantly changed back to her lofty queenly aura, nodded her head and looked at Wan Yunting with foxy eyes. Who are you stalking? Wan Yunting twisted his head to look at her and laughed. Mr. Ling, you guys quickly go downstairs and grab the medicine. Remember, drink the medicine on time and call me anytime if you have any problems. Seeing that he didn't say anything, but also drove people away. The first time she was rejected like this, Ling Wei's heart was all upset. Her foxy eyes gave him a big blank stare, and she led Mad Dragon and Han Duo Air downstairs. Big sister Ling Wei take care. Scud hemmed and hawed, eyeing Ling Wei as they went down. Only then did Wan Yunting call him in to the clinic, taking out his cell phone to Baidu Chen's group. All of Chen Tao's information appeared at once, and said directly to Scud, help me track this person. Chen's group chairman. Scud then cell phone looking at Chen Tao information. Curious asked, Wan boss, this kid offended you? Should I call Mad Dragon by the way and waste him? No need. You just need to follow him. Report to me what he has done recently and where he has been. Wan Yunting lit a cigarette and said, got it. I'll take care of this. Scud patted his chest and laughed confidently. Go. Wan Yunting waved his hand, and Fei Maodong added each other's WeChat and phone number, letting him go directly to do something. Phew, it's about time. Wan Yunting slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. His eyes were gloomy. It's time to clean up Chen Tao. Chapter 69, Martial Arts Ranks. Cough cough, Dr. 1. Don't you know that you can't smoke in the hospital? Sister Yen walked in, the consultation room cloudy choking her with 2 coughs. Wan Yunting was full of embarrassment. Sorry, I will go downstairs to smoke in the future. Sister Yen only pointed to follow behind. A tall girl, she said to find you. Seeing that the person who came in was Kong Nolan, Wan Yunting laughed. You really came. Kong Nolan nodded her head, wearing a small jacket and jean pants underneath. With flat shoes, she was standing tall. She reacted coldly. Teacher, are you free to teach me Kung Fu now? Kung Fu, aren't you here to see a doctor? Sister Yen glared. Wan Yunting cried and laughed. Sister Yen, it's fine. Sister Yen nodded and left. Wan Yunting held a book to fan the smell of smoke in the air. Feel free to sit down. Kong Nolan nodded and sat obediently on a chair to the side. Wan Yunting tidied up the things on the desktop and glanced at her and laughed. You want to learn Kung Fu that badly? Aha. Kong Nolan answered very coldly. Wan Yunting sat back on his chair. Then you know. What Kung Fu did I use to defeat you guys last time? Our Chinese Kung Fu. Kong Nolan said. Looks like you still know. The Kung Fu left behind by our old ancestors. Wan Yunting nodded his head in satisfaction. After all, too many young people nowadays all like to learn foreign taekwondo, karate, or Muay Thai or whatever, but instead forget about their own Chinese martial arts. The taekwondo you learned is actually also an ancient time when our Huaxia martial arts spread to H country, was evolved by them, but these are all external Kung Fu. Wan Yunting laughed. You know what external Kung Fu is, right? No. Conaran nodded. Although she studied taekwondo, she more or less understood a little bit of Chinese martial arts and knew what external and internal Kung Fu were. Then,
do you know that our national martial arts are divided into martial arts ranks? Won Yun-ting continued to ask. Kang Nolan shook his head. This kind of question, I'm afraid not many young people would know nowadays.
The national martial arts Tao is divided into Ming Jin,
Dark Jin, Huan Jin, Dan Jin, and Gang Jin. Among them, there is the external astral force, and the internal astral force, which can be interpreted as intentional force. Lastly, there is the legendary Seeing God Unbreakable.
Won Yun-ting laughed.
But right now, I'm afraid no one can practice to the Seeing God Unbreakable realm. Kang Nolan's expression was astonished,
listening to him talk about these hierarchical divisions of the Guoshu Wudao, as if it was something that only appeared in those martial arts TV dramas, making her half believe it in her heart. Won Yun-ting continued.
For each rank, there are 3 stages of pre, mid and late stages. If you analyze your current force with the national martial arts Tao, it can only be considered as the middle stage of Ming Jin that has just started, and with a little bit of hard work, you will be able to enter the late stage. Kang Nolan delicate sword eyebrow raised, heart some unconvinced. Teacher, what level are you now? Confidential. Won Yun-ting wore a smile. Kang Nolan slandered in his heart.
Won Yun-ting continued. Those who have reached the late stage of Wudao Ming Jin,
their arm strength lies between 200 and 300 pounds,
which is the limit of an ordinary martial artist,
and they are what we commonly refer to as masters in Wudao. To the dark power of the person,
the spiritual level to reach a kind of sublimation.
After the 2 veins through the dantian can be condensed qi, arm strength can reach 500 to 600 pounds, a fist to kill a cow. The martial arts is called a strong man, and to the Huanjing Dichang person, the spirit and body once again improve.
One arm lifting 1,000 pounds is no big deal. The dantian's qi outward can be up to 5 or 6 meters.
20 Ming Jin masters can't get close to you, to reach the master level. As for reaching Dan Jin, we can also say that it is holding Dan, because the dantian qi is transformed into Dan. Whether it is the body evolution, or the level of spiritual will, both are 3 times higher than the level of Huajin. It is a martial artist's grandmaster level character. Kang Nolan nodded coldly. What about the back? Not after that. Actually,
Won Yun-ting himself didn't know the back realm.
He put on a serious posture as a teacher and said, since you recognized me as a teacher, I naturally have to instruct you a bit, but you need to improve your strength and speed, with reaction agility in a short period of time. If you use normal training in external kung fu, I'm afraid it will take half a year to have a small success. Conneran shook his head. In 2 weeks, I'm going to participate in a competition. Teacher, what is the quick method you have?
Won Yun-ting laughed.
If that's the case, then you can only learn the inner family's vomiting kung fu. Inner family kung fu? Conneran raised her eyebrows. In fact,
she carried a skeptical mind towards those so-called internal kung fu.
Nowadays, on many video platforms,
some so-called masters appeared, claiming that they had learned internal kung fu.
What with hitting things through the air and so on.
Kang Nolan had always thought that those were liars who were trying to gain eyeballs, and were not to be trusted. Won Yun-ting could also see that she questioned it, so he got up, and from the small balcony of the restroom, he carried out a pot of flowers out and placed it on the table,
and then brought the door of the room on again,
so as not to be seen by others.
Watch this.
Won Yun-ting turned his head and said to Kang Nolan. He opened his legs and stood in front of the table, clenched his right fist, measured the distance with the flower pot placed on the table and set it at around 20 centimeters. Then he took a deep breath, secretly let out the qi in his dantian and started mobilizing his whole body, then coalesced his internal qi on his right fist. Boom! As Won Yun-ting's eyes opened their gates and shot out a stern light, his right fist spaced out at a distance of 20 centimeters and struck the flower pot on the table through the air. Instantly the ceramic flower pot cracked and shattered down with a crisp ringing sound, startling Kang Nolan, who got up violently.
His almond eyes rounded out with an unbelievable expression on his face.
Won Yun-ting withdrew his kung fu, exhaled a breath, looked at the flower pot on the table that was broken by his own use of qi,
satisfied with Kang Nolan's now unbelievable expression, laughed and said, now you should believe that there is the existence of internal kung fu. Kang Nolan couldn't believe it as he went over and held the ceramic flower pot that had shattered open on the table,
which was a full 5 centimeters thick, only to witness Won Yun-ting magically break it through the air from a distance of 20 centimeters. This was even more mysterious and magical than those videos he had watched before. What with Master Ma and the kung fu they displayed. Seeing that she still couldn't believe it,
Won Yun-ting didn't bother to explain it to her anymore. This is an internal martial art, which talks about using internal qi to externally release, to achieve the effect of hurting people across the air. As for whether you believe it now or not, if you really want to learn from me, I can teach you 2 moves. If you don't believe it, then I'm not obligated to teach you. Without hesitation, Kang Nolan bowed and said, please teach me, teacher.
Looking at her 90-degree bend, the scenery in the t-shirt neckline was visible. making Wan Yunting helplessly raise his hand to support his forehead and laugh bitterly. Then he waved his hand. You get up first.
Since you are sincerely seeking to learn, then I, well, reluctantly oblige you, but next you have to listen to me. No matter what misgivings you have in your mind, you don't question them. I can guarantee that I will allow you to increase your strength and speed within a week, at least double your current growth. This bragging was a bit like a charlatan, but Conneran witnessed the masterpiece he just performed, and she nodded without hesitation. Wan Yunting also did not talk nonsense, letting Kong Nolan clean up the table flower pot debris for himself. He took out a brush, ink and paper to write a prescription for medicine, and then brought Kong Nolan downstairs to the pharmacy, letting those two pharmacists dispense the medicine according to the prescription. Ooh, Xiaowan's thin gold-style brushwork. The more I look at it, the more I like it. The one holding the prescription was a middle-aged pharmacist named Liren. Don't underestimate a pharmacist who dispenses medicines. In fact, most of the credit for herbalists to be able to prescribe medicines to cure diseases comes from the pharmacists. Without the medicines concocted by their own hands, the herbalists can't do anything about it. Chapter 70, Sowing Discord. Little one, can you write me a pair of characters later? Liren Apothecary. He had completely fallen in love with this young man ever since he saw the prescription written by Wan Yunting. He had been an apothecary for so many years. Even Jiang Yichuan's brushwork couldn't match Wan Yunting's. So he really liked taking Wan Yunting's prescriptions and grabbing medicines, because the flowing clouds and flowing water, the thin gold style that was written in a single stroke made him fall in love with it. And mine. The other pharmacist was named Chen Jinfu, a bit younger than Liren. Good. Turn around and I'll write a calligraphy for each of the two master teachers. Seeing that they liked their characters, Wan Yunting naturally wouldn't be stingy to refuse, as he understood the importance of having a good relationship with the pharmacist. Dr. 1. What disease are you prescribing these medicines for today, in such large quantities? The two pharmacists, Liren and Chen Jinfu, were busy dispensing medicines. Wan Yunting twisted his head to look at Kong Nolan, who was following beside him. In her quietness, but also a high and cold temperament, this medicine is used to soak in the bath. It can strengthen the muscles and bones. The two pharmacists were surprised. They had already seen Wan Yunting's medical skills and were naturally convinced. Soon 3 large packets of herbs were dispensed, and after Wan Yunting let Kong Nolan pay for it, he retrieved the prescription and stuffed it into his pocket. After all, this kind of prescription could not be easily leaked out. The two left the pharmacy and returned to the hall on the first floor. Wan Yunting gave Kong Nolan the 3 large packages of medicines he was carrying in his hand. Remember, you go back and buy a large wooden barrel specifically for soaking. Then you let the person who knows how to cook medicine help you boil these medicines. Then add hot water and mix. You go in and soak for a full hour before you can come out. Then last for a week time. Understand? Kong Nolan nodded his head as if he understood. But Wan Yunting could see that she didn't understand. Forget it. I'll go to your house this afternoon and teach your nanny how to boil the medicine. You go back first. Okay, thank you teacher. Kong Nolan thanked sincerely, carrying the medicine and preparing to leave. Wan Yunting shook his head and went upstairs to continue working. At noon Su Kur ran in again. This girl came specially to deliver the meal. The two of them just talked and laughed and ate their meal in the clinic room. As a result, at this time Jiang Yichuan came in and watched them kissing and eating inside. His old face froze. Dean Jiang, is something wrong? Wan Yunting put down his chopsticks before Jiang Yichuan reacted back and laughed. Nothing. I just wanted to find you for tea and talk about the conference to be held by the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine next month. Well, then I'll go over to your office after dinner. Fine. You guys eat slowly. Jiang Yichuan laughed before exiting. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, blaming his granddaughter for her lack of talent. Brother Yun Ting, eat this from me. Su Kor little cutie didn't think so, continued to clip dishes for Wan Yun Ting, talking and laughing, similar to the little couple. After lunch, Su Kir didn't stay much longer and got up to go back to the emergency department to work. Wan Yunting cleaned up a bit before going to Jiang Yichuan's office to drink tea. In the blink of an eye, Wan Yunting went to the pharmacy to pick up his medication and drove to his second brother's house. As a result, just as he arrived at the gate of the villa, he heard a loud noise coming from the yard, and it was Zhang Peihui pointing at her daughter. Chu Lin, you must divorce him, this useless piece of trash, even taking drugs. Humph, really the same as his brother who was a forced J criminal. Both are scum. Sitting on the leisure chair in the courtyard, Wan Dongming's expression was wooden. For this mother-in-law of his, he had long since become numb. Mom, it wasn't Dongming himself who took drugs. It was someone who deliberately harmed him. Wang Chulin tugged at her mother to explain, but Zheng Peihui shook her off. I don't care if he was victimized. He is now addicted to drugs. He can't quit for the rest of his life. Do you want to spend your life with an addict like him?
Zheng Peihui also learned about this from the nurses at the hospital, so she ran over in a huff and said in a firm voice, "You must. I will help my second brother quit drugs." Before he could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Wan Yunting, who came in carrying medicine. Zheng Peihui immediately turned around, her big eyes glaring fiercely at Wan Yunting. Thinking of the last time she was teased by this forced J criminal, she was furious. "You still have the nerve to come here. If it wasn't because of you, could your second brother have turned out like this?" Wan Yunting looked indifferent. She was right. If it wasn't for himself, Shen Ziqian's father and son wouldn't have gone to his second brother, and a series of things appeared behind. "Don't sow discord here. I will quit drugs." Second brother, who was sitting over there, stood up, coldly dropped a sentence to Zheng Peihui, turned around and went in towards the villa. "You." Zheng Peihui was furious. Wan Yunting no longer paid attention to her, carrying the medicine and following her inside, leaving her outside cursing non-stop. "Second brother, I'll change your medicine." Wan Yunting went over, unwrapped the bandage on Wan Dongming's left arm to change the medicine, apologizing. "Second brother, I'm sorry, this matter is really because I got you into trouble." "Third brother, don't say this. We are brothers. No need to say this." Wan Dongming shook his head and looked at him and smiled. "Not to mention that you also took out that bad anger for second brother. My heart is balanced." Having said that, Wan Yunting still felt guilty in his heart, blaming himself for failing to protect his family before something like this happened. Replacing the medicine for Wan Dongming's hands, Wan Yunting retook out a small bottle of pills that he had prepared the herbs and asked the two pharmacists in the pharmacy to concoct. "Second brother, your addiction is not serious. This is the Chinese medicine pill that I prepared. When you feel bad you can take one. It can reduce the pain. I believe that you will be able to kick the addiction." "Good. Thank you, third brother." Wan Dongming proceeded with the medicine. Now he secretly decided to change his previous cowardly character. Wang Chulin wanted to keep Wan Yunting for dinner at home, but he struck out because he still had to go to Kong Hongwen's house. So he bid farewell to his second brother and sister-in-law and drove his minivan straight to Hongcheng Garden. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wan Yunting's car slowly stopped at the gate. The butler saw that it was him and respectfully opened the villa's big iron gate for him. "Dr. Wan, are you here to see General Manager Kong?" "He's not back yet," the butler said. Wan Yunting shook his head. "I'm here to look for your eldest miss. Missy is in the back garden exercise room. I'll take you there." Saying this, the butler took Wan Yunting straight to the back garden exercise room, and sure enough, he saw Kong Nolan and her gang of classmates, practicing taekwondo diligently. "Why is he here again?" As soon as Yang Xiu saw the housekeeper bring Wan Yunting in, Yi Zhanyang and the others looked gloomy. Having been beaten by him last time, these hot-blooded youths were not convinced. As a result, Kong Nolan saw him and jogged over. "Teacher, you're here." "Teacher?" Yi Zhanyang and Yang Xiu were shocked and incredulous. Wan Yunting swept a glance at the group of students and smiled at Kong Nolan. "Have you prepared all the things I told you to prepare?" Already bought it back." "Good, then let's get started," said Wan Yunting as he turned around and went out. The old butler took him to the back kitchen. "Nolan, how did he become your teacher?" Yang Xiu and the others ran over and pulled Kong Nolan. Yi Zhanyang was excited. "Nolan, don't you want to learn taekwondo anymore?" Kong Nolan shook her head and said faintly, "He has a way to help me increase my strength and speed, so I worship him as my teacher." "Nolan, how can you worship someone like him?" Yi Zhanyang said sharply. "You guys don't know. He is a forced J criminal who was just recently released." "What? A forced J criminal?" Yang Xiu and the other students were surprised. Even Kong Nolan's sword brows slightly raised. She really didn't know about this matter, but having seen Wan Yunting's internal kung fu, coupled with the fact that his father valued him so much, Kong Nolan had her own judgment in her heart. "You guys practice first." After saying that, he turned around and followed him out. "Nolan, I'll go take a look." Yang Xiu chased out, leaving behind Yi Zhanyang with his brows furrowed. Since the last time things happened, he had investigated Wan Yunting's identity, but he didn't expect that Kong Nolan would still recognize him as his teacher. Yi Zhanyang's heart burned with anger. Kong Nolan is his own pursuit object. Must find the opportunity. Ruthlessly warn that bastard. Don't move any crooked thoughts. Chapter 71, New Tea. Very well, it is to prepare such a large pot to cook the medicine. Following the old housekeeper to the small courtyard on the left side of the villa, he only saw a large iron pot being temporarily built, and the nanny aunt was building a fire. So Wan Yunting took out the medicine that was dispensed at noon and started to instruct the auntie, hand in hand, on how to wash the medicine, cook it and other precautions. Kong Nolan and Yang Xiu followed beside, and finally saw Wan Yunting pouring all the washed herbs into the big iron pot. Boil it on high heat first, then turn to low heat to cook it slowly. Well, the medicinal broth will be boiled up to this position. Remember? Remember. Watching Wan Yunting draw a water level on the edge of the big iron pot,
That auntie nodded her head. Little one, dinner is ready. Come over and eat.
When the old madam heard Wan Yunting come over,
she went downstairs and came out to call him to stay for dinner. Okay, thank you grandma.
Wan Yunting nodded his head. He was naturally nonchalant and went up to help the old madam and left.
Nolan. Who the hell is he? Yang Siyu, who followed to watch the fun,
was very surprised to see Wan Yunting and the old lady on such good terms.
My teacher. Kong Nolan answered and followed,
leaving Yang Siyu scratching his head, twisting his body to go back towards the back garden exercise room. Just as Yi Zhangyang and the few of them finished practicing and were ready to go back.
Siyu, where's Nolan? Accompanied her master to have dinner.
Yang Siyu said with a shrug. Yi Zhangyang frowned, then Yang Siyu added, you guys don't know. He called the old lady grandma.
No way. Who the hell is he?
The other students were shocked, and Yi Zhangyang grunted.
Last time the old madam was sick,
he was the one who cured her.
Yang Siyu they froze.
Yi Zhangyang lightly grunted, carried his bag and left. The other students looked at each other.
How could they not know that he was pursuing Kong Nolan? After dinner, Wan Yunting went to check on the medicine. Seeing that it was almost cooked, he asked Kong Nolan, is the soaking barrel ready?
It's ready. Upstairs. Take me to see, said Kong Nolan and took him straight back to the third floor of the villa, the boudoir she lived in.
Simple decorations, no so-called girly decorations. Instead,
all of them were her participation in taekwondo competitions, obtaining a variety of medals hanging on the walls.
Bookshelves are also all about martial arts books, and idol posters and so on. Xu Xiangguan.
Seeing a poster of none other than Xu Xiangguan wearing a taekwondo uniform,
Kong Nolan nodded. He's my idol.
Wan Yunting smiled and nodded his head.
Looking at the Newlin room, he finally came to the bathing room,
which was 30 square meters,
and contained a newly purchased large wooden barrel for soaking. Add hot water to the barrel, and then pump up the medicine, said Wan Yunting personally. Try the temperature of the hot water, then add how many proportions. He had to be precise. Then pour in the boiled medicine and mix it. No problem. Before he said to Kong Newlin, good. You can soak now. It will take an hour. Soak for 3 days first, then I'll open up the chi acupoints for you. Chi points?
Conaran was puzzled. Wan Yunting explained.
Chi points are the major tendons and veins in the whole body.
I'll give you a detailed explanation of these later.
For now, you soak first. I'll sit outside for a while. I'll go back after. There's no problem. Good. Kong Nolan no longer asked more questions.
After seeing Wan Yunting go out, she then removed her clothes and started to sit in the medicinal bath with a temperature of 50 degrees. It scalded her and she frowned straight away, but thinking about it she still endured it and sat in it. According to Wan Yunting's words, a medicinal bath with a water temperature of 50 degrees can activate the whole body's chi and blood. Wan Yunting did not go. In her room outside the living room on the sofa sitting,
due to Kong Hongwen tonight overtime, is not yet back.
Boredom he can only light a cigarette smoking,
watching TV, ready to wait for half an hour. Kong Nolan no problem before he went back.
At this time the cell phone rang.
It was Scud calling. Wan Yunting immediately pressed answer. How is it? Boss Wan, I found a good place. At this moment just outside the city, on a lychee tree on the outer wall of a private villa built on a hillside. Due to the darkness, the people in the villa couldn't see it at all. And on the tree lay a Scud wearing black clothes, who was holding a one-eyed telescope,
and holding a cell phone in one hand that was making a call to Wan Yunting. This Chen Tao is really good at enjoying himself, since he's getting a drug den in a private villa outside of the city. Wan Yunting's eyes narrowed.
Sure it's a drug den? Sure, Boss Wan, do you want to come over and take a look?
Scud had been on the road for so long and had seen many drug dens, but this was the first time he had seen a drug den like Chen Tao. But he could be sure it was right.
Send me a location. I'll come over later.
Wan Yunting nodded his head, because he just wanted to take some leverage on Chen Tao so he could use it as a bargaining chip. Suddenly the room came from Kong Nolan shrieking. Wan Yunting was shocked and screamed that it wasn't good. He got up and pushed the door in and went straight to the bathing room and pushed the door open. But the scene in front of his eyes made him shudder and he hastily put on the brakes.
The hot air steamy and dazzling. Kong Nolan fell on the floor. Naked, hazy, the picture is very exciting.
Wan Yunting wide-eyed round eyes,
staring blankly, the whole person is stiff in the doorway. Kong Nolan's pretty face was red to the point of dripping blood.
Gritting her teeth she said quietly,
Teacher. Sorry.
Wan Yunting, who came back to his senses, hurriedly turned around to go out and brought the door of the room with him.
Instantly he was filled with embarrassment, remembering the scene just now.
The manic fire in his heart instantly boiled up as he asked Kong Nolan inside,
Are you alright? Conaran stood up holding the barrel and said, I'm fine, I just accidentally fell.
That's good. Wan Yunting calmed his agitated heart and shouted,
Don't come out, keep soaking, soak enough for an hour before you can come out. Good, Kong Nolan answered. Just now the water temperature was too hot. she couldn't stand it before coming out. As a result, the floor was slippery, making her fall. But she didn't think that outside Wan Yunting suddenly barged in, making it seem as if there were 10,000 rutting deer banging around in her heart. I'll go back first. Wan Yunting didn't have the face to stay. Jogging downstairs, Ho Butler and Nanny Auntie came up. Seeing him hurrying down, Dr. Wan, what happened? Nothing. Wan Yunting smiled in vain embarrassment and ran off in a puff of smoke. This made Ho Butler and Nanny Auntie look at each other in dismay. Their brains were so big that they immediately associated what? Driving away. Wan Yunting sighed with relief, no longer thinking wildly, according to the address sent by Scud, driving to the city outside. At this moment in Chen Tao's private villa, Mr. Chen, is there any new tea to drink? In the living room on the second floor, a tartly dressed youth came in, rubbing his nose from time to time, looking like an addict. Young Tao, the new tea is on its way. It will arrive the day after tomorrow. Chen Tao looked at this youth named Tao Xiang. He was Tai Xiang Foods Limited, the son of the chairman of the board of directors, and an old drug addict. In fact, everyone who came here to play identity is not simple. They are basically rich second generation. Chen Tao specializes in picking these powerful rich second generation, because their money is the best to earn. And most importantly, it was also these young rich second generation people. For the unusual excitement, they had already played with it long ago. The only stimulation brought to them by drugs was another indescribable realm. Then I will wait for Mr. Chen's new tea. Tao Xiang smiled, wrapped his arms around the two beauties and went up to the third floor to get high. Chen Tao laughed lightly, cigar in the corner of his mouth, sitting on the sofa shaking his legs, now waiting for 2 days later. Kuan Xiong brought new goods over. Chapter 72, Cooperation with the Police. Because the private villa is built outside the city, the top of the mountain halfway up, surrounded by lychee tree orchards, the location is very hidden. Coupled with the periphery of the guards, every car that comes in, have to go through Chen Tao's people to check that there is no problem to go in. Scud has called, told here about the general situation, so Wan Yunting drove the car from another dirt road, slowly into the lychee orchard. At once Scud Ho faping down from a tall lychee tree, waved his hand and told Wan Yunting to extinguish the headlights, lest the villa 100 meters away from the little brother saw. Boss Wan, that Chen Tao went into the villa from 7 in the evening and hasn't come out until now. Scud reported the situation to him. Wan Yunting looked at the tall lychee tree. He climbed up in 3 clicks. Scud watched in secret amazement, worthy of being the king of the wonders that dominated the prison in Huadu. Scud also climbed up, gave him his own one-eyed binoculars. Wan Yunting then observed the villa in the distance. The lights are very dark. After all, it is a drug den, although far away from the city remote. But Chen Tao, they do not dare to be too blatant, lest they attract the attention of others. Through the binoculars, clearly see the villa courtyard situation. There are probably more than 20 henchmen guarding, especially Wan Yunting saw wearing a leather jacket, with a samurai head, is sitting outside the courtyard. His hand is rubbing a samurai sword. A look at him is not simple. Binoculars a turn, aimed at the 3-story villa. Due to the windows are drawn curtains, simply cannot see the inside situation. But at this time, Chen Tao and Huang Dawei, as well as Fang Kongning and Zhang Li walked up to the roof terrace chairs sitting, which let Wan Yunting immediately aimed at them to look at. Due to the distance, simply cannot hear what they say. The day after tomorrow, Kuan Xiong will come over from the deep city, and at the same time bring a batch of new goods. After the market test over here, it will be shipped over in large quantities from Southeast Asia by waterway. However, Wan Yunting's lips mumbled and muttered, and through the shape of Chen Tao's mouth, he actually read what he said word for word, causing the nearby Scud to be surprised. Boss Wan, you can read lips. Wan Yunting ignored him and continued to stare at Chen Tao and the others. Young Fong, that new shipment is on the waterway right now. I'm going to utilize your Fong family's container warehouse to unload the shipment. Chen Tao smoked his cigar, turned his head and smiled at Fong Kongning. This is also considered our first order for our first cooperation. Are you okay with it? Of course, no problem. Fong Kongning, who had just finished having a good time with Zhang Li, now belonged to the state of excitement. The day after tomorrow to write. By then I will personally arrange for the people on the warehouse side to withdraw. Very well. At that time, we will be directly at your Fong family's warehouse, and Kuan Xiong will meet to make a deal. Chen Tao was satisfied with Fong Kongning's current state. Wan Yunting, who was lying on the tree, read their words from Chen Tao and Fong Kongning's lips, causing him to frown slightly, not expecting that Chen Tao would utilize the Fong Group's dock warehouse to make a drug deal. It seemed that this was something that Fong Yenshur did not know. Someone, suddenly sensing something, Wan Yunting turned around violently, only to find 6 men in civilian clothes. Among them there was also a woman, who were holding pistols and immediately aimed at the tree. Keep quiet and come down immediately. Scud was surprised and turned his head to look at Wan Yunting. He was expressionless, only to see that the woman with the pistol below, with her proud snowy peaks, was none other than the big-breasted policewoman, Nyo Chioling. Come down quickly. The sky was too dark. Nyo Chioling didn't see Wan Yunting on the tree and shouted angrily in a small voice. There is no way.
Wan Yunting directly jumped down from the tree more than 5 meters high.
Flying hairy legs also climbed 2 times to come down. Shocked Nyo Chioling and Wu Buochao. They were shocked, and immediately pointed the pistol at Wan Yunting, opened the cell phone flashlight to shine, and immediately exclaimed, "It's you, Officer Nyo. We meet again." Looking at Nyo Chioling, Wan Yunting smiled calmly. "You're Wan Yunting." Wu Buochao was also surprised, not expecting to run into Wan Yunting here. They were also using the lychee tree orchard around the villa to monitor the situation of Chen Tao's private villa, and just now outside they saw the sedan and immediately came over on alert, only to find Wan Yunting and Scott on the tree. "What are you guys doing here?" Nyo Chioling's almond eyes were round. Her hands were holding her gun at Wan Yunting, not daring to be careless. "If we say that we came here to, do you believe us?" Wan Yunting and Scud looked at each other and laughed flirtatiously. "Wan Yunting, be honest." Nyo Chioling's pistol was almost on top of Wan Yunting's head, but Wu Buochao hurriedly tugged her a bit. "Put the gun down first. It's good that it's not Chen Tao's people. Team Wu. They are sneaking around here spying on the villa. They must have another purpose. We can't let them off the hook." Nyo Chioling twisted her head and said, but Wu Buochao still suppressed the pistol in both her hands, nodded and said, "I know, but you put the gun down first. If there's anything you want to say, let's go out and talk about it first. Don't alarm the people in the villa, or all our plans will go down the drain." Nyo Chioling frowned, looking at Wan Yunting in front of her with a smile on his face. This guy suddenly appeared, and had already disrupted their previous plans. Wan Yunting and Scud followed Wu Buochao and Nyo Chioling as they walked out of the lychee tree orchard, and came to the dirt road outside, before Wu Buochao said to Wan Yunting, "I've heard of you, in Huadu prison. You're a man of the hour." Wan Yunting smiled. "I don't know what the officer's name is. My surname is Wu, Officer Wu. You should have been here for a long time spying on Chen Tao, right?" Wan Yunting didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. "But looking at you guys, it seems like you haven't grasped the incriminating evidence of his drug trafficking." "Nonsense. If we had grasped it, we would have closed the net long ago." Nyo Chioling grunted in anger. Wu Buochao waved his hand. "Mr. Wan, I more or less know something about you and Chen Tao, but I still hope that you can answer truthfully. What are you doing here tonight?" "Officer Wu knows, so I'll be straightforward." Wan Yunting ignored Nyo Chioling and laughed. "We're here, also looking for evidence of Chen Tao's drug trafficking." Wu Buochao and Nyo Chioling were shocked and looked at each other. Wan Yunting knew what they wanted to say. "Of course, my focus is still to overturn the case for what happened back then. Well, I've heard about this from old Ma." Wu Buochao had learned some things about Wan Yunting from Ma Zhendong's mouth, which was why he was so polite now. "But, Mr. Wan, that case of yours, and the current Chen Tao drug trafficking case are two different things." Wu Buochao looked at him. "Do you know what I mean?" Wan Yunting nodded his head and smiled. "You guys are afraid that I'll spook the snakes and ruin your plans, right?" "Yes." Wu Buochao nodded. "It's not just Chen Tao. The reason why we've been lurking and monitoring for so long is because we want to catch out their drug trafficking superiors." Wan Yunting interrupted. "Their handler is Kuan Xiong." "Right." Nyo Chioling and Wu Buochao were shocked. "How do you know about Kuan Xiong?" "Because they had, recently, been tracking down Kuan Xiong." Wan Yunting smiled. "Of course I knew from Chen Tao's mouth." "What? You?" Wu Buochao and Nyo Chioling were shocked again. Their big hands immediately placed on their waist holsters, thinking that he and Chen Tao were in cahoots, or else how would he know this? Calm down. Seeing them look alert, at any time and draw a gun look, Scud said, "Wan Lao will read lips. Is he just from Chen Tao lips? Read this message too." Lip reading. Wu Buochao and Nyo Chioling looked at each other, full of astonishment, and instantly asked, "Besides Kuan Xiong, what other news do you know?" Wan Yunting ignored her and smiled at Wu Buochao. "Officer Wu, how about we cooperate?" "Cooperation?" Wu Buochao was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Chapter 73, Dress Up Pretty. "I also know where Chen Tao and Kuan Xiong are trading." Wan Yunting laughed. Now Wu Buochao and Nyo Chioling were excited. During this period of time, the police had been investigating Kuan Xiong's news and knew that he might come to Huadu recently, but they did not have the exact time, and even more so, they did not know the time and place where Chen Tao and Kuan Xiong made the deal. However, tonight, it was here that he accidentally encountered Wan Yunting, and there was such a big catch. "Where?" Nyo Chioling asked hurriedly. Wan Yunting still ignored her and smiled at Wu Buochao. "I want to use this information in exchange for a condition." Wu Buochao frowned. He wasn't sure what exactly Wan Yunting wanted. "Tell me." Wan Yunting laughed. "If you guys catch Chen Tao,
I want to interrogate him alone with a few questions.
Niu Qiuling immediately said. No way.
This is not in line with our procedures.
Alright,
then I'll just have to ask him myself. Wan Yunting smiled indifferently and prepared to leave with Scud.
Wait, Wu Buochao called out to him. Allow me to make a call and get back to you. Team Wu.
Wu Buochao struck out at Niu Qiuling and walked to the side to take out his cell phone to make a call. Wan Yunting saw this and waited with speedy. Niu Qiuling glanced at him with unhappy almond eyes.
What do you want to ask Chen Tao?
Looking at this big-breasted policewoman.
Wan Yunting smiled. Private matter. Inconvenient to say more.
Humph. Don't rely on the fact that you have a relationship with Pang bureaus.
You can do whatever you want.
The rules of the police force are the rules.
No one can break them.
Niu Qiuling wrapped her hands around her chest, lining her heavy snowy mountains,
and snorted coldly.
Wan Yunting shook his head and smiled.
Not saying anything. Not long after, Wu Buochao came back and directly said, I can promise you, but you have to promise me a condition. Cooperate with us to arrest Chen Tao and Cohen Xiong and the others. Team Wu. Now Niu Qiuling was anxious,
but Wu Buochao waved his hand to signal her to keep quiet and looked at Wan Yunting, who was squinting his eyes in thought in front of him,
saying, I know you want to bring down Chen Tao. Maybe this is the only chance. Wan Yunting nodded. He guessed who Wu Buochao had just called. Okay, I can work with you guys. Wu Buochao smiled and said, then you tell us now. When will Cohen Xiong arrive in Huadu? Also, when and where will they trade there? The day after tomorrow.
Wan Yunting lit a cigarette and smoked. I read from Chen Tao's lips that Cohen Xiong arrives in Huadu the day after tomorrow.
As for what time, it's probably in the afternoon.
And the location of their transaction. It's at the Fong's Group containerized warehouse at the Longwan Pier.
Fong's Group assembly warehouse? Wu Buochao frowned.
Associating Chen Tao's approach to Fong Kangning during this period of time, it turned out that he was going to utilize the fact that they,
Fong's Group,
had a containerized warehouse at the pier as their trading location. Wan Yunting exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings, helpless in his heart, not realizing that this matter had also implicated the Fong family.
Spinning around, he asked, what's your layout next? Wu Buochao nodded. Lay out at the Longwan Pier and capture them in action. But before that, it's still important to determine if they're making a deal at the Fong Group's container warehouse.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and said, I have a request.
When we execute the arrest,
I hope that you police will block the news as much as possible.
Don't let the media know about this. Wu Buochao and Niu Qiuling were puzzled and said, are you worried about this matter, affecting the Fong Group? Aha.
Wan Yunting nodded his head. After all, if the outside world knew that Fong's Group's container warehouse at the pier, suspected of drug trading and other activities,
if it was published by the media, it would definitely be attacked by the public opinion of the society,
and it would even directly lead to the Fong's Group's stock market plummeting,
and other various risks. I'll go back and discuss this matter with Pang Bureau. I think there should be no problem. Wu Buochao nodded his head. This request of Wan Yunting is not excessive. When the time comes to act, just try to keep it secret. Now the only focus
is to first get their drug trafficking offense.
Immediately Wu Buochao said,
after all, catching a Chen Tao is very simple, but the forces behind him, as well as the people involved in this circle, to net them all is the focus of this target.
This is not simple.
Wan Yunting pointed in the direction of the villa.
Just blend in and investigate. You make it sound simple. Niu Qiuling gave him a blank look. In Chen Tao's private villa, there are 29 people guarding it, and the most crucial people going in are almost all addicts they are familiar with. It's as hard as heaven if we want to mix in and investigate.
Wan Yunting and Scud looked at each other and smiled.
Just because you guys don't have a way, doesn't mean others don't have a way. What's your brilliant idea? Wu Buochao's heart was moved. He was already certain that Wan Yunting had skills beyond the ordinary. In this case, tomorrow afternoon, still gather here. We'll go to the villa then.
Wan Yunting sold his story. Then he pointed at Niu Qiuling and smiled.
Last time at Lingwei Club, you performed well. When you cooperate with me, remember, dress up nicely. What do you mean? Niu Qiuling was confused. You'll know by then.
Wan Yunting waved his hand.
It was getting late. He greeted Wu Buochao and drove off with Scud. Team Wu, is he reliable or not? Niu Qiuling felt that he seemed to be pretending. Don't worry, Pang Bureau shouldn't lie to me. The car is descending the mountain. Sitting on the passenger side,
opening the window is smoking Wan Yunting.
The cell phone rings. Take out a look as Ma Zhendong called. Old Ma, so soon get the news? Well, just now Pang Bureau called me and said that you and Wu Buochao cooperated to capture Chen Tao. With Cohen Xiong big drug lord action. Ma Zhendong, who is in his office at the moment, asked, did you promise?
Promised to cooperate with Captain Wu's action.
Wan Yunting nodded his head. Very good.
This is helpful for you to overturn things.
Ma Zhendong was happy that Wan Yunting was able to cooperate with the police. I know. Wan Yunting nodded.
If he wanted to clear his name of the crime of forced J,
He had to cooperate with the police to arrest Chen Tao. How's the search for evidence going? Spinning around, Ma Jindong asked. Not yet.
Wan Yunting sighed, before he wanted to make a breakthrough from Huang Dawei and Zhang Li.
But they are now ants on a rope with Chen Tao. There is no way to take them. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Catch Chen Tao first. Maybe we can just pry his mouth open and clear your name. Ma Jindong pacified. This is also a line of thought. Well, then let's do this first.
Wan Yunting nodded his head and hung up the phone with Ma Jindong before letting Scud park the car at the foot of the mountain and told him to get off the car to continue to keep an eye on Chen Tao's private villa drug den so that he could make preparations to mix in tomorrow to get evidence of drug trafficking. Wan Yunting drove his second brother's Toyota sedan back to the main road and headed back towards the city of Huadu.
Wan Yunting was unimpressed. Taking out his cell phone to check the time, he wanted to call Fong Yinshur, informing him that Chen Tao would be using their company in the container warehouse at the Longwan Pier to conduct a drug deal thing. However, thinking about it, Wan Yunting still didn't call, because he didn't want to bring Fong Yinshur into it. As for why he would cooperate with Wu Bochao police, it was because Wan Yunting wanted to personally catch Chen Tao. Chapter 74, Disciplining You for Your Mom. At this moment, at the bottom of the mountain road, there were 7 or 8 sports cars of various famous brands parked by the roadside, and a dozen male and female youths were gathering at the roadside. Meng Yao, that turn you made just now was too beautiful. A young man wearing a brand name sportswear, very handsome, but with a slim figure, especially the faint dark circles under his eyes. At a glance, he was a time management master. You're not bad either. You almost overtook me in the previous section. Sitting on the front cover of the red Ferrari sports car, dressed in a fashionable and hot outfit, was none other than Wang Mengyao, the second miss of the Wang family, and it was them who raced the car just now. Want to take another lap? Another youth came over. Wang Mengyao waved her hand. Forget it, you guys are all scum. Compared to you guys, there's no sense of excitement at all. Exciting! Time management master Zhang Yongrui's eyes narrowed, staring at Wang Mengyao's hot body. He had been craving for her body for a long time, but this girl had not given him a chance to lay his hands on her, except for racing with them for fun. Now once he heard that she wanted to find excitement, Zhang Yongrui's eyes turned and smiled. Mengyao, I have an exciting place. Do you want to play? What place? Play what? Wang Mengyao came to be interested. Zhang Yongrui sold a secret. Tomorrow night I will take you there. You will know then. Between words, a silver Toyota car slowly passed. Wang Mengyao instantly recognized this car. Just suddenly appeared in the corner. Fortunately she reacted in time to avoid collision tragedy. Stop that car. It was him just now, almost letting my mom crash into it. Wang Mengyao pointed with her big hand. Zhang Yongrui, those young rich second generation, immediately went up and forced Wan Yunting to stop hard, making him raise his eyebrows in displeasure. But then Wang Mengyao walked over. Wan Yunting couldn't help but laugh lightly. No wonder he saw that red Ferrari sports car so familiar just now. So it was really her. It's you. Wang Mengyao was also shocked when she saw Wan Yunting in the car. Mengyao, who is he? Zhang Yongrui and the others naturally didn't recognize Wan Yunting. He's my brother-in-law's third brother. Wang Mengyao was surprised how this guy appeared here. That brother-in-law of yours, the soft rice king. Regarding her brother-in-law Wan Dongming, of course Zhang Yongrui and the others knew. He's Wan Yunting, right? I heard that he's still a forced J-convict and just got out of prison not long ago. A youth had heard about Wan Yunting's recent affairs. Yes, that's him. Wang Mengyao wrapped her hands around her chest and condescendingly looked down at Wan Yunting, who was in the car. If I had known it was you, I should have run you over just now. Looking at this and her mother Zheng Pei Hui, the same, barbaric and capricious Wang Mengyao, Wan Yunting's mouth corners lightly smiled, immediately pushed open the car door down, while from the pocket to take out cigarettes, take out a hold in the mouth and light up to take a puff. Really have what kind of mother? Will give birth to what kind of daughter? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you cursing na? Wang Mengyao was furious, pointing at Wan Yunting and calling out to Zhang Yongrui, Brother Zhang, teach him a lesson for me. No problem, brothers, get on the guys. At that moment, Zhang Yongrui and the others immediately carried out baseball bats from their sports cars, and surrounded Wan Yunting one after another. Now Wang Mengyao, who had dependents on him, was high and proud like a princess. Forcible J criminal, you now kneel down and kowtow to me. Beg your aunt and grandmother to let you go. Otherwise, I'll let Zhang and the others waste you. Zhang Yongrui and the others held the baseball bats in their hands, their faces full of bad smiles. This made Wan Yunting, who was smoking a cigarette, shake his head and laugh lightly. This girl was really the same as her mother. Brother Zhang, waste him, I'll be responsible for all the consequences. Seeing that this guy even dared to provoke himself, Wang Mengyao was so angry that she waved her hand.
which made Zhang Yangrui and these rich second-generation guys let out a shout and swung the baseball bats in their hands towards Wan Yunting in unison.
Ah! With a miserable scream,
Wan Yunting flicked the cigarette in his hand and smashed a youth in the face,
scalding him miserably. In the next moment, Wan Yunting transformed into a stump, punching his fists to the flesh. Screams kept ringing out. Zhang Yangrui, these rich second-generation youths, were knocked to the ground one after another. Shocking the onlookers,
Wang Mengyao and the other rich girls
covered their mouths and looked at the scene in disbelief. With a clang, the last youth holding a baseball bat that was broken by a punch fell to the ground,
covering his bleeding nose and wailing in pain.
In less than a minute,
all of Zhang Yangrui's more than 10 youths were lying on the side of the road.
And then Wan Yunting turned back, his gaze looking straight at Wang Mengyao, the corners of his mouth slightly revealing an evil smile. You, don't come over. Wang Mengyao,
who had come back to her senses,
panicked and scared inwardly, looking at Wan Yunting walking over. She was so scared that she backed up, and as a result, her waist hit the iron guardrail of the road before stopping, and looked at Wan Yunting lighting another cigarette and smoking it, and spitting out a mouthful of smoke to her. Wang Mengyao was choked and coughed twice.
She has always been pampered. Where has she been bullied like this?
Forced J criminal, I'm warning you. If you dare to move me, I'll tell. Snap. As a result,
Wan Yunting didn't hesitate to give her a big mouth,
blinding Wang Mengyao,
holding her pretty face that had been hit,
her almond eyes rounded, looking at him in disbelief. You dare to hit me. Slap. Another slap.
Wang Mengyao clasped her hands on both cheeks that were beaten. Tears of aggression came out of her eyes. How could she not expect that this asshole really dared to hit herself?
Don't think that in this world, everyone can surround you and give in to you. Looking at Wang Mengyao with a stubborn and unconvincing look, Wan Yunting with an educational tone. This time is considered as me disciplining you for your mom. Learn more from your sister. Wang Mengyao's eyes glared angrily,
pursed her lips,
angry and aggrieved. Since childhood, her parents couldn't afford to beat herself a little, but this asshole even said that he was disciplining herself for her mother. Watching Wan Yunting turn around and return to his car, Wang Mengyao, who was furious, shouted angrily, "Bastard! I will definitely tell your second brother and won't let you go."
Wan Yunting smiled in disbelief and drove on back to the city.
At this time in the private villa, Chen Tao was planning with Fang Kongning and them the day after tomorrow, and Koan Xiong to do the transaction thing. The result of the cell phone rang. It was Ma Xin who called. "Mr. Chen, something happened to David." "What happened?" Chen Tao was puzzled. At this moment in the First People's Hospital, outside the resuscitation room, Ma Xin said, "Just now, he suddenly fainted. I sent him to the hospital to be resuscitated, and he's still not out yet." Chen Tao raised his eyebrows. "He was fine. How did he fall ill? What happened?" Zhongli, who was sitting in Fang Kongning's arms, asked. "Something happened to David. He's in the hospital for resuscitation. I'll go back." Chen Tao got up, told Zhongli to play well with Fang Kongning, then went downstairs to greet Tai, drove a sports car to leave the villa and head back to the city. As a result, on the halfway, he bumped into Wang Mengyao and Zhang Yangrui, who were beaten up by Wan Yunting, and now they are still not slowed down. Chen Tao, who recognized Zhang Yangrui, stopped the car. "Young Zhang, what's wrong with you guys?" "Mr. Chen." Seeing that it was Chen Tao, Zhang Yangrui immediately went over, his face full of anger. "We were just beaten up." Chen Tao was puzzled. "Who ate bear heart and leopard guts and dared to beat you?" "Young Zhang?" "It was Wan Yunting." Zhang Yangrui gasped. Chen Tao was startled. "What did you say? Wan Yunting?"